The blades required a material that was both lightweight and sturdy. Although she could use plastic, she worried that the harsh weather would be too much, so she chose aluminum instead. Luckily, she had obtained aluminum ore from the coral reef, which she could use to make aluminum products. After over an hour of tinkering, she managed to make the wind blades. They looked decent enough. After all, she had drawn the design herself. Mian had taken drawing lessons when she was young. If it weren't for those skills, she wouldn't have been able to pull this off. In an apocalypse, you needed to know a bit of everything. Every skill had its use. Even drawing had come in handy. The support frame was straightforward. Mian used iron ore and wood from the skyward tree to create a very sturdy support frame. With all the materials gathered, she set them on the workbench to make the wind turbine. It would take 25 minutes to finish, and during that time, Mian continued building the greenhouse foundation. The preparations had been completed the previous night, and today all she had to do was lay everything out and add the frame. The players she had contacted had made everything she requested and sent it to her yesterday. Mian estimated that she could finish framing the greenhouse today. In just a few days, the greenhouse would be ready. While Mian was happily working, she received a message from Ni Yangguang. Mian, I just contracted a pet. Check it out. Mian was quite surprised. She and Ni Yangguang had contracted pets on the same day. Ni Yangguang had contracted a little penguin. It looked very silly and cute. Mian wondered where he had found it. Where did you get the penguin? Ni Yangguang. Ha ha ha, I got it from a treasure chest. Mian. That's impressive. Ni Yangguang. I thought it was cute, so I wanted to keep it. Since I had a basic pet contract book, I used it, and it worked. It's called an emperor penguin, and I gave it a nickname, Gooselet. Mian. It really is cute. Mian didn't know much about emperor penguins, but from the photo he sent, it looked pretty big, with thick feathers and a patch of yellow under its neck. Did it change in any way after the contract? Yes, it got a new skill. Mian. What skill? Ni Yangguang. Warmth. It can act as a portable heater. Plus, hugging it keeps me from feeling cold. I won't have to worry about the glacier season anymore. Mian was dumbfounded. That was indeed a practical skill. Ni Yangguang. Also, remember the Antarctic krill from the system reward? The penguin loves it. Luckily, I didn't eat all of mine. Gooselet loves it. Mian also had some stored away unused. Ni Yangguang. I don't have much left, so I need to get more at the trading center. Mian, if you have some, save it for me. If I run out, I'll trade with you. Mian agreed. Sure. Ni Yangguang. Oh, and I also found that after the contract my mental value increased by 5 points. Mian quickly checked her own values. Not only her stats, but also the stats of the Xiangyun were things she hadn't checked in a long time. Player, Mian. Age, 22, stamina, 60 plus 5, upgradable, strength, 56 plus 3, upgradable, mental value, 68 plus 8, upgradable, luck, 91, upgradable, basic cooking, 40 plus 9, 50, basic medicine refining, 550, basic hunting, 1050, advanced gathering, 95 100, basic swimming, 4 plus 5, 50. Several of her attributes had increased. Her stamina and strength had both gone up. Her mental value also increased by 8 points. Could mental value be related to pets? Perhaps the higher the mental value, the higher the grade of the pet that could be tamed, or maybe mental value affected animals in some way. Mian could only speculate. She'd need to observe more in the future. But her skill points had only increased in cooking and swimming. It was probably because she'd been cooking a lot recently and had been diving many times. As for the Xiangyun's changes, only its rating had changed. The last time she checked, it was around 60 points. Now it was over 80 points. It made sense. The score increased as she added more things to the boat. Ni Yangguang contracted a penguin as a pet, and Mian couldn't tell if he was lucky or just impulsive. But it worked out, as he did get a useful skill, something very much needed in such cold weather. Mian still had a basic pet contract book. She decided to keep it for now, since she didn't know if there was a limit on how many pets a player could contract. If there wasn't a limit, she could contract as many as her ship could hold. Even if it meant contracting a penguin, there would be no harm. But if there was a limit, like a maximum of 2 or 3 pets per player, Yun Mian wouldn't use the basic pet contract book. It would take up a slot. After chatting with Ni Yangguang for a bit, he stopped replying, probably off sharing the joy with someone else. Yun Mian hadn't told anyone about contracting Octopus Girl. For now, she decided not to mention it. When the time was right, people would naturally know. As night fell, the sea surface temperature had dropped below -20 degrees Celsius. During the day, it was just a thin layer of ice, but now it was almost entirely frozen. However, the ice layer could be broken with force. Yun Mian had Octopus Girl use her tentacles to pound the ice, shattering it around the boat so she could still fish for treasure chests. But after tonight, that might no longer be possible. If she could fish up even one more, it would be worth it. There were still 2 treasure chests she hadn't caught today. Yun Mian decided to fish for them herself. Maybe she'd have better luck doing it herself. Soon enough, she got a bite. Obtained, golden treasure chest. Iron ore, X10, glass X15, insulation cotton, X6, wool X10, Antarctic krill, X20. All items needed for the greenhouse construction, except the Antarctic krill, which Ni Yangguang needed, so Yun Mian set it aside for him. There was still one more treasure chest to go today. Yun Mian hoped for another golden one. But after waiting for a while, nothing came up. Just as she was about to check the chat channel, a line of text suddenly appeared on her screen. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Welcome, players of Zone 3, to the Antarctic continent. This glacier season, 5 zones of players have been summoned to the Antarctic continent, Zones 1, 3, 6, 8, and 10. The Antarctic continent is about to enter an extreme cold period, with temperatures dropping as low as -60-70 degrees Celsius. Players are advised to prepare for extreme cold and ensure proper insulation. The sea surface is frozen, making fishing for treasure chests difficult. Players may try to find unfrozen areas of the sea. The Antarctic continent is rich in minerals, and many energy stones and ice essence are scattered across the continent. Players are encouraged to use the frozen sea surface to explore and gather resources. Good luck to all players. The Antarctic continent was known as the White Desert. Some said it was a land of frozen stillness. Yun Mian had already noticed the boat was sailing steadily south, and the temperature was dropping, so she had guessed correctly. Yun Mian's impression of Antarctica was probably the same as many people's, limited to it being the end of the world, cold, with penguins, and little else. Title: starting with a deserted island. Apocalypse. Yu Wei Ji. Complete. 162. This place is covered in snow and ice all year round, with almost no human habitation. Now, the system had sent people from 5 zones here. Although there were over 100,000 people in each zone, that was still not a lot for the vast Antarctic continent. Zone 1 and Zone 10 were also in Antarctica, meaning Mom and Yun Xiao might be here as well. If only she could get the family card again. Yun Mian wondered how her mom and Yun Xiao were faring under such harsh conditions. Filled with worry, Yun Mian felt a bit restless. Instead of working immediately, she opened the chat channel to see what everyone was saying. No way, Antarctica. I heard it gets really windy here, it's terrifying. It's the apocalypse, even tornadoes are normal now. Antarctica isn't just cold, it's also very dry. The air is extremely dry, the wind and snow are fierce, and the climate is extremely harsh. It's always blowing at gale force. That sounds terrifying. Can we survive here? Why are only 5 zones in Antarctica? What about the other 5 zones? Maybe the other 5 zones are in another apocalyptic world like a drought? They're all in the same space-time, right? Could they be in the Arctic? If it's the Arctic, that's much better. It's much warmer than here. Yun Mian didn't know much about Antarctica, but with so many people in Zone 3 discussing it, she soon learned some basics. To summarize, Antarctica was dry, cold, extremely windy, and covered in glaciers with very few plants and animals. Someone also mentioned that there were many ancient volcanoes and large lakes beneath the ice sheet. But the ice layer was too thick to melt, so these remained hidden beneath. Mian thought about it. The ice layer not only kept freshwater resources clean, but also kept these rich minerals from being mined. If she could find them, it would be a huge treasure. Maybe the energy stones and ice essence mentioned by the system were hidden beneath the ice sheet. How would she be able to find them? The ice layer was so thick, she heard the average thickness was over 1,000 meters, with some areas reaching 3,000 to 4,000 meters thick. She couldn't exactly dig through it. By the time the entire glacier season was over, she probably wouldn't have dug halfway through. There had to be another way. Or maybe the energy stones and ice essence weren't under the ice sheet but rather in the glaciers. After all, the glaciers were exposed above the sea. There must be a lot of penguins in Antarctica, right? I've never seen one. Have you? Can we catch penguins here? This is a game, so maybe no one will care. Why do you want to catch one? What are you planning to do with such a cute penguin? I'm just asking. It'd be cool to have one as a pet. Isn't there a beast taming quest? How can we tame anything if there aren't any beasts around? Right. What animals are there in Antarctica? Besides penguins, there are seals and whales too. Does anyone dare to tame a seal as a pet? When the topic turned to pets, Mian looked at Octopus Girl. Octopus Girl, let's get to work. After some thought, Mian decided to build the greenhouse on the second deck. Besides her own quarters, the second deck didn't have much use. It was an empty space, so placing a greenhouse there wouldn't be an issue. The first deck already had the kitchen and work areas, so there was no space for the greenhouse. Mian instructed Octopus Girl to mix the cement, use a trowel to spread it evenly on the marked ground, then sprinkle gravel and lime and level it out. Afterward, they added an insulation layer. With 8 tentacles, Octopus Girl was incredibly efficient, far more so than Mian. A task that would have taken Mian 4 hours took Octopus Girl just 1 hour. She had to admit, having Octopus Girl as a helper saved her a lot of time and effort. Mian had thought it would take 2 days to complete the greenhouse, but now it seemed that a day and a half would be enough. The greenhouse's 4 walls and roof were made of custom-made double-layer thick glass. The roof and walls were waterproofed and insulated for better heat retention. Mian had to build the entire roof frame herself, so the workbench had been processing materials non-stop. In the meantime, she took out the stewed pork trotters she had made earlier to prepare lunch. Octopus Girl also complained about being hungry. Mian barely had any of the seafood from the morning. It was all eaten by Octopus Girl. And now she was hungry again. Mian sighed. How many meals do you need in a day? Other people's pets eat just 1 meal. I don't have that much seafood for you. Octopus Girl protested. I worked a lot. That was true. Seeing how hard Octopus Girl had worked, Mian said, Can you eat anything besides seafood? Octopus Girl looked confused. I've only ever eaten seafood. She started whimpering. I can't eat anything else. And now she was acting all pitiful again. Mian sighed. All right. I'll make you some grilled ray. There were over 60 portions of ray from her last catch. If she fed Octopus Girl half a portion each time, it could last for a while. Grilled ray was simple to make, and since it was for Octopus Girl, no seasoning was necessary. After rinsing it in seawater, she could put it directly on the fire. Mian suddenly remembered she had an oven blueprint. Now that the wind turbine was finished, why not test it to see if it could generate power? Oven. Can be used to make roast chicken, roast duck, bread, anything that can be baked. Required materials: bauxite X2, steel billet X3, glass X1. Mian placed the materials for the oven on the workbench, then connected a power cable from the wind turbine on the second deck to the first deck. As soon as the cable was connected, it would power the equipment. The blades of the wind turbine were already spinning rapidly, indicating that the wind was indeed strong here. The oven wasn't done yet, but Mian was eager to see how it would work. Seeing Yun Mian Mian running up and down, busy with who knows what but not making her food, Octopus Girl decided to go back to her fish tank to wait. When Yun Mian Mian called it out, Octopus Girl finally crawled out of the fish tank. The air was filled with the aroma of grilled fish. Octopus Girl extended a tentacle to follow the scent and came right up to Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian Mian was startled by the sudden approach of the tentacle. Octopus Girl directly used her tentacle to snatch the grilled fish that Yun Mian Mian had just taken out of the oven. Yun Mian Mian, put that down. The hot tray almost burned Octopus Girl's tentacle, so she obediently put it down and moved closer to Yun Mian Mian. What's the rush? It's not like I'm not going to give it to you. Octopus Girl was in pain from the burn, and tears even welled up in her eyes. Yun Mian Mian. You've got to be kidding me. Yun Mian Mian wore gloves so she could hold the tray without getting burned. She brought the grilled fish to the table, placing it on a cloth before setting the tray down. Then she took out her stewed pork trotters and put them in front of herself. Octopus Girl sensibly sat on the chair Yun Mian Mian provided, staring at Yun Mian Mian with wide eyes, then glancing at the grilled fish on the table. It wasn't until Yun Mian Mian said, "Go ahead and eat," that she extended her tentacle, curling around the 2 pieces of grilled ray and bringing them to her mouth to eat them bite by bite. An octopus's body is soft, but its mouth is very hard. With her strong muscles and sharp beak, she could easily crush crabs, let alone regular meat. When she ate, her eyes bulged out in focus, and her body contracted and expanded, as if she was savoring the delicacy. Yun Mian Mian hadn't eaten much yet when Octopus Girl was already finished. She looked content, though still not completely satisfied. It was obvious she wasn't full. Octopus Girl had done a lot of work, and she also had a big appetite. Yun Mian Mian gnawed on her pork trotter and thought for a moment before picking up a piece of pork trotter and offering it to Octopus Girl. "Do you want to try this? It's really good." Octopus Girl looked at the offered pork trotter with some hesitation. "You don't want it?" Octopus Girl was tempted. "Is it really good?" Seeing Yun Mian Mian eat it so happily and smelling the unique aroma, she was curious. "Of course." Octopus Girl. "All right, I'll give it a try." She extended her tentacle and took the pork trotter. Yun Mian Mian wanted to see if she would actually eat the pork trotter. She watched as Octopus Girl used her tentacle to place the pork trotter at her mouth and then swallowed it whole. Yun Mian Mian was shocked. Could she even eat the bone? Octopus Girl's eyes bulged even more. All 8 tentacles spread out as if she was extremely happy. "This is amazing. What is this?" Her reaction was a bit over the top. Yun Mian Mian, braised pork trotter. "I want more. It's so good." She crawled over, pulling Yun Mian Mian with her tentacle, pleading eagerly. Yun Mian Mian couldn't help but laugh. "This is my food, and you said you only eat seafood." "No more seafood. I'll eat whatever you eat." "If you eat my food, then what am I supposed to eat? I don't have enough." Octopus Girl thought for a moment. "I'll work for you." Yun Mian Mian. "Working is a given. You're my pet, and if you live here, you have to work." Octopus Girl was at a loss. She didn't know what to do to make Yun Mian Mian willing to give her more of that delicious food. It was just too tasty, and after eating it, she felt full of strength, warm and cozy, like she was floating. It was far better than eating steamed seafood or grilled fish. Those things had no flavor. Yun Mian Mian didn't realize that Octopus Girl liked seasoned food. After all, Yun Mian Mian thought of her as just an animal, so she didn't season her food. But the seasoned food that Yun Mian Mian prepared had buff effects, which also worked on Octopus Girl. After eating the pork trotter, Octopus Girl's stamina and mental power had increased, making her excited. "If you behave and work well, I'll give you more next time." All 8 of Octopus Girl's tentacles nodded. Yun Mian Mian. "All right, go work now. I'm going fishing for treasure chests." Octopus Girl obediently said, "Okay." While Yun Mian Mian fished, she took out the polar mineral resource map. Comparing the paper map with the system's map, she found a spot that was relatively close by. It seemed to be nearby. She stood up and looked far into the distance, but she couldn't see anything. So, she left the fishing rod in the automatic device and went to the third deck to use the binoculars. The binoculars allowed her to see much farther. She could see everything clearly within a few kilometers. Soon enough, Yunmian spotted a gray island. She widened her eyes. Taking out the paper map again, it seemed to match. She just happened to have an island landing card. She could sail over there now and land on the island tomorrow morning. Plus, she had a pet pouch, so she could put Octopus Girl inside and take her along. Thinking about Octopus Girl's 8 tentacles, Yunmian couldn't help but smile. She could already picture Octopus Girl using all 8 tentacles, each holding a different tool, frantically mining away. Iron ore, copper ore, whatever it was, she'd have her extract it all. However, she still didn't know if there were any other resources on the island. Yunmian quickly took control of the wheel and steered toward the island. She wouldn't be staying on the island overnight, so the ship would be anchored nearby, and she'd come back in the evening. There was no need to worry about the ship being unattended. But tonight, she still needed to make some tools, like a bronze pickaxe for mining and some shovels. Maybe there would also be plenty of penguins on the island. Since penguins could be kept as pets, it wouldn't be a bad idea to catch a few for trading. After all, everyone needs to complete the pet taming task, right? If no better pet is found later, a penguin would be a good choice. Moreover, Ni Yangguang's penguin has a pretty useful skill, and for most people, surviving this season is the most important thing. It's just that Yunmian wasn't sure how easy it would be to catch one, so she planned to make a few more bags. Yunmian quickly returned to the first level where the workstation was, and just as she did, the bell rang. A treasure chest had been hooked. Yunmian swiftly walked over to the fishing rod. This time, she reeled in a silver chest. Yunmian opened the chest. Chocolate mousse cake X1, donuts X2, macaron cookies X5, tiramisu K1. It was a dessert set. Yunmian couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten dessert, especially a small cake like this. She had almost forgotten what it tasted like. She didn't know which one to start with. She wanted to try them all. Desserts are the kind of food that makes people feel happy. Yunmian eventually chose the mousse cake. It was rich and silky, melting in her mouth, a sensation no other food could match. After eating it, Yunmian made up her mind. She would make desserts on her ship. She couldn't just wait for treasure chests for another sweet treat. If she didn't eat sweets, she wouldn't think about them. But once she had a taste, she realized that life without desserts lacked some flavor. Sitting on her chair, Yunmian slowly finished enjoying the cake, and soon that island came into view. From afar, it looked like nothing more than a deserted island, not very big, with visible blue and white glaciers on the gray surface. The glaciers, varying in shades of blue, were very majestic, possessing a serene beauty. Besides the glaciers, Yunmian couldn't see anything else. No animals, not even any vegetation. Yunmian stood on the deck gazing toward the island as they got closer. She could make out some lichen and moss along the coast, but nothing else. What would she find on this island? Would using an island landing card be a waste? What if she ended up with nothing? But what if the whole Antarctic continent consisted of islands like this? Plus, the mineral resource map showed a point that seemed very similar to this location. Though it couldn't be confirmed with absolute certainty, there was a significant chance. After hesitating for a while, Yunmian decided to land on the island. She was in dire need of a large amount of energy stones and iron ore. She had been doing a lot of construction recently, and the iron ore she had found before was all used up. Her resources were running out, and she needed to replenish them quickly. Yunmian stood up to make tools, but then noticed a treasure chest on the deck that hadn't been opened. It was the silver chest Octopus Girl had fished up. Yunmian didn't have high expectations, but she still had to open it. Maybe it would be filled with Octopus Girl's favorite food again. Yunmian picked up the chest and opened it. Pet Squeaky Toy X1, Chewable Crab Toy K1, Whalebone X1, Wind Chime K1. Yunmian. As expected, Octopus Girl would not be allowed to fish up treasure chests anymore. However, after picking up the items, Yun realized that two of them were actually useful. For instance, the whalebone and the wind chime. Whalebone, highly elastic and malleable, can be processed into various shapes. When ground into powder, it can also be used as fertilizer. Wind chime. This is not an ordinary wind chime. It symbolizes good luck, and when it rings, something good will happen. It can bring wealth and ensure safety. As for the other two, they would just be toys for Octopus Girl. They were practically chosen for herself. Since Octopus Girl was still obediently working, Yun decided to give them to her to play with. Yun hung the wind chime in her bedroom and stored away the whalebone. It was late, so she decided to rest early. The next morning, Yun got up and rolled the dice, resulting in a normal luck day. Yun thought for a moment and decided to wait one more day to see her luck tomorrow. If it was still average, she would go to the island anyway. In the meantime, she could finish making the tools she needed for the island. The sea was already frozen. Fishing up treasure chests was impossible. And the chat channel was filled with people lamenting. Yun tried herself, but the ice on the sea was very thick and couldn't be easily broken. She had no choice but to focus on other tasks. She took out the blueprint she'd stored for a long time, a small mineral detector. This thing was finally going to come in handy. Although it was small, and its detection range was limited, it was more convenient to carry and easy to hold. Small mineral detector. Uses the magnetic properties of useful minerals in ore to detect its location. It beeps when it finds ore. Required materials: bauxite X5, iron ore X15, energy stone, 35. Another 5 energy stones. Yun was grateful she hadn't used all the energy stones 2 days ago for heating panels. Otherwise, where would she find more now? The detector would take an hour to make, so Yun decided to have breakfast in the meantime. She took out the remaining half pot of braised pork trotters to share with Octopus Girl. Breakfast was a bit greasy, so Yun also ate some fruit. Now, whenever Yun ate something, Octopus Girl wanted to try it too. Yun gave her a mango. Octopus Girl ate it with wide eyes. What a strange taste. This sweet and sour flavor was something she had never experienced before. The more she ate, the more excited she became, with all 8 tentacles moving around like she was dancing. Yun tossed the 2 toys to her and said, "Play with these for a while to digest, and then get back to work." Octopus Girl had never played with toys before and found them fascinating. She happily went off to play on her own. At this moment, the workstation beeped to indicate the detector was ready, and Yun hurried over to pick it up and give it a try. She placed the iron ore on the first level, then took the detector to the second level to test below. The detector actually emitted a beep 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 sound. Afterward, Yun made 10 steel pickaxes and 10 steel chisels. These cost her 40 iron ores, all of which were essential for mining. It was getting late, so Yun decided to check the storage room. After dividing up the materials last time, Yun had gathered a lot of miscellaneous items and piled them in the storage room. She kept saying she would organize it, but she had been busy and kept delaying it. Since she was planning to land on the island tomorrow, it was time to see what could be brought along. The 4 walls of the storage room were filled with custom-made shelves, with all sorts of items neatly categorized on them. Yun first sorted some miscellaneous items from her backpack and placed them on the shelf for miscellaneous household goods. At this time, she received a message from Luo. Yun opened it to check. Luo. Mian, I found an island, and my brother has an island landing card. I asked him to come over immediately. Do you have an island landing card? If you do, I can send you the general location, and you can come too. Yun had been in little contact with Luo for the past 2 days. After asking her for help with the iron barrels the day before yesterday, she had been busy and had no time to chat. Luo probably had no time either. Yun Thanks, Luo, but there's no need. I just saw an island and am preparing to land on it tomorrow. Luo. That's fine then. Yun Can you show me what your island looks like and where it is? Luo immediately sent over a screenshot. After receiving it, Yun Mian Mian realized it was a volcanic island. She checked the approximate location and found it was too far from where she was. It would take at least several days to get there. Yun Mian Mian decided to pass on it. However, the resources on a volcanic island would definitely be different from the resources where she was. So Yun Mian Mian took out the mineral distribution map and noticed that the area seemed to be quite rich in minerals. Yun Mian Mian. Is your brother landing on the island tomorrow? Why don't you try to get an island landing card for yourself as well? Luo Luo. I don't have an island landing card. My brother got his from a treasure chest. Yun Mian Mian. I suggest you try to trade for one so you can go up there with him. It's not just about the materials. If they find a mining area, 2 people landing on the island will definitely have a big haul. Luo Luo. I think so too, but I haven't seen anyone willing to trade an island landing card, and I can't exactly shout about it in the chat channel. The chat channel was too chaotic, and it could easily draw too much attention. Of course, Luo Luo wanted to go to the island with her brother, so they could finally meet. It seemed as if the sea had some sort of spatial barrier. Their ships were invisible to each other. Even if both were anchored at the same island, as long as they weren't on the island, they wouldn't be able to see each other's ships. Once they were on the island, they could see each other. It had been like that on Spider Island. But with only one island landing card, Luo Luo had no other options. Yun Mian Mian. There's still one night left. You should give it a try. It would be better if you could get up there. Or, you could try to get a teleportation card so you could teleport to his island. Luo Luo. Okay, I'll try. Yun Mian Mian looked at her backpack. Have you learned the gathering skill? I have an extra gathering skill book here. Do you want it? Yun Mian Mian had gotten her gathering skill book through a trade with Luo Luo. Since she had an extra now, she figured she could give it to Luo Luo. On an island, the gathering skill is very useful. Luo Luo. I've already learned it, but my brother hasn't. Can he trade it with you? Yun Mian Mian. Sure, have him contact me. Luo Luo went to contact her brother, and Yun Mian Mian continued to sort the materials. Some things could be kept in her backpack and brought along to the island tomorrow. Items like a drill, iodine, bandages, and a thermos. She even wondered whether she should take a heater, so she could have it nearby during rest and meal times. But when she looked at the few remaining slots in her backpack, there simply wasn't enough space. She quickly opened the trading center and searched for wolf pelts and golden silkworm threads. Wolf pelts were still expensive, 10 iron ores for 1 pelt. Yun Mian Mian looked at her iron ore stock. She couldn't afford it. She had only a dozen or so iron ores left in her backpack. Yun Mian Mian began to wonder how she had managed to end up poorer and poorer. Where was all the profit from her recent trades? It seemed that everything had been turned into daily supplies. She was accumulating more and more living supplies, while her basic materials had decreased, mostly spent on production. Yun Mian Mian quickly opened her trading center and found that everything had been sold out. No wonder. It had been a long time since she last made anything to sell. The once thriving mini-mall had now fallen into decline, with the tens of thousands of players in Zone 3 buying everything in no time. Everything in no time. Over the past few days, the trading center had accumulated a bit of iron ore, but those were shared with Hu Yuan and Ni Yangguang, and she couldn't use them without permission. Yun Mian Mian thought for a moment and decided to message Hu Yuan privately. Yun Mian Mian, do you have any iron ore that you can trade? Hu Yuan was the materials big shot, and Yun Mian Mian believed he wouldn't let her down. Hu Yuan, how much do you need? Yun Mian Mian sighed in relief. She knew that asking Hu Yuan was a sure bet. I want to trade for 100 iron ores. Hu Yuan, all right. Yun Mian Mian, what do you want in return? Let me see if I have it. Hu Yuan, food. Any kind of meat is fine, but it's best if it's already cooked. Yun Mian Mian, I don't have anything cooked right now, but I could make some later. I do have raw meat available now. Hu Yuan, that's fine. Later works. 10 servings of grilled meat and 10 servings of that seafood sashimi you gave me before. He then sent her the 100 iron ores. Yun Mian Mian. Okay. Though it was a bit difficult, She had no choice but to agree in order to get the wolf pelts. After receiving the iron ores, Yun Mian proceeded with the trade. Previously, she hadn't seen any golden silkworm threads, but this time, she actually found them in the trading center. There were 2 people selling them, and together, they had just enough for 10 pieces. One person wanted weapons, and the other wanted energy stones. The weapon wasn't a problem, but Yun Mian was reluctant to part with her energy stones. Yun Mian received a friend request. The sender's name was Luo Zi. Yun Mian accepted the request and soon received a message. Luo Zi. Hello, Sister Mian. Yun Mian. Hello. This kid seemed quite polite. Luo Zi. My sister said you have a gathering skill book available for trade, is that right? Yun Mian. Yes. Luo Zi. What do you need in return? Yun Mian. Do you have any energy stones? Luo Zi. I don't have any left. The last one I found I gave to my sister. Yun Mian. Do you have any special items? After a while, Luo Zi sent descriptions of several items. Blender. Can be used to make soy milk, grind dry powder, juice fruits, mince meat, shave ice. Use your imagination to create any dish you desire. Bicycle. Who said you can't ride a bike on the sea? This is a very convenient means of transportation. Gundam model, educational toy. Assembling the model exercises hands-on skills, imagination, and creativity. Also makes a great decoration. They were indeed 3 special items. Yun Mian wondered where he had gotten them from. However, the blender was quite suitable for her. With it, she could make more delicious dishes. Yun Mian. I'll take the blender then. Luo Zi. All right. Yun Mian sent over the gathering skill book and Luo Zi sent the blender. Luo Zi. Thank you, Sister Mian. The resources I collect on the island can be prioritized for trading with you. Yun Mian. Great, good luck. If you need help, feel free to reach out. After accepting the blender, Yun Mian thought about using it to make more food to take to the island tomorrow. Yun Mian. By the way, Luo, do you want some dessert? I have donuts, cookies, and tiramisu. See if there's anything you'd like. After a while, Luo replied, Luo. No need, Mian. I just posted anonymously on the forum looking for an island landing card. Not sure if anyone will be willing to trade. Yun Mian. That's fine. Give it a shot. You never know. Luo. All right? Yun Mian. If you need anything, let me know. Also, if you have any seeds, I'd appreciate them. I set up a greenhouse and want to plant more vegetables. The seeds she had were almost used up, and Yun Mian needed to acquire more for large-scale planting. After chatting with Luo, Yun Mian privately messaged the player trading golden silkworm threads for energy stones. The player was anonymous, but Yun Mian could still message them. Hello, I want to trade for the golden silkworm threads. Besides energy stones, is there anything else you need? Yun Mian didn't hide her identity. Seeing Yun Mian's name, the player replied, Do you need the golden silkworm threads to upgrade your backpack? Yun Mian. Yes. If you don't have energy stones, then a pet contract scroll will do. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment. Trading a pet contract scroll for golden silkworm threads? Nice try. Besides, it wasn't even for 10 golden silkworm threads, just 4. It seemed this person thought she was rich and naive. Golden silkworm threads were rare, but pet contract scrolls were extremely limited, available only as rewards for the top 10 on the leaderboard. The player actually wanted to trade for it. Yun Mian directly rejected the trade. Never mind. She needed the threads, but she wasn't one to make bad deals. She then messaged the other player trading golden silkworm threads. Yun Mian had a bronze sword that she could offer. She wasn't sure if the other player would want it. The bronze sword had been a good weapon last season, but now it was a bit outdated. Almost every 2 players had a workbench, and weapon blueprints were more common. As expected, the player wasn't very interested when they saw the bronze sword. You can trade it, but you'll have to add something extra. Yun Mian. What would you like? Star coins. How about that? Yun Mian. How many? 10 star coins. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment and checked the market price for golden silkworm threads. The golden silkworm threads weren't that expensive in the marketplace, 5 star coins for one. Trading 6 golden silkworm threads for 10 star coins and a bronze sword seemed fair enough. Actually, there were no stable prices for sea-based trades. They varied every day. It all depended on the rarity of the items. Today, an item could be scarce, with only one person trading it, allowing the seller to set a high price. But if many people found it tomorrow, the value would drop. Golden silkworm threads weren't widely traded, and bronze swords were items she had already phased out. Although she had agreed in her heart, Yun Mian didn't show it. Instead, she asked, "Do you only have 6 golden silkworm threads? I need 10. Can you trade 10? I'll use 15 star coins, a bronze sword, plus a food item with beneficial effects for the trade." Yun Mian had 1 grilled fish left in her inventory, which would be perfect for the trade. She could always make more later. Yun Mian's food was well known and highly rated among Zone 3 players. "I only have 6, but my friend has more. Let me ask them. Hold on." "Okay." Soon, the person returned. "Okay, you can send it over?" "Sure." Yun Mian was pleased to get the golden silkworm threads she wanted at a reasonable price. Changshan was also very happy. He had asked his friend Fu Yan, offering Yun Mian's food in exchange for 4 golden silkworm threads. Fu Yan immediately agreed. As a result, Changshan made an extra 5 star coins for himself. With these 15 star coins, he could buy Coke or Sprite from the marketplace. He hadn't had a carbonated drink in so long and really wanted one. Alternatively, he could save up to 50 star coins and buy a pack of cigarettes, which would be great. Not many people were willing to trade for star coins nowadays. He hadn't expected the golden silkworm threads he caught to exchange for so many good things. At that time, Fu Yan had told him that the items caught seemed to follow a pattern during each time period. If Fu Yan caught something good, Changshan would follow along, with a high probability of catching the same thing. Fu Yan: "How do you know Yun Mian?" Changshan: "Just met her at the trading center. She wanted to trade for golden silkworm threads, so I traded with her and got some food." Fu Yan took out the grilled fish he just received. It was a piece of grilled mackerel, tender meat wrapped in spices and chili, and the skin was roasted to a golden brown. He could already imagine the flavor without even tasting it. Should he eat it now? This food had a bonus effect. But he wasn't tired or hungry at the moment. Eating it now would be a waste. Still, he had been at sea for so long and hadn't eaten a decent meal. He had heard about Yun Mian's food for a long time, but never got a chance to taste it. When Yun Mian randomly distributed 200 portions of food, he wasn't one of the lucky ones. He had tried to buy it in the trading center for a long time, but no one was willing to trade. Now that he finally had it, shouldn't he taste it immediately? Fu Yan was torn. Changshan teased him. "You know, you used to be 3rd on the leaderboard. Now she's so famous, why don't you compete a little?" Fu Yan: "I can't help it. I was just lucky before. I got a lot of decorative items that boosted my rating. The last survival challenge was about actual skill, and I didn't have that kind of skill." Changshan disagreed. "You do have skill. Luck is a type of skill too. Among all of us childhood friends, you've always been the luckiest." That was why Changshan always followed Fu Yan's fishing schedule for treasure chests. He wanted to get a bit of that good fortune. Fu Yan looked at his luck value, 72. He wasn't sure if that was high or not, but Changshan said his own was only in the 50s. Maybe his own score was quite good then. Yun Mian had enough materials to upgrade her backpack. She immediately upgraded it. The slots in the advanced backpack expanded to 45. This was already the highest level backpack. Seeing the additional slots, Yun Mian felt much more at ease. Finally, she wouldn't have to worry about not having enough space for supplies. Feeling more secure, Yun Mian went on a shopping spree in the marketplace, buying a pair of insulated boots, which cost her 50 star coins. Without insulated boots, she wouldn't be able to make it. It was fine on the boat, but walking on the ice required proper footwear. She also bought a miner's safety helmet. She had a helmet already, but it wasn't professional. It felt safer to buy a specialized one since this time she was specifically going to mine. This kind of safety helmet had a mount for a headlamp in the front and a clip for securing the cable in the back, making it more professional. She even bought 2 additional headlamps as spares. Yun Mian then took many items from the storage room and put them into her backpack. She even brought honey. She could boil some water and add honey for a drink. She also packed plenty of Antarctic krill, since penguins liked them. Better to bring them along, as the krill could also feed Octopus Sister. After spending so much time packing, her backpack contained 25 items, leaving 20 empty slots. The items included a small mineral detector, pickaxes, chisels, a Tang Dynasty broadsword, a dagger, a power drill, a quiver, a bow and arrows, a hot water bag, a thermos, a cast iron pot, a stove, a safety helmet, and a headlamp. She also brought a climbing bag filled with various small items: a lighter, bandages, Yunnan bayao, iodine, antibiotics, dried fruits, waterproof cloth. This took up 15 slots. The other 10 slots held various bulk items that were inconvenient to take out individually, like tar, sand, glass, and Antarctic krill. She planned to make 5 types of food and pack them in the remaining slots. Yun Mian was quite satisfied, though she realized she hadn't really organized much. She had just moved things from her backpack to the storage room, but there was still a huge mess in the storage room, and she couldn't figure out exactly how much she had. Oh well, having too many supplies was a blessing. Who knew when she'd really have time to organize it all? For now, it would do. Now she had to hurry and prepare the food. With the blender, Yun Mian could really show off her cooking skills. She used the blender to grind venison into mince, then mixed in a bit of minced onion, chopped scallion, minced garlic, pepper, and salt. She formed the mixture into meatballs and seared them in a skillet until they were golden and beautiful, then set them aside. Next, she stir-fried some vegetables, added water to boil, and then put the venison meatballs into the pot. After cooking them thoroughly, she added some mushrooms. Once done, Yun Mian tasted it. The texture was tender yet firm, so delicious that she couldn't resist eating 2 more. Octopus Sister was watching hungrily from the side, so Yun Mian gave her one as well. "More, please." Yun Mian. "Wait a bit." The venison meatball soup was nutritious and packed with energy, offering the best boost. She made 2 large pots of it, enough to divide into 8 portions, plenty to eat. This food could restore all her energy at a critical time. As for the other foods, Yun Mian made grilled meat and sashimi, just enough for Hu Yuan. For grilled meat, Yun Mian chose wild boar and wolf meat, making 10 portions, keeping half for herself. For the sashimi, she used tuna and cuttlefish, also making 20 portions and giving Hu Yuan half. After making the meat dishes, Yun Mian also made 10 potato pancakes. They were delicious last time, so she made more. For the main dish, she decided to cook white rice. It couldn't be simpler. She still had a few pounds of rice, so she cooked it all, putting the huge pot of rice into her backpack. Whenever she felt like eating, she could just scoop some out. With the preparations done, Yun Mian and Octopus Sister continued working on the greenhouse. Octopus Sister used her tentacles to install all the glass, while Yun Mian made 2 enclosed boilers, which would be used to heat the greenhouse later. With the glass and doors fully installed, the greenhouse was almost complete. Once she returned and laid down the soil, she could start planting vegetables. Looking at the beautiful greenhouse, Yun Mian felt a sense of satisfaction. After all the hard work, it was finally nearing completion. Before going to sleep, Yun Mian prepared food for the chickens and rabbits, then enjoyed a hot bath before lying down to rest. Another busy day had ended. Hopefully, tomorrow would bring good luck. Early the next morning, Yun Mian's first task was to gear up for departure. She put on a full set of polar gear: polar-resistant gloves, polar-resistant waterproof jacket, polar-resistant waterproof pants, goggles, and insulated shoes. She also wore a down vest and woolen sweater underneath. After getting fully equipped, Yun Mian called out Octopus Sister. "Octopus Sister, where are we going?" Yun Mian pointed to the island in front of them. To the island. Octopus Sister disliked cold places and had stayed on the boat because it was warm there. "Do we have to go?" Yunmian replied, "If you don't go, you'll have to stay on the boat by yourself. Don't you want to follow me?" Seeing Octopus Sister wavering, Yunmian added, "Come on, I'll bring along 2 heaters for you." Yunmian had already planned it out. If it got too cold, she would give Octopus Sister some soup to warm up. "All right, I'll listen to you," Octopus Sister finally agreed. Yunmian couldn't help but smile. "Good girl. Let's eat something before we go." She took out the grilled meat she made the previous day, and she and Octopus Sister each ate half. After eating, Octopus Sister's energy seemed different. "Do you need me to help you work?" Yunmian laughed. Octopus Sister seemed quite clever after all. Yunmian said, "Yes, I'll put you in the bag for now. When I need you, I'll take you out. This way you won't get cold." Octopus Sister wrapped her tentacle around Yunmian. Yunmian opened the pet pouch, and Octopus Sister voluntarily crawled in. Next, Yunmian took out the lucky dice. Actually, she was going to land on the island regardless of the number she rolled today, but she still silently prayed for some good fortune. The dice spun for a long time as Yunmian kept her eyes fixed on it, until it stopped on the face that read, "All things go as wished." It seemed today would bring good harvests. After putting away the dice, Yunmian prepared to go ashore. The system voice prompt sounded, "Arrived at Ice Crystal Island. Landing requires authorization. No authorization available. Unable to land." Ice Crystal Island. The name made it sound like a beautiful island. Just like last time, Yunmian took out her landing card and clicked to use it. Soon, the restriction to land disappeared. She slid down the rope from her ship, stepped onto the frozen sea, and set foot on the island. Once she set foot on the island, Yunmian realized that it was even more desolate than she had imagined. There was nothing in sight, just glaciers, with the entire ground covered in ice and snow. Had she not been wearing goggles, staring at it for too long would have been uncomfortable. Yunmian could only move forward. The cold was intense. Even wearing polar gear, she could still feel an uncomfortable chill. She moved slowly. This place was desolate, even devoid of people. There wasn't a proper path and the ground was very slippery. She had to tread carefully to avoid falling. After crossing 2 glaciers, she still found nothing. There wasn't a single tree. When she was on the ship, Yunmian thought that perhaps things were just obscured from view, but it turned out that there really was nothing. It didn't matter, though. She wasn't here to chop trees or pick vegetables. As long as there were minerals, that was enough. Yunmian took out her small mineral detector from her backpack and began scanning the ground. After 10 minutes of scanning, she found nothing. Perhaps it wasn't in this area? Maybe she had to go deeper. Yunmian was still on the outskirts of the island. The island was quite large, so she figured she had to go a bit further in. As she walked deeper, she kept scanning along the way. She moved so slowly that it took her an hour before she finally heard a sound from the detector. Yunmian perked up. She had found something. But the next second, her expression stiffened. Even if there were minerals beneath her feet, she couldn't mine them. The area within a 200-meter radius was covered in solid, flat ice. Yunmian took out her pickaxe and struck the ground a couple of times. It was rock solid, even harder than iron ore. She looked around, but there was no obvious point of entry. Even though she knew there were minerals beneath her feet, Yunmian tried using the power drill. But after a while, she gave up. The power drill could only make a hole about as wide as her finger. What use was that? And after drilling for a long time, it still felt blocked below. It was likely, as others had said, that the ice was over 1,000 meters thick. 1,000 meters. That would take 10 minutes just to walk across, let alone drill through. Yunmian sighed. Since she was already here, she couldn't just leave empty-handed. Even if it was all ice, she would take back a couple of pieces. She could at least use the blender to make some fruit smoothies. Wasn't it said that the ice here was very clean and pure? Maybe it tasted good. Thinking of the flavor of mango ice, Yunmian decided to cut some pieces of ice and put them in her backpack. She chose a white glacier and started chopping away with her pickaxe and chisel, soon managing to get 2 pieces of ice. Clean ice block. Text 2. It actually worked. To be honest, Yunmian knew her luck today was all wishes come true, so she didn't believe that she would find nothing today. It was just a matter of time. She continued walking deeper into the island. Suddenly, she thought of something and sent a message to Luo. Yunmian. Luo, have you landed on the island yet? Luo. No, my brother went up alone. Yunmian. Ask him what's on the island. I also landed, but I haven't found anything yet. It's all just ice here. Luo. He just told me he found a hidden ice cave. I'll ask how it's going now since he hasn't replied for a while. An ice cave? Yunmian pondered. She hadn't seen any ice caves around here. How hidden could they be? Actually, don't ask him. Let me talk to him myself and see if he's willing to share, Yunmian said. Luo was her friend, but Luo's brother might not necessarily want to share this information with her. If needed, she could use resources to exchange for information. Although it wasn't the same island, the terrain might be similar, and she could possibly learn something useful from him. Yunmian found Luo's chat window. Hello, sorry to bother you. I wanted to ask about the situation on your island. I'm on an island too, but I haven't found anything yet. If you have any clues, I can give you some food with beneficial effects. After a while, Luo replied, Sister Mian, I'm in an ice cave. I entered through an ice crevice. It's quite deep here, so it's dangerous. You could try searching near the glaciers. There might be ice crevices nearby. I found this one near a blue glacier. This information was already very helpful. Yunmian sent him a venison meatball soup and a pickaxe. Thank you. Here's something for you. The pickaxe can be used for mining. With your gathering skills, you should be able to find minerals. Luo, got it. You be safe too, Sister Mian. Too, Sister Mian. Too. Luo's brother seemed obedient, very different from Yunxiao. No wonder Luo worried about him so much. Speaking of Yunxiao, Yunmian wondered when the system would hold another competition. If she could encounter someone from Zone 1 or Zone 10, she might be able to say a few words to her family through someone else's live stream. For now, she needed to find an ice crevice. She was already next to the glacier, but it wasn't a blue one. Looking around, the blue glacier was still quite far away. Yunmian decided to search this glacier first. She couldn't just focus on the blue one. Maybe it was just a coincidence. She carefully walked along the edge of the glacier, always looking down to make sure she didn't accidentally miss an ice crevice and fall in. The crevices were deep. Falling in would likely mean death or serious injury, with no one to save her, except Octopus Sister. Yunmian was also worried that the ice beneath her feet might not be stable. If it broke after she stepped on it, revealing a crevice, that would be terrifying. Thus, Yunmian was very cautious, moving even slower than before. After half an hour, she had checked 2 nearby glaciers. Suddenly, a strong wind began to blow, and Yunmian felt that if the wind got any stronger, it could carry her away. She slammed her pickaxe into the glacier, firmly gripping its wooden handle, with her other hand holding onto the glacier. It wasn't until the wind died down that Yunmian's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. She had been terrified. It was a close call, but luckily the wind hadn't gotten too strong. Yunmian sighed, ready to continue moving forward. However, after taking just a few steps, she noticed a massive crevice not far ahead. It hadn't been there before. Yunmian was momentarily stunned, but she didn't rush forward. She proceeded cautiously, using her Tang Dynasty saber to tap the ground ahead of her as she moved. Sure enough, after only 2 taps, she found that the ice in front was not stable. Yunmian decided to walk around it. Once she reached the side of the ice crevice and looked down, she gasped in shock. It was so deep, it looked pitch black, like a bottomless abyss. After some hesitation, Yunmian took out a piece of ice she had chiseled earlier and threw it into the crevice. She waited for a long time before finally hearing a sound. Judging by that, the crevice seemed impossibly deep. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment, then took out her small mineral detector and scanned the ice. It didn't take long before she heard the beeping sound. There were minerals below. It seemed she had no choice but to go down. However, she hadn't anticipated this situation. She had brought all sorts of things but hadn't brought a rope. A rope was useful for climbing up or down mountains, but who would have thought she'd need one on flat ground and glaciers? Going back for it would take too much time, and there was no good way to mark this place. Everything looked the same. Yun Mian came up with an idea. She found a place sheltered from the wind, took out the stove and heater, and then released Octopus Sister. Thanks to the preparations, Octopus Sister wasn't too cold when she emerged. "Octopus Sister, I need your help. I need to get down into that ice crevice. Can you lower me down?" Octopus Sister's tentacles could grip the ice surface, while her other tentacles could wrap around Yun Mian. By slowly extending her tentacles, she could bring Yun Mian down safely. With Octopus Sister's suction power, there was no worry about falling. This was much safer than Yun Mian using a rope. Octopus Sister looked at the ice crevice and asked softly, "Do you really want to go down there?" "Yes, there is something important down there." Octopus Sister: "All right." She stretched out her tentacles and quickly wrapped them around Yun Mian's waist. With her great strength, Yun Mian was held tightly. Octopus Sister also gave Yun Mian another tentacle to hold on to. Yun Mian took a heater and kept it close to Octopus Sister, allowing her to absorb warmth from it. Octopus Sister used her other tentacles to hold onto the edges of the ice crevice, slowly descending. As they entered the ice crevice, Yun Mian could hear the sound of ice shards falling. Initially, Octopus Sister moved down cautiously, but soon, she began swinging back and forth, using her tentacles alternately. The speed of descent increased quickly. Yun Mian felt as if she were on a swinging ride, her body being flung around by the tentacles. She felt dizzy. Fortunately, they soon reached the bottom. Yun Mian noticed that Octopus Sister's tentacles had turned much paler. She quickly took out some food and gave it to her. Octopus Sister eagerly devoured the food. Seeing her finish, Yun Mian was about to put her back into her storage, but Octopus Sister protested, saying she didn't want to go back. "Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Yun Mian asked. "Not really." In fact, since contracting with Yun Mian, Octopus Sister's physical abilities had greatly improved and she wasn't as sensitive to the cold as before. However, she still instinctively disliked cold places. Between staying in a dark, confined space and being with Yun Mian, Octopus Sister preferred the latter. Octopus Sister: "It's boring in there." Yun Mian: "All right, then stick with me." Antarctica was extremely dry. Yun Mian had been feeling thirsty for a while, but she hadn't thought about drinking water until now. Finally, in the ice crevice, she took out a bottle of mineral water to drink, but the water was too cold and unbearable to drink, so she took out her thermos and drank several sips of warm water. After hydrating, Yun Mian took off her goggles, put on a safety helmet, and turned on the headlamp attached to the helmet. The pitch-black ice cave lit up, and she could clearly see the path ahead. Yun Mian chose a direction and walked forward, taking out the mineral detector. At first, the detector was silent, but after walking for a while, it started beeping incessantly. Finding it annoying, Yun Mian turned it off. In the ice cave, the sound echoed, giving her a headache. Honestly, being in a deep, dark cave like this was quite frightening. Octopus Sister followed Yun Mian closely, and even though she didn't make a sound, her presence made Yun Mian feel less scared. Yun Mian took out her pickaxe and struck the ice wall for a while, but she didn't find any minerals, only ice blocks. Could it not be here? The detector had been beeping so loudly. Yun Mian decided to keep going and take a closer look. They walked for about 10 more minutes before Yun Mian saw something glowing ahead. She hurried over and found a vast area filled with ice pillars, some towering over tens of meters tall. It was these ice pillars that were glowing. The space below the ice crevice turned out to be much larger than she had expected. Inside the massive ice pillars, there seemed to be something. Yun Mian chose one of the smaller ice pillars and began chiseling it open. The glowing object inside became brighter as she worked. Yunmian sped up, and soon the glowing object was revealed. Indeed, it was ice essence. Obtained ice essence, X1. Yunmian struck the ice pillar 2 more times, but nothing happened. The ice pillar had stopped glowing. It seemed that each ice pillar contained only 1 ice essence. Yunmian handed Octopus Sister 8 chisels and instructed her to chisel open the other ice pillars. Meanwhile, she looked around for any more minerals. Soon, Yunmian found a peculiar section of the ice wall. Under the headlamp's glow, it reflected a strange metallic luster. This must be it. The color was quite similar to the ore she had found in the spider cave earlier. Though there were slight differences, it was probably due to the different lighting conditions in the ice cave. Yunmian stopped and took out her pickaxe, striking the wall hard. Obtained iron ore, X2. Yunmian eagerly continued hammering away. Iron ore X2, iron ore Ini3. The steel pickaxe not only had a critical hit effect, but also higher durability, allowing for hundreds of strikes. After an hour of work, she had mined the entire ore wall. 200 units of iron ore were now in her backpack. Yunmian turned to check on Octopus Sister. The ground was littered with pieces of ice essence. All the glowing ice crystals had been chiseled open by Octopus Sister. Her efficiency was impressive. With 8 working tentacles, she could handle multiple tasks at once. Yunmian put away her pickaxe and walked over, collecting all the ice essence from the ground. She collected 30 units of ice essence and put them in her backpack. Afterward, she found another unusual section of the ice wall. When she struck it with her pickaxe, a chunk of ice fell away, revealing yellowish copper ore inside. Obtained copper ore X2. Although copper ore wasn't needed for upgrading her current equipment, Yunmian knew that copper was useful for many purposes, especially in making household appliances and in construction. Following her principle of take whatever you see, she started mining again. She also called Octopus Sister to help. With her assistance, they managed to finish mining the entire copper ore section in less than half an hour. There was still a narrow path ahead. Yunmian decided to explore it, even though it seemed darker than the previous areas. However, with her headlamp, there wasn't much of a difference. After walking through the narrow path, Yunmian discovered that the area was a dead end without any ice pillars. Nonetheless, she meticulously examined each ice wall. Using the detector here was futile. With minerals scattered everywhere, the detector would only beep continuously when turned on. She had to rely on her own eyes to find anything, but with her advanced gathering skills, she could detect even the smallest anomalies. She actually found a mineral in one of the corners. One swing of the pickaxe, and out came gold ore. Gold ore X1. Gold ore is a mineral aggregate with sufficient gold content for industrial use, and after processing, it can be turned into pure gold, just like how iron ore can be turned into steel billets after processing. Seeing the gold, Yunmian wasn't overly excited. This wasn't the real world. Although gold has many uses, it wasn't as practical as iron ore in this place. Should she use it to make jewelry? Or use it for beauty and skincare? Gold also has health benefits, and it can be ground into powder to make face masks. If she couldn't find another use for it, she could use it for skincare. There wasn't much gold ore here. She only got a little over 40 pieces after mining it all. It wasn't like the iron ore, which yielded hundreds, or the copper ore, which was over 100. It took 3 hours to explore this ice cave completely. When Yunmian came out, it was already noon. She planned to search for another ice crevice. For such a large island, there had to be more than one ice crevice. Although it was a hassle to search for, considering the amount of minerals in the caves, she was determined to continue. If she could find 3 ice crevices today, her gains from this trip would exceed her expectations. As she was thinking this, she saw another inconspicuous ice crevice near a blue glacier. The crack wasn't very big and was blocked by the glacier. One couldn't see it without getting up close. After finding it, Yunmian didn't go down immediately. Instead, she took a break, eating some food. She and Octopus Sister had been mining all morning without eating, which consumed a lot of energy. Now was the perfect time to eat and replenish, and by the time she found more minerals, her stamina would be fully restored. She drank a bowl of soup, ate 2 venison meatballs, and had 2 skewers of roasted meat. She ate quite a bit. It was mainly due to the cold and exhaustion. If it hadn't been so cold, she might not have needed to eat so much. Working in this kind of weather consumed energy quickly, and her mental stamina also steadily declined. By the time Yun Mian Mian emerged from the second ice crevice, it was nearly dark. She had spent a lot of time in this ice crevice because it was enormous. Although the entrance crack was small, the space inside was much larger than the first ice crevice. Moreover, the terrain was complex, like a maze. Yun Mian Mian even got lost twice, retracing her steps. It wasn't until she thought of a way, leaving small items on the paths she'd already traveled and letting Octopus Sister, with her keen sense of smell, lead the way, that she was finally able to navigate her way out. Without that, she would have spent even more time or might not have found her way out at all. However, the gains were well worth it. Not only did she find ice essence, but she also mined over 300 units of iron ore and found copper, platinum, and chromium ore. Adding the haul from the previous ice cave, in total, she obtained iron ore X582, copper ore X289, platinum ore X87, chromium ore X78, gold ore X48, ice essence X82. Platinum ore is also a rare metal, but not as valuable as gold ore. Yun Mian Mian didn't know what to do with it, but she took it just in case. As for chromium ore, it was a fantastic mineral that Yun Mian Mian liked a lot. This type of ore could be used as an alloying element for steel to produce various special steels. Special steel could be used for many things. For example, stainless steel basins were made from special steel. Many weapons were also made from special steel. Special steel was used in machinery, automobiles, military, chemical, household appliances, ships, transportation, and more. In the future, if her ship needed upgrading, chromium might be required. So Yun Mian Mian wanted to find more chromium ore. Unfortunately, after searching that ice cave thoroughly, she only managed to find that small amount. With night approaching, Yun Mian Mian hurried back with Octopus Sister. She wasn't sure if it would get windy on the island at night. After traveling for over half an hour, they finally saw the ship in the distance. Yun Mian Mian was exhausted. Even walking faster was a challenge. Finally, around 10 o'clock, she trudged back onto the ship. It had been a productive day. Even though she only found 2 ice crevices, Yun Mian Mian was already satisfied. After getting back, Yun Mian Mian checked her messages. Several people had sent her messages. There were messages from Luo Luo, Hu Yuan, Nie Yangguang, Rong Yu, Zhao Fuyun, and a few strangers. Yun Mian Mian checked the messages from her friends first. Luo Luo had asked how she was doing. Yun Mian Mian replied, "Just got back? It was okay. I'll send you some iron ore." Yun Mian Mian sent 50 units of iron ore to Luo Luo. Luo Luo quickly replied, "My brother just got back as well. You don't have to give me so much. I don't have anything to trade for it." Yun Mian Mian, "It's okay. I got a lot. How is your brother doing?" Luo Luo, "He hasn't said much. Just mentioned he was back. I guess he's very tired. I'll ask him after he rests a bit." Yun Mian Mian, "All right, keep it. If you have any seeds, give me some seeds." Luo Luo, "Seeds aren't worth much now. A lot of people are trading them at the exchange." Yun Mian Mian thought it over. That was true. In this weather, who could still grow anything? The crops she had planted earlier had all frozen. Luo Luo indeed needed the iron ore. After checking her backpack, she found that apart from the materials reserved for upgrading, she didn't have much else to offer for trade with Yun Mian Mian. But at that moment, Luo Zi sent her a message. Luo Zi sent over 100 units of iron ore. "Sis, this is what I mined today. I'll give you half." Luo Luo was surprised and then told Yun Mian Mian, "Mian Mian, I have iron ore now, so you don't need to send me any." Yun Mian Mian, "All right. You can't fish for treasure chests now. Do you need food?" Luo Luo. I still have enough for now. I'll let you know if I run out. Okay. After chatting with Luo Luo, Yun Mian went on to check Ni Yangguang's message. Ni Yangguang didn't have any major issues. He just wanted to ask if Yun Mian could help make a house for his penguin pet. After all, Yun Mian had an advanced workbench, and the pet house made from it would definitely be more advanced. I'll provide the materials myself, just tell me what you need. Yun Mian. Sure, but it'll have to wait a couple of days. I'm busy these days. Ni Yangguang. All right, I don't have a blueprint, but I drew a design. This is what I want. See if you can make it. Yun Mian took a look. The house Ni Yangguang drew was really abstract. He even specifically drew a sign on top of the house that said Penguin Room. Yun Mian. Maybe I can try? I'll give it a shot. That was all she could promise. Rong Yu wanted Yun Mian to help him make steel billets and had already sent her some iron ore in advance. Yun Mian thought it wouldn't take much time to make a steel billet, so she went to the workbench to make it for him. While waiting for the steel billet to be completed, she checked the other messages. Zhao Fuyun was the person who had previously asked for help making glass panes. They had added each other as friends for convenience. But since trading the glass panes, Yun Mian hadn't spoken with him. Zhao Fuyun. Do you have any work for me? It's so boring every day and I can't even fish for treasure chests. Yun Mian was wondering what he wanted. Turned out he was just looking for something to do. Yun Mian thought about it. Not at the moment. Maybe in a couple of days I'll contact you. Yun Mian's coal tar business hadn't started yet, and she would probably need people by then. She was just too busy. Originally, she wanted to make coal tar lamps to sell, but after obtaining production and application of coal tar chemicals, she didn't want to make them all into lamps anymore. But she simply had no time to deal with it. After she finished exploring the island and completed the greenhouse, it might be about time. There were a lot of private messages from strangers. Yun Mian skimmed through them. The person who wanted to use her pet contract book to trade for gold silkworms during the day said they could still negotiate and asked what she was willing to trade. Yun Mian ignored it. She had already said no before. Another message was from someone on the trading center, asking if she had energy stones and was willing to trade for skill books or blueprints. Yun Mian had used up her energy stones and lacked them herself. She replied, "Sorry, I don't have any energy stones." Other messages were all strange and random. The steel billet was ready, and Yun Mian sent it to Rong Yu. Rong Yu replied with a thank you and asked if she needed anything in return. Yun Mian was too tired. Making the steel billet was something she had already promised, and Rong Yu provided the materials himself, yet he still asked if she needed anything. Yun Mian casually replied, "No need," and didn't pay much attention to him afterward. She ate a little, took a hot shower, and finally felt alive again. But she didn't want to do anything. She lazily lay in bed, browsing the chat channel and forum. She hadn't checked all day and didn't know how others were doing. That wasn't good since a lot of useful information appeared in the chat channel and forum, and she couldn't afford to ignore it for too long. Sure enough, as soon as she opened the chat channel, she saw people discussing a post on the forum. Someone had discovered a penguin island full of penguins and was looking for a landing permit to go up and catch penguins. But landing permits were scarce. Even if someone had one, they wouldn't put it up for trade. Of course, people would want to use it themselves. By now, everyone knew the benefits of landing on an island. Moreover, this time, they were competing for resources with players from other districts. Do you guys think there are only penguins on Penguin Island? Probably not. There might be lots of other resources too, but you won't know until you go up. If I had a landing permit, I'd wait until I found an island and use it myself. Trading it would only get me 100 or so resources, but using it myself might get me hundreds or thousands. Keep dreaming, hundreds or thousands? The Antarctic continent doesn't have that many resources. It's barren and full of ice. Without some skill, you won't get anything if you land there. How would you know? Have you ever been up there? Anyone with basic geography knowledge would know. Yun Mian agreed with that person's comment. If others were on the island she explored today, it would be hard for them to find anything. Even if they found the ice crevice, it would be difficult to go down. Yun Mian managed only because of Octopus Sister's help. Without her, even with a rope, it would be extremely dangerous. A slight mistake, and you'd fall to your death. It was hundreds of meters high, and getting down was no easy feat. Even if someone managed to get down, getting back up would be much harder. Unless they found an already low ice cave, but that would depend on luck, just like Luozi finding one. It could be that his island's terrain was different. Yun Mian hadn't found anything like that. Maybe if she kept searching, she could find something. Thinking about Luozi, Yun Mian wondered how his harvest had gone. She had a good haul today, so if Luozi found something she didn't, they could trade. She would check on the situation after finishing tomorrow's exploration. Yun Mian then checked the forum. Gufang had posted another survival guide on the forum. This time, it was a survival guide for the glacier season, and Yun Mian was curious. Surviving the glacier season. No food, no treasure chests. How do we get through it? Surviving the glacier season. No food, no treasure chests. How do we get through it? Since there were no more treasure chests, my food ran out quickly. I tried many different methods and finally found one that worked. With the ice frozen over, I used tools to drill a hole in the ice. After half a day, I finally made a hole, allowing me to fish from the ice. But it's been tough. Since yesterday, it wasn't until this afternoon that I finally caught a cod. Here's the translation of the given text. Although it was just one fish, it was enough for me to eat for 3 days. Players who have the conditions can try this method, but be sure to ration it carefully, as there are very few ways to get food now. Of course, this hole has also given me hope of fishing for treasure chests again. Since I can catch fish, if I make the hole a bit bigger, maybe I can fish for treasure chests too. I'll expand the hole tomorrow, and everyone can wait for good news. I won't delete this post. I'll keep updating it. Everyone can also speak up and share their survival methods. We in District 3 should unite and cooperate. The post was filled with comments praising Gufang. There's no denying that Gufang is indeed a skilled survival player, and in the real world, he must also be a helpful person. Yun Mian also got useful information from his post. Drilling holes to fish for treasure chests? That could work. She had a power drill and a generator, so as long as she made the proper tools, it wouldn't be too difficult to drill a big hole in the ice-covered sea. The sea surface had only been frozen for a few days, unlike the island's ice surface, which had existed for hundreds or thousands of years. Having made up her mind, Yun Mian decided to wake up early tomorrow and give it a try before heading to the island. The next day, the temperature dropped to -25 degrees Celsius. Even without wind, players had to stay inside the cabin and light fires to keep warm. As soon as they stepped outside, they had to wear very thick, cold-resistant clothing, as ordinary clothes couldn't keep them warm. Yun Mian slept while hugging a hot water bottle covered with both a down comforter and a cotton quilt. The moment she got up, she had to put on her polar suit, or it was too cold even in her room. Stepping out of her room, the cold wind that stung her face made her feel numb. The sea was nowhere to be seen. Everything was covered in ice. Remembering her plan from last night, Yun Mian immediately prepared her tools, intending to drill a hole on the sea surface, but before starting, she rolled her lucky dice. Yesterday's good luck hadn't continued. Today she got a better luck next time. The god of good fortune was taking a break. Yun Mian had adjusted her mindset well, so even with average luck, she didn't feel upset. She braced herself and walked onto the ice. She first tried using the power drill, and after about 10 minutes, she drilled a small hole. She continued by drilling a circle of small holes in the ice surface, connecting them to form a circle, then used a chisel to break the connected ice, which fell into the sea, creating a small ice hole. But this still wasn't big enough, so Yun Mian continued using the power drill to enlarge the hole. After about an hour of work, it was already 8 o'clock. The wind on the sea was getting stronger. Yun Mian drilled another hole nearby to place the device that would secure the fishing rod. Finally, she put the rod in place. She left the rod there, hoping that by the time she returned, maybe there would be a treasure chest on the hook. Mian wasn't sure if this would work, but she had to head to the island now. She had gotten up half an hour early but had already spent more than an hour working on this. She returned to the ship to gather her things, called out to Octopus Sister, and once again set foot on Ice Crystal Island. Today, Ice Crystal Island was engulfed in chaotic winds, making it even harder for Mian to reach the glaciers. Luckily, she brought an extra trekking pole today to help stabilize herself and prevent falls. However, the road was still difficult to walk on. Walking on ice, she thought she might need better shoes with more traction. After an hour, Mian realized she seemed to have reached the other side of Ice Crystal Island. The environment here looked different from what she had seen yesterday. She wasn't sure if she had lost her way in the wind and deviated from yesterday's route. But it didn't matter, as long as she found an ice crevice. Mian moved toward a nearby glacier. Suddenly, Mian seemed to hear a penetrating cry, and she immediately stopped to look around but saw nothing. Mian was puzzled. What kind of sound was that? She became more cautious. The sound didn't seem human, but she couldn't be sure. It was more like a long, drawn-out screech. Ah! Was it an animal? The most common animals on the Antarctic continent were penguins. Mian guessed it might be a penguin. Mian wanted to follow the sound, but in the wind she couldn't determine the direction, and it only called out once. After hesitating for a moment, she continued walking toward the glacier. Finally, after 15 minutes, Mian reached the closest glacier. This glacier was a deep blue color. The glaciers here wouldn't melt for hundreds or even thousands of years. Most of the ice was crystal clear light blue, but only a few were deep blue. Mian found it fascinating. Up close, the glacier was breathtakingly beautiful. But she didn't have much time to admire the beauty of nature. Instead, she focused on finding a new ice crevice. Finally, Mian circled around the glacier and found an irregular ice crevice half a meter wide. The widest part of this crevice was half a meter, while the narrowest was only about 10 centimeters. Mian could only go down through the wider part. As before, she needed Octopus Sister's help. The two had developed a good level of coordination. Today, going down the crevice, Mian didn't feel as dizzy as yesterday. She held tightly to Octopus Sister's tentacle, pressing her body closely against it, closing her eyes, and waiting to land. After swaying for about 10 minutes, Octopus Sister gently placed Mian down. "We're here." Octopus Sister's voice echoed in the ice cave. Hearing the echo, Mian felt that this ice cave was even bigger than yesterday's, and given how long they had descended, it was at least over 2,000 meters deep. She hadn't opened her eyes just now, so her estimate might not be accurate. It could be even deeper. Here's the translation of the given text. Mian put on her safety helmet and looked around. This ice cave was different from the previous two. It wasn't cold at all. In fact, it was a bit warm. She touched her forehead and didn't feel feverish. This meant that the temperature here was quite high, and she was dressed too warmly. Mian unzipped her coat, and it felt comfortable. It seemed this was another hidden world beneath the Antarctic ice. If she listened closely, Mian could hear the sound of flowing water. She decided to move in the direction of the water sound. Some players mentioned that there were vast freshwater lakes beneath the glaciers, and it seemed to be true. This meant that there might really be ancient creatures living here, or even fish that humans had never seen before. After all, Antarctica was shrouded in mystery. Scientists had long said that there were many unknown species hidden deep within Antarctica. Mian felt both nervous and excited. Maybe she'd discover something today. She was nervous because the unknown often meant danger, but where there is danger, there may also be opportunity. Mian decided to move forward. She believed in her own luck. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the sound of water grew louder. The ground underfoot also became wetter. It wasn't just ice anymore, but water flowing as well. She even saw moss and algae. Even though she was deep underground, the air here was surprisingly fresh, and she didn't feel a lack of oxygen at all. Yesterday, when she was in the other two ice caves, Yun Mian felt a bit stuffy after staying for a long time. As she walked, Yun Mian suddenly noticed a giant, strange insect clinging to the ice wall. It looked terrifying, but it stayed motionless. Yun Mian took a closer look but didn't recognize it. After learning advanced gathering skills and reading books on marine creatures, there were hardly any marine animals Yun Mian didn't recognize, but this creature was entirely foreign to her. Yun Mian decided not to touch it. It might be poisonous. It was safer not to take any risks. She avoided the insect and continued forward, eventually reaching glowing ice pillars and a huge lake. The ice pillars stood on either side of the lake, with fewer pillars on her side and countless ones on the other side. But the lake was enormous. Yun Mian had no way of crossing it. She had wood in her backpack, but building a raft here with her tools was impossible, and besides, she wasn't sure if there were any large creatures in the lake. If there were, crossing the lake on a wooden raft would be suicidal. Yun Mian quickly abandoned the idea of crossing the lake. She shouldn't be too greedy. Life was more important. Yun Mian decided to collect the ice marrow only from her side. She took out her tools and began chiseling all the ice pillars she could reach on her side. The sound of chiseling was loud and echoed. After a few strikes, Yun Mian heard movement from the lake. She quickly stopped, her face turning pale, and became alert. She stared at the lake's surface for a long time, and finally, something that looked like a dolphin surfaced, its head peeking out to watch her from afar. It was a pure white dolphin, very beautiful, with a touch of ice blue on its head. Its body had the same streamlined shape as a regular dolphin, and the reason Yun Mian thought it resembled a dolphin was its long snout and head. No species of dolphin looked like this. Yun Mian and the creature stared at each other for a while. It seemed very curious about this unfamiliar being and watched her intently. Yun Mian carried a sea talk pearl and wanted to communicate with it, but it dived back into the water before she could. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to continue gathering ice marrow. This place was too unusual, and who knew what other creatures might be here? She needed to hurry and collect all the ice marrow. Yun Mian roughly counted the ice pillars. There were about 40 or 50 just on her side. Yun Mian handed several tools to Octopus Sister and let it go to the corner to collect minerals. She had already noticed that there were some mineral deposits on both sides of the lake. Under the glow of the ice pillars, they reflected a unique radiance. Octopus Sister worked quickly, and before long all the collectible minerals had been gathered. Yun Mian simply walked over and picked them up all at once. There was still time, but without crossing the lake, the collectible items were only those in her immediate area. Octopus Sister seemed curious about the lake, dipping a tentacle into the water. Yun Mian asked, "Do you want to go in?" Octopus Sister replied, "I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of fish in here." Octopus Sister's sense of smell was highly sensitive, and it had just dipped a tentacle in to feel around. The lake had a lot of living things, and the water was not cold. It felt nice, but whether or not there was any danger could only be determined by actually going in. Yun Mian said, "Maybe it's best not to go in. Who knows what's in there?" Octopus Sister responded, "I'll just use my tentacles to take a look." It extended its tentacle deep into the lake. There are a lot of fish. Though its tentacle had no eyes, it could sense many schools of fish. Yun Mian was also curious about what was going on in the lake, but she didn't dare go in. The Antarctic continent had such a complex variety of organisms. Many species in this extreme environment hadn't changed for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and they were very different from what she imagined. Octopus Sister played in the lake with its tentacle for a while, originally looking happy, but then suddenly pulled it back quickly as if startled. Its tentacle almost tangled up in the process. Yun Mian asked, "What's wrong?" Octopus Sister replied anxiously, "There's something very dangerous." It felt a massive creature approaching, so it quickly withdrew its tentacle. Yun Mian fixed her gaze on the lake's surface and took a few steps back. In the clear, dark blue water, she could see a massive creature slowly surfacing. She couldn't see exactly what it was, but it was huge, probably about 7 or 8 meters long. Mian began to back away slowly, grabbing Octopus Sister's tentacle and gently put it into the pet pouch, ready to make a quick escape if anything went wrong. Here's the translation of the given text. As long as that thing stayed in the water, it should be fine, but the problem would arise if it could move on land. Fortunately, the creature didn't come up. Instead, it slowly sank back into the water. Mian hesitated for a few seconds but ultimately decided to leave. She still didn't want to know what was in that lake. On her way back, Mian found 2 more types of minerals. There weren't many, and she quickly collected them. When she emerged from the ice crevice, Mian had mixed feelings. There was an entirely different world beneath the ice crevice, and logically it should have plenty of resources, but she couldn't access them. If only she could go into the lake or reach the other side. But she stopped herself. Not everything could be gained. You win some, you lose some. It would be more practical to find another ice crevice instead. Just then, she heard the "ah" sound again. This time, with no wind, Mian could tell where the sound was coming from. She decided to go check it out. Following the sound, Mian found an emperor penguin. The emperor penguin was sliding on its belly across the ice, making ah sounds. Mian was immediately charmed by its cuteness. It was so adorable. It looked like it was wearing a black tuxedo with a round white belly flattened against the ice. Its neck was golden, adding to its beauty. From the looks of it, the penguin was about 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall, enjoying itself on the ice so much that it didn't even notice Mian approaching. There were probably more penguins nearby. Just as she thought that, she saw another one. This penguin was standing on the ice a bit further away, seemingly daydreaming, staring into the distance. It stretched its neck repeatedly, making its black flippers look adorably clumsy. Mian watched them, lost in thought. Previously, when Nie Yangguang kept talking about how cute his pet penguin was, Mian didn't really feel it because she'd only seen photos and hadn't witnessed their adorable behavior in person. Now, Mian had to admit that penguins were indeed silly, cute creatures. They were like carefree children. Originally, Mian had planned to catch a few penguins to sell, but seeing how happy they were on the ice, she suddenly lost the desire to do so. They were so happy here. Bringing them onto her boat might not make them as happy. She watched for a while and was about to leave, but at that moment, she heard voices. "Bro, we've been walking for half a day now and haven't seen anything. Maybe there's nothing on this damn island?" "Bro, look over there! Penguins?" Mian turned and saw 2 men. One was tall and one was short. One was skinny and one was chubby. The shorter one wasn't actually that short, but the other one was exceptionally tall, standing at around 1.88 meters, which made him stand out. The shorter one was about 1.78 meters, but was a bit bulky. With his thick down jacket, he looked even bigger, making him seem shorter and chubbier compared to the tall man. One of them initially only saw the penguins, while the other noticed Mian first. Mian locked eyes with the tall man for a moment. All 3 of them were wearing polar protective suits and glasses, making it impossible to see each other's faces. Since 5 zones had been transported to the Antarctic continent, Mian wasn't sure if the 2 men were from her zone. However, if they didn't recognize her later, they were probably from a different zone. After all, Mian's appearance was already well known throughout Zone 3 from the previous broadcasts. "Why is there a person over there?" The chubby man also saw Mian. The tall man was observing her. Mian thought, there were 2 of them, and only one of her. If they had any ill intentions, she might not be able to beat them. However, with Octopus Sister's help, she could at least escape. After all, Octopus Sister's skills were well suited for escaping. First restrain one person, then use a black mist attack. So Mian decided to see how things went first. If anything happened, she could always run. "Which zone are you from?" the chubby man asked. Mian hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to randomly say a zone. What if they were from the same zone? What if these 2 were famous, and she just didn't know them? That would give her away. Zone 3. Zone 3, huh? The chubby man's tone was a bit strange. He turned to the tall man and said, "Bro, she's from Zone 3? Yun Mian thought, what's wrong with being from Zone 3? It seemed these two weren't from Zone 3. What about you guys? We're from Zone 1. Zone 1. Yun Mian's expression subtly changed, but she quickly showed a surprised expression. Wow, Zone 1 is amazing, the zone with the most survivors. You Zone 3 aren't bad either, especially your top player, that Yun Mian. Yun Mian laughed. Ha ha ha, yes, there's indeed a Yun Mian in Zone 3. The chubby man clicked his tongue twice. Didn't she get first place in the last competition? Yun Mian naturally responded, yes, Yun Mian is quite famous in Zone 3. The chubby man asked, you came to the island alone? Yun Mian nodded. Yes, I just got here. I heard the penguin sounds, so I came over. The chubby man asked, first day on the island? Yun Mian answered, yes, I just got here. The wind was too strong earlier, so I found a place to hide for a while before coming out. We also just arrived. How about we stick together? The chubby man clearly had an agenda. Yun Mian pretended to be excited. Really? That would be great. I was just worried it'd be too dangerous to be here alone. It's so cold and windy here. Hearing her say that, the chubby man looked a bit annoyed. The tall man glanced at her clothes. With that gear, you shouldn't be too cold. Here's the translation of the given text. Yun Mian paused, realizing she had made a mistake. Her impressive outfit was an obvious giveaway. It was a reward for the first place on the leaderboard. However, it wasn't as if only those on the leaderboard could get it. After all, a few days had passed since the end of the competition, and polar cold-resistant suits had started appearing, though they were still quite rare. Most players were still wearing regular down jackets. Like Yun Mian, those who could wear a complete set were either incredibly lucky or very skilled. She had made a small misstep, but Yun Mian remained calm. Yeah, I got lucky. 2 days ago, I drew a golden treasure chest and got a cold-resistant outfit. Plus, I got 8th place in the last competition, which awarded me the polar cold-resistant pants. The rest of my gear was acquired through trading resources. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come to the island. This statement was fairly credible. Claiming she had come in 8th place meant she had some skills but was not overly powerful. It made her sound like a lucky player. After Yun Mian said this, the chubby guy smiled. Well, that's not bad. 8th in your zone isn't too shabby. The tall guy said nothing. Bro, should we let her join us? The chubby guy wanted to get some information about Zone 3 from this female player, especially about that Yun Mian. The tall guy neither agreed nor objected, effectively giving his consent. The chubby guy said, how about it? Come with us, and we'll split whatever resources we find among the 3 of us. Yun Mian's eyes shifted slightly, and she agreed, Sure. I don't really know where to look for resources anyway. Isn't it right in front of us? The chubby guy grinned and looked at the penguins. Yun Mian asked, are you going to catch the penguins? The chubby guy replied, why wouldn't I? So far, there's nothing but penguins on this island, so let's catch them first. Bro, wait here. I'll go grab those 2 penguins. Yun Mian didn't move. She didn't want to catch them herself, but she couldn't stop someone else from doing it either. Even if she did stop them this time, more people would come to the island in the future. Yun Mian asked, are you catching them to sell as pets? What else? Do you think I'm going to eat them? The chubby guy laughed without looking back. Though he was chubby, he was surprisingly agile. He ran across the ice smoothly and quickly caught a penguin. Once he had it, he put it in a bag and tied it off. Man, why is this penguin so heavy? He didn't have a pet pouch, so he had to carry the penguin. After catching it, he handed it to the tall guy, who glanced at Yun Mian before pulling out a pet pouch and putting the penguin inside, then storing it in his backpack. Yun Mian said, wow, how did you put the penguin into your backpack? Isn't it impossible to put living things in there? Yun Mian played dumb. You don't know? This is a pet pouch. It's made for storing animals. With this, You can keep live creatures in your backpack. The chubby guy was willing to explain, while the tall guy remained silent. You're 8th in your zone and didn't even know about this? He teased. Mian smiled awkwardly and said, I really didn't know. I've never seen one before. Ha ha ha, fair enough. Not many people have these in our zone either. Mian asked, You guys must be really skilled then, huh? The chubby guy chuckled without answering. He ran off to grab the other penguin, and the tall guy took out another pet pouch to store that one as well. Mian exclaimed, You have so many of these? The tall guy said calmly, Just 2. Mian said, That's still impressive. It really was impressive. She only had 1. Mian began to suspect the man's identity. There were 3 people from Zone 1 on the global leaderboard. Zhao Yichen had told her about them previously. They were Wei Yue, Shen Qianjue, and Zhao Yichen himself. This man was likely one of those 2. If he wasn't, he was definitely someone very powerful. Let's go, the tall guy said, glancing at her. The chubby guy suggested, How about you tell us about what's happening in your zone, and I'll share some intel in exchange. So straightforward? Actually, it wasn't a bad idea. After all, she didn't necessarily have to tell the truth, and the other side didn't necessarily have to be honest either. Mian asked, What do you want to know? Now that the sea has frozen, you guys can't fish up treasure chests either, right? The chubby guy started with a harmless question. Yeah, everyone's trying to figure something out. We can't fish up treasure chests, so resources are getting scarcer. Mian sighed. The chubby guy asked, Haven't you thought of any solutions? All we can do is go to the islands to find resources. Island cards are super expensive now. I was lucky enough to get one, but it doesn't seem like there's much on this island. Just ice everywhere. If I don't find any resources, I'll just take some ice back. Ice? What would you do with ice? Mian replied matter-of-factly. Melt it into water. When we're short on food, we can't afford to run out of water too. Really? The chubby guy thought she was exaggerating. Really. The things I've gotten from treasure chests are all clothes, shoes, and fabric. Very few food or drink items. Now there's nothing available for food and water in the trading center. The chubby guy said, True enough. Looks like your luck is a bit lopsided. Mian nodded. Yeah. Are you guys not short on food? How about trading some with me? I didn't bring much, but would you be interested in a stove? I can trade that for food. The chubby guy looked visibly embarrassed. I don't have much either. Mian sighed. All right then. Originally, the chubby guy had wanted to guide the conversation toward Mian, but he hadn't expected her to keep shifting the topic. Before he knew it, he was being led along by her. He wanted to ask more, but the tall guy interrupted him. Enough! Stop talking! It's noisy! The chubby guy had no choice but to quiet down. Let's see if we can find any useful resources. It's all just ice. Mian suddenly thought of the deep ice cave she had found earlier. Why not test their abilities? That cave was so dangerous. If they could get down there, it meant they were really strong. She had already collected all the resources from inside, and what was left was just the lake. Mian didn't dare take the risk, but maybe they would. These 2 seemed well-equipped. Mian had obtained her pet pouch by defeating the giant spider mother, but they acted like it was no big deal, even letting her see it without concern. That meant they had many things better than that. Perhaps they had a way to cross the lake. After hesitating for a moment, Mian decided to lead them over there. That blue glacier over there looks beautiful. It's amazing. Maybe there's treasure inside? After saying that, Mian acted as though she had never seen anything like it before and quickly walked over. So pretty. I'll take some photos to send to my friends. The chubby guy looked at her with a bit of disdain. Does this girl have no common sense? This is just a natural phenomenon, and she thinks there's treasure inside. The tall guy didn't comment on Mian, saying nonchalantly, Let's go take a look. At least this dark blue glacier was a prominent landmark. Might as well check it out. To avoid suspicion, Yun Mian Mian pretended to be completely engrossed in the beauty of the glacier and didn't notice the ice crevice. Instead, it was the tall guy who spotted it first. He called out the chubby guy's name. "Zhao Lu, over here." He pointed towards it. The chubby guy exclaimed, "Whoa, look at the size of this crevice!" His voice was loud, and Yun Mian Mian was also drawn over by the sound. "Oh my, how can there be such a big crevice? Falling into that would be deadly." The chubby guy shuddered. "If we hadn't noticed it and stepped into it, we'd be done for. Hey bro, where are you going? Be careful." The tall guy walked up to the crevice and dropped a metal block into it. They waited a while before hearing a sound. "About 3,000 meters." The chubby guy shouted, "No way, that deep?" The tall guy nodded. "Mm-hmm." Yun Mian Mian said, "That's really scary. We need to be careful and watch our steps." The chubby guy agreed. "Yeah, definitely." The tall guy said, "Let's go down and take a look." The chubby guy was stunned. "Huh? Bro, are you serious?" The tall guy looked at him and the chubby guy knew he wasn't joking. "All right, I get it. You're going down? Didn't you say it's 3,000 meters? How are you even going to get down there?" Yun Mian Mian put on a fearful expression. "If you go down, you won't be able to come back up." The chubby guy also looked at the tall guy with hesitation, but the tall guy took out a web shooter. Yun Mian Mian's eyes widened. He had one of those too. Yun Mian Mian hadn't brought her web shooter. How could she forget that? The web shooter had strong adhesive properties and could easily stick to ice. Just like Spider-Man, as long as he controlled it well, he could indeed go down bit by bit. It was similar to the way the octopus had carried her down. However, to control the web steadily was also quite challenging unless you practiced. "Bro, with my weight, are you sure it's okay?" The chubby guy was worried about his own weight. Hearing that, the tall guy hesitated. The chubby guy was indeed too heavy. He weighed 160 kilograms and the tall guy himself weighed 150. Together, that was over 300 kilograms. He wasn't sure if the web could bear that much weight. It was definitely too risky. If something went wrong, both of them could lose their lives. The tall guy had previously tested the web's capacity. It could hold up to 250 kilograms without a problem. The chubby guy looked at Yun Mian Mian. "How about you go with him? I'll stay up here and wait for you guys." The chubby guy was feeling nervous and didn't want to go down. Yun Mian Mian shook her head. "I don't want to go down either." Since the chubby guy didn't dare, of course, she had to pretend too. The chubby guy said, "Don't worry. My bro will take you down safely and you're not overweight." Yun Mian Mian still shook her head. "It's too dangerous. You can go down yourself. Why bring me along?" The chubby guy thought about it. "True. How about you go by yourself, bro? Bringing her along is pointless." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused, his eyes looking elsewhere. Yun Mian Mian noticed his small movement and immediately realized he was looking at his screen. The two were still communicating privately. Yun Mian Mian pretended not to notice. At this point, the chubby guy pulled Yun Mian Mian aside. "My bro says he thinks you're lucky and wants to take you along. The benefits will be shared with you, and I'll keep watch up here. How about it? My bro is very capable. Going down with him will definitely bring you some good stuff." Yun Mian Mian replied softly. "What if he turns on me?" The chubby guy said, "He won't. We're not that kind of people." Yun Mian Mian acted doubtful. "Well, how can I know for sure? I'm not strong, and if he decides to kill me down there, no one will find out." The chubby guy said, "If that's what we wanted, we could do it right now and just throw you down." Yun Mian Mian showed a fearful expression. "Would you?" The chubby guy replied, "Just an example, don't be scared, we're good people." Yun Mian Mian said, "I'm still scared, words mean nothing. How about you give me something as collateral and I'll send it to my friend? If I come back safely, I'll return it." The chubby guy said, "You're quite cautious." Yun Mian Mian responded as if it were obvious. "I have to be. It's the apocalypse. And as a girl, I have to protect myself." The chubby guy gave her a thumbs up. "Good thinking." The tall guy asked, "What do you want as collateral?" Yun Mian Mian looked at the tall guy, pondering for a moment. "I don't know. Up to you." Here's the translation of the given text. Yun Mian wanted the pet pouch. She only had one, and these things were never enough. It would be convenient to store other animals in the future, but she knew they wouldn't give it to her, so she didn't ask. Chubby guy. We didn't bring much out, just survival gear. Out. Yun Mian. Then what do we do? We're not from the same region. Can we even make an agreement? The tall guy hesitated. Yun Mian suddenly had an idea and quickly said, Forget it. How about this? You give me a little fee for my trouble. Not much. Just 50 iron ores and I'll go down with you. Making an agreement required signatures, and she couldn't use her real name. She quickly tried to change the subject. This guy didn't seem too interested in making a formal agreement either, so he didn't reply to that suggestion. 50 iron ores wasn't a lot, but it wasn't too little either. To an ordinary player, it was a small fortune. Yun Mian didn't really need the 50 iron ores. She was just pretending to look weak so these two wouldn't target her. So far, no one knew if killing someone would make them drop their backpack items. There had been no precedent for this in Region 3, and Yun Mian wasn't sure about Region 1. But even if it had happened in Region 3, no one would likely share that information. In an apocalyptic game, it was normal for people to die. If Yun Mian didn't have some ability to protect herself, she wouldn't have dared to deal with these two. But she knew she had to stay on her guard without giving herself away. Hearing this, the tall guy initiated a face-to-face trade and transferred 50 iron ores to Yun Mian. Once we go down, the resources we find will be split 80-20, and if there are plentiful resources, I'll give you a penguin afterward. How about 70-30? Tall guy. No, if you want 70-30, you won't get the penguin. Yun Mian hesitated for a few seconds and then chose the penguin. All right, 80-20 it is. I want the penguin. She then glanced at the abyss below the ice crevice. But how are you going to take me down there? Tall guy. Come here. Yun Mian walked over to him. The tall guy grabbed her, pressing her against his chest. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and grabbed her clothes, easily lifting her up. Yun Mian felt awkward. Although in such situations one shouldn't feel awkward, Yun Mian had very few experiences of being so close to a man. She didn't know if he could tell she was feeling tense. Soon, the tall guy used his web shooter to launch a string of webbing, sticking it to the ice wall. He pulled it to check if it was secure, then held on to Yun Mian while controlling the web to descend. Yun Mian had expected this person to be strong, but his skill still surprised her. Not only was he physically strong, but he could also expertly control the web shooter. Yun Mian thought, I've learned something new. When I go back, I'll practice my web shooter skills too. Once she mastered it, climbing rocks or descending mountains wouldn't be a problem for her. Something's been here, the tall guy said in a low voice. Yun Mian. Huh? There are marks here. The tall guy gestured for Yun Mian to look at the ice wall. There were wet traces and little circular marks all over it. Yun Mian looked closely. Weren't these the suction marks left by the octopus's tentacles? Yun Mian said, This looks so strange. Tall guy. It doesn't look like human-made marks. Yun Mian. Huh? Then what could it be? The tall guy thought for a few seconds. Not sure. It's odd. Yun Mian. Should we still go down? Yes. The tall guy's tone was firm, and he continued to descend. Their descent wasn't fast. The tall guy was very stable and never took risks to speed up. He tested the web every time to make sure it was secure. Yun Mian was scared at first, but eventually felt reassured. After about half an hour, they finally touched down. The tall guy let go of Yun Mian, then stood there and messaged the chubby guy to tell him they'd arrived. Yun Mian looked up at him and asked, By the way, how should I address you? Tall guy. Lin Wei. Yun Mian. Okay, I'm Xiao Yun. Tall guy. Let's go. He took a flashlight out of his backpack to light the way ahead. Although Yun Mian had been here once before, she still followed Lin Wei from behind. Lin Wei was observing the ground. She had no idea what he was looking for. Yun Mian was relieved there weren't any of her footprints left. Otherwise, it could have been a problem. This guy had a sharp eye. Not long after they started walking, Lin Wei suddenly squatted down. Yun Mian knew he had seen the traces left behind from her earlier mining. Someone has been here. Then does that mean everything inside has been taken already? Maybe. Should we still go in? Let's take a look. With the items along the path gone, Lin Wei quickened his pace and headed deeper in. He could hear the sound of water. Such a deep, expansive ice cave with such a livable temperature. There was definitely more than just a bit of resources inside. It couldn't have all been taken by 1 or 2 people. Sure enough, they soon reached the lake. Yun Mian continued her act. There's such a big lake in here! Lin Wei's face darkened as he saw the broken ice columns. He then removed his goggles, revealing his face. Previously, his face had been mostly hidden behind his goggles, making it hard to see what he looked like. Only now did Yun Mian realize that he was very good-looking. Not the delicate, pretty type. His facial features together had a rugged, attractive look, and his expression carried a sense of severity, giving off an aura of strength. Yun Mian touched her own goggles, but didn't take them off. Some people from Region 1 had seen her through Zhao Yichen's livestream. Although she hadn't revealed her name, they might have guessed who she was. After all, in everyone's eyes, she had a good chance of being the one who killed the bear and got first place. The tall man frowned and squatted down to inspect the ice pillars, pinching some ice marrow residue between his fingers for a closer look. Yun Mian guessed this was his first time on the island, and he probably didn't know where to find ice marrow. But now it seemed he had discovered it. The opposite side of the lake was full of these ice pillars, all glowing from afar. Yun Mian acted clueless. What are you looking at? Is there something inside the ice? Do you know what ice marrow is? Yeah. It's a material for upgrades, right? The level 5 experts in our region mentioned it. After level 5 to get to level 6, you need ice marrow. Yun Mian started making things up. Are you level 5 too? You aren't? Yun Mian laughed. I'll definitely reach level 5 after this trip. Oh. He didn't ask further, instead standing up to look at the opposite side of the lake, deep in thought. What's wrong? We need to get across. The lake's so wide. How do we get across? The reason the tall guy brought Yun Mian along, besides wanting another set of hands, was that he didn't fully trust her alone with the chubby guy. He could tell that this woman had some skill. Judging by her gear, she was better than she claimed, pretending to be a lucky novice who got her equipment by chance. But he didn't believe her entirely. The chubby guy was a new player, strong but under-equipped, less experienced compared to some veterans, and more prone to trusting others. This time, the chubby guy had gotten an island entry card, and Lin Wei had joined him with a teleportation card. He was here to protect him, and it was best not to leave him alone with this woman. Moreover, he wanted to test her out. His instincts told him she was not simple and had some ability. Lin Wei looked around. There was nothing but ice, just a few patches of moss and lichen on the ground, which wouldn't be much help. Yun Mian was busy collecting the moss, apparently planning to take it back. There's nothing else here, so I'll take some of this back. Maybe it'll come in handy. Lin Wei. In fact, moss and lichen were useful. They reduced soil moisture evaporation during plant growth, stabilized the soil, and increased its water retention. Yun Mian hadn't collected them earlier because she was worried her backpack couldn't fit everything. Since she was back, she figured she'd take some with her. Might as well make the most of it. Lin Wei pulled something big out of his backpack. Yun Mian was stunned. A kayak? This guy even had a kayak. That meant they could indeed cross the lake. But Yun Mian had the same concern as before. If there were any large, aggressive creatures in the water, sitting in a kayak wouldn't be safe. And there was definitely something in the water. Yun Mian had seen it earlier. Aren't you worried there might be something in the water? Yun Mian reminded him. Lin Wei looked at the ice pillars on the opposite shore, still determined to take the risk. The ice pillars on the other side are full of ice marrow. If we get them, Not only can you reach level 5, level 6 won't be far behind. Mian exclaimed, but then reasoned. Upgrading is important, but so is staying alive. Linwei, are you sure you don't want to go over? Mian. Why don't you go ahead and try first? Linwei. If you don't come, all the resources are mine and I won't split them with you. Mian. She stared at the kayak, then at the lake, thinking of that massive creature from before. Who knew what it was? What if the kayak flipped? But this kind of opportunity didn't come often. If it weren't for being with this guy, how would she ever get the chance to cross the lake in a kayak? There were so many ice marrows over there. If she could take even 20%, she'd make a fortune. Before, she had no means to cross, and the lake was dangerous, so giving up made sense. Now that there was a chance, should she take the risk? Fortune favors the bold. Mian hesitated. Make a decision quickly. Linwei dragged the kayak to the lake's edge. This PVC kayak was much better than an inflatable one and could hold 2 or 3 people. It would definitely be okay for Mian and him to ride together. The opportunity was right in front of her. If she went, she could get the ice marrow. The thing in the lake might not even attack them, but if she didn't go and Linwei ended up coming back with all the ice marrow, she would definitely regret it, and she'd already come this far. All right, let's go. If she were alone, she definitely wouldn't go. But since someone else was with her, and this guy seemed pretty strong, Mian felt a bit more confident. Mostly, those glowing ice marrows on the other side were just too tempting. Getting them would be hitting the jackpot. The level 5 experts wanting to upgrade needed the ice marrow, and they must have some good items in their hands. Once they were on the kayak, Mian felt nervous and kept her eyes on the water. Linwei threw her a paddle so she could help row. With both of them paddling, they moved quickly and soon reached the middle of the lake. The giant fish that Mian was worried about didn't show up. They safely reached the other side, and as they disembarked, Mian breathed a sigh of relief. The ice pillars on this side were several times more numerous than those across the lake. From across the way, she could only see some of them glowing, but now that she was on this side, her heart started racing. There was so much ice marrow. Mian couldn't help thinking, if she had her own means to cross the lake, all these ice marrows would be hers. But now she could only take 20%. She sighed. Still not lucky enough. Today's luck was just average. Oh well, if it weren't for meeting these 2 people, I wouldn't have even gotten this 20%. The tall guy took out a tool and started chipping away. Mian noticed that he was using a steel pickaxe. She didn't have any junk tools in her backpack. If she also used steel tools, wouldn't that be out of character? After thinking about it, she took a couple of steps forward and asked, Your tool looks pretty good. Do you have another one? I only have an iron pickaxe. The tall guy didn't doubt her and pulled out another steel pickaxe to hand to her. Mian tried it out. The grip felt slightly different from her own. It seemed to be modified. Upon closer inspection, the wooden handle was thicker and the head of the pickaxe was larger. It wasn't suitable for Mian, though. Her hands were small and she wasn't as strong as he was. It was probably custom-made for him, as long as it worked. Mian chipped away for an hour, managing to collect over 100 pieces of ice marrow. With her promised share done, Mian stopped. After putting her share away, she asked, Do you need help? The tall guy glanced at the many ice pillars. It would probably take him hours to mine everything alone. If Mian helped, they could speed up. But before they came down, they had agreed that the resources would be split 20-80. Mian had taken her share. Helping him was optional. Obviously, if she was offering to help, she'd want something in return. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by so much ice marrow? The tall guy said, Help me smash the rest, and after I collect them, I'll give you an extra 10%. Mian, deal. Honestly, Mian wanted to summon the octopus to help. If she had the octopus, all these ice pillars would be gone in no time, less than an hour, easy. But now she could only rely on her own effort. Another hour passed. Finally, they shattered all the ice pillars. Mian roughly estimated that there were almost 1,000 ice marrow pieces here. This guy was hitting the jackpot. Mian felt a bit bitter. She was the one who brought him here. But she hadn't lost out either. She got quite a bit of ice marrow. If she hadn't brought him here, she wouldn't have gotten any. Honestly, Mian hadn't expected him to have a kayak. She thought she'd see if he could swim across. After collecting all the ice marrow, the tall guy kept his word and gave Mian over 60 more pieces. In total, Mian had collected 225 pieces of ice marrow. During her first descent, she'd only gotten 45. Mian thought they'd leave after collecting all the ice marrow. But then the tall guy discovered a small hole. The hole wasn't big. It looked like something an animal might have dug. She watched as he pulled out an extendable pole and used it to check the depth. Mian stood by and saw that when he pulled the pole out, its tip was covered in some foul-smelling gunk. Mian stepped back in disgust. Could this be some animal's lair? The tall guy. Maybe. The hole's not deep, about a meter or so. Mian. Why would something poop in its own lair? So unhygienic. She was relieved that he didn't plan to crawl inside. Since he didn't, she felt at ease. The tall guy checked around further but didn't find anything else. His gaze moved towards the lake. Mian saw him staring at the lake and thought, is he planning to go in? To be honest, Mian also wanted to go in. Based on previous experiences, lakes like this were bound to be full of resources. But she was scared. She hadn't dared to before seeing that huge creature in the lake, and after seeing it, she definitely wasn't going to. The tall guy started taking off his polar gear, looking ready to dive in. Mian, you're really going in? Gonna see what's in there. There might be creatures in there that have lived for thousands or even millions of years. It's very dangerous, Mian reminded him. It really was dangerous. This wasn't like the lakes or seas outside where humans fished. The ecosystem here hadn't been disturbed for tens of thousands of years. Many creatures had grown to immense sizes, beyond imagination. Upon hearing Mian's words, the tall guy hesitated for only a couple of seconds before continuing to undress. Underneath his polar gear, he had another layer on, so it didn't matter if he stripped in front of Mian. Seeing that he wasn't listening, Mian didn't say more. Maybe he really had the strength for it. She had brought him down here because she wanted to see his skills. If he was indeed the top-ranked player from Region 1, as she suspected, she wanted to know just how strong he was. Mian said, I'll wait up here. If something happens to you, I'm just taking the kayak and leaving. She made her point clear. She wasn't going to dive in after him. They were just acquaintances. Mian added, also, let the guy up top know, just in case I end up being the only one going back, and he thinks I did something to you. The tall guy said calmly, without me, you think you can get back up there? Mian. Then don't go. If you die, what am I supposed to do? The tall guy actually smiled. Then you'd better pray I don't die. Mian. Fine, go ahead then. She wasn't going to argue with him. The tall guy removed his polar gear and then a wool sweater, revealing a short-sleeved shirt and pants underneath. His physique was indeed impressive. At 1.8 meters tall, well-proportioned with long legs. The muscle definition on his forearm showed he trained frequently. He didn't rush into the water right away. Instead, he warmed up by the lakeside, looking very professional. Mian found a flat rock to sit on, resting her chin in her hand, and opened the chat channel. Ha, the system really won't let us just wait and die. I've been walking on the ice for so long, and I finally found an ice cave. Whoa, that's awesome. What's in the ice cave? Of course, there are treasure chests. I just fished one up. Wow, that's amazing. I'm going to look for an ice cave on the ice, too. Damn, it's so cold I can't even get out. What are you guys wearing that lets you walk on the ice and find treasure chests? I'm wearing 2 down jackets. It's a bit bulky, but at least I'm not cold. Holy crap! This treasure chest is awesome. It gave me an island entry card. I also found an ice cave. Let me try. It seemed that the treasure chests in the ice caves were of good quality. Yun Mian Mian wondered if she could fish out a treasure chest from the hole she drilled. She quickly messaged Luo Luo, telling her to search the ice. Maybe Luo Luo was too busy and hadn't checked the chat channel, missing out on this useful information. Yun Mian Mian also forwarded the message to Ni Yangguang and Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan already knew, while Luo Luo and Ni Yangguang were both occupied. They immediately thanked her after receiving the message. Hearing the sound of water, Yun Mian Mian looked up. He had already jumped in. Yun Mian Mian stood up to observe the water. The kayak was still by the side. He hadn't put it away. She wasn't sure if he was giving a live update to the guy above. Yun Mian Mian checked her backpack. Today's biggest haul was the ice marrow. Upgrading only required 100 ice marrow, but she already had over 300 now. Suddenly, there was movement in the lake. Yun Mian Mian looked closely and saw a whirlpool forming in the water. The whirlpool grew larger and larger. A massive creature slowly emerged, revealing half of its body. Before Yun Mian Mian could clearly see what it was, she heard strange sounds from the water. She stood up and shouted the tall guy's name, "Lin Wei! Are you all right?" But no matter how much she shouted, she couldn't see any trace of him in the water. She thought to herself that things were not looking good. The guy was probably in trouble. Upon closely observing the creature's features in the lake, Yun Mian Mian was almost certain that it was a sleeper shark. Such a large sleeper shark was rare. Normally, a sleeper shark could grow up to 7 or 8 meters, but this one was at least 9 meters long. Sleeper sharks are very fierce predators, much like great white sharks, but usually larger in size. The color of the lake surface became murky. Blood was spreading in the water. Yun Mian Mian frowned as she watched the sleeper shark swim back and forth. She knew she had to make a decision immediately. She looked at the kayak nearby and decided to head over. She planned to row to a spot far from the lake's center, trying to avoid the sleeper shark as she crossed. Halfway through, Yun Mian Mian hesitated, took off her clothes, stored her polar gear in her backpack, and released the octopus. "Octopus, hold on to my feet with your tentacles. I'm going to take a look underwater. If there's any danger, I'll tap your tentacle, and you need to pull me up right away." She wanted to see what happened to that guy. Yun Mian Mian jumped into the water. The water was very clear. Despite being at a distance, she could still see the tall guy fighting the sleeper shark. From afar, she saw him wielding a long sword. Although he was tall, he still looked small compared to the shark and was nearly bitten several times. If it weren't for the shark's slow movements, he probably wouldn't have survived this long. But it seemed he wouldn't be able to last much longer. The blood that had spread in the lake earlier, she couldn't tell if it was his or the shark's. There were many creatures in the lake. Around Yun Mian Mian, there were all sorts of small fish, but where the tall guy and the shark were, there was nothing. Probably everything had fled. There were many sea spiders and huge scale worms on the lake bed. These creatures looked disgusting and terrifying, and there were so many of them. Yun Mian Mian felt her skin crawl. After watching for a while, she decided not to help. Her luck today wasn't particularly good, and it was likely that both of them would end up as shark food. Even if they managed to kill the shark, she would be exposed. To help, she would need to use her Tang Dynasty horizontal knife. This thing was so valuable that anyone knowledgeable would instantly recognize it as something bought from the store. The tall guy's combat abilities were clearly stronger than hers. If she exposed herself in front of him and couldn't escape, it would be trouble. In a lake this big, who knew if there was more than one sleeper shark? Just as Yun Mian Mian was thinking about this, she looked down and saw a huge jellyfish floating up below her. Yun Mian Mian was startled. She hadn't noticed it before. It was a Stygiomedusa with a giant umbrella-shaped body, 10-meter-long tentacles, and a dark red appearance that looked incredibly eerie. This creature was a carnivore. It had 4 arms, each 10 meters long, which it used to catch prey. Yun Mian Mian happened to be within its hunting range. Her heart almost stopped, and she quickly signaled the octopus to pull her up. She didn't want to stay in this lake for even a moment longer. Time to go. Yun Mian Mian had the octopus help paddle, and she quickly rowed to the other side. After getting ashore, She took off her inner clothing and changed out. At this point, she didn't care about much else. She put on the polar gear and just wanted to leave. Thinking about the tall guy still in the water, Yun Mian decided to wait a bit longer. Maybe he would manage to kill that sleeper shark? If he didn't surface in 15 minutes, Yun Mian would leave. She had warned him not to go into the water. There were so many strange and terrifying things in there. It was just too dangerous. Yun Mian had Octopus deliver the kayak to the tall guy. That way, if he could come up, he could get on the kayak and cross the lake. After forming the contract, Octopus's tentacles could extend much longer, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to deliver the kayak. Yun Mian felt she had already done her best. If she had been shameless and taken the kayak into her backpack, probably no one would have known, especially since it looked like this guy might not make it. Apart from the chubby guy, but Yun Mian wasn't too worried about dealing with him alone. However, Yun Mian still left the kayak, just in case he had a slim chance of survival. 15 minutes later, Yun Mian turned and left without looking back. Yun Mian arrived at the bottom of the ice crevice and looked up. It was already dark. Had they been inside for so long? Judging by the time, it seemed about right. It was cold, and the sun set quickly. She had to hurry and leave. It would still take some time to get back to the boat. Yun Mian had Octopus take her up. She made no sound, hoping not to let the chubby guy notice. If she could slip away quietly, that would be perfect. To be honest, it was a pity the tall guy had died. He promised her a penguin too. Now that promise was gone. It took more time to get up. After half an hour, Yun Mian finally got out of the crevice. The chubby guy didn't notice her. Yun Mian quickly put Octopus back into her bag. She breathed a sigh of relief, planning to leave quietly. However, just as the chubby guy turned around, he saw her trying to sneak away. Yun Mian immediately said first, "Your brother got eaten by a shark. I saw things were going wrong, so I ran. Did he send you any messages?" The last message the chubby guy received from the tall one was a screenshot telling him he saw a sleeper shark at the bottom of the lake, and it looked enormous in the picture. After that, he lost contact. The chubby guy, anxious and helpless, could only wait above. He couldn't go down there, and if his brother was really dead, going down himself would also mean death. Now, hearing Yun Mian's answer, his face turned pale, and he collapsed on the ground. Yun Mian said, "Hey, sorry for your loss. It's getting late. I'm going first." The chubby guy opened his mouth as if to say something but couldn't get the words out. It wasn't until Yun Mian walked far away that he suddenly got up and shouted loudly, "If my brother died, how did you get up?" Yun Mian vaguely heard some words but didn't catch them clearly, so she quickened her pace. Halfway through, she suddenly saw a faint glow coming from an iceberg in the darkness. Yun Mian suddenly thought of energy stones. Yes, the glow from an energy stone was that color. Yun Mian's eyes lit up, and she immediately headed for that iceberg. Unexpectedly, it took until after dark to see the energy stones within the ice. Turns out that the delay wasn't all bad. The iceberg was a bit far, and it took Yun Mian 15 minutes to walk there. With time pressing, she asked Octopus to help her dig with tools. Soon, they dug out the energy stone from the iceberg. Energy stone X1. Indeed. Yun Mian quickly ate 2 pieces of grilled meat and gave 2 pieces to Octopus, refilling both of their stamina. With strength replenished, they could work faster. Before long, they extracted all the energy stones from the iceberg. The energy stones in just one iceberg were not that many. Once all the glow from the iceberg was gone, she finally stopped. A total of 20 energy stones. Another unexpected joy. Yun Mian felt satisfied, packed up her belongings, put Octopus back into her bag, and continued on her way. However, after just a few steps, she suddenly heard the chubby guy calling from behind. "Xiao Yun! Xiao Yun, wait!" Yun Mian was stunned. Didn't she only tell the tall guy her name was Xiao Yun? Oh, maybe the tall guy had told the chubby guy in a message. Yun Mian turned her head and glanced back, surprised to see not just the chubby guy, but also the tall guy. The chubby guy was supporting the tall guy as they approached her. Yun Mian thought to herself, no way, after all that, he's still alive. Did he kill the sleeper shark? If so, then he probably had a lot of sleeper shark meat. Sleeper shark meat is toxic and tastes awful, but after processing, the toxins could be removed. Yun Mian's mind raced. Wait, why were they chasing her? She hadn't taken anything from them. She even left the kayak. Could they be chasing her to give her the penguin? That shouldn't be the case. Were they really that trustworthy and kind? Or had they realized she had already been to the ice crevice? That was possible, especially since she couldn't explain how she got back up. So Yun Mian dared not stay and quickened her pace towards the ship. She didn't dare accept the penguin now. Better to shake them off and get back to the ship first. But they were relentless, and just as Yun Mian reached the ship, they caught up. Xiao Yun, why are you walking so fast? We've been calling you for so long. The chubby guy was out of breath. Yun Mian, why are you calling me? Chubby guy, why are you running? Yun Mian, I'm not running, I'm just walking. You can't run on this ice. If she could run, she would have already run. Chubby guy. Tall guy. Yun Mian slowly backed away while also keeping her eyes on the tall guy. He looked pale, very weak, and was holding a cane. She had no idea how he escaped from the shark's mouth and then managed to catch up. Did you kill the shark? Yun Mian couldn't help but ask. Tall guy. How did you get back up? They both spoke almost at the same time. Yun Mian. I climbed up. The chubby guy gave a thumbs up. You must be kidding. 3,000 meters and you climbed up? Are you made of iron or something? Tall guy. Who are you really? Yun Mian. And who are you? He hadn't answered her question before. Though he didn't respond earlier, it was essentially confirmed. The sleeper shark had been killed. Yun Mian? Gui Yue. They spoke one after the other, staring each other down. Yun Mian thought to herself, I've been exposed. Time to get away. Gui Yue? Did you lead us to that ice crevice? Yun Mian. I did not. She wouldn't admit it anyway. They had no proof. Gui Yue. And it was you who mined the minerals below? Yun Mian. Since you didn't die, shouldn't you give me that penguin? Gui Yue. She figured, since she'd been caught up with, why not take the penguin? Gui Yue was silent for a moment. Speak truthfully, and I'll give you the penguin. Yun Mian. The penguin was agreed upon. You said it yourself. With so much material down there, giving me another penguin is fair. I didn't take advantage of you. Chubby guy. Bro, is this girl really Yun Mian? Gui Yue. Unless she isn't from District 3? Chubby guy. Huh? Chubby guy didn't understand what he meant. Gui Yue didn't bother explaining to him. I'll tell you later. The chubby guy nodded and then looked at Yun Mian. We mean no harm? We just want to exchange some information with you. Yun Mian didn't believe them. It was unlikely that they only wanted to exchange information. If Gui Yue had suspected her from the start, then bringing her down the ice crevice was merely a test. But Yun Mian had played her part well, leaving him no handle. The only giveaway might have been her climbing up after assuming Gui Yue had been swallowed by the shark. Gui Yue. I'll give you the penguin. Yun Mian didn't move. Then hand it over. Gui Yue took out the pet bag from his backpack and released the penguin. As soon as the penguin was released, it started making noises, looking confused. It was innocent, having no idea what these humans intended to do, just bewildered. Yun Mian looked at the chubby guy. Put it in the bag for me. The chubby guy had a large bag to carry the penguin. The chubby guy glanced at Gui Yue, who nodded. Give it to her. Yun Mian hoisted the bag with the penguin inside. It was pretty heavy. Gui Yue. Without a pet pouch, you won't be able to escape carrying the penguin, even though it was only a few dozen meters to the coast. But Gui Yue was confident that Yun Mian wouldn't make it. Yun Mian was equally confident. If I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Gui Yue. Really? Yun Mian raised an eyebrow and took out her weapon from her backpack. Seeing the Tang Dynasty saber, Guiyue's expression changed slightly, but he quickly smiled. Nice blade? Yun Mian, your Kanda sword is not bad either. In the lake, she had noticed Guiyue holding a Kanda sword from the mall. The entire sword was gorgeous, with gold decorations on the blade and scabbard. The scabbard's design was intricate and beautiful, wrapped in a layer of luxurious velvet. The handle was wrapped in silver wire and crafted in a shape that fit the hand perfectly. This sword was undoubtedly powerful, and it seemed Guiyue had had it for some time. He wielded it skillfully. The chubby guy tried to mediate. Haha, no need for weapons, why make it so intense? No one paid attention to him, and both Yun Mian and Guiyue remained silent. The chubby guy awkwardly shut his mouth. So it seems you want to test your skills against me? Guiyue was injured, but it wasn't apparent from his appearance. Yun Mian, why not? She put down the bag containing the penguin and assumed a fighting stance. Guiyue held his sword in one hand, arm outstretched, the blade and arm forming a straight line, very sharp and poised. Just as Guiyue focused on Yun Mian, waiting for her to make a move, Yun Mian suddenly took out a pet pouch. In the next second, 8 tentacles reached toward the chubby guy. The chubby guy shouted in panic, "What is that?" As Guiyue moved to intervene, Yun Mian swung her saber at him, forcing him to raise his sword to block. His sword was powerful, and while Yun Mian's saber had great power, she lacked Guiyue's strength. With this clash, Yun Mian stumbled back 2 steps. But Yun Mian was prepared for this. She regained her balance and raised her saber to strike again. Guiyue had already seen that the 8 tentacles belonged to a giant octopus. He glanced at Yun Mian in surprise, quickly thinking of the possibility. But Yun Mian didn't give him time to think. She kept swinging her saber at him. Guiyue seemed calm, but inwardly, he was taking her seriously. He hadn't expected Yun Mian, a woman, to be so strong and fearless. Her movements showed training, calculated and disciplined. Although he appeared at ease, he was actually fully focused. Just as he prepared to properly face off with Yun Mian, a cloud of black mist sprayed out, blocking his vision completely. What is this? It stinks. A minute later, the black mist dissipated. The chubby guy looked around. Where did she go? Bro, where did she go? He turned to Guiyue. Guiyue, stop looking. She's long gone. Huh? The moment the black mist spread out, Yun Mian had already put the penguin into her pet pouch, called out octopus, and fled. She had no intention of properly dueling Guiyue. Her stance was merely a diversion. While they were distracted, she had octopus release the black mist and made her escape while they were disoriented. The confusion mist skill could create a lingering black mist for a full minute. Yun Mian had octopus use it 6 times in a row, since it could be used 6 times a day, all to cover a radius of 10 meters in darkness. Then Yun Mian had octopus lift her up and take her to the ship. Even though Yun Mian couldn't see, octopus could navigate through its sense of smell. By the time Yun Mian and octopus got back to the ship, only then could Guiyue and the chubby guy see their surroundings clearly. Guiyue realized the situation was bad as soon as he stepped out of the black mist, but the chubby guy was only just catching on. Bro, what now? She's already gone. Let's head back, Guiyue said calmly. The chubby guy. Huh? We're just heading back? Guiyue. What else? You want to spend the night on the island? Chubby guy. But if we go back, then tomorrow. Guiyue. We'll continue tomorrow. Chubby guy. But if we're separated, the effect of the teleport card will end. Guiyue. So tonight I'll stay on your boat. The boarding pass was only for 1-person vessels. The permit belonged to the chubby guy, so Guiyue could only stick with him. Chubby guy. Oh, okay. Well, we still have tomorrow. We'll just camp by the shore early in the morning. Yun Mian can't avoid coming. Guiyue gave him a helpless look. Chubby guy. What is it, bro? Guiyue. Didn't it occur to you that today might already be her second day here? Chubby guy. Didn't she say, damn it, that woman. Nothing she says is true. Guiyue. What, you expect her to be upfront about everything? Chubby guy. Well, we just wanted to ask her about District 3. We didn't do anything to her. Guiyue. That's normal. But if it were you, so naive and gullible, you'd probably be sold and still count the money for them. Chubby guy. Bro, no need to be this harsh. Mian returned to the ship, releasing the penguin and finding a spot for it to rest, feeding it some Antarctic krill. Penguins aren't technically marine animals, so even though Mian had the ocean speech Pearl, she couldn't understand it. In fact, penguins are quite intelligent, with a level of intelligence comparable to a 3 to 5-year-old child. They're pretty smart. The penguin was happy to be fed, even patting Mian's hand with its flipper. After telling the penguin to go play, Mian hurried to check on the hole she had drilled in the ice earlier to see if it had yielded anything. It did. Mian gave the line a pull and found a treasure chest. Even though it was just a silver chest, catching it was enough to make anyone happy. Obtained glacier water, moisturizing spray, X1, small bear, backpack X1, small cart X1, towel X1. All of them were daily necessities, but still nice, especially the moisturizing spray which arrived just in time. After 2 days on the island, her face was dried out from the wind. Her cheeks were red and even a bit flaky. Mian took out the moisturizing spray and sprayed it generously over her face. Finally, the tightness in her skin was relieved. It felt amazing. Mian planned to later check the trading center for similar moisturizing products. Men who get these things probably aren't keen on using them, so they might put them up for trade. She stored the items in her backpack and set the fishing rod back up, intending to check it again later. Returning to the ship, Mian sorted through her recent gains. Energy stone X20, iron ore 785, copper ore X318, platinum ore 155, chromium ore X112, gold ore X48, ice essence 352. When she mined the ores, she also brought back some ice blocks, a bit of moss and lichen, and an emperor penguin. And of course, Guiyue had given her 50 iron ores. 2 days of hard work had brought a pretty satisfying haul. Mian planned to make a feast tonight as a reward for octopus. She had already thought up the menu: salt-baked scallops, braised eel, and grilled lobster. For the salt-baked scallops, Mian simply used the oven. After cleaning them, she sprinkled them with salt and pepper and placed them in the oven for a few minutes. Quick and easy. Handling the eel was a bit more complicated. She first removed the head, tail, and entrails, then proceeded with the classic braising process. The braised eel turned out beautifully, coated in a glossy caramelized sauce that made anyone drool just by looking at it. Grilled lobster didn't need much fuss. Its allure was in its freshness. With top-quality ingredients like this, keeping the original flavor was key, without excessive seasoning. Still, Mian bought a small piece of butter from the marketplace, intending to use it for grilling. This way the meat would be more flavorful, and the color would be even better. Sure enough, the final result turned out even better than expected. The entire lobster was grilled to a golden perfection. The aroma spread, filling almost the entire second deck with its fragrance. Octopus was so impatient it could hardly wait to dig in. Mian herself felt the temptation, instructing Octopus to take the dishes over and sit down. It was time to eat. Octopus used 6 tentacles to carry the dishes, while Mian disposed of the kitchen scraps and then joined it for the meal. As they ate, Mian checked her messages. Ni Yangguang messaged her daily, sharing stories about raising his pet. She wondered if he was just mass-sending them. His goose was indeed well-behaved and adorable. After forming a contract with Ni Yangguang, it became his precious companion, often cuddling with him. Mian replied to him, "I also got an emperor penguin." Ni Yangguang replied excitedly, "Wow, it's exactly like my little goose." Mian, "Not exactly, its neck color is different." Ni Yangguang, "Oh yeah, you're right. That's awesome. We're both penguin keepers now?" Mian, "Ha ha, I guess we are." Ni Yangguang, "Have you formed a contract with it?" Mian, "No, I haven't decided yet. Probably won't." Ni Yangguang, "Really? Penguins are so cute and you don't want to form a contract with it?" Here's the translation of the text. Yun Mian Mian still had her previous concern. She already had one pet, and she wasn't sure how many pet slots each player could have. If she rushed to form a contract now, she might not be able to form another contract later if she found a pet she truly wanted. So, she decided to wait a bit longer, even though she really liked the penguin. The two of them exchanged some tips on raising geese, and Ni Yangguang shared with her the likes and dislikes of his pet goose. Yun Mian took note, planning to build 2 penguin houses when she had the time, one for Ni Yangguang and one for herself. "Are you not going to give your penguin a name?" Ni Yangguang asked. Yun Mian glanced at the emperor penguin that was daydreaming on the deck. Yun Mian, "I'll call it Little Buddy." Ni Yangguang, ever the supportive one, said, "That's adorable." After dinner, Yun Mian made some shaved ice. She blended ice cubes with milk to make fluffy shaved ice, and a whole chunk of ice made an entire bucket of it. Yun Mian cut a lot of mangoes and watermelons, placed them on top, and drizzled syrup and honey over it. She made mango shaved ice and watermelon shaved ice. Yun Mian sent one to Luo Luo. "Luo, try the shaved ice I made. I'm sending you 2, haha." Luo, "You're eating shaved ice in such cold weather? Aren't you afraid of freezing?" Yun Mian, "Haha, I guess it is kind of cold." Luo, "You just got back from the island, right? I also found an ice cave and managed to fish up a treasure chest." Yun Mian, "Yeah, I didn't look for an ice cave. I just drilled a hole in the ice, although it's quite troublesome. If finding ice caves is difficult, you could try this method." Luo, "Okay, my brother isn't back yet. I don't know how he's doing." Yun Mian, "He still hasn't returned this late?" Luo, "He said he wanted to stay on the island to gather more resources and would come back in the morning." Yun Mian, "That's pretty intense. It must be really cold on the island at night." Luo, "He said it's not that cold over there." Yun Mian thought about it and agreed. The temperature beneath some ice caves was indeed quite high. If there were enough resources, staying overnight to continue gathering could be worthwhile. It seemed like Luo's brother was having a fruitful expedition as well. After chatting with Luo, Yun Mian opened the chat channel. Gufang's survival guide has updated again, but it seems really difficult, with little practical value. Yeah, not many people could work on the ice all day just to drill a hole. I can't handle it either. Finding an ice cave seems much more feasible. I saw a few penguins playing on the ice today. They were so cute. I even took a video to share with everyone. Why didn't you try catching them? I couldn't catch them. They were skating on the ice and they were way faster than I could walk. At this moment, Ni Yangguang popped up in the chat. Ni Yangguang, "Penguins are super fast when they skate. It's really hard to catch them." Someone asked, "Ni Yangguang, did you also see penguins?" Yun Mian thought Ni Yangguang would tell everyone that he had formed a contract with a penguin, but he didn't. Ni Yangguang, "Yeah, I saw penguins skating really fast." It seemed Ni Yangguang had learned his lesson and wasn't as boastful anymore. Yun Mian remembered how he used to frequently show off in the chat channel. Zhang Jincheng, "Everyone, look what I found." Zhang Jincheng posted a live photo. It was a group of seals. Zhang Jincheng, "I found a seal island. As long as I get an island access card, I can go on the island and catch seals. Do you remember the beast taming mission? I think there's a reward for being the first to form a contract with a pet. I already have a beginner pet contract book, so once I get on the island, I can form a pet contract." Ni Yangguang, "You don't even have an access card yet, and you're already dreaming." Zhang Jincheng, "More and more people are getting access cards now. I'll have one soon enough." Ni Yangguang, "By the time you get one, it'll be too late. The chance to be the first to contract a pet will be long gone." This Zhang Jincheng really was an entertaining guy. Yun Mian watched his performance while eating. He was begging for an island access card in the chat, saying that once he got on the island, he'd catch a few extra seals. Whoever gave him an access card would not only get the resources in exchange, but also a free seal. He ended up being mercilessly mocked by Ni Yangguang. Ni Yangguang, "Do you even think you can catch a seal? There are so many seals on Seal Island. If they all attacked you at once, you'd be torn to pieces. True. Seals are carnivores and can be aggressive. They're not as gentle and docile as penguins. Who knows who would catch whom? Just looking at that photo, the island is full of seals. If you go up there, your chances are slim. Everyone seemed to agree with Ni Yangguang. After being told this repeatedly, Zhang Jincheng got upset. You think I have no confidence and would say this kind of thing without a plan? I have something good that will help me catch the seals. Ni Yangguang. Then why don't you show it? Zhang Jincheng. Do you think I'm stupid? Why should I show it to you? Ni Yangguang. Weren't you just saying you wanted to catch seals? If you don't prove you can, of course we won't believe you. Ni Yangguang's words drove Zhang Jincheng crazy, but he still refused to prove anything. He just insisted he could catch the seals and told anyone who believed him to contact him. Yun Mian figured he probably did have something. She wasn't interested in Seal Island. Even if it were full of seals, where would she keep them all? Currently, not many players had pet contract books and very few people would be willing to trade for seals. Besides, what if those players didn't even want to contract with a seal? If Zhang Jincheng caught that many seals, where would he keep them? On his ship? Not practical, especially since seals need to be fed. Seals eat meat, after all. Could Zhang Jincheng afford to feed so many seals? He probably hadn't even thought it through. Seeing Seal Island made Zhang Jincheng charge forward without a second thought. After eating and drinking to her heart's content and having a good rest, Yun Mian and Octopus Sister continued working. In just a few hours, they completed the greenhouse. Inside the completed greenhouse, Yun Mian placed 2 enclosed boilers and boiled water. The entire greenhouse was constructed with thermal insulation materials, making it very good at retaining heat, so much so that the warmth couldn't escape, and soon the indoor temperature rose. Yun Mian took out 10 energy stones and made 5 radiators, leaving 10 in reserve. You never know when something really valuable might require energy stones. She placed 2 radiators in the greenhouse, another one by the chicken and rabbit cages, and the remaining 2 near her workbench. With this setup, basic warmth was ensured. However, to keep the whole ship warm, she would need more energy stones. With the greenhouse complete, it was time to lay down the soil. Yun Mian had kept some soil from before. She added some limestone, chicken manure, and rabbit droppings as fertilizer, mixed it all with some sand, and then leveled it on the ground. Next, she created zones in the greenhouse. Yun Mian divided it into 3 sections: vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. She had Octopus Sister help with zoning by dividing it into grids, with a dividing line in the middle of each section. Yun Mian opened the trading center to search for seeds, and sure enough, she found a lot. They were also very cheap. She could exchange just a few materials for them. Right now, everyone had a lot of seeds but couldn't plant them. They were short on supplies and food, and the seeds were useless to keep, so everyone was trading them away. Yun Mian selected some seeds that had a short growth cycle and were suitable for greenhouse cultivation: lettuce, tomatoes, celery, peppers, eggplant, and cucumbers. Normally, any plant that could grow on Earth could be grown in a greenhouse. In fact, some fruits and vegetables grown in greenhouses had better flavor than those grown outdoors. For instance, cucumbers and lettuce, provided the greenhouse had heating. Yun Mian's greenhouse was a toasty one. As long as she kept the greenhouse above freezing, she could continue harvesting various fruits and vegetables. She thought she might as well cook in the greenhouse in the future, to avoid wasting the fuel used for the enclosed boilers. She even decided to have her meals in there. Yun Mian made a folding table and folding chairs, planning to set them up for meals and fold them away afterward. Besides vegetables, Yun Mian also took out the fruit seeds she had saved and planted them. Strawberries, mangoes, cherries, watermelon. Fruit and vegetables took up most of the space, leaving little room for medicinal herbs. Yun Mian only planted a few types, deciding that she would need to build another greenhouse when possible. But for now, that wasn't an option. When she had first reached level 5, Yun Mian felt that the ship was very large, almost too big for just one person. But now, with everything developing, The ship was starting to feel small. After all the work, Yunmian checked the rare soil in the first-level cabin. The plants there weren't doing well either. Though they hadn't died, their growth had slowed considerably. Yunmian decided to move the rare soil into the greenhouse. She also harvested another batch of rice. A few pounds of rice was enough for several meals. While moving the rare soil, Yunmian noticed that the ant eggs she had left there had somehow made their way to the peach tree. The white ant eggs seemed to have grown larger. Yunmian hesitated before picking them up to take a closer look. Strange ant egg. These things had been sitting around for a long time. Why hadn't any ants hatched yet? She placed the ant eggs next to the peach tree's roots. The peach tree had already borne small fruits, though they weren't ripe yet. Yunmian remembered she had a few bottles of nutrient solution in her backpack, so she took one out and used it. The fruit was running out, so it would be good to have some peaches. She took out a bottle of nutrient solution and poured it at the peach tree's roots. Under the influence of the nutrient solution, the peaches quickly grew larger, from the size of an egg to the size of a fist. That growth rate was astonishing. One bottle of nutrient solution, and they were fully mature. Yunmian harvested them with a single click. Obtained peach. X18. Just as Yunmian was about to leave, the ant eggs seemed to stir. Yunmian squatted down to look. They had grown from the size of a grain of rice to that of a pigeon egg. The description also changed to vigorous ant egg. So this thing also drank nutrient solution? Well, the nutrient solution wasn't specified for plants only. Animals could also benefit from it. Would Octopus Sister benefit if she drank it too? But if the ant eggs grew this much, wouldn't the ants inside be huge as well? Yunmian stared at it for a while, but it stayed still, so she put it back. She wasn't planning to give it more nutrient solution just yet. The peach tree didn't need it anymore, and giving it only to the ant eggs seemed like a waste. She stood up, intending to return to her bedroom to rest. At that moment, the clock struck midnight. As she stepped into her bedroom, she heard the system's voice echo in the air. Deserted Island Survival Experiment Round 2 begins. This is an experimental test of team cooperation in which all players must participate. The experiment is survive on a deserted island for 1 week. All players in each district will be randomly divided into teams of 4 for the competition. The team that survives the longest and gathers the most resources will be rated the highest and will win. The top 10 teams in each district will receive substantial rewards. Each member of the top 10 teams in the 10 districts will receive 10,000 shell coins and 100 energy stones. The first-place team will receive an additional mystery reward. Random team assignment? There must be some rules, right? Being teamed up with strangers feels a bit odd. Yeah, if we're paired with someone weak, wouldn't that just be a burden? So does that mean we could also end up in a team with a pro? Let me be the first to say, I want to be in Yunmian's team. That would be awesome. Keep dreaming. You just want Yunmian to cook for you, right? Who wouldn't want that? Honestly, who in District 3 wouldn't want to team up with Yunmian? Come forward. I know. Zhang Jincheng doesn't. In the chat channel, everyone was having a heated discussion, while Yunmian carefully read the system's newly released rules. Deserted Island Survival Team Competition. Rules. 4-person teams will be randomly formed from within the same district. Teams will be assigned based on players' overall strength. The list of team members will be announced at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Please check your team member list then. The competition begins tomorrow at 10 a.m., and the final score will be calculated at 9 a.m. after 7 days. For this survival competition, backpacks will be locked, and equipment will be uniformly provided by the system. Each team will receive 10 items of equipment, and each member can choose one. The remaining 6 items include Flint X4, Waterproof Cloth X4, Axe X4, Sleeping Bag X4, Blanket X4, Medical Kit X1. The competition will last for 1 week. Players can voluntarily withdraw early. Each time a player withdraws, the team score will be reduced by 50 points. If there is only one player left in a team and no other team from the same district accepts them, that player will be directly eliminated. Players can choose to stay or join another team from the same district, provided each team has no more than 4 members. The scoring rules must be figured out by the players during the competition. After reading the rules, Yun Mian went straight to bed. She would just wait for tomorrow's team announcement. There was no point in overthinking it now. As for the equipment, Yun Mian didn't even need to think twice. She would bring her Tang Dynasty saber. Based on the rules, since players could choose to join other teams, it was likely there would be multiple teams on the deserted island. With so many people, ensuring her own safety was the top priority. The most basic survival supplies had already been provided by the system. However, Yun Mian was still hoping to be teamed up with people she knew. The next morning, nearly every player was up before 8 a.m. Everyone was waiting for the system to announce the team members, eager to see who they would be paired with. Yun Mian woke up even earlier, around 7 a.m., and the first thing she did was roll her dice. Today was a lucky day. She rolled a 3. All wishes come true. Yun Mian quickly made a wish, to be teamed up with people she knew, and for her teammates to be competent, preferably someone strong, hardworking, and diligent. After making her wish, Yun Mian went to check on the ice hole. She had been so busy yesterday that she forgot about it. What a loss. She didn't know if there was a treasure chest this time. All she could do now was hope for a good treasure from the first chest today. With only a few hours left until the competition began, Yun Mian would be away from her ship for a week. During that week, she needed to leave many things to Octopus Sister. She had to prepare extra food and store it in the insulated box. There was so much to do, and only a few hours left. Yun Mian arrived at the ice surface. After just one night, the ice hole had already frozen over again. The fishing rod was fine, but the line was stuck in the ice. Yun Mian reluctantly took out the electric drill and started drilling. She broke the ice, trapping the line, and finally rescued the rod. Thankfully, the ice wasn't frozen solid. Yun Mian spent half an hour drilling another large hole in the ice. She set up the fishing rod once more. 8 a.m. arrived. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yun Mian immediately opened the notification. Hello, player. In this deserted island survival team competition, your teammates are Luozi, Wen Yushi, and Du Changsong. The group chat for your team is now open. Please select a team leader within the next hour. Yun Mian has joined the chat. Luozi has joined the chat. Du Changsong has joined the chat. Wen Yushi has joined the chat. Seeing that she actually knew someone, Yun Mian felt quite happy. It would have been even better if it had been Luo. She wasn't very familiar with Luo's younger brother, but having someone she knew was better than all strangers. The system said teams were assigned based on overall strength. Luo's stats should be pretty high. As for the other two, Yun Mian wasn't sure. The name Wen Yushi rang a bell. She had traded with her before. Yun Mian was the first to enter the group chat, but someone else spoke first. Du Changsong. Oh, wow, I'm in the same team as Yun Mian? Du Changsong. Really? I can't believe it. Yun Mian. I think it's true. Luo saw that his teammate was Yun Mian and immediately informed Luo. Luo and Ni Yangguang had ended up in the same team. Ni Yangguang was excitedly chatting in their group. Luo didn't respond to Luozi right away because she was discussing the team leader issue in her own group. Luo wanted to run for team leader, but another person in the group also wanted the role, so it was currently a tie, 2 votes each. Ni Yangguang, of course, voted for Luo, but the other person voted for someone else. On Yun Mian's side, the team leader selection was simple. They gave it directly to Yun Mian. District 3's number 1. What's there to contest? Even if Yun Mian didn't want it, they'd still make her take it. Yun Mian. There are 2 hours left until the competition begins. Let's talk about what you guys plan to bring. Everyone can bring one item, and I've already chosen mine. Yun Mian. I chose a weapon. Since we'll possibly be competing with other teams, we need combat capability. Wen Yushi. I want to bring a fish trap so we can secure a food supply. Du Chang Song. I don't know what to bring. Yun Mian Mian, could you recommend something? Yun Mian Mian. It's best to bring essential survival items. If you really don't have anything in mind, I suggest bringing a pot. Luo Ze. I'll bring a bow and arrows. Yun Mian Mian. Regarding the fish trap, I think we can skip it. The ice might freeze over and the trap may end up being useless. If we need one, I can make it myself. Wen Yushi. All right, I'll listen to you then. What should I bring? Yun Mian Mian. If you don't mind, I can directly send you something to bring. Wen Yushi. Sure, that'd be great. Yun Mian Mian shared the closed boiler in the group chat. This thing has many uses. It can be used for heating, boiling water, and cooking. However, it is a bit heavy, and the backpack can't be used. If we bring it, it means the 2 men will need to carry it until we find a suitable place to set up a shelter. Wen Yushi. That's a great item. Yun Mian Mian. But it means the guys will have to put in some hard work, while Wen Yushi and I can take care of the items provided by the system. Luo Ze. I'm okay with that. Du Chang Song. I'm fine with it too. Having this would make things much more convenient. With that, they settled on what items to bring. Yun Mian Mian sent the closed boiler to Wen Yushi. After that, everyone went about their own business, waiting for the competition to start. Yun Mian Mian prepared a lot of easy-to-make food, enough for Octopus Sister for 10 days. Although Octopus Sister could eat raw seafood, it had gotten used to Yun Mian Mian's cooking lately. And since Octopus Sister was going to take care of the chickens, rabbits, and the penguin while she was away, Yun Mian Mian felt the need to make some delicious food as a reward. Octopus Sister wasn't happy about Yun Mian Mian being away for so long, and it wasn't even interested in eating, holding on to Yun Mian Mian with its tentacles. Be good. I'm leaving to earn more delicious food for you. When I come back, you'll have plenty of good things to eat. Yun Mian Mian reassured it. Still, Octopus Sister sulked, its tentacles swaying in discontent. You can play with Zhao Guai while I'm away, Yun Mian Mian said, pointing to the emperor penguin skating on the ice. The penguin had recently taken to jumping off the ship to play and would return when it got tired. Yun Mian Mian didn't worry about it. After settling things with Octopus Sister, Yun Mian Mian received a message from Luo Luo. Luo Luo. Mian Mian, my brother told me you're in his group. Yun Mian Mian. Yes, what a coincidence. Luo Luo. It really is. I'm in a group with Ni Yangguang. Yun Mian Mian paused, then laughed. Ha ha, that's a coincidence too. Luo Luo remembered the time she ran into Ni Yangguang on the deserted island. Ni Yangguang was really just surviving on luck, without much capability. Yun Mian Mian. Don't worry, Ni Yangguang is a good guy. Just give him tasks, and he'll do whatever you tell him to. Actually, Yun Mian Mian always thought Ni Yangguang had potential. He was lucky, smart, and kind, though that could be a problem. In this kind of environment, being too kind was risky. Luo Luo. All right, I understand. Yun Mian Mian. By the way, my team is bringing a boiler. Do you want one? I could make one for you. Luo Luo already knew from Luo Zi that Yun Mian Mian's team was bringing a boiler. Although it was a good item, Luo Luo decided not to bring one. None of the people in her group knew how to cook, and the boiler was too heavy, requiring a lot of energy to carry. Luo Luo didn't know her group members well yet. Since Ni Yangguang was a bit of a weakling and probably wouldn't be able to carry it, she didn't want to use an item slot for it. She was bringing a bow and arrows for hunting and self-defense. At that moment, Ni Yangguang also sent a message to Yun Mian Mian. Ni Yangguang. Mian Mian, guess what? I'm in the same group as your best friend. Isn't that a surprise? Yun Mian Mian, I already know. Ni Yangguang. Haha, you found out so fast. Yun Mian Mian. Yes, I did. Ni Yangguang. There's one more thing. Yun Mian Mian. What is it? Ni Yangguang. The person in your group, Wen Yushi, is my friend. Yun Mian Mian. What a coincidence. Ni Yangguang. She's a really nice person, and she likes you a lot. I've known her for a long time, heh. I tried to pursue her, but she wasn't interested. After Spider Island, Ni Yangguang had less contact with Wen Yushi. mostly because Wen Yushi had become indifferent towards him. He tried to reach out a few times, but seeing no response, he eventually gave up. He realized that in a survival game, thinking about romance wasn't realistic when everyone was just trying to make it through. Ni Yangguang had a good attitude. If he couldn't be her lover, he could at least be her friend. Later on, he stopped bombarding her with messages or sending her random gifts. Instead, Wen Yushi started talking to him on her own. Yun Mian was busy with her tasks and was a bit slow in replying to messages. Half an hour before the competition started, Yun Mian went to check the ice hole. To her surprise, there was a treasure chest. She quickly pulled it up. It was a golden chest. She opened it at once. Obtained. Basic 13 forms of the Tang blade. X1, training belt X2, linen bag X2, colored paint X1, coffee beans X2, medicine bottle X2, medicine bottle X2. These were things she needed very much right now. Too bad it came a bit late. If it had come a few days earlier, she could have trained with it and boosted her combat strength. Yun Mian opened the manual and went through the basics, deciding to practice during the competition. She memorized a few basic moves. Trying to remember too many wouldn't be useful. She couldn't learn that much at once. Since Luo's brother would be there, he might also help guide her. She put away the items and held her Tang Dynasty saber. Such a pity, she thought. Just one treasure chest, and then she had to leave. With today's luck, she could have caught 2 more and gotten even more good items. Just as Yun Mian was thinking about her luck, in the last few minutes the fishing rod reeled in another treasure chest. Without wasting time, Yun Mian quickly pulled it up. This time, it was another golden treasure chest. Wow, this was great! Yun Mian eagerly opened the chest. Obtained, Shen Armbow Blueprint X1, Golden Moisturizing Face Mask, Recipe X1, Foot Bath Bucket X1, Massage Device Blueprint X1. Yun Mian's eyes lit up. Shen Armbow can be crafted at an advanced workbench. A great bow that can shoot with precision from 100 steps away with a strong piercing ability, capable of easily penetrating a target at 300 steps and taking down prey with one hit. Required materials: Hemlock X10, Golden Silkworm Thread, Gauze 5, Cow Tendon 5, Cow Glue 2. Right now, there was no time to make it. As the time had run out, Yun Mian felt her body lighten and found herself pulled into the competition. Yun Mian thought the group members would be placed together, but when she landed, she realized that everyone was dropped individually. Each of them had a group chat for communication, and they could also see each other's locations on the map. A system message appeared. Supplies will be dropped in 1 hour at the location of the team leader. Please assemble as soon as possible. As the team leader, Yun Mian quickly made a decision. Wen Yushi is holding the closed boiler, which makes moving difficult. Let's meet at her location. She isn't far from any of us. Wen Yushi, who had been feeling anxious while holding the heavy boiler after being dropped alone, felt reassured upon seeing Yun Mian's message. The others soon responded. Got it. Wen Yushi. I'll look around for a good spot to set up a shelter. Yun Mian. We don't know how many teams are in this area, so it's better for you to wait at the current spot. The boiler is heavy and it's not safe to leave it unattended. If someone else picked up the boiler, Yun Mian's group would lose one of their items, turning an advantage into a disadvantage. Wen Yushi. All right, I'll wait here. Yun Mian quickened her pace, moving as fast as she could toward Wen Yushi. Luo Ze was furthest away, so Yun Mian sent him a private message while traveling. Yun Mian. How much time do you think it will take for you to get there? On the way, if there's nothing urgent, try to observe the terrain and watch for any other people. Luo Ze. Got it. It will take me around half an hour. Yun Mian estimated that it would take her at most 20 minutes to reach Wen Yushi. Du Changsong was the closest, so Yun Mian also messaged him. Once he arrived, she asked him to help look for a water source nearby. Du Changsong. The road here is tough, full of thorns, and it's freezing. I'll try my best. After 20 minutes, Yun Mian finally met up with Wen Yushi. She was the first one to arrive. Although Du Changsong was closer, he still hadn't made it yet. Wen Yushi was very excited to see Yun Mian. She had been keeping an eye on the map, so when she saw Yun Mian in person, she matched her with the avatar on the map and knew she couldn't be mistaken. Plus, she had seen photos of Yun Mian before. In person, Yun Mian looked even better than in the photos. "Hello, are you Wen Yushi?" Yun Mian took the initiative to greet her. "Wen Yushi." "Yes, that's me." Yun Mian. "The others haven't arrived yet, right?" Wen Yushi. "No, you're the first." Yun Mian. "All right. Have you seen anyone else from another group?" Wen Yushi. "Not yet." Yun Mian. "I'll go look around the area. Will you be okay staying here alone?" Wen Yushi really wanted to go with Yun Mian, but she knew she needed to keep an eye on the boiler, which she couldn't carry far. She could pick it up, but after walking a few steps, she would need to rest. Seeing Wen Yushi's troubled expression, Yun Mian checked the map. Luoze was getting close. Yun Mian. "Never mind. Let's wait for the others here. They should be arriving soon." If she left now, she might not be there when the others arrived. On her way, Yun Mian had already observed the terrain around the area. They had been placed in a forest with slightly elevated terrain. There weren't many resources. Yun Mian hadn't seen much worth gathering on her way. The only advantage was that there were plenty of trees for wood. Wen Yushi. By the way, have you noticed there's a new regional chat feature besides the group chat? Yun Mian hadn't noticed. She had been focused on traveling, looking at the map and observing the terrain. Now, as she opened the regional chat, she saw that some people were already talking. When players spoke in regional chat, it would reveal their name and district. For example, if Yun Mian spoke, it would show Yun Mian, District 3. Right now, someone was asking in the regional chat, "Any District 4 people here?" "Everyone from the same district, let's gather together." "I'm at coordinates because District 4 players can come over." Seeing this kind of message, Yun Mian wasn't sure if she should say the person was naive or just foolish. The regional chat wasn't limited to players from a single district. Other districts could see it too. Sure enough, a District 4 player soon called this person an idiot. "You're a fool. Don't make our district look bad. All teams are in competition. Who would gather with you?" Besides that, there wasn't much other chatter. Most people were observing, not wanting to expose themselves too early. But Yun Mian thought this could be a good place to trade, if necessary. She wondered if her mom and Yun Xiao were also here, though it wasn't likely. Still, if either of them was here, they could meet up. To reduce the difficulty, this glacier season's survival experiment on a deserted island took place in the Arctic. The system didn't throw the players into an environment like Glacier Island, but placed them on a small island at the edge of the Arctic Circle. The island was mountainous, with glaciers, rivers, waterfalls, and even volcanoes. Most areas were covered with snow, and where there wasn't snow, there were patches of moss and lichen. The coastal areas were inhabited by seals, penguins, and seabirds, while there were few animals inland. Despite being on the edge of the Arctic Circle, the temperature was still cold. Currently, during the day, the temperature was about 5 degrees Celsius, but at night it would drop below zero. Yun Mian's group was dropped into a forest in a mountainous area. Resources there were scarce, but not far away was a glacier and a huge waterfall. At the base of the waterfall was a lake, where resources were abundant. However, other groups had already occupied that area. This island was vast, and over 100 groups of players had been deployed there. After Yun Mian regrouped with the other members, they introduced themselves to each other. Although they had chatted in the group chat, meeting in person was different. Wen Yushi looked delicate, but she spoke with maturity and confidence, and she was 2 years older than Yun Mian. Luoze was 18, tall, sturdy, with healthy tan skin, and very handsome. If he were a bit fairer, he could probably participate in a talent show. He appeared calm and composed, showing a maturity beyond his years. As for Du Changsong, he was just an ordinary man, 27 years old, with a square face and thinning hair. Yun Mian spoke first. "All right, I'll go first. I'm Yun Mian, skilled in gathering and cooking. I'll be responsible for finding food and cooking for the team. If anything else needs me, I'll do it. Since everyone chose me as team leader, I'll lead us to the end, and my goal is to take first place. Wenyushi said, I'm Wenyushi. I also learned gathering skills. My physical strength and combat ability are average, but I can search for resources and I know a bit about fishing. Luoze added, I'm Luoze. I can take care of hunting, cutting wood, and building shelters. I can handle the heavy work. Du Changsong said, I've only learned forging skills, which probably won't be needed. My physical strength is low, but I have high mental stamina. I don't know how useful that will be. Whatever the leader needs me to do, just let me know. Yun Mian roughly understood the skills and attributes of each group member. Now, we need to set up a simple shelter before sunset, so choosing a location is crucial. We need to pick a place near a water source with flat terrain and no signs of large animals. Luoze and Du Changsong, you two handle carrying the boiler. Wenyushi and I will search for a suitable spot ahead of us, and we'll stay in contact. Everyone agreed with Yun Mian's plan. The system said supplies would be dropped in 1 hour, which means the remaining 6 types of supplies. The time is almost up, so let's move ahead to an open area to wait. Yun Mian guessed that the system would likely use an airdrop crate. Indeed, not long after, many parachutes appeared in the sky, each attached to a large black crate. A crate landed in front of Yun Mian. As soon as the crate hit the ground, the parachute disappeared, obviously to prevent players from using the parachute as a tool. Otherwise, the cords could be quite useful. Yun Mian opened the crate to check, and everything matched the system notification. Nothing was missing. She picked it up to carry herself. Wenyushi offered to help carry it. Yun Mian refused. If I give it to you now, you don't have anything to put it in. Wait until I can't carry it anymore, then you can take over for a while. Wenyushi replied, All right then. After walking for half an hour, they finally found a small waterfall at the bottom of a slope. It was a branch of the larger waterfall. The waterfall wasn't very big, forming only a small pool. The water flowed downstream, most likely feeding into the larger lake. By following the water, they could potentially find the larger lake, where fish resources would be more abundant. There were no signs of people or large animals around, making it an ideal place to build a shelter. Yun Mian chose a location and said, This is it. Let's clear the ground here. Luoze offered to chop wood. He picked up the axe and asked, Sister Mian, I'll go chop some wood. Do you need me to bring anything else back? If you find any edible wild vegetables or fruits, bring them back, though you probably won't be able to carry much. Got it. Yun Mian looked at Du Changsong, who was standing there looking dazed. How about you go with Luoze? Wenyushi and I will stay here and start a fire. Once we have a fire, I'll go look for food. Nearby, Yun Mian found some 5-needle pines and gathered a pile of dry pine needles, wrapping them in waterproof cloth to make a large bundle. These pine needles were ideal for starting fires because they were rich in volatile oils and caught fire easily. Though snow covered the ground, the layer underneath was dry. Yun Mian picked up the wet layer on top and set it aside. Once the fire was lit, the nearby warmth could dry the wet pine needles, making them ready for tomorrow. Despite having a fire starter, starting a fire in this environment was challenging. Wenyushi struggled for a long time to create a spark. Fortunately, the pine needles Yun Mian had gathered were very helpful. A tiny spark on the pine needles, a little puff of breath, and they began to smoke. After fanning it gently, a flame started to burn. Wenyushi said, We have fire. Yun Mian placed the fire under the boiler, adding more pine needles and then some branches. With fire, they could warm themselves and cook. The first thing to do, however, was to boil water. The waterfall was right beside them, so Yun Mian used a pot to fetch a pot of water and put it on the boiler to boil. Hydration was very important. Drinking unboiled water could easily cause poisoning or stomach issues. In the wild, once a physical issue arises, it's hard to keep going. Even though they had a medical kit, it was filled only with medicine for external injuries. If someone got food poisoning or a stomach illness, they would have to endure it or quit the game, which would cost them points. Not only would the player themselves be unwilling to quit, but their teammates wouldn't want that either. As the group leader, Mian had to ensure everyone's health. At the very least, she had to keep a close watch on their food. Once the water was boiled, Luoze and Du Changsong returned. They had brought back a lot of wood. Though Luoze looked thin, he was very strong, carrying 2 large logs by himself, while Du Changsong was struggling just to carry 1 small log. Seeing that he was even worse off than her, Mian said, "This isn't enough wood. Luoze and I will go get more." When Yushi asked, "Do you need my help?" Mian replied, "You can look around for food and see if there are any fish or shrimp in the pond." As for Du Changsong, Mian said, "You watch the fire and chop the wood you brought back so we can put it into the boiler." Du Changsong was more than happy with this task. It was much better than chopping trees and carrying logs, and at least he could sit down for this. Taking an axe, Mian set off with Luoze to chop wood again. They needed to cut at least half the wood by noon, as they would need it for fire and building the shelter. By midday, they would need to have a simple meal, and before the sun set, they ideally would have the shelter finished. Although this was the first time Luoze had met Mian, he had heard about her from Luo and had seen her mentioned in the chat channels. After meeting her today, he found her different from what he had imagined. Although he had seen her picture in person, she seemed exactly like her name, gentle and cute, yet she was clearly a natural leader. Despite her young age, she had a strong sense of purpose, and she spoke and acted with confidence. "Sister Mian, what kind of shelter are we building later?" Luoze asked. Mian thought for a moment. "There are 4 of us, and we have 4 waterproof tarps, so let's build 2 facing shelters. We'll put the boiler in the middle so that we can stay warm. The men will sleep together and the women will sleep together. The shelter doesn't need to be big, it's more important for it to be warm." Luoze nodded. "I was thinking the same thing. Once the framework is up, I'll find some moss and grass to fill in the gaps." Mian said, "Let's do that today. Tomorrow we can make a stove for each of the shelters so we can stay warm even while we sleep. I can tell it's going to get really cold tonight." Finding the right wood, Mian picked up her axe and began chopping. Her strength had increased a lot, and with one swing, she chopped halfway through a tree. However, looking over at Luoze, with one swing, the tree he chopped had only a sliver of bark left connecting it. Mian curiously asked, "You and your sister have both been practicing martial arts since you were young, right? Who's stronger between you 2? Luoze replied, "Probably my sister." Mian said, "Really? Your sister told me you're the stronger one." Luoze explained, "She knows more than me. Our master always said she was diligent and eager to learn, while I only learned what I liked." Mian said, "I see, so you're the kind who prefers specific skills while she's the all-rounder." Luoze smiled slightly. "You could say that." Mian asked, "Do you know how to use a sword?" Luoze replied, "A sword?" Mian said, "Yeah, I learned some sword techniques from your sister, but I'm using a blade now and I just got a swordsmanship manual. I was just looking at some of the moves and I'd like to learn from you. Would you teach me later when you have some time?" Actually, Luoze was quite skilled with blades. Luo was proficient in both swords and blades, but Luoze preferred using a blade. With his strength, using a blade was more commanding. This time, he hadn't brought a blade because a bow and arrow were more practical. Luoze said, "Let me take a look at your blade." Mian had the blade tied to her back with a piece of cloth, so it wasn't visible. Upon hearing his request, Mian took it off and unwrapped the cloth. The ornate Tang Dynasty saber was revealed. Luoze gazed in awe at the blade. "Is this a Tang Dynasty saber?" "Yeah, I bought it in the shop and had someone enhance it." Looking at the blade, Luoze saw a real treasure. "This is a great blade." Mian nodded. "I know, it cost me a pretty penny." Luoze was deeply envious. Seeing how Luoze kept staring at the blade, Mian said, Don't worry. Once we win first place, you can buy one too. Luozi replied. Yeah, definitely. Yun Mian said. All right, let's get back to chopping wood. Later, when you have time, teach me some techniques. Yun Mian put the blade away. They cut down a lot of trees, bringing them back in several trips. Thanks to her experience from the previous survival event, Yun Mian quickly worked with everyone to build the shelter. However, there was a shortage of food. Wen Yushi had only gathered a small amount of wild vegetables, which wasn't enough for all four of them. There were still some gaps to fill in the shelter, so Yun Mian left Du Changsong and Luo Ze to finish the work and took Wen Yushi out to look for more food. She found 3 sturdy branches, sharpened their tips, and bound them together to make a 3-pronged fishing spear. Though it was only 5 o'clock, it was already dark. Wen Yushi said helplessly, "The water from the waterfall flows too quickly and I didn't see any fish in it." Yun Mian replied, "It's all right, let's take another look." She gripped the spear tightly. "It's easier to catch fish in the dark. Tomorrow we can make a couple of fish traps." Wen Yushi nodded. "All right, I also know how to make traps." Yun Mian said, "Even better. Food is important. We need to gather as much as we can at the start to ensure we have enough to eat every day. This is probably one of the key points for scoring." The two arrived at the bottom of the waterfall, where the water was indeed very fast. Coming down from such a high mountain created a significant drop. But after walking a bit further, the flow gradually slowed down. Squatting down, Yun Mian said to Wen Yushi, "In general, places with fast-flowing water are more likely to have shrimp and crabs. It doesn't matter if we don't see any fish, let's check for any holes nearby." Upon hearing this, Wen Yushi immediately moved forward. "Okay, I'll check over there." The two of them searched together, making the process much faster. Yun Mian was wearing gloves, so when she spotted a hole, she reached directly inside. In this round of survival on the deserted island, there were no restrictions on the number of clothes players could wear. Given how cold it was, those without Arctic cold-resistant clothing could only wear more layers. It wasn't reasonable to expect them to wear just 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. Therefore, Yun Mian took advantage of the loophole, wearing everything she could. She brought gloves, a helmet, scarf, and anything else that could be worn. As soon as her hand reached inside, Yun Mian immediately felt something. It seemed to be a crab. Afraid of being pinched by the crab's claws, she decided against using her hand, instead switching to the fishing spear. She thrust it in, trying to force the crab out. It worked. Before long, the crab crawled out of the hole. The moment it poked its head out, Yun Mian quickly pressed down on its back, pinched its shell, and lifted it up. Yun Mian said, "I found one." Wen Yushi also spoke up. "I found a hole here too. Not sure if there's anything inside, but I see bubbles in the water." Yun Mian said, "Wait a moment. Let me take a look." Yun Mian quickly walked over and examined it closely. "It's probably a crab, too." She repeated the previous method, thrusting the spear inside and scraping a couple of times, and soon the crab crawled out. With quick reflexes, Yun Mian immediately pinned it down. Yun Mian said, "I can't carry it anymore. Can you get me some vines to tie up the crabs?" Wen Yushi said, "Sure." Just as she stood up, she suddenly said, "Oh, our team's score went up." Yun Mian asked, "Really?" "Yes, I kept the panel open so I can see changes in real time." Yun Mian wasn't in the habit of keeping the panel open. It made it harder to focus. Upon hearing Wen Yushi's words, she opened the panel. Next to their group chat was a score indicator, which had increased from 0 to over 100. Wen Yushi exclaimed, "That was fast. We already have 100 points. Could catching 2 crabs give us such a high score?" Yun Mian replied, "I doubt it." Looking back at the direction of the shelter, she said, "It might be because we just finished building our shelter." Wen Yushi said, "Right. I wonder how the other teams are scoring." Yun Mian thought about the previous survival experiment on the deserted island. Maybe the leaderboard will be announced in the last 2 days? Yeah, it was like that last time too. Use a stick to find crabs the way I just did. I'll head forward to see if I can spear a few fish. Yun Mian walked towards the lake alone, leaving the flashlight with Wen Yushi. Wen Yushi asked, "Are you okay without a light? Do you want me to bring it over?" Yun Mian smiled and switched on the headlamp on her helmet. "No worries. I have this." Wen Yushi was momentarily stunned before remembering that she also had a headlamp. Why didn't she bring it? However, Yun Mian's headlamp was attached to a safety helmet, which might have been counted by the system as clothing. If Wen Yushi wore a separate headlamp, it would probably count as an additional item. Yun Mian hadn't been sure if it would work, but it turned out it did. With the headlamp, she didn't need to hold a flashlight in one hand and a spear in the other. It was much more convenient now. However, she wasn't sure how long the battery would last, so she needed to use it sparingly. With some moonlight to light the way, Yun Mian turned off the headlamp and planned to switch it back on when she started fishing. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yun Mian finally reached the lake. It was vast, and Yun Mian found mussels by the shore. However, she wasn't sure if they were edible. She worried about red tides, which could make the mussels toxic. If there was a red tide in the water, seaweed could become toxic, and if mussels ate the seaweed, the toxins would accumulate in them. If people ate these mussels, they could experience severe diarrhea or even face life-threatening consequences. Yun Mian had to be cautious. In this group experiment, the system might have laid traps for players in various places. Sure enough, Yun Mian picked up a mussel. Mussel. Due to a red tide, the toxin levels in this mussel have exceeded safe limits. Do not consume. With a collection skill, picking up the mussel to inspect it would reveal it was unsafe to eat. But without this skill, things could end badly. Yun Mian discarded the mussel. She would have to inform the others about this later. Walking around the lake, Yun Mian realized that the water was quite deep. Spearfishing would be challenging. The lake was dotted with floating ice, half water and half ice. The lake itself was blue and crystal clear. The scenery was stunning, natural and soothing. Fortunately, the lake wasn't completely frozen, so making a fish trap or fishing net was feasible. They could even make a wooden raft to row out into the lake, where there would certainly be more fish. They could place the nets and traps in the middle and return in the mornings to collect them. On a good day, they could have a steady food supply. However, if they wanted fish tonight, they'd have to come up with something. With water this cold, Yun Mian wasn't about to dive in, so her only option was to try from the shore. After wandering around a bit, Yun Mian also gathered some edible wild greens. However, her real goal wasn't the greens. It was to figure out how to make a fishing rod. She found that the forest here was mainly composed of birch shrubs. The sap of birch trees is drinkable and can be used to make beverages, not only supplementing the vitamins the body needs, but also acting as an anti-inflammatory. Yun Mian didn't have a container, otherwise she would have collected some. Instead, she cut down 2 trees and took a long, thin trunk from one of them. This trunk could be used to make a fishing rod. She also found a Y-shaped branch to make a fishing hook. These were things she had done before. Her movements were quick, and in no time, the fishing rod and hook were ready. Next was the fishing line, which wasn't difficult. Yun Mian picked several plants, peeled their bark, and twisted it into a long, thin string. She then attached it to the fishing rod and hook, and it was done. She used the discarded, inedible mussel meat as bait. Though humans couldn't eat it, it was still suitable for catching fish. Standing by the lake, Yun Mian cast the fishing line and hook into the water. After a short while, she felt a tug and reeled it in. It was a trout. Trout is highly nutritious, mainly because it has a lot of meat and few bones. Though this trout wasn't large, catching a fish on her first try was a good omen. Yun Mian placed the trout beside her, weighed down with a stone, and continued fishing. Perhaps due to her everything goes as planned luck today, Yun Mian managed to catch several fish one after another. Besides trout, there was also Arctic char. Arctic char is similar to salmon. It can be eaten raw, smoked, or made into dried fish, which can be preserved for later. After catching 3 fish, Yun Mian cleaned them by the lakeside and prepared to head back. She hung the fish on the fishing rod and also cut down 2 birch trees, intending to carry them back as well. Though birch trees look ordinary, they have many uses. Not only is the sap drinkable, but both the trunk and bark are valuable. The trunks are straight and can be used to make furniture, while the bark is easy to peel and is often used for weaving containers, just what Yunmianmian needed to weave fish traps. The bark of 2 trees should be enough to make 1 large fish trap. As she was about to head back, Yunmianmian noticed smoke rising in the distance. It looked like cooking smoke, meaning there were probably players making a fire there. Yunmianmian silently memorized the location but didn't go over to investigate. That spot was close to the lake and hidden behind the woods, a good place for setting up camp, possibly belonging to a capable group. Back at the shelter, the others were waiting for Yunmianmian to return. Seeing Yunmianmian return with several fish, everyone was excited. They rushed over to greet her. Wen Yushi took the fishing rod from her, while Du Changsong took the tree trunk she handed over. Du Changsong had been starving. He had only eaten a little on the boat in the morning and nothing substantial since. He exclaimed excitedly, "We have fish to eat now?" Yunmianmian replied, "Got lucky and caught a few. We'll cook 2 of them along with the crabs, and leave 1 for breakfast tomorrow." Wen Yushi responded, "Great. We were just waiting for you to come back and cook." Luoza also stopped his work. He had been chopping wood, splitting the trunks into pieces for firewood. Firewood is always useful, so it must be kept in reserve. Once chopped, it is covered with waterproof cloth to keep it from getting damp, ensuring there's dry firewood even if it rains. Yunmianmian placed the birch trunks to the side, went to the waterfall to wash her hands, washed the wild vegetables she had picked twice, and filled a pot with water. Everyone was waiting for Yunmianmian to cook. They were all hungry, especially knowing that Yunmianmian's food was delicious and provided bonuses. Otherwise, they could have easily roasted the crabs themselves earlier. Wen Yushi had managed to catch 4 crabs, and Yunmianmian planned to make a pot of seafood soup with them. The remaining 2 fish would be roasted. With everyone eagerly watching her, Yunmianmian sighed. "It's my oversight. I should have told you earlier that you don't have to wait for me. I didn't bring any ingredients this time, so boiled seafood and plain roasted fish won't have any special effects. Proper cooking is required to make them taste good and provide bonuses." Disappointed expressions appeared on everyone's faces, but Yunmianmian added, "Today is the first day, and I haven't found any seasonings. Tomorrow, I'll go look for some plants that can be used as substitutes. If we're lucky, that would be great." Wen Yushi said, "All right, I'll go with you tomorrow." Du Changsong added, "No problem, as long as we have something to eat." While Yunmianmian cooked the crabs, the others took charge of roasting the fish, and soon the food was ready. Although it was a simple meal, everyone was starving, so anything tasted great. Besides, the fresh ingredients were sweet and flavorful. Eating them plain was still enjoyable. Yunmianmian, on the other hand, found it difficult to adjust. She was used to eating well, and her taste buds had grown picky, whereas the others had always been eating plain food on the boat. Without many shell coins, they couldn't afford to buy seasonings, so they found the meal delightful. Yunmianmian then shared what she had seen. "I saw someone starting a fire by the lake earlier. Another group most likely. They're quite close to us, so we might run into them next time we go fishing." Du Changsong spoke with his mouth full. Someone in the regional chat mentioned forming alliances, saying there's strength in numbers and we could split up in the last 2 days. Wen Yushi added, "Our team's score has reached 160. Fishing and catching crabs seem to increase the score." She had observed the score when she caught the crabs. It had indeed increased. Du Changsong said, "If that's the case, maybe it wouldn't be a big deal to team up with another group. After all, we're just trying to find resources and survive." He looked at Yunmianmian. Since she was the team leader, they had to listen to her. Yunmianmian responded, "For now there doesn't seem to be much of an advantage or disadvantage." Du Changsong suggested, "The advantage would be that we could build a better, bigger shelter. This would give us a higher score. With more people working together, it would be faster. We could help them build, and they could help us in return. He thought their shelter looked a bit small, after all. It was something made in just one afternoon, so how luxurious could it be? Yun Mian remained calm. Having more people will just create more problems. We're not even fully familiar with each other yet, let alone with other groups. This is just the beginning. No need to rush. No need to rush. Wen Yushi agreed. Yeah, it's just the beginning. Besides, we won't be staying long, and improving the shelter would only increase the score temporarily. It's better to save the time and focus on other ways to increase our points. Du Changsong looked at Luo Zi, who was silently eating without saying anything. Seeing that no one supported his suggestion, Du Changsong dropped the subject. Since arriving on the deserted island, the panel had only regional chat, group chat, and teammate locator functions. Everything else was locked. When there was nothing else to do, they could only open the regional chat to see if there was anything interesting. However, those who spoke in the chat were always odd characters that most people wouldn't engage with. After eating, Yun Mian suggested building 2 half-enclosed fireplaces for both shelters. This would keep the temperature inside the shelter higher, making it less cold to sleep at night. Even with sleeping bags and blankets, those items wouldn't be much help. At temperatures of -10 or 20 degrees Celsius, without a fire, it would be easy to fall ill. Working together, they made much faster progress. Luo Zi dug up soil. Wen Yushi fetched water. Du Changsong collected sand, and Yun Mian used the firelight to mix everything evenly and construct a half-enclosed stove facing inward toward the wooden house, with a chimney above to vent the smoke. This way, the heat would stay in the wooden house, while the smoke wouldn't cause any issues. By around 10 o'clock, the 2 fireplaces were finally completed. They tested them out, and the result was acceptable. At least the wooden houses became warmer. Though it was late, Yun Mian wasn't ready to rest just yet. She still had to make a fish trap. The others weren't planning on going to bed either. Wen Yushi helped Yun Mian strip the birch bark, while Luo Zi chopped wood to make furniture. Luo Zi had acquired a carpentry book while on the boat, learning some woodworking skills, so even without a workbench, he could make some simple furniture and tools. He planned to make some wooden bowls, plates, and chopsticks, as well as a table, so they could have utensils for eating. Having a table would also allow them to place dishes on it, rather than eating directly from the ground, which was inconvenient. Du Changsong wasn't sure what he should do and was wandering around idly, so he went to ask Yun Mian if she needed any help. After some thought, Yun Mian said, "How about making a drying rack? That way, if we have extra fish, we can smoke them into dried fish." Du Changsong asked, "How do I make a drying rack?" Yun Mian patiently explained how to make one. Truth be told, she could have done it herself in the time it took to explain, but it was important to get Du Changsong involved. If he never learned, he'd just be idle all the time. In a team, no one should end up having nothing to do, otherwise dissatisfaction could grow among the members. Du Changsong still didn't fully understand after Yun Mian explained, but she encouraged him. Just give it a try. Wen Yushi was much faster at peeling bark than Yun Mian was at making the fish trap. After finishing, Wen Yushi immediately joined Yun Mian in the task. Seeing Wen Yushi's deft hands, Yun Mian suggested, "Tomorrow let's look around the area for bamboo and see if we can make a crab trap." Wen Yushi responded enthusiastically, "Sure, I feel like there are a lot of crabs under the waterfall. If we set up a trap there, we might have a good catch." After finishing the fish trap, Yun Mian finally stopped. Today had been exhausting. She looked at her hands, finding them cut in several places by the bark. Though the wounds were shallow and didn't bleed, there were marks that looked rather pitiful. Her fingers used to be fair and delicate, but since joining the game, practicing martial arts and doing physical labor, calluses had formed on them. However, Yun Mian didn't mind. Instead, she saw them as proof of her effort to grow stronger. Lying in her sleeping bag, she found it hard to fall asleep, her mind busy planning for the next day. It turned out that Wen Yushi couldn't sleep either. She whispered, Mian, I always thought you were just a lucky player, but after just one day with you, I realized that's not the case. Ha ha, really? But I do have pretty good luck, Mian laughed. Wen Yushi smiled too, seeing her honesty. Definitely, otherwise you wouldn't be ranked first in our district. After a slight hesitation, she asked, Did Ni Yangguang mention me to you? We know each other. Mian's expression shifted. Were they about to discuss gossip now? Girls sharing a sleeping space inevitably led to such chit-chat. If this continued, they probably wouldn't sleep at all tonight. Still, Mian was curious and thought of it as helping Ni Yangguang figure out why he had failed. He mentioned it. He said he tried to pursue you and failed. When Yushi paused. She hadn't expected Ni Yangguang to reveal even that. It seemed like he was indeed quite close with Mian. It made sense. Ni Yangguang was Mian's friend and business partner, and this fact was well known throughout District 3. He's a very kind person. Mian agreed. Yeah, he's got a great personality and is fun to talk to. When Yushi added, That's true, but I feel like he relies entirely on luck. This is a survival game. Players who depend solely on luck won't make it to the end. Mian replied, That may be true, but luck is really important. When Yushi countered, On the contrary, I admire players like Gufang more. Mian was at a loss for words. After a moment, she said, I admire his perseverance too. You see, Gufang is also kind. He helps others like Ni Yangguang does. But Gufang relies on his experience and hard work to help others, whereas Ni Yangguang simply gets lucky and gains a lot without much effort. Mian didn't know how to refute her, so she asked, Isn't your luck stat high as well? It's okay, my luck stat is 70. Mian. That's pretty good. Mian silently thought to herself, You have a high luck stat too. You must have benefited from it quite a bit, so why criticize Ni Yangguang for having a high luck stat? Mian remembered Ni Yangguang telling her that his luck stat was 80. Having a high luck stat helps him get through many challenges and resolve many problems, something determined at the start of the game. But I think effort and ability combined with luck are what truly makes someone strong. Mian. You're not wrong, but Gufang definitely doesn't fit that. He's that unlucky. But he compensates with his effort and skill, and his achievements are no less than those with high luck. That's why I admire him. Mian. Okay. But after coming here, I realize you're actually the type of person I admire the most. I said earlier I thought you were just a lucky player, but I didn't expect your abilities to be no less than any man's. You're even more capable and hardworking. When Yushi observed Mian's leadership, she didn't act bossy at all, and instead took on a lot of the work herself, only handing off some of the heavy lifting to Luozi. Luozi seemed strong, so it made sense for him to do such tasks. On the other hand, Du Changsong, despite looking sturdy, was not very helpful. Moreover, Mian was skilled at many things. She made the fishing rod, fish trap, and fireplace herself. If she were really just a lucky player, she'd rely entirely on a crafting table, like Ni Yangguang did. Though when Yushi kept praising her, Mian didn't fully agree with her point of view. It might have been because of her friendship with Ni Yangguang. If you don't like him, there's nothing that can be done. Feelings can't be forced. Besides, Ni Yangguang was quite laid back and wasn't troubled by unrequited feelings. When Yushi nodded. Before coming here, I told Gufang I was grouped with you. He said he thinks you're a great person too. Mian. Oh? Really? Yeah, didn't you sell him medicine before? And once, after coming back from the deserted island, you sent food to people, and he was one of them. He said whenever it comes to lottery or chance-based things, he never gets chosen. That was the first time, so he was really happy. Mian remembered. That time, huh? She had actually picked him deliberately, considering he was in second place, and building a good relationship wasn't a bad idea. But he really thought it was random. Might as well let that lovely misunderstanding continue. Mian chuckled. I see. Early the next morning, Yunmian quietly found a spot to roll the dice. Luck was average. Nothing particularly good or bad would happen. Yunmian simply cooked a pot of fish soup, adding a bit of the remaining wild greens. After serving everyone, there wasn't much to go around. Everyone held fish pieces wrapped in leaves. Each got one piece, followed by a sip of fish soup. Though it wasn't filling, it was all they had. At the start, food was scarce, and it was good enough just to have something to eat. Yunmian decided to go chop wood and bamboo to make a raft and crab traps. The bamboo could also be used to make cups. They didn't have any containers to drink water from, and drinking directly from the pot wasn't convenient. Making these things sooner meant they could use them sooner. So Yunmian planned to go early, and she asked Luozi to go with her to a distant area to gather materials. She asked Wen Yushi to look for food and see if there were other useful items. As for Du Changsong, Yunmian tasked him with chopping trees in the nearby woods and guarding their shelter. Guarding the shelter was very important. If someone came and set a fire or destroyed the wooden houses, it would be a heavy blow to them. Not to mention whether their score would decrease due to a damaged shelter. Rebuilding it would waste time and energy, and morale would suffer. So Du Changsong had to watch over the shelter. It was something Yunmian repeatedly emphasized. Just as Yunmian was about to head out, the system issued a task. The system has placed mission cards in various locations around the island. Finding a mission card and completing the task will result in additional points or supplies. Though it was called a mission card, no one knew what it looked like. How could they search for it on such a big island? If a small card was hidden underground, underwater, or in a tree, it would be very hard to find. Yunmian had no leads, but she figured others didn't either. Everyone started at the same point, so there wasn't too much pressure. Unfortunately, her luck today was average. She might find one card, but finding multiple seemed unlikely. She looked at the others. If there are mission cards, keep an eye out. If you find one, take a screenshot and send it to the group chat. Something crossed her mind and she emphasized, don't send it to the wrong place. The team chat and regional chat were in the same interface. She didn't want anyone to post to the regional chat by accident. After the instructions were given, Yunmian and Luozi set off. When Yushi didn't head in the same direction as them, Yunmian and Luozi went up the mountain, while Wen Yushi went toward the lake. There were more plants in that area. The mountains were mostly filled with shrubs and trees. White birch was great, but they couldn't just keep chopping those down. Yunmian mainly wanted to find lightweight wood suitable for making a raft. The environment and temperature here were not ideal for most trees to grow. Only those like birch and pine, which could withstand the cold, thrived. After crossing a mountain, Yunmian and Luozi finally found the right tree for making a raft, spruce. The wood from these trees is straight, light, and flexible, perfect for making a raft. Moreover, the wood, roots, and leaves of spruce can all be used to extract oil, which is also suitable for burning. Yunmian decided to take entire trees back since the wood wasn't heavy. Each of them, Yunmian and Luozi, could carry 3 to 5 pieces. She carried 3 and Luozi carried 5. 8 pieces of wood cut in half were more than enough to make a large raft. However, they looked for a long time but couldn't find any trace of bamboo, which was to be expected given the terrain and environment. Bamboo was unlikely to survive here. Without bamboo, they couldn't make bamboo tubes, but that wasn't a big problem. They could use a thick piece of wood, hollow it out, and use it as a water cup. This wouldn't be too hard for her. As for the crab trap, they could use thin branches or vines instead. Luozi turned out to be a diligent worker, just as Yunmian had hoped. A physically strong and hard-working player made things much easier. If everyone were like Du Changsong, she'd be having a hard time. Yunmian, is this wood enough? Luozi asked. Yunmian replied, enough. We won't use all of it for the raft. Luozi asked, are you planning to cross the lake? Yunmian explained, no, it's just to put fish traps in the center of the lake and fish in the deeper parts. Near the shore, it's usually small fish, but in deeper areas, we can catch bigger fish. Luozi said, I can go into the water to catch fish. Yunmian was surprised. Go into the water? In this cold weather? Are you sure? Luoze nodded. Yes, I used to swim in icy waters since I was a child, so I have a strong constitution. That's incredible, Yun Mian said. She remembered Luo telling her about Luoze going into the sea when they first arrived. Back then, Yun Mian was wearing a thick wetsuit and still felt freezing, but Luoze went in directly. It seemed he truly wasn't afraid of the cold. Luoze continued, If necessary, I can try. I also know how to spear fish. Yun Mian replied, We'll see. Only if necessary. What if you catch a cold? Luoze responded, I don't think I will. Who knows, there might even be a mission card in the lake. Yun Mian glanced at him. She had thought of that too. The two of them had been walking and searching, but they hadn't found a single mission card. This indicated that the mission cards were hidden in challenging locations. In such situations, you instinctively think of places like lakes or waterfalls. After all, in this cold weather, nobody would willingly go into the water. However, opportunity comes with risk. If there's no mission card in the lake and Luoze catches a cold, it wouldn't be worth it. Yun Mian still said, Let's wait for now. If she could go into the water herself, she would. But without proper equipment, she didn't dare to. Luoze, however, insisted, I think it'll be fine. I've gone into the water during winter before. During the day, the temperature isn't too low. If I go in and quickly come out if I don't find anything, we can just dry me off with a blanket. And if I find the mission card, we'll gain an advantage. Yun Mian hesitated. Let's go back and discuss it with everyone. Seeing that Yun Mian was reconsidering, Luoze smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you, Yun Mian. Just then, a new message appeared in the group chat from Wen Yushi. Yun Mian, I found an iron pipe. She attached a photo. The iron pipe was rusty. It had been buried in the soil by the lake, and Wen Yushi had pulled it out. It wasn't very long, and no one knew what it was originally used for or how it ended up there. Yun Mian replied, Hold on to it for now, I'll need it. Wen Yushi responded, Got it. Luoze asked, Are you planning to make a spear from the iron pipe? If the tip was sharpened, it would definitely work better than a wooden spear. Yun Mian gave a playful response. It has another use before making a spear. She blinked, her lively eyes sparkling. Luoze looked at her and said, Yun Mian, you sure know a lot. Yun Mian smiled. Really? I didn't know much before? I learned everything after I got here. Luoze asked, Do you think this game is cruel? Yun Mian replied, It is quite cruel, really. If you're eliminated, you're just gone. Death here seems so simple. Luoze continued, But isn't that the same in real life? People die every day in all sorts of ways. Coming here is just experiencing it earlier. It was predicted long ago that an apocalypse would come. Entering this game is just an early taste. For an 18-year-old boy to have such thoughts? Yun Mian found it hard to understand. Luoze added, You seem like the type of person who's luckier the harder you work. Yun Mian smiled. Everyone is. If you work hard, it will definitely pay off. Luoze responded, Maybe. She wasn't sure if young boys just tended to get sentimental. Yun Mian encouraged him. Don't overthink it. Work hard and protect your sister. She's been looking out for you, and now it's your turn to step up. Luoze nodded. I will. The two of them returned to the shelter. The others hadn't come back yet, so Yun Mian and Luoze put down their things. It was getting late. Yun Mian told Luoze to stay and work on the raft while she went fishing. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything for lunch. It seemed like Wen Yushi hadn't found any food either. If she could catch a few more fish and secure enough food for the day, they could work on the raft in the afternoon and evening. Luoze said, Why don't I go with you? Maybe I can catch some birds or other animals. Yun Mian replied, But, Luoze insisted, Let me go with you. I also want to see the lake. Since Luoze was determined, Yun Mian messaged the others to ask when they would be back. Truth be told, Yun Mian Mian was worried about the shelter being damaged, especially knowing that there were other groups nearby. It kept weighing on her mind. Du Chang Song. I'll need some more time. I cut down 2 trees, but I can't move them. Wen Yushi. I walked quite far and found some wild chicory. I'll pick more, but it will take me about half an hour. She glanced at Du Changsong's position, which wasn't far away. Yun Mian Mian. All right, let's wait here for a bit and deal with these logs. Once Du Changsong is back, we'll go. Luo Zi. It'd be faster if I go help him. With that, he headed in Du Changsong's direction. Yun Mian Mian thought, that made sense too. Luo Zi went over and carried both trees back by himself. Du Changsong looked uneasy, clearly embarrassed. He hadn't done much but was already exhausted. His stamina wasn't on the same level as Luo Zi's. On the way back, Du Changsong asked Luo Zi several times about his stamina level, but Luo Zi didn't answer. Once back at the shelter, Du Changsong curiously asked Yun Mian Mian about her stamina. Yun Mian Mian, you have great strength for a girl. It's not common. Yun Mian Mian replied, Is that so? It's all from training. You can do it too. Du Changsong was shocked. Really? Yun Mian Mian nodded. Yes. My stamina was initially very low, and I wasn't strong at all. She didn't tell Du Changsong her exact stamina level. Such information was something she only shared with trusted people. Du Changsong sighed. I guess that's just luck on your part. Luo Zi said, If you're not naturally gifted, then you need to rely on hard work. Hard work has nothing to do with luck. Du Changsong, looking embarrassed, wiped his sweat and fell silent. All right. Luo Zi and I are heading out to find food. While we're gone, you stay here and watch the shelter. These logs are for making the raft. Don't touch them. Just chop the ones you brought into firewood. Du Changsong said, But we already have enough firewood. Yun Mian Mian replied, Cut some more just in case it rains tomorrow. I don't think the weather will stay this good. The weather will stay. Du Changsong nodded. Got it. After Yun Mian Mian and Luo Zi left, Du Changsong sat down to rest. But after a while, when he saw Wen Yushi return, he quickly got up and started chopping the wood. On the way to the lake, Yun Mian Mian noticed a soccer falcon. It was flying very high, circling in the air. Yun Mian Mian casually commented, That soccer falcon is beautiful, flying so high. The soccer falcon was large, with grayish-brown feathers. It belonged to the falcon family and was also known as a white falcon. It was a large bird of prey, known for its strength and sharp hook-like beak and talons. If it flew lower, it likely had found prey, as it was a carnivore. Just as Yun Mian Mian finished speaking, the soccer falcon seemed to spot something and started descending. Yun Mian Mian frowned and was about to warn Luo Zi when she saw him pull his bow without hesitation and shoot an arrow at the falcon. Before she could react, the arrow was already soaring straight towards the soccer falcon. Wow, this was intense. Yun Mian Mian was stunned. Was Luo Zi's archery that good? From what she could see, it looked like he was using a basic bow. No, upon closer inspection, Yun Mian Mian realized that Luo Zi's bow had been modified. The arrows also looked different, adorned with pretty feathers, and the bow incorporated antler materials. It seemed Luo Zi had enhanced his gear before coming here. The arrow flew into the sky and actually hit the soccer falcon. The falcon fell, but not near them. It landed in the distant forest. Yun Mian Mian's expression changed. It seemed like the area belonged to another group. The smoke she had seen earlier had come from that direction. Yun Mian Mian said seriously, We need to hurry over there. There's another group nearby, and if they pick it up, it could get complicated. Luo Zi replied, But the bird still has my arrow. Why would it be complicated? I've marked my arrows. That may be true, but they could hide the arrow. In any case, Yun Mian Mian thought it was best to go as quickly as possible. Luo Zi nodded. Let's go. The two sped up, but they only knew the general direction in which the soccer falcon had fallen. They had no exact location, so they could only search in that direction. Fortunately, Luo Zi had a good sense of direction. Not long after, he spotted the soccer falcon's feathers and some blood. Yun Mian Mian said, It must be nearby. Luoze also smelled the scent of blood. Yeah. Following the trail of blood, they soon found the saker falcon lying in the grass not far away. The falcon had an arrow in its chest. Luoze's arrow. There was grass here, which surprised Yunmian. It seemed like this area had good geography. Where there was grass, there were more plants and animals. The location was just over half an hour's walk from their group's shelter. As they approached to retrieve the falcon, someone shouted, "Who are you?" Yunmian frowned. She ignored the person and immediately moved forward to grab the saker falcon. Seeing her take the bird, the person quickly shouted, "Captain! Someone's here taking a big bird." Yunmian said, "This is our prey. We're taking it and leaving." "You say it's yours, but this area is our campsite." Seeing how persistent they were, Yunmian mentally prepared herself for a confrontation. If a fight broke out, they wouldn't be leaving without the bird. With Luoze by her side, they should be able to hold their ground. If this group refused to let them go, Yunmian was ready to draw her sword. Soon, the person referred to as Captain arrived. He was a fierce-looking man with dark skin, not very tall but appeared tough and capable. What's going on here? These two suddenly showed up and tried to take the big bird that fell on our side. Such a large bird could feed their group for a whole day. Yunmian said in a serious tone, "This is our prey, and the arrow on it is ours too." Luoze pulled out the quiver from his back and took out another arrow. A simple comparison would show that they had shot down the saker falcon. Luoze's arrows were unique and different from ordinary arrows. The man's expression relaxed after a careful look, and he smiled. "It seems like this was just a misunderstanding. Which area are you guys from? Are you stationed nearby as well?" He glanced at Luoze and then at Yunmian. A young boy and a beautiful young lady, being able to shoot down this saker falcon with a single arrow, spoke volumes about their abilities. If they were stationed nearby, it was inevitable that they would meet again in the future. The man had the thought of befriending them. However, Yunmian replied, "We're stationed a bit farther away. We just came here to find this bird." Her instincts told her that this man was not a good person. Even though he was polite, his gaze made Yunmian very uncomfortable. The man didn't give up. "Well, there's no harm in getting to know each other. After all, we're all trying to survive on this island. We could help each other and share information." Luoze stood in front of Yunmian. "No need. We're in a hurry to head back." At this point, 2 more people from the man's group approached. Their group consisted of 4 men of varying heights and builds, all of whom were staring at Yunmian. Even though Luoze was standing in front of her, their stares were blatant. Yunmian's face darkened. She tugged at Luoze. "Let's go." With that, Luoze escorted Yunmian away. After they had left, the dark-skinned man turned to his teammates. "I'll follow them and see where their shelter is located." "Captain, do you want me to come with you?" "No, I'll just take a look and come right back. You guys stay here and make dinner. I'll be back in time to eat." Luoze felt someone following them after a while. He whispered to Yunmian, "Mian, I think those people are following us. Should we change our route to lose them?" Yunmian asked, "Can we lose them? Why not just deal with him directly and make him leave?" She didn't like the hassle of trying to lose someone. It was a waste of time. Since the man dared to secretly follow them, it was clear he had set his sights on them. They might as well take the opportunity to show their strength and make it clear they were not to be messed with. Strength should be demonstrated when appropriate. Yunmian reached for her sword and was about to draw it when Luoze stopped her. "Mian, let me handle this." Luoze, his expression cold, pulled out an arrow and drew his bow, aiming behind them. "Who's there? Come out now." His voice was cold, filled with menace, completely different from his usual demeanor. Even Yunmian was taken aback by his assertiveness. The dark-skinned man had been following them closely, not expecting to be discovered so quickly. He had no choice but to step out. "Ha, it's just a misunderstanding. I was just out looking for food and water. What a coincidence that I ran into you guys. Luoze called him out. You've been following us the whole time. Did you think we wouldn't notice? No way. This path leads to the water source. The man denied it. Yun Mian said coldly, Which way are you heading? The man hesitated for a moment before pointing to the right. Yun Mian said, All right, you go first. We'll take the other way. The man's expression darkened, but there was nothing he could do. Yun Mian and Luoze stood their ground for a while before continuing on their way. Back at the shelter, Wen Yushi had also returned. She and Du Changsong saw Yun Mian and Luoze carrying a big bird and were thrilled. They quickly approached and asked where the bird had come from. Yun Mian said cheerfully, Luoze shot it down. Du Changsong said, Nice job. Wen Yushi asked, Is this an eagle? Yun Mian replied, It's a soccer falcon, a type of falcon, different from an eagle. Du Changsong said, It's huge. Are we going to eat it? Yun Mian nodded. Yes, I'll prepare it for roasting soon. Wen Yushi added, I found some wild lettuce and wild potatoes. Yun Mian said, Perfect. The potatoes can be baked in the ashes of the fire. Du Changsong said, Looks like we're going to have a feast tonight. Yun Mian replied, I'll go clean and prepare this soccer falcon. She planned to clean it by the waterfall to avoid dirtying the shelter. The smell of blood could also attract unwanted attention. Luozi said, I'll go with you and fetch some water. Seeing the two leave, Du Changsong whispered to Wen Yushi, Don't you think Yun Mian and Luozi seem to know each other? They always act together. Wen Yushi replied, Really? I haven't noticed. Du Changsong insisted, I think so. Wen Yushi said, Does it matter if they do? They're both really strong. Being in the same team as them means we'll definitely get a good ranking. Du Changsong agreed. That's true. Wen Yushi initially wanted to tell him to mind his own business but held back. Yun Mian gutted the soccer falcon and was about to discard the internal organs when she found something inside. Luoze? Look at this. Luoze was fetching water and washing vegetables. Hearing her call, he turned to look. Yun Mian held a blood-stained piece of parchment in her hand. She wiped the bloodstains off the parchment. So this is the task card. Luoze. It was actually hidden inside an animal. Yun Mian chuckled. The system is really cunning. Who would have thought of this? Luoze. Read what's on it. Yun Mian read aloud word by word. Team members must catch 10 fish within 2 days for a reward of 25 points. Luoze. Within 2 days. Does that mean 48 hours starting now? Yun Mian. Yes. If you open your panel, you can see the countdown for the task. In the group chat, Wen Yushi noticed the new task as soon as it appeared, as she had been watching the panel. Wen Yushi. Why did a new task suddenly appear? Did you guys see it? Yun Mian. Yeah, we just got a task card. We'll explain when we get back. Du Changsong. Wow, 10 fish in 2 days for only 25 points? That's pretty tough. Yun Mian didn't think it was too hard. She planned to make 3 more fishing rods tonight, and with the raft done, they could go to the middle of the lake to fish tomorrow. The task said to catch fish, but whether using fish traps would count or if they must be caught by fishing would need to be tested. She would find out tomorrow. As for the 25 points, Yun Mian thought it wasn't a low reward. After all, eliminating a team member deducted 50 points, so completing this task would earn half of that back. Luoze. Since the task card was hidden inside the soccer falcon, it's likely that other animals also have them. I'll look for more tomorrow. Yun Mian. Sounds good? The two finished up and prepared to head back, but then they saw new messages in the regional chat. Yun Mian opened it to check. Gex.sex has a lot of muscles. Come quickly. Damn! I posted in the wrong place. Someone posted a coordinate saying there were a lot of mussels, and then immediately said it was posted by mistake. It seemed like everyone in the region could see it. Though no one replied immediately to these messages, there were bound to be people short on food who would go there to gather mussels. Yun Mianmian's first reaction to this message was that something felt off. It could have been a genuine mistake, but deliberately reporting the coordinates like that seemed too deliberate. Moreover, due to red tide, the mussels Yun Mianmian saw yesterday were toxic. Although Yun Mianmian hadn't visited that coordinate to verify, there was a high likelihood that mussels in other areas were also affected by the red tide. Eating them would be very harmful to one's health, causing anything from persistent diarrhea to potentially life-threatening consequences. If it was intentional, then the intentions were very malicious. Yun Mianmian shared her suspicions with Luo Ze. Luo Ze. Should we warn everyone? Yun Mianmian. Everyone is in competition right now. Even if you warn them, they might not believe you and think you're trying to keep resources for yourself. Luo Ze. True, and posting would expose yourself, especially since all the veteran players know your name. Yun Mianmian. Why don't you say something? Whether they believe it or not is up to them. You're a new player, no one knows you. I won't post. Luo Ze. Sure. Luo Ze posted in the regional chat. Due to the red tide, mussels may be toxic. Everyone, eat with caution. Soon someone replied, how do we know if that's true? Maybe you're just saying that to stop others from competing with you for resources. They had issued a warning. Whether others believed it was not their concern anymore. Some people were smart enough to think it through. Red tides cause algal toxins and mussels eat algae. If there's a red tide, the mussels will be toxic. That's common knowledge. If you really need to eat them, make sure to test them first. The person who spoke was named Mu Baiyin, also from District 3. Since they were from the same district, Yun Mianmian paid a bit more attention. But the person who had objected earlier spoke again. You're both from District 3. Who knows if you're just putting on an act? Mu Baiyin. If you don't believe me, you can try eating them. No one's stopping you. Soon, others from different districts also stood up to explain the dangers of red tide. The person who had expressed doubt stopped talking, and someone else mentioned that the one who shared the mussel coordinates might have had malicious intentions. The regional chat suddenly became lively. Yesterday, no one was even talking. Yun Mianmian didn't bother paying attention to this. She had a lot to do. She split the soccer falcon into 2 portions and put it on the fire to roast. Then, she started making fishing rods. 1 fishing rod per person. Whether they caught fish or not, at least everyone would have the equipment. Who knows? Maybe luck would be on their side and they'd all catch something. Seeing Yun Mianmian working on fishing rods, Wen Yushi came over to help. She was skilled, quickly picking it up. Yun Mianmian mentioned wanting to go fishing in the afternoon, and Wen Yushi said she wanted to join. Since the new rods were ready, Yun Mianmian let her tag along. As for Luo Ze, Yun Mianmian asked him to stay at the shelter to continue working on the raft. Hunting wasn't urgent. Completing the raft should be prioritized to finish the task tomorrow. As for Du Changsong, Yun Mianmian had him stay back and help Luo Ze. She didn't feel comfortable having him alone to watch over the place, especially since they had encountered another group earlier. Although they managed to shake them off, there was still a chance they'd locate their shelter, on the other side of the island. Mu Baiyin's teammate was scolding her. Why did you have to say that in the regional chat? It wasn't necessary. Mu Baiyin. I couldn't stand seeing someone from our district getting slandered while trying to help. Let them learn the hard way if they don't believe. Who cares? Besides, we're all competing here. Mu Baiyin. So what if we're competing? A human life is still more important. And besides, they're from District 3, just like us. How can I just stand by and watch? But if you tie yourself to that Luo Ze, he might not even appreciate it. Mu Baiyin. I don't need him to appreciate it. I just mentioned it casually. Lin Quanling. All right, you two stop arguing. What Baiyin did was right. People from the same district should help each other. Lin Quanling was the team leader, and when teammates had conflicts, it was his responsibility to step in. Lin Quanling. By the way, does anyone know who this Luo Ze is? No? Never seen the name before? Lin Quanling. He reminds me of someone. Who? Lin Quanling. Luo. She stood out a lot in the first deserted island experiment. I watched her live stream. She's a very skilled girl. Oh right, their names are quite similar. Mu Baiyin. They just both have the surname Luo. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. Lin Quan Ling. It might not, but what if it does? Maybe we should try getting to know him. Actually, Lin Quan Ling wasn't just thinking about getting to know Luo Ze. He was thinking about recruiting him, since they were from the same district. But he couldn't say that outright, because each team could only have 4 members, and recruiting someone meant kicking out one of their current members. All afternoon, Yun Mian managed to catch 3 fish, but Wen Yushi didn't catch any. The task required catching 10 fish, and they had only caught 3 so far. It seemed like they would have to rely on tomorrow to complete it. Yun Mian cleaned the 3 fish by the lake and let Wen Yushi take them back, while she stayed to fish for a bit longer. After Wen Yushi left, Yun Mian stayed by the lake for another hour, but didn't catch any more fish. However, she noticed what looked like 2 people across the lake. They were too far away to see clearly, but she could tell they were 2 men. Yun Mian was certain that they saw her too, so she didn't linger. She quickly gathered her things and left. Back at the shelter, Wen Yushi was grilling fish, Luo Ze was working on the raft, and Du Changsong was assisting him. Seeing Yun Mian return empty-handed, everyone looked a bit disappointed, but no one said anything. Yun Mian took the iron pipe Wen Yushi had found to the waterfall to clean it. She used gravel to scrub off the rust. The gravel could serve as a whetstone and worked quite well. After a while, the iron pipe was much cleaner, at least not as rusty. Wen Yushi asked, Mian, what are you planning to do with the iron pipe? Yun Mian replied, You'll find out soon. She took the iron pipe to the nearby birch forest, chose a sturdy birch tree, peeled off a piece of its bark, and then inserted the iron pipe into the trunk. She tied a long wooden cylinder to the other end of the pipe. With this setup, the sap from the birch tree would flow down the iron pipe and collect in the wooden cylinder. The wooden cylinder was made by Luo Ze, who hollowed out a thick piece of wood, smoothed it out, and coated it with pine resin to make it watertight. It could hold much more liquid than a small wooden cup. Birch sap was useful for many purposes, and everyone could drink it. The main reason was that their diet had been very monotonous lately, and the sap could provide carbohydrates, amino acids, and other essential nutrients. It had been difficult to collect it before, but with the iron pipe, it was much easier. By leaving it like this overnight, they could collect a full container of sap. To prevent anything from contaminating the sap, Yun Mian covered the cylinder before leaving. Late at night, Yun Mian heard Wen Yushi's breathing become steady, indicating that she was asleep. Yun Mian quietly slipped out of the wooden house. She had arranged with Luo Ze for a late-night practice session. The two practiced in the open space next to the shelter. To make it easier for teaching, Luo Ze had prepared a wooden sword for himself. Yun Mian explained the sword techniques and movements she had obtained. Luo Ze demonstrated them, letting her follow along. Even though Yun Mian was inexperienced, she had some prior basics, so her form was decent. The power of the Tang Dynasty horizontal saber was extraordinary. Yun Mian swung the saber twice, and it cleanly cut down a tree. The cut was neat and even, quite impressive. This was Yun Mian's first time wielding the saber with full force, as she hadn't had the chance before. Seeing how powerful the saber was made Yun Mian even more eager. She practiced until late at night, reluctant to stop. Luo Ze, you go sleep first. I still want to practice a bit more. Luo Ze. Mian, don't rush it. Haste makes waste. We still have a lot to do tomorrow. Yun Mian thought he had a point. We do need to go fishing tomorrow. Yes, the raft will be ready in the morning. I'll go fishing with you then? The raft can only hold 2 people. Wen Yushi and I will take it to the middle of the lake to fish. If luck is on our side, you can go do something else. If not, you can come help in the afternoon. Okay, whatever you say. Yun Mian nodded. All right, let's rest. I won't practice anymore. Though she was still a bit unsatisfied. Luo Ze. You're already very talented, Mian. Given time, you'll become truly formidable. Yun Mian was aware that her skills were still those of a beginner. She had managed to learn sword and saber techniques this quickly only because they were in the game, where her physical abilities and memory were greatly enhanced. Experts like Luo and Luo Zhe, on the other hand, had already been skilled before entering the game, and they would only get stronger here. Luo Zhe had easily shot down that soccer falcon today. Yun Mian couldn't yet do that. The next morning, Yun Mian rolled the dice. Surprisingly, today's lucky number was 1. Good things come in pairs. Did this mean that if she managed to catch 3 fish today, she would complete the task? Yun Mian was eager to try. After having some potatoes for breakfast, she set out. Yun Mian had initially planned to go fishing with Wen Yushi, but because of the double buff, she didn't want Wen Yushi to see it, so she asked Wen Yushi to fish by the lakeshore while she fished in the center of the lake. The reason was simple. It would be more efficient to fish in separate locations than to fish in the same spot. Wen Yushi, of course, didn't suspect anything and agreed immediately. The raft was very sturdy. Luo Zhe's work was always reliable. Yun Mian paddled to the center of the lake in no time. The water was calm, and she just had to avoid the floating ice. While rowing, Yun Mian would use the paddle to push away any ice blocks in her path. Once she reached the center of the lake, Yun Mian settled down and baited the hook. The bait was some of the soccer falcon's entrails, which Yun Mian had saved for fishing. The entrails were likely to be better bait than the mussel meat. As she fished, Yun Mian also checked the regional chat. Since she warned people about the mussels being poisonous yesterday, the regional chat had become quite active. She wasn't sure why. Many people were now discussing the task cards. Has anyone found a task card yet? My team and I have searched everywhere nearby. We've practically dug 3 feet deep. Yeah, same here. We've climbed so many trees, even chopped down the ones we couldn't climb, but still no sign of a task card. Could it be that the task card is in the water? If it's really in the water, what are we supposed to do? Go diving for it? In this weather, going underwater is suicidal. Well, if you want points, you have to take risks. Yun Mian looked at the lake and pondered whether there might be anything worthwhile under the water. She wouldn't reveal that she had found the task card in the belly of an animal, and she trusted that other groups who had found task cards also wouldn't say anything. Currently, Yun Mian's team score was 208. Shooting the soccer falcon had earned them 10 points. Fishing also gave them points. Altogether, they had accumulated just over 200 points, though she wasn't sure how other groups were doing. However, Yun Mian guessed that 200 points was not a low score. But whether they were in first place was hard to say. After all, the resources nearby weren't abundant. They only had 1 task card, and the task was not yet completed. Just as she was deep in thought, the fishing rod moved slightly. Yun Mian immediately reacted. There was a fish on the hook. She pulled up the fishing rod. Soon, she heard the double luck notification sound. 1 fish turned into 2. Catfish X1 acquired. Catfish X1 acquired. Yun Mian quickly checked the task progress. It worked. Great. With this, she only needed to catch 3 fish to complete the task, significantly shortening the time required. Plus, with the double effect lasting all day, she could stockpile a good amount of fish, eliminating the worry of food for the next few days. Soon, Yun Mian was catching fish after fish. Within an hour, the task was completed. In fact, she had so many fish that the raft could hardly hold them all. Thankfully, she had brought a fish basket. The fish basket was originally intended to be left in the lake after she finished fishing to check tomorrow. But now, it seemed she had to use it to store the fish instead. Wen Yushi. Mian, you're amazing. I just saw the task was completed. Du Changsong. Incredible. You were only out there for a while and already 6 fish. Yun Mian. Just good luck today. Du Changsong. This isn't just good luck, it's insane. Yun Mian. I'll bring the fish back first and you can smoke them. We can't eat them all today, so make smoked fish. Luo Zhe. Since the task is done, I won't be back at noon. I'm heading further away to hunt. Yun Mian. Okay, what will you eat? Luo Zhe. I'm not hungry. After filling the fish basket, Yun Mian paddled back to the shore. Wen Yushi had also caught 2 fish. She had been quite proud until she saw that Yun Mian's fish basket was overflowing. Her expression immediately turned to one of admiration. Wen Yushi, Mian, you're amazing. How many fish are there? Yun Mian, about 20. Fishing in the center of the lake is easier. You can catch one after another. Wen Yushi, really? I only caught 2. Yun Mian, you can try the lake center tomorrow. I have other things to do tomorrow. Wen Yushi had originally wanted to join Yun Mian in the center of the lake in the afternoon, but since the task was already completed, doing it tomorrow was fine. Besides the catfish, the fish basket also contained some cod and capelin. The capelin was small, good for smoking into dried fish. The cod would be best cooked in a pan as fish fillets. As for the catfish, it would be cooked with wild vegetables. Yun Mian planned to find some spices later. After several days of bland food, she was eager to improve their meals. The 2 of them were heading back to the shelter with the fish. After walking a short distance, they encountered a group of strangers. It wasn't the same group as yesterday, but a group they hadn't seen before. There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. They were surprised to see Yun Mian and Wen Yushi, but soon their attention shifted to the fish Wen Yushi was carrying. The 3 of them had been hungry for 2 days. They had survived on bark and roots and hadn't had any meat. Seeing the fish, they could almost taste the aroma of grilled fish, and they started to drool. Where did you get those fish? One of them asked. Wen Yushi and Yun Mian exchanged glances before Yun Mian spoke up. We fished them. They only saw the 2 fish Wen Yushi was carrying at first, not noticing Yun Mian's fish basket, which was full of fish. When they heard that these 2 could fish, their eyes shifted to the fishing rods they were holding. Yun Mian's rod was hanging from the fish basket. The fish in the basket were still alive, occasionally jumping. The girl among the 3 noticed the fish in the basket and pulled on the sleeve of one of her companions, signaling him to look. Yun Mian said to Wen Yushi, "Let's go." But just as they took 2 steps, they were stopped. Wait a minute. The tallest man blocked Yun Mian and Wen Yushi. Don't go just yet. Yeah, can we trade for your fish? We want to make a deal. Yun Mian refused without hesitation. No need. Someone who can't even get meat probably doesn't have anything worth trading, definitely nothing that interests her. Upon hearing Yun Mian's firm refusal, their expressions changed. You haven't even heard what we want to trade. Yun Mian said, Sorry, we're not trading our fish. The girl said urgently, Our team hasn't eaten for 2 days, just 2 fish. We see you have so many. Yun Mian said, If you want fish, you can go to the lake and fish yourselves. There are plenty of fish in the lake. There are plenty of ways. If we could catch them, we wouldn't be asking you. But telling us all this is useless. Seeing that Yun Mian and Wen Yushi were 2 women while their side had 3 people, including 2 men, they didn't take the girls seriously. Don't speak too soon. We're being polite now. We could cooperate. You provide food and we help with tasks. How about that? Yeah, there are 3 guys on our team. We can do the heavy lifting in exchange for fish. Right. This way you girls can save some energy. The more they spoke, the more they thought their proposal was good. Yun Mian and Wen Yushi were both speechless. Wen Yushi got annoyed. We said no. Could you please stop blocking our way? It's not up to you whether we trade or not. The few were clearly starving, having searched all morning but found nothing to eat, and now they were getting desperate. It's not up to us? How so? Yun Mian's face turned cold. She handed the fish basket to Wen Yushi and reached for the blade strapped to her back. If we want to rob you, you can't stop us. Now we're just asking for 2 fish. If it comes to a fight, don't blame us for not leaving anything for you. These men, seeing they had more people, started acting arrogantly. Yun Mian sneered. Is that so? Wen Yushi whispered, I've already sent a message to Luozi. They'll be here soon. Yun Mian replied, Okay. Hearing their conversation, the girl among the 3 said, They called for help. Let's grab it and go. All right. The two men approached, their target being Wen Yushi, as she was holding the fish. But before they could make a move, Yun Mian stood in front of them with her blade drawn. Yun Mian's blade was still wrapped in cloth, making it unclear what it was. "What? You really want to fight?" The two men also drew their weapons. One of them had a bronze sword and the other had a long knife. They didn't take Yun Mian seriously at all. Yun Mian tore off the cloth, revealing the sheath of her blade. Their expressions changed immediately. After all, the blade looked anything but ordinary. The two men gripped their weapons, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided that Yun Mian, being just a woman with a good weapon, must be a lucky player. Perhaps if they took the fish, they could also get their hands on the blade, especially the man holding the knife. His eyes were fixed on it, already fantasizing about how powerful he'd be once the blade was his. One held a sword, and the other held a knife, and they tried to flank Yun Mian to intimidate her. But Yun Mian wasn't scared at all. She calmly pulled the blade out of its sheath. The sharpness of the blade, as soon as it was drawn, was enough to shock the two men. The glint of the blade reflected in their eyes, giving them a powerful impact. That was the chill that a cold weapon could bring. This was also the first time Wen Yushi had seen Yun Mian draw her blade. She had noticed Yun Mian always carried it on her back and knew it was the only item she had brought with her, so it must be very important. But these past few days, Yun Mian hadn't used it at all, not even to clean fish, for which she used an axe. Seeing it now, Wen Yushi couldn't help but open her mouth wide in awe. Such a cool blade, and Yun Mian, a young girl, could wield it. The ornate hilt and scabbard weren't the most striking parts. It was the entire blade itself that invoked fear. But looking at Yun Mian's appearance, it was hard to imagine her being able to handle such a weapon. It wasn't surprising that these two men underestimated her based on her looks. Yun Mian's appearance was indeed deceptive. Beautiful without aggression, gentle without being flashy. Even though her demeanor changed significantly after drawing the blade, it was hard for others to change their perception of her quickly, especially the man with the knife. He thought his knife skills were decent. So he stepped forward to face Yun Mian. Yun Mian looked at him coldly. Her stance was steady. She barely moved as she swung the blade in a sweeping arc, a gust of wind following the blade. The man instinctively raised his own knife to block. There was a loud clash. The man's hand went numb from the impact. He looked down and saw that his knife had already been chipped, the blade trembling uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. Yun Mian's strength was so great. She looked so frail, yet her strength was leagues above his. "Impossible." The man looked at Yun Mian in disbelief. "What is your strength value?" Yun Mian sneered. "You're not worthy of knowing." She glanced at the other person, raising an eyebrow. "And you? Aren't you going to step up?" The man with the sword was also provoked by Yun Mian's taunt. He angrily looked at the man with the knife and said, "You're pathetic. Can't even beat a woman." After saying that, he raised his sword and attacked Yun Mian, aiming directly at her vital points. Yun Mian's eyes narrowed. She first blocked with her blade and then, before he could react, kicked him in the lower abdomen. A scream echoed as the man painfully crouched down. Yun Mian raised her blade and struck his sword, sending it flying, then gave him another kick. Yun Mian sneered. "Looks like you're useless too. Not much better than him." These two men had no real skill. They only dared to steal because she and Wen Yushi were women, truly overestimating themselves. Yun Mian gave a cold glance at the woman standing to the side. The woman was already terrified. "Still not getting lost?" Yun Mian shouted with a smile, her face friendly yet exuding a sense of menace. Holding the blade, she looked like a goddess of death, but a deceptively charming one. 3 minutes ago, no one would have believed that this seemingly harmless woman could defeat two men with just a few moves. The woman scrambled away, fleeing in a panic. Before leaving, she took a screenshot of the scene and sent it to her group chat. As for the two men, Yun Mian coldly said, "Leave your weapons and get out." Taking their weapons was their punishment. She wouldn't take their lives, but they had to pay a price. If they thought having weapons allowed them to rob others, then they would have to leave the weapons behind. Of course, the two men were unwilling. They both brought weapons into this competition, and if Yunmian took them, they would be useless to the team. Their team leader could easily kick them out. Even if they weren't kicked out, with the scarcity of food, keeping fewer people meant less pressure on resources. "I'm sorry. We were wrong. I apologize. Could I take my weapon back? I have nothing else." The man with the knife pleaded. The other man followed suit with similar pleas, but Yunmian remained unmoved and coldly said, "Your life or your weapon? Choose." She raised her blade and aimed it at one of their necks. The threat was palpable. The man gasped, not daring to negotiate further. He lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence. Yunmian turned to the other man. "Speak." "We'll leave the weapons. We're leaving now." Standing to the side, Wen Yushi's eyes sparkled. Yunmian's image in her mind had grown larger than life. From a goddess to a war goddess. Wen Yushi looked at Yunmian with admiration. "Wow, Mian, you're amazing." Yunmian smiled. "Not too bad." Just then, one of the two men who had turned to leave, the one with the knife, tried to grab his weapon to attack Yunmian from behind when she wasn't paying attention. Yunmian had anticipated this. Even while talking to Wen Yushi, she kept her grip tight on her blade. Just as she was about to raise her blade to block, an arrow came flying from the distance, piercing straight into the man's arm. This time, the man's scream was even more gut-wrenching than before. The arrow penetrated his arm, going right through muscle and bone, and he fell to the ground, completely powerless to even move. Luo Ze had arrived. Seeing the man reaching for his weapon, Luo Ze had drawn his bow and fired without hesitation. Since Wen Yushi had mentioned in the group chat that there were people from another group trying to steal from them, Luo Ze hurried over and upon seeing this scene, shot the arrow mercilessly. He didn't know Yunmian had already subdued the two men. Naturally, that man was attempting a sneak attack on Yunmian. Someone using such underhanded tactics didn't deserve any mercy. Player Shen Jintu eliminated. Team score plus 50. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Yunmian, Wen Yushi, Luo Ze, and even Du Changsong from a distance all heard the notification. Meanwhile, Shen Jintu's teammates heard a different notification. Team member Shen Jintu has been eliminated. Team score 50. This could actually happen. The expressions of both teams turned complicated. Seeing this, the other man ran away as if for his life. Yunmian glanced at him, but didn't pursue. Shen Jintu's body disappeared from where he fell, probably eliminated and returned to the ship. But with such a serious injury, even back on the ship, there was no one to treat him. Unless he could remove the arrow himself and had enough medicine to heal, his fate seemed grim. Luo Ze frowned and said, "My arrow?" Yunmian laughed. 50 points in exchange for your arrow. Not a bad trade. Luo Ze sighed. "All right." Wen Yushi added, "Doesn't this mean that seriously injuring players to disqualify them can earn points?" "Yes, it seems so." "If everyone finds out about this, won't all the teams—" Wen Yushi didn't finish her sentence. It was a chilling thought. Would players start killing each other for points? No one could say for sure. Earlier, Yunmian had no intention of killing anyone. She just wanted to take their weapons. But that man was unwilling to accept that and got shot by Luo Ze, resulting in the system deeming him eliminated. Now, his fate was uncertain. Even if Luo Ze hadn't meant to kill him, without a doctor in the game, such a severe injury would either lead to death or disablement. As of now, Yunmian's team score, 399. In the morning, it had been just 208. Now, it had skyrocketed. Their score had risen to nearly 400 because Yunmian and Wen Yushi had caught 20 fish, completing the task and adding 25 points, plus they had just gained another 50 points by eliminating a player. This sudden increase in score almost reached 400. Earlier in the morning, Yunmian thought her team's score wasn't particularly high. But now, she was confident. If things continued at this pace, getting a high rank shouldn't be an issue. However, if other teams discovered that eliminating a player added 50 points, would they start large-scale battles? Players with high combat power could specifically target weaker teams, eliminating one after another, gaining 200 points by eliminating a full team. If this information spread, it could lead to serious consequences. Yun Mian said, "Let's go back and discuss this." She picked up the sword and knife left on the ground and handed them to Luoze and Wenyushi. Luoze took the knife and Wenyushi took the sword. Gaining 2 weapons for free, definitely a good thing. Wenyushi was visibly happy, slashing at the grass on the ground with her new sword. Luoze said, "I also hunted a sheep. After getting the message, I hid the sheep and hurried over." Yun Mian's expression changed. "Where is it? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Let's hurry over." Luoze replied, "I made a mark. Follow me." Yun Mian felt anxious. This was a sheep. With a sheep, they wouldn't need to worry about food for the foreseeable future. One sheep could sustain them well into the finals. At least, it solved the problem of food. No wonder, Yun Mian thought. Catching those fish alone wouldn't add up to this many points. Turns out, there was also a sheep. "You really know how to keep calm. Such a big deal. Yet you didn't say it right away," Yun Mian said helplessly. If the sheep had been discovered and taken by someone else, it would have been disastrous. There might even be a mission card in the sheep's stomach. Yun Mian was worried about the sheep. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come." Wenyushi said, "He had to come. We wouldn't have gotten those 50 points without Luoze. Actually, even if Luoze hadn't come, Yun Mian would have eliminated that person. He dared to attack her from behind, and she wasn't going to let him off. She had already spared him, yet he tried to cause trouble again. Yun Mian wouldn't be lenient. If Luoze hadn't shot the arrow, Yun Mian would likely have cut off the man's hand holding the knife. It would have been self-defense at best. Such situations would likely occur again. Following Luoze to where he hid the sheep, Yun Mian could already smell the blood from a distance. She quickened her pace. Luoze said, "We're almost there." Yun Mian replied, "Got it." The surrounding area was a grassland, with no obvious places to hide anything. Yun Mian couldn't imagine where Luoze could have hidden such a large sheep. Not seeing the sheep immediately, Yun Mian thought it might have already been taken. They didn't let Wenyushi follow them, instead having her carry the fish back to their shelter. Carrying that much fish, Wenyushi wouldn't have been able to help with the sheep, and it was quite far from their shelter. On the way, Yun Mian sent Du Changsong a message, asking him to return to the shelter. She instructed Wenyushi that if anything happened, she should send them a message immediately. Finally, they reached their destination. Luoze pointed at a patch of grass not far away. "Here, there's a hole. I put the sheep inside, covered it with a bit of sod and some random plants." Even though Luoze had tried to cover it, the smell was still strong. Thankfully, the sheep was still there. However, hovering overhead was another sea eagle, apparently attracted by the smell. Seeing the sea eagle, Luoze raised his bow to shoot, but the sea eagle reacted quickly, gliding away to another area. Yun Mian stopped Luoze. "Forget it. Even if you hit it, we don't have time to retrieve it." The sheep was the priority. Luoze thought for a moment and put his bow away. Yun Mian pulled the sheep out of the hole. It was a small white sheep with a short tail, already dead. An arrow was still lodged in its body, and it was bleeding. The sheep's wool could be used for warmth, and the meat for food. Although it was small, with careful rationing and along with the fish, they wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few days. Yun Mian decided to butcher the sheep there. She would dispose of the innards, and then carry back the wool and the butchered meat in parts. She thrust her knife into the sheep's abdomen, cutting it open. Blood and organs spilled out, and at the same time, they spotted another mission card. Yun Mian reached in to retrieve it. And then, double buff. Good luck, doubled. Received mission card, X1. Received mission card, K1. Yun Mian was overjoyed. This was great. 2 mission cards at once. Luozi said, "It looks like there's another one?" He picked up the other card. "Why are there 2? Yunmian said, "I'm not sure. Maybe because this sheep is bigger?" "My card says, hunt 30 puffins to earn 50 points. What does yours say?" "Find a hot spring, plus 30 points." Hot spring? Yunmian was puzzled. Was this really a mission? What was the point of finding a hot spring? To soak in it? She didn't quite understand, but the mission had only a few words, and that was clearly its meaning. All right then. She first skinned the sheep and, with a few swift cuts, divided it into 5 parts. "Let's go." They each carried half of the sheep. Despite the mess, they carried it on their backs and headed back. With such a large amount of mutton, and with such a strong smell, they would definitely be a target if they ran into other players along the way. But Yunmian and Luoze were not afraid. If they really encountered someone, they would simply deal with them, and perhaps even gain another 50 points. They were anything but subtle now. Yunmian, who had been worried that the lamb would be taken before they arrived, was now strutting openly, almost hoping some clueless people would approach. After all, both Yunmian and Luozi were armed with knives, and feared no one. District 1's Shen Qianjui's shelter was right next to the grassland. It just so happened that Shen Qianjui was out looking for supplies with one of his teammates, and they bumped into Yunmian and Luoze. Seeing the lamb they were carrying, Shen Qianjui and his teammate were not too surprised, as Shen himself had hunted a lamb that afternoon. However, he had scouted the surrounding teams and found Yunmian and Luoze unfamiliar. They were probably not usually active in this area. Since they met, Shen Qianjui had his teammate go over to ask. "Hello? Which district are you from? Is your shelter nearby?" Since the other party was polite, Yunmian answered, "We aren't from around here. Our shelter is quite far." As for which district they were from, she chose not to answer, since the other side hadn't disclosed their own. Yunmian's tone was cold, and her hand never left her knife. To facilitate combat readiness, Yunmian hadn't rewrapped her tang horizontal knife. So, Shen Qianjui recognized it at a glance. It was a high-priced item from the mall. Realizing the girl in front of him wasn't an ordinary player, Shen Qianjui approached, saying, "It's like this. We have only grassland and wetlands here, so we wanted to ask about the terrain in your area." Shen Qianjui's group had been exploring around for the past 2 days, without venturing far, so they didn't know much about the island's geography. Yunmian didn't say much. "If you head west, there are mountains. If you want to know more, you can go and see for yourself." Shen Qianjui responded, "Okay, thanks. I assume you've also found the mission card in the lamb's body, right?" He deliberately revealed information about the mission card as a way of testing them. Although no one mentioned it in the regional chat, Shen Qianjui was certain that experienced players probably all knew about it. Players with some ability would definitely hunt larger animals. Sheep were rare on the grassland. His team had found just one the day before, and it took them some effort to hunt it down. Now, another one appeared, only to be taken down by these 2 newcomers. It seemed they were also quite lucky. Seeing the other side had no interest in their sheep, Yunmian knew they weren't lacking food. Plus, since Shen had brought up the mission card, it was clear they were aware of its existence. Yunmian acknowledged it openly. "Yes, if there's nothing else, we should go. It's getting late, and we need to head back to our shelter." The implication was clear. Don't waste our time. Shen Qianjui paused. "Sorry, I didn't mean any harm. I just thought that since both of our groups have plenty of food, there's no competition over resources. In other words, we could cooperate." Shen Qianjui had been thinking about relocating his shelter because the grassland and wetlands were too damp, with no trees. Their current shelter was just a tarp stretched up, very makeshift. At night, they had to sleep in sleeping bags with no dry branches to use for fuel. He had discussed the issue with his teammates earlier in the day, but they weren't sure where to move. Even if they found a good spot, it might already be occupied by another group, or they might be too close to someone else's shelter, leading to potential disputes. Since they happened upon Yun Mian and Luo Ze, Shen Qianjue quickly assessed that their group must not be weak, and he saw an opportunity for cooperation. Yun Mian said, "Sorry, but we're not interested in collaborating with other teams." Who knew if they would cooperate under false pretenses only to betray them later? That's fine. I know it might be abrupt for me to say this, but I'm willing to show my sincerity. I'm Shen Qianjue from District 1. In the last competition, I ranked 3rd. All our team members are capable players. I see you guys are quite strong as well, and you likely aren't from District 1. Since we aren't from the same district, there's no risk of our team members being poached. As for food, we also have a lamb, so we definitely have enough supplies. Yun Mian found his lengthy explanation a bit overwhelming. "All right, I get it. What's the point?" she asked. Shen Qianjue paused, not expecting the girl in front of him to be so impatient. Shen Qianjue said, "The point is, if we work together, we can deter other groups from targeting us. From what I know, many players haven't eaten in days. In the first couple of days, things might have been relatively peaceful, but after tomorrow, conflicts might start over food. You may not fear a single group, but what if multiple groups teamed up to steal your supplies?" Shen Qianjue wasn't wrong. Yun Mian didn't want to collaborate with other groups, but she couldn't ignore the possibility that other groups, driven by hunger, might unite against them. A group or two wouldn't be a problem, but if it were a strong alliance specifically targeting them. Only Yun Mian and Luo Ze had high combat abilities. Du Changsong couldn't be counted on, and Wen Yushi didn't seem to have much self-defense capability either. Shen Qianjue added, "And we could also complete missions together. Strength in numbers." Yun Mian looked at Luo Ze. "What do you think?" Though Luo Ze had remained silent, he had been thinking. Their group had 2 girls and 2 boys. To outsiders, they appeared to be a weaker group, essentially easy targets, especially considering they had so much food. In just the past couple of days, they'd already run into several groups, especially since they had eliminated one person that afternoon, deducting 50 points from that team. If that team harbored a grudge, they could expose Yun Mian's group as having plenty of fish, or even gather other groups to cause trouble. Luo Ze said, "I'll follow your lead." Yun Mian said, "We can talk about cooperation, but how can you prove you truly want to work together without any ulterior motives?" Shen Qianjue, "Don't worry about that. Of course, I'm just proposing it, and even if you agree now, I still need to discuss it with my team and evaluate the situation. It's not as if our cooperation is guaranteed just because you say yes." Shen Qianjue used a push-pull strategy, advancing by retreating. Seeing Yun Mian show interest, he started mentioning that he needed to consider it as well. Yun Mian smiled. "Then let's evaluate each other for the next 2 days and see." Shen Qianjue, "In that case, let me follow you to your shelter and set up my own shelter nearby. Would you agree to that? I promise we won't interfere with each other." Yun Mian, "I'm afraid that won't work." Shen Qianjue, "If we're going to discuss cooperation, we need to show some sincerity. My sincerity is already here, but it seems you still don't trust me." Yun Mian, "Trust isn't something that can be built just by words, and I can't verify if what you're saying is true or not. Shen Qianjue, "Well, at the very least, I need to know where your shelter is so that we can find you later, right?" Shen Qianjue looked at Luo Ze. "Why don't you discuss it with your partner?" He stepped back a few paces, giving them space to discuss in private. Yun Mian whispered, "What do you think? If we bring them to our shelter, could it be inviting trouble?" Luo Ze, "Actually, I think his suggestion is worth considering. Finding a reliable partner early on could help us avoid dangers." Yun Mian, "But what if they have ill intentions?" Luo Ze, "Well, if not them, there could still be others." Yun Mian, "That's true. District 1's Shen Qianjue. I've heard of him, but should I tell him my real name?" Luo Ze, "There are pros and cons. If you tell him, he'll probably be wary of your abilities, but he might also prepare to compete with you later for rankings." Yun Mian knew this. Even if they cooperated now, by the last 2 days when the rankings were released, they would definitely part ways. However, if they could last until then, it would be beneficial for them. Joining forces with another strong group could eliminate external threats first, and then they could deal with the internal competition between their teams. Yun Mian Mian. Let's discuss it with the others when we get back, and observe their group's behavior over the next 2 days. Luo Ze. All right, let's make sure their shelter is far away. Since we have enough food now, we should try not to wander too far. We must always have someone guard the shelter. Yun Mian Mian nodded and turned back to continue the discussion with Shen Qianjue. We agree, but only you can come with us this time. If you move nearby, you must still maintain some distance from us. We'll communicate through the regional chat with coded messages. Shen Qianjue. Okay, I'll come alone, but at the very least you should tell me which district you're from and the group leader's name, right? Although the cooperation proposal was initiated by Shen Qianjue, it was unreasonable for him to walk into their territory without knowing anything. What if he didn't return, and no one knew who was responsible? Yun Mian Mian. District 3, Yun Mian Mian. Shen Qianjue's expression turned peculiar. You're Yun Mian Mian? Yun Mian Mian. Yes, I was fortunate enough to win against you in the last competition. Shen Qianjue chuckled. Don't be modest. A win is a win. There's no luck involved. Shen Qianjue said a few words to his teammates. They all knew of Yun Mian Mian. In the first competition, Yun Mian Mian not only outperformed Shen Qianjue, but also surpassed District 1's Wei Yue, becoming first place, which left a deep impression on the people of District 1. They didn't expect to run into her here. One could say Shen Qianjue had a good eye. He had latched onto a powerful player. All right, how about this? Let's each post a message in the chat to prove our identity. It could be something trivial or just a random response to someone else's comment. The chat had been quite lively recently, so them suddenly speaking wouldn't seem out of place. This way of verifying their identity seemed reasonable. After all, they couldn't add friends across districts, so this was the best they could do. Shen Qianjue went first. There were several questions in the chat at the time. Anyone know where to find the mission cards? It's been 2 days and I still can't find one. I suddenly got a message saying my teammate was eliminated and we lost 50 points. What's going on? I can't contact my teammate anymore. What the heck? My teammate also suddenly disappeared. The system says they were eliminated, and now they're gone. Shen Qianjue, District 1. Eliminations can happen either because of severe injury or death, as determined by the system, or it could be that the player chose to quit. After sending the message, he asked Yun Mian Mian to verify it. Your turn? Yun Mian Mian simply typed, I see. Shen Qianjue. Luo Ze chuckled at this too. Yun Mian Mian. What else could I say? Should I just post a question mark? Had it not been for drawing attention, she would have preferred to post a string of gibberish. Shen Qianjue. But that makes you seem dull. Yun Mian Mian. I don't care. She didn't care how others viewed her. Shortly after her message, people began noticing her name. Far across the frozen lake, Lin Quanling stood up. So, Yun Mian Mian is on the same island as us. Yun Mian Mian is here? How do you know? She just spoke in the regional chat. So what if Yun Mian Mian is here? Lin Quanling's teammates didn't think much of it. Did they expect her to help them? Lin Quanling didn't reply. He thought, if he could join Yun Mian Mian's team or get her to join theirs, it would secure them a spot in the rankings. But how could they find Yun Mian Mian? It wasn't as if they could communicate directly in the chat. Lin Quanling didn't have a good reputation. He had become the leader solely because of his skills. He had introduced himself by stating that he had gathering, swimming, and cooking skills, and that he could fish, which was why he wanted to be the leader. The other members weren't as strong as him, so naturally there wasn't much competition for the leader role. Although Mu Baiyin had a similar level of skill, she kept a low profile and didn't disclose all of her abilities, nor did she declare her intention to be the leader. Thus, Lin Quanling took the position of leader. The leader has the authority to kick out members or accept new ones. However, this authority was only revealed after becoming the leader. None of them knew about it initially. Mu Baiyin. Since we've found a mission card, shouldn't we prioritize completing the mission? Other members complained. The mission tells us to find a hot spring, but does this place look like it has hot springs? Lin Quanling. Seems like we'll need to explore further tomorrow. Mu Baiyin. I actually think we should just ask in the regional chat. Maybe we'll get some useful information. Team member. Do you think people are idiots? Why would they tell you? Mu Baiyin. Then why did Shen Qianjue from District 1 answer other players' questions? It shows there are still people willing to help. I just think no one would be that kind-hearted. The team member couldn't articulate why, but couldn't understand why Shen Qianjue would suddenly help other players either. Lin Quanling. It's worth a shot. Maybe some players do know. Otherwise, searching aimlessly like this, who knows where the hot spring is? Lin Quanling looked at Mu Baiyin. Why don't you send a message and ask? Mu Baiyin thought about it and actually drafted a message. Mu Baiyin, District 3. Has anyone seen a hot spring or a volcano? Her message immediately caught a lot of attention. Currently, not many had obtained mission cards, but the early missions were pretty much the same, and finding a hot spring was one of them. Yun Mianmian's group also had a mission to find a hot spring. Wen Yushi had been keeping an eye on the interface and noticed 2 new tasks appeared. She was considering whether to ask in the regional chat, but wanted to wait until Yun Mianmian returned to decide. When she saw Yun Mianmian suddenly speak in the regional chat, she was quite shocked, unsure if Yun Mianmian had a plan. And now someone was suddenly asking about hot springs, and it was a player from District 3 as well. Wen Yushi couldn't sit still and quickly sent a message in the group chat to Yun Mianmian. Mianmian, did you see? Someone is asking about hot springs. When will you guys be back? Yun Mianmian was cautious all the way, given Shen Qianjue was following them, and she didn't have time to check the interface. When they arrived at the shelter, she still hadn't seen Wen Yushi's message. Wen Yushi grew increasingly anxious when Yun Mianmian didn't reply, but she could see Yun Mianmian and Luo Ze together on the map, heading their way. She kept looking out for them, and when she finally saw them return, she hurried to meet them, only to see a stranger, which startled her. Yun Mianmian introduced him proactively. This is Shen Qianjue from District 1. Wen Yushi was even more surprised hearing this name. She knew who he was, 3rd place in the last competition. How did he end up here? While Wen Yushi sized up Shen Qianjue was also examining Yun Mianmian's shelter. Besides a wooden hut, there was a large enclosed stove, and inside the hut were smaller clay stoves that provided good insulation and could heat water and cook food at any time. There was also a large smoking rack outside the hut with a dozen fish hanging on it. In just a few seconds, it was clear that Yun Mianmian's group was far from ordinary. Such a well-built shelter would satisfy any player who saw it. There was food, drink, warmth from the stoves, and the hut to protect them. Compared to where Shen Qianjue's group stayed, this was leagues better. The main problem with Shen Qianjue's area was the lack of trees, and the air was damp, making it difficult to build a hut or even start a fire. It seemed that relocating was the right decision. After memorizing the coordinates, Shen Qianjue sent them to his group chat and then said goodbye to Yun Mianmian. I'll probably move nearby tomorrow. I'll come to greet you then. I'll be on my way now. It was getting late and staying there served no purpose. He wasn't going to stick around for dinner. Yun Mianmian. All right. See you tomorrow. After Shen Qianjue left, Yun Mianmian told Wen Yushi and Du Changsong about Shen Qianjue's proposal for cooperation. Wen Yushi, can we trust his group? Du Changsong. Yeah, didn't we say we weren't planning to ally with other groups before? Yun Mianmian. We didn't know eliminating players could earn us points. Today, we got 50 points for eliminating a player, and I think this will soon be common knowledge. When that happens, the competition will get fiercer. Wen Yushi. True, we have a lot of food now, and others will come for it. Yun Mianmian and Luo Zi also brought back a sheep, meaning they now had plenty to eat. The group that wanted to steal their fish earlier was so weak. If a stronger group lacking food eyed them, it could become a problem. Just the thought of it scared Wen Yushi. Could Shen Qianjui be pretending to cooperate while planning to steal our resources? Yun Mian. I've considered that. For now, he has no reason to do that. Given the current situation, working with us is only beneficial to him. If there's any competition, it would only happen in the last 2 days. Du Changsong. Then maybe we should agree to it? We can always call it off if something seems wrong. Yun Mian. If we agree to cooperate, both teams need to sit down and establish clear terms. There's no trying it out. We need to set principles, and if either side breaks them, the cooperation ends immediately. Wen Yushi. That sounds reasonable to me. Luozi. They'll probably come over tomorrow. Suddenly, Wen Yushi exclaimed, "Oh no, someone posted Mian's picture in the regional chat." Luozi. What photo? Wen Yushi. Take a look for yourselves. It's posted by that group from the afternoon. Yun Mian opened the regional chat. Does anyone know this person? She eliminated one of our group members, and now our group has lost 50 points. I've seen her near the lake. She even came over here to hunt falcons. She's so pretty, what a beauty. Why does she look so familiar? Could she be a celebrity? My teammates saw them catch over 20 fish, got greedy, and wanted to trade with her. Not only did she refuse, but she also took my teammate's weapon and caused one of them to be seriously injured and eliminated. No way? Over 20 fish? That's amazing. Could it be that you guys tried to rob her fish and got beaten by her instead? Now you're just trying to frame her. For now, no one from District 3 had spoken up. But it wouldn't be long before Yun Mian's identity and appearance were exposed, along with the general location of their shelter. Wen Yushi. What should we do now? Will someone target us because of this? Yun Mian. Not for now. That group was upset and wanted to mess with me, but others aren't that foolish. The group exposed that I have fish, but also revealed our group's strength. Anyone can tell we're not easy to mess with. Du Changsong let out a long breath. Good then. Hopefully tomorrow when Shen Qianjui's group arrives, no one will dare to bully us. Yun Mian. It's getting late. Let's take care of the food first. We also need to handle the lamb meat. She wanted to finish everything early so she could practice her sword skills again later. Tomorrow, besides negotiating the details of the cooperation with Shen Qianjui, they also needed to focus on completing their tasks. 30 puffins. Who knew where they'd find them? As for the hot spring, they didn't have a clue. Butchering and processing the lamb was left to Du Changsong and Wen Yushi. Yun Mian prepared the food while Luozi went to the lakeside to retrieve the raft. After fishing today, Yun Mian and Wen Yushi had hidden the raft nearby instead of bringing it back. On second thought, Yun Mian felt it wasn't safe to leave it elsewhere, so she sent Luozi to bring it back. Since they had enough food for now and wouldn't need to fish for a while, there was no point in leaving the raft there, where another group could find and use it for themselves. Yun Mian marked the coordinates for Luozi, so he found the raft easily. The raft wasn't far from the lake. Luozi spotted a few people fishing nearby but didn't make any noise. He quietly picked up the raft and left. Back at the shelter, Luozi informed the group about the people he saw fishing near the lake. Yun Mian wasn't sure if those people came because they saw the regional chat or if they already knew about that place. The regional chat was now very lively. Initially, that group wanted to inquire about Yun Mian's identity, but no one answered. Instead, everyone started discussing how pretty she was. Eventually, the conversation shifted to asking that group if they knew where Yun Mian had fished, how they managed to catch over 20 fish, and if that area was particularly abundant in fish. A lot of people lacking food joined in. They were all interested because of the mention of 20 fish. In reality, Yun Mian's fish basket didn't contain 20 fish. That group exaggerated the number. It seems like this place will soon get very lively. This development had its pros and cons. More people meant increased competition, and this area definitely wouldn't be as peaceful as before. However, it also meant that if anyone came to cause trouble, they would have more opportunities to earn points, especially after teaming up with Shen Qianjui. Eliminating players was the best way to rack up points, and although they hadn't directly discussed it, they all shared this thought. Yun Mian looked at Wen Yushi. Where's your sword? Wen Yushi. I have it. Yun Mian told Luo Ze to teach Wen Yushi a few moves later on, not anything too complicated, just enough to defend herself. Seeing that everyone else had weapons except him, Du Changsong couldn't help but say, "Why don't I have one?" Yun Mian, "You came late. We only got 2 weapons in total, so I gave one to Wen Yushi. Luo Ze arrived earlier, so of course, he got the other." "But Luo Ze already has a bow. Wouldn't it make more sense for me to have the sword?" Yun Mian, "The bow is for ranged attacks. If players come to cause trouble, it will be close combat. Do you think you'd be more useful with the sword than Luo Ze?" Yun Mian's words were blunt. Du Changsong was at a loss for words. "That's not what I meant. I just feel insecure without a weapon." Yun Mian responded firmly, "Not every team can have weapons for everyone." Du Changsong, "Then what do I do if there's a fight?" Yun Mian didn't answer. It was frustrating that he even had to ask. Honestly, they hadn't run into anyone from District 3 yet. Otherwise, Yun Mian would have considered replacing him. However, as long as Du Changsong didn't make any mistakes or drag the team down, Yun Mian had to let him stay. After all, kicking someone out would also cost points. Knowing that Luo Ze would teach her sword skills, Wen Yushi was excited, but she had no foundation at all, which made it difficult to learn. Her basic abilities were lacking, practically non-existent, and her stamina was low, so she became exhausted quickly. Compared to Yun Mian, she was far behind. Luo Ze had never taught anyone without any foundation before, and seeing how weak she was, he wasn't sure how to proceed. It was Yun Mian who eventually stepped in. "Let me do it. You're teaching her advanced moves right away, she can't keep up." Between Luo Ze and Luo Luo was definitely better suited for teaching and training beginners, especially young women. Yun Mian could learn swordsmanship from Luo Ze because she had already leveled up. If she had just entered the game, she probably wouldn't have been able to learn anything from Luo Ze. Yun Mian taught Wen Yushi the footwork that Luo had taught her, asking her to practice that first. As for the sword moves, just knowing 1 or 2 basic ones would suffice. With the difficulty lowered, Wen Yushi could manage it. Recalling Yun Mian's graceful swordplay earlier, Wen Yushi felt both admiration and envy in her heart. How she wished she could be as powerful as Yun Mian one day. Early the next day, Shen Qianjue had yet to arrive. Instead, another group of people showed up near Yun Mian's shelter. It was the group that had been fishing by the lake yesterday. After several hours, they had managed to catch only 1 fish, which wasn't enough to feed all 4 of them. Recalling the chat in the channel about the group that supposedly had a lot of fish nearby, they decided to try their luck and look around. To their surprise, they actually found it. From a distance, they could see 2 cabins. There was a stove outside the cabins, with fish hanging out to dry. The sight made their eyes widen with greed. They hid in the shadows to observe. "Captain, we really found it. This group's resources are amazing. And their cabins are well built. If we could seize them, would we also get the shelter's points added to our group?" "Don't get too excited just yet. Their strength is likely formidable. We can't just attack them directly. We need to outsmart them." Inside Yun Mian's shelter, there were only Yun Mian and Du Changsong. Luo Ze had gone out to hunt puffins, while Wen Yushi was out gathering wild vegetables. Though they had enough meat, they lacked greens, so Wen Yushi volunteered to find some. Yun Mian also planned to go out, but she had to stay behind to wait for Shen Qianjue, so she stayed. The group that had been watching from the shadows saw that Yun Mian's team only had 2 people left, a man and a woman, and decided to launch their attack. Although the distance was a bit far, they recognized Yun Mian as the girl who had been discussed in the chat channel. "Captain, can we make our move now?" "Not yet. Let's wait a bit longer. That woman might be strong." "A woman? How strong can she be?" "Captain, your strength value is 70. There's nothing to fear." "It's still better to be cautious." Yun Mian noticed that Du Changsong was idle, so she figured that since she was staying to watch the shelter, he could go chop some wood nearby. They were also running low on firewood. Duchang Song. Aren't you going too? Yun Mian. I have to wait here for Shen Qianjue, and the shelter can't be left unattended, not with all this food around. Duchang Song. All right? Once Duchang Song left with his axe, the group could no longer hold back. Captain, now she's alone. There are 4 of us. We can take her, right? 4 men ganging up on 1 woman? Isn't that a bit much? We can just take what we need and leave. We can even leave them a bit. Shen Qianjue's group had moved from the grasslands early in the morning. Yesterday, Shen Qianjue had found a suitable place to set up a shelter when he came with Yun Mian. Today, they only needed to bring the team there. Once they arrived, they first set up a fire, then cut down trees to build a cabin. Because they had plenty of food, today's task was for 2 people to build the cabin while the other 2 completed their tasks. Seeing that the cabin was nearly complete, Shen Qianjue decided to head over to Yun Mian's shelter to discuss cooperation. Last night, Shen Qianjue had also discussed the cooperation plan with his team. Now, as the team leader, he needed to talk to Yun Mian to finalize the details. When he arrived, he heard sounds of fighting. Initially, he thought it was just a conflict between 2 groups, but he was shocked to see Yun Mian surrounded by 4 men. Yun Mian was holding her sword, which was already stained with blood, but the wounded ones were from the other group. Though the cooperation wasn't officially confirmed yet, Shen Qianjue stepped forward and drew his weapon. Shen Qianjue? What are you doing here? Coincidentally, this group also belonged to District 1. They knew Shen Qianjue, but they weren't part of the same alliance as him. Moreover, the leader of this group was a head figure of another alliance. He was muscular, had a square face and a fierce look like a thug. Shen Qianjue smiled. Why can't I be here? He looked at Yun Mian, who stood there holding her sword, her face cold, her gaze sharp, filled with killing intent. 4 grown men ganging up on a young lady, aren't you ashamed? Shen Qianjue taunted. What? Are you going to help her? The man with the square face felt a sense of unease. Shen Qianjue. Yeah, why not? Square face. There are 4 of us and only 2 of you. I advise you not to be reckless. Shen Qianjue. So what? You 4 are nothing but trash in my eyes. Shen Qianjue's words were arrogant, quickly angering the square-faced man. Then let's see. The square-faced man wielded a sword and pointed it at Shen Qianjue. Just as Shen Qianjue was about to draw his sword, Yun Mian made her move, swinging her blade. Yun Mian said coldly, "Your opponent is me." Her voice carried a chilling edge as she locked eyes on the square-faced man, focused and detached. Shen Qianjue was taken aback. It seemed that Yun Mian didn't want his help. She wanted to handle these men herself. Realizing this, Shen Qianjue smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. He was curious to see Yun Mian's strength. The square-faced man felt humiliated. He glared at Yun Mian. Do you have a death wish? Yun Mian remained calm, sweeping her leg while holding her blade with both hands, swinging it again. Among the other 3 men, one was already injured, his arm cut by Yun Mian and bleeding profusely. Still, he managed to hold on. At least the system hadn't declared him eliminated yet. In order to prevent him from being eliminated, the rest of the group told him to step back and rest. Yun Mian didn't bother with him. She decided to deal with the more dangerous one first. After engaging in a fight, she quickly realized that the only somewhat formidable opponent in this group was the square-faced man. The rest were all weak, and they didn't even have proper weapons. Besides the square-faced man who had a sword, the others only had axes provided by the system. It's not that axes are not lethal, but compared to the greater range and power of her horizontal blade, the axes were simply inferior. Yun Mian didn't take them seriously at all. It was kind of Shen Qianjue to offer help, but she didn't need it. Before forming an alliance, she didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Since she could handle it on her own, there was no need for outsiders to intervene. She had already messaged Luo Zi to return, not because she couldn't handle it, but because she was worried that the fight here might attract other groups, which could end up benefiting someone else. For example, If she hadn't talked about cooperation with Shen Qianjue yesterday, he could have easily sat back and watched from the shadows until both sides were exhausted, and then taken care of all of them. Shen Qianjue didn't do that, obviously, because he believed cooperating with Yun Mianmian was more profitable, but others might not think the same way. Luo Ze, after receiving her message, was likely already on his way back. If things didn't work out, she could also ask Shen Qianjue to help. The square-faced man was indeed powerful. He was very strong, and each of his moves targeted vital spots. Fortunately, Yun Mianmian was quick to react and managed to dodge every time. Plus, her small and agile frame gave her an advantage, allowing her to evade his heavy strikes. She even managed to cut him a few times. This, however, enraged the square-faced man completely. In front of his teammates, he was unable to gain an upper hand against Yun Mianmian, which was a major embarrassment. To regain his dignity, his moves became even more ruthless. Before, he had some reservations because Yun Mianmian was a woman and refrained from lethal strikes, but now he no longer cared. Yun Mianmian could sense that her opponent was going all out. She sneered, adopting a fully defensive stance. Though she hadn't practiced swordsmanship for long, she had learned from the system's manual, which was very different from the square-faced man's random attacks relying solely on his natural strength and initial combat skills. He might have been able to easily handle ordinary players, but against Yun Mianmian, his strength didn't provide much of an advantage. In a split second, Yun Mianmian executed a series of consecutive moves. Before anyone realized what had happened, she disarmed the square-faced man. His wrist was trembling uncontrollably after being struck by the back of her blade, causing his sword to fall to the ground. At the same time, Yun Mianmian's blade was already resting on his neck. Yun Mianmian glanced at the remaining two men. "Do you two want to come at me together?" The two men, armed with axes, hadn't dared to step forward earlier. They were wary of getting injured by Yun Mianmian or the square-faced man's weapon, especially since their axes were shorter in range. So they had just watched from the sidelines. Now that Yun Mianmian had subdued the square-faced man, the two had to make a decision, to fight or to surrender. The two immediately decided. Given their skills, even if they fought together, it wouldn't make a difference. Surrendering won't help. The first time, Yun Mianmian chose to spare them, leaving them without their weapons. This time she wouldn't. Incidents like this would only become more frequent. If she spared every one of them, it would just be exhausting. It would be better to deal with them directly. Besides, eliminating players also earned points. Yun Mianmian chopped off the square-faced man's sword-wielding arm, and blood gushed out, creating a gruesome scene. As he screamed in agony, the other men were terrified, trembling and collapsing to the ground. Yun Mianmian's blade swept across, eliminating the remaining three men. She didn't kill them, but with their injuries and being eliminated in such a way, bleeding heavily, it was likely that they wouldn't survive, even if they returned to the ship. Once all four men from that group had vanished, Yun Mianmian closed her eyes, tore off a piece of cloth, wiped the blood from her blade, and slowly sheathed it. Shen Qianjue, who had watched the entire scene, clapped his hands. "A true heroine. It seems cooperating with you is indeed the right choice." Shen Qianjue looked at Yun Mianmian with newfound respect. He had initially thought she might have some skills. Now, he saw her as a worthy and admirable opponent. However, for now, the two of them were allies. Teaming up, they could certainly make big things happen. Yun Mianmian raised an eyebrow and looked at the bloodstains on her clothes. Whatever. After eliminating 4 people, her emotions were mixed. She didn't feel particularly happy, but the team had gained a lot of points. 4 people, 200 points. Where else could one earn that much? A single task only gave about 20 points. Shen Qianjue. "I wanted to help earlier, but you refused. If I had stepped in, I could have taken care of those guys without much effort." Yun Mianmian had 2 reasons for not wanting Shen Qianjue's help. First, she didn't want to owe him a favor, and second, she wasn't sure if Shen Qianjue knew about the point system for eliminating players from other teams. From the looks of it, he didn't. If Shen Qianjue had helped earlier, he might have claimed half of the 200 points. Since their cooperation wasn't finalized, there was no need for Yun Mian to give his group any points. She could handle it herself. Just then, Du Changsong returned. He had, of course, seen the message Yun Mian sent to the group chat. Though she had only called for Luo Ze, Du Changsong should have immediately returned as well. However, since he didn't have a weapon, he thought his return wouldn't be of much use. Yun Mian didn't specifically ask for him either, and when he asked her in the group chat if she needed him, she didn't reply. So, he hesitated until now, finally returning with the wood he had chopped. It wasn't much wood, just one tree, and he was exhausted. Seeing Du Changsong's pitiful state, Shen Qianjue chuckled. "Have you ever considered swapping team members?" His voice was very low, only Yun Mian could hear. Yun Mian. "What? You want to join my group?" Shen Qianjue. "I wish I could, but I can't. I'm from District 1, you're from District 3. Different districts." Yun Mian. "Then help me find someone from District 3. "Really?" Shen Qianjue wasn't sure if Yun Mian was joking. At this moment, Du Changsong had already walked up to them. Yun Mian. "Yes, give it a try." "Are you serious?" Shen Qianjue looked at Du Changsong and said, "Your group leader was fighting for her life here and you showed up so late." Du Changsong awkwardly said, "What use would I have been? Besides, they've all left, haven't they?" Shen Qianjue. "Left? I guess so. Left for the ship, that is." Du Changsong. "All eliminated?" Yun Mian interrupted Du Changsong. "Just chop the tree into logs and stack them over there." Du Changsong nodded, understanding what Yun Mian meant. He quietly opened the panel, and seeing the extra 200 points, he became quite excited. "All right, now let's talk about cooperation," Shen Qianjue said, leaning against the wooden cabin. He put away his previously casual demeanor and became serious. Yun Mian. "Okay, let's talk over there." Yun Mian pointed toward the waterfall. The waterfall was very close to the shelter and they could see the shelter from a distance. She also planned to fetch some water there and wash the bloodstains from her clothes. On the way, Shen Qianjue started discussing. "After discussion with my group, our conclusion is to work on the tasks together, with both teams helping each other to complete any ongoing tasks. Whether you have 2 tasks and I only have 1, we help each other unconditionally." Yun Mian. "No problem." Yun Mian didn't think that Shen Qianjue's group would have more tasks than they did. She also brought up her own requirement. If either group encounters danger, the other must provide unconditional support. Initially, it's not about physical support. Just showing up is enough. If it becomes unmanageable, then help. Shen Qianjue. "What if they deliberately delay and the help doesn't arrive in time?" Yun Mian. "We can calculate the time it would take for someone to arrive based on the distance from your shelter to ours. We'll definitely know how long it should take." Shen Qianjue. "But someone still needs to guard the home, right? For example, today, if there's only one person at home, should they still come and help?" Yun Mian. "Yes, and vice versa. Losing food doesn't matter. The most important basis for cooperation is ensuring the safety of both groups." Shen Qianjue pondered for a moment. "All right, I can agree to that." Yun Mian. "Do you have any plans to replace group members?" Shen Qianjue. "Not at the moment. Everyone in our group is pretty normal." Yun Mian. "Okay, do you have any other requirements?" Shen Qianjue. "How about sharing food? Cooking separately for 2 groups seems inefficient." Yun Mian. "Sharing as well?" Shen Qianjue. "Otherwise, if someone suddenly comes to rob us while eating and we have to call others for help halfway through, it would be inconvenient. It's better to eat together. Seeing a bigger group, no one would dare to attack." Yun Mian had a subtle expression. But that's exactly what she wanted. For people to come and deliver points to them. Sharing food was not a big deal. After all, there were no seasonings, and the food they made all tasted the same. There were no flavorful spices on this island. At most, They had some herbs and wild vegetables. Yun Mian could easily let Luo Zi and Wen Yushi do the cooking. However, after listening to Shen Qianjui, Yun Mian was a bit conflicted about whether to tell him about the point-earning benefit of eliminating players. After all, even if she didn't say anything now, Shen Qianjui would eventually find out in a couple of days. Keeping it a secret might harm the cooperation between the two groups. After all, everyone wanted sincerity. The worst consequence of telling him would be Shen Qianjui also actively trying to eliminate players, but in that case, the two groups would have aligned goals. Yun Mian, there's something I need to tell you. Hearing her tone, Shen Qianjui thought she was about to reject his suggestion of sharing food. Go ahead, Yun Mian. Eliminating players gives points to the group. Earlier, when we eliminated those 4 people, our group got 200 points. After saying this, Yun Mian was mentally prepared for Shen Qianjui to show a surprised or dissatisfied expression, but he didn't. Shen Qianjui. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder you didn't let me help earlier. He clicked his tongue and laughed. He didn't seem to care. Yun Mian. Did you know this already? Shen Qianjui. Yeah, how could I not know such an important thing? Yun Mian. Then why didn't you say anything? Shen Qianjui. Well, you didn't say anything either. Yun Mian. Fair enough, but at least I was the first to say it. Now you have to be honest about something too. Shen Qianjui. What is there for me to be honest about? What I know, you know too. Yun Mian didn't believe him. However, since Shen Qianjui already knew about the points for eliminating players, yet didn't jump in to finish off those people and claim the points, he was essentially giving those points to her. Otherwise, he could have pretended not to know, intervened under the guise of helping, and Yun Mian wouldn't have been able to blame him. Yun Mian's impression of him improved a bit more. While they were talking near the waterfall, Luo Zi and Wen Yushi returned. They had hurried back, and although they saw the group points increase significantly before arriving at the shelter, confirming everything was okay, they still rushed. Seeing that only Du Changsong was at the shelter, Luo Zi asked, "Where's Sister Mian?" Du Changsong pointed. "She's negotiating over there with Shen Qianjui." Wen Yushi. "Is Mian injured?" Du Changsong. "No, she's fine. By the time I got back, it was already over." Luo Zi's face darkened a little after hearing that. "Weren't you really close by?" Du Changsong felt a bit awkward. "I was close, but even if I came over, it wouldn't have helped. I wasn't called, and I didn't have a weapon either." Luo Zi. "But at least Mian shouldn't have been left alone to face a group by herself. Even if you thought you couldn't help, others wouldn't have known that. Why did those people attack Mian when she was alone? It's because they saw you leave from nearby. If you had returned, they might have been more cautious." Wen Yushi added, "Exactly. You're a man. How could you just hide?" Du Changsong protested. "I didn't hide. I just thought I wouldn't be of much help. I didn't think it through properly, and besides, maybe Yun Mian didn't want me to come." Du Changsong, unable to take the criticism from Luo Zi and Wen Yushi, said, Mian didn't say anything." Luo Zi's tone turned harsh. Mian just couldn't be bothered. Du Changsong's expression also turned sullen. Wen Yushi said, "Regardless, even though Mian is strong and the leader, that doesn't mean we shouldn't care about her." Du Changsong didn't like hearing it from Luo Zi, but when Wen Yushi said the same, he had to admit, "It's my fault. I'll apologize to Mian later." Yun Mian was unaware of the situation, but when she returned, she quickly sensed the odd atmosphere. Du Changsong approached her. Mian, I should apologize to you. I came back too late today and didn't realize you might need my help." The sudden apology left Yun Mian a bit embarrassed. "It's okay, I wasn't mad at you. Just make sure to come back sooner next time." Luo Zi and Wen Yushi seemed to have more to say. Yun Mian asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Zi. "We're blaming ourselves for not returning sooner and leaving you to face those 4 people alone." Yun Mian said indifferently, It's fine. I could handle it. But this did teach us a lesson. We can't leave any group member alone at the shelter. It's obvious that group saw I was alone and decided to come and rob us. Luozi. Then for the next few days, I'll stay at the shelter. Mian. That won't work either. We need to take turns. At least 2 people must stay at the shelter, and it should be a man and a woman. The reason for having 1 man and 1 woman was that if there were 2 men, outsiders might not attack easily, but having only 2 women wasn't practical either. Mian and Luozi both needed to take turns going out. Wen Yushi, how about I stay with Luozi and you stay with Du Changsong? Mian nodded. It wasn't practical to leave Wen Yushi and Du Changsong alone. Shen Qianjue, who had been listening in, smiled and said, How about I get my teammates to bring our food here and we cook and eat together? One of my teammates is a pretty good cook. Mian. All right, let them come over. Shen Qianjue. All right, then this afternoon we'll go and earn some points. Mian couldn't help but laugh when he mentioned earning points. All right? Earlier at the waterfall, Shen Qianjue had already discussed with her how they would lure other groups to come and give them free points. Put food in plain sight, leave only 2 people in their camp, and have whichever group was attacked call for backup from the other. They would split the points for every head. If it was an odd number, for example, 3 people, then the attacked group would get points for 2 people. After Shen Qianjue left, Mian said, I already told Shen Qianjue about earning points by eliminating others. He knew about it too. We discussed that we'd eat together, store food together, cooperate on tasks regardless of how many each of us had, and if either of our groups was in trouble, the other would immediately help. Luozi, we'll eat together as well? Mian. I don't think it's an issue. After all, apart from sleeping, we spend most of our time out of the shelter. Let's just get started with cooking. It's getting late. Since Luozi had hurried back, Mian thought he hadn't gotten much done, so she didn't ask him. Luozi said, Even though I didn't achieve much, I did see a group of puffins, but I didn't attack because I had to rush back. I'll go again later. Mian. Are you sure you can manage on your own? Luozi. No problem. Wen Yushi. I only brought back some wild peas and wild mint leaves. Do you think we can use them? Mian. Sure, we can use both the peas and mint leaves to stew fish. Wen Yushi was happy. I'll go and stew the fish now. She eagerly went to the cabin to grab a fish hanging there. That evening, Luozi came back in a mess. He had brought back another task card. He had completed the task of shooting 30 puffins all on his own and had brought back more than 20 puffins. Puffins are brightly colored, parrot-like birds. If they are simply treated and smoked, they develop a unique flavor that is quite popular in this Arctic region. With so many puffins, it was hard work just to process them. The task of handling the puffins was given to Du Changsong. After being criticized earlier, Du Changsong wanted to prove himself. So when Luozi asked him to go to the waterfall and process the puffins, he went without a word. Wen Yushi worried he might mess up on his own, so she went along to help. Mian heated some food for Luozi, telling him to eat. During dinner, Luozi had been out hunting puffins, so he hadn't returned for the meal. Mian had saved some for him. You didn't have to finish the task all at once. You could have saved some for tomorrow, Mian said. It was completely dark now, and it must have been a long way for Luozi to travel. It wasn't easy to find his way back. Luozi said, It's fine. Now that the task is complete, I won't have to go again tomorrow. He handed Mian the task card. This time, the task was to eliminate 10 players. Completing the task would add 50 points. In other words, as long as their team accumulated the elimination of 10 players, they would gain another 50 points. The previously eliminated players were also counted. They had already eliminated 4, leaving 6 more to go. Currently, Mian's group score was 725. During dinner today, Mian asked about Shen Qianjue's group score. He didn't want to say it first and proposed they say it at the same time. Yun Mian also refused, so neither of them revealed their scores. Yun Mian said, "If we get 2 more groups tomorrow, we could complete this task." Luozi asked, "Where would we attract 2 groups from?" Yun Mian said, "I think the group that came this morning must have found us because of the regional channel messages. Why don't we orchestrate a little scene ourselves?" Luozi responded, "Not a bad idea." Just then, the regional chat was buzzing. Yun Mian had Wen Yushi, who hadn't spoken before, post a message in the regional chat. Wen Yushi, Area 3. "I saw in the chat yesterday that there were lots of fish in the ice lake, so I checked it out today, and it's true. It was easy to catch some. Unfortunately, there are already several groups here. I wish I had set up my shelter nearby. Are there any groups near the ice lake that want to cooperate? If so, please contact me." Someone responded quickly. "We are right next to the ice lake. Cooperation is possible. If you're interested, you can come to the ice lake tomorrow for a talk. There are plenty of resources here." "I'm also by the ice lake, and there are indeed lots of fish. However, you need proper fishing gear. Our group happens to have fishing rods. If anyone wants to cooperate, feel free to come find us." Wen Yushi didn't reply again. The people who replied to Wen Yushi might not genuinely want to cooperate. They could be trying to lure her to the ice lake and eliminate her. Wen Yushi was tasked with dropping the bait in the chat, and whether or not anyone took it depended on if anyone showed up tomorrow. Those lacking food might come to the area to fish, and if they couldn't catch anything, they would likely start looking around to see if there were other groups nearby. Most people are reluctant to cooperate at first. Without a clear understanding of the rules, people tend to believe that their group working independently is safer. Cooperating with others brings challenges related to trust, sharing food, and work distribution. If a group with a bit higher combat power wanders over to Yun Mian's place and sees the abundance of food, they might be tempted. If they make a move, it would mean delivering points right into her hands. And if they encountered a truly strong group, Yun Mian wouldn't be worried. As long as support arrived on time, most groups wouldn't stand a chance against her and Luozi, not to mention having Shen Qianjui as additional support. Of course, if they met someone friendly who didn't intend to fight, that would be fine too. Now, it was a waiting game to see if anyone would come for the points. Yun Mian even deliberately displayed the food openly. Night fell, and the temperature plummeted. Heavy snow began falling from the sky. By the next morning, the entire forest was covered in snow, and everything around was a vast stretch of white. Though the snow had stopped, the temperature dropped even further. It is widely known that the melting snow is colder than the snowfall itself, because the melting process draws away the heat from the surrounding environment. The temperature dropped to -15 degrees. The survival of the players became even more challenging. Without food, the heat from their bodies wouldn't last long. After the snowfall, many animals didn't come out anymore, which made finding food harder. The edges of the ice lake began to freeze, and players could even walk to the middle of the lake without needing a raft. But it was no use. In this cold, fish wouldn't bite, and players without proper bait would find it extremely hard to catch any fish. Despite the harsh weather, Yun Mian's lucky number was 6, a sign of great fortune. She wondered what good things might happen today. Yun Mian blew into her hands, rubbing her frozen fingers, and prepared to start a fire. With such heavy snowfall, the enclosed stove had gone out after being left unattended all night, but the fire in the wooden hut was still burning. Not having to relight it was already good, saving them from fiddling with flint for half an hour. The chopped firewood was all covered with waterproof tarps, so they weren't soaked by the snow. They could take it out and use it directly. One advantage of snowfall was that there was no need to fetch water. Just boil a pot of snow, and they had water to drink. Yun Mian used the snowmelt to stew a fish and called everyone over to have a bowl of fish soup to warm up. Shen Qianjui and his team didn't come over in the morning. In weather this cold, it was better to sleep in and warm up by the fire than to get up early and come over. Truth be told, Yun Mian didn't feel like getting up either. This kind of weather was perfect for sleeping, but seeing the tasks yet to be completed, she got motivated to complete them as soon as possible. Wen Yushi remarked, With the weather this cold, if we could find a hot spring, we could have a comfortable soak. Yun Mian Mian replied, if too many people find it, we might not get to enjoy it. Wen Yushi sighed. True. If another group found it too, especially with men around, it wouldn't be possible, unless they were the only group to find the hot spring. In that case, she and Yun Mian could let Luozi and Du Changsong stand guard outside while they enjoyed a soak. Yun Mian asked, do we have any leads? Hot springs are generally near volcanic areas. Luozi said, yesterday when I was hunting puffins, I saw many birds flying east. Could it be that direction? Birds usually head towards warmth. Yun Mian responded, that's possible. Wen Yushi offered, why don't Luozi and I go check it out? Yun Mian thought it was a good idea and that she and Du Changsong could stay behind at home. But Luozi said, you stayed back yesterday, so it's my turn today. He estimated that more people would come to rob them today. In such heavy snow, when people are cold and hungry, they tend to do anything for food. Yun Mian said, then mark the location for me. I'll go and look for it. Luozi marked the spot on the map where he had hunted the puffins yesterday, and he also drew a direction, telling her to head that way to look for it. Yun Mian packed her things and called Du Changsong to go with her. She first went to Shen Qianjue's shelter and asked if he wanted to come along. Shen Qianjue had just gotten up and was about to boil water to drink when he saw Yun Mian come over. He invited her to have some hot water. Yun Mian waved her hand, saying she had already had some at her own shelter. All right, I'll go with you. Let me just grab a quick bite. Yun Mian said, then I'll go first. Waiting for you to eat will take too long. He hadn't even started cooking yet. Unexpectedly, Shen Qianjue said, it'll just take 2 minutes. Shen Qianjue took a fish from the rack, cut a few slices of sashimi, ate them directly, then wiped his hands and mouth. All right, let's go. It was only because Yun Mian was there that he bothered to cut the fish. Usually he just bit into it. Seeing him act so quickly, Yun Mian said nothing more. Yun Mian asked, is it just you coming with us? Shen Qianjue replied, yeah. How many do you need? Yun Mian said, I'm going to find the hot spring. Do you have that task too? Shen Qianjue responded, no, but I do have a task to find a volcano. I figure they're in the same place. Let's go. Yun Mian thought, no wonder he was willing to come. Still, having 3 people instead of just her and Du Changsong was better. She didn't expect much from Du Changsong, but at least having another person to search could be useful. On the way, Shen Qianjue kept asking questions, and Yun Mian answered some of them casually. She would share trivial information, but anything about Area 3 she kept quiet about. When the 3 of them reached the spot Luozi had marked, they suddenly heard the system's voice. Supply drops are about to be deployed. 20 supply drops will be deployed at random locations on the island. Players can claim the supplies in the supply drops. Supplies include, but are not limited to, spears, hunting knives, machetes, bows and arrows, daggers, down jackets, down comforters, cooking oil, thermos cups, first aid kits, heat patches, cold medicine, bear repellent spray, cooking oils and spices, spice boxes, needles and thread. In addition to the voice, there was a written reminder that appeared on the interface. All the players paused what they were doing and paid close attention to these messages. The regional chat suddenly became lively. So there are even supply drops. This is great. If we get one, we're in luck. Amazing. I thought there were only basic resources from the first round. Didn't expect supply drops too. Only 20 supply drops. Not every team will get one. It's bound to lead to fights. Whoa, I already see one of the drops. Yun Mian was staring at the sky and did indeed see a few black dots. They were probably the supply drops. Shen Qianjue asked, what do you say? Shouldn't we grab a couple? Yun Mian replied, a couple? You sure talk big. Although Yun Mian was thinking the same thing, between her team and Shen Qianjue's, 2 or 3 wouldn't be enough to split. If they could grab some, They could use them together. She wasn't sure if getting supply drops would add points. 2 or 3 isn't much. I haven't even said 4 or 5. Yunmian said helplessly. Then go grab 4 or 5 for me to see. Shen Qianjui laughed. Ha ha, won't you have to work with me? We'll grab 2 first, then snatch 2 more. Yunmian said, let's see if we get 2 first. She watched where the supply drops were falling and sent a message in the group chat. Yunmian. Luoze, if there's a supply drop near you, call me back immediately. I'll see if I can grab one here. Luoze. Got it. Be careful, Mian. Yunmian. Rain poem, if there's a supply drop near you, hide all the food inside the cabin. Don't leave it outside. With the supply drops coming, everyone's focus would be on those. Their group wouldn't have the time to deal with players trying to steal food, so the plan they came up with last night would have to wait. After finishing her reminders, Yunmian asked Shen Qianjui, have you arranged for your team? Shen Qianjui replied, all arranged. The 3 of them are grabbing one and I'm grabbing one. The way he said it so casually left Yunmian unsure how to respond. All right then. As time passed, they could roughly estimate where the supply drops would land. The 2 supply drops closest to Yunmian were one to her left and one to her right. Yunmian and Shen Qianjui split up, Shen Qianjui heading left, Yunmian and Du Changsong heading right. As they hurried, Yunmian said to Du Changsong, if we're the first to arrive and there's no one else around, quickly open the drop, take the supplies and leave. Leave alone? Yes, I'll stay behind. Yes, I'll stay behind. Yunmian already had a plan. Take the supplies and leave the drop behind. Slower players arriving might see multiple groups arguing, giving her the chance to reap the rewards. But if we're not the first, or we see others heading there, hide nearby and observe. Don't approach lightly. Du Changsong asked, are we going to ambush them? Something like that, Yunmian replied, but mainly because we don't know if the other teams have bows and arrows. If we get surrounded, it'll be hard to escape with the supply drop items. Yunmian had considered several scenarios. As they spoke, they got closer to the supply drop. The drop hadn't landed yet, which meant they were probably the first to find it. Yunmian was in great luck today, and she estimated that the others were still far away. In that case, Du Changsong could take the supply drop and hide the supplies somewhere. The 2 picked up their pace and were standing under the supply drop before it hit the ground. Yunmian reached out to catch the slowly descending supply drop. The parachute attached to the supply drop disappeared, and Yunmian felt the heavy weight in her hands. Yunmian hesitated for a second, then immediately decided to leave. Let's go. She held onto the supply drop and ran in another direction. Before Du Changsong could react, Yunmian was already several meters ahead. She felt that there were quite a few items in the supply drop, and it might take some time to collect everything here. Better to find a concealed place first. She sprinted the whole way, and Du Changsong struggled to keep up. Finally, she found a slope and hid behind it, then opened the supply drop. Inside, there was a dagger, a medical kit, a set of thermal clothing, over 10 heat patches, and various bottles and jars, all filled with seasonings. Yunmian was overjoyed. Du Changsong was stunned. So many good things. Yunmian looked around, wrapped the heat patches and seasoning packets in the thermal clothing, and handed them to Du Changsong. The medical kit contained only bandages, gauze, medical tape, and a box of hemostatic medicine. Yunmian took everything out and stuffed them into her coat pockets. Then, she filled the medical kit with dirt and put it back in the supply box. She placed the dagger into her boot, ready to draw it at any moment. Dig a hole here and bury these things, then find another place to hide and wait for my signal. What about you? Yunmian replied. I'm going to redeploy the supply drop. Just saying it sounded terrifying. Du Changsong felt relieved that Yunmian hadn't asked him to come along. Be careful, okay? Yeah. Yunmian nodded. Hurry up. Du Changsong quickly started digging. Beneath a layer of snow, the earth on the slope was moist. He kept digging and soon made a hole. But the hole was too shallow for his liking, so he kept digging. By the time he was done, Yun Mian was already far away. Yun Mian carried the supply drop back to where she had picked it up. Just as she was about to set it down, she heard voices behind her. "I saw it coming this way. Why can't we see it anymore?" Yun Mian saw 3 people approaching and set the supply drop down, resting 1 foot on it. Her pose was bold, even a bit arrogant. The 3 soon noticed Yun Mian. "Someone's there." "Is that the supply drop?" "It is. She got to it first." "What's to be afraid of? She's just 1 person, a woman at that." "We ran all the way here for this supply drop. Are we just gonna leave empty-handed?" Overhearing their whispered conversation, Yun Mian smiled and said, "There's nothing left in this supply drop. My teammate has already taken everything." She was telling the truth, but no one believed her. "She's just saying that. Her teammate is probably on their way. We should grab the drop now while she's still alone." "Are we really doing this? If we don't, someone else will. Do you think the system gave out only 20 supply drops without a reason? There are at least hundreds of teams on this island." The 3 hesitated, debating whether to take action, and Yun Mian was getting tired of waiting. She picked up the supply drop, ready to leave. Seeing this, the 3 of them quickly blocked her path and drew their weapons. Among them were 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman each carried system-issued axes, while the other man wielded a bronze sword. Yun Mian said, 3 against 1? That's not very fair." The woman replied, "We just want the supply drop. If you put it down, we'll let you leave." Yun Mian drew her machete. "But the supply drop is empty. Are you sure you want to fight for it?" "Stop with the nonsense. If it's empty, why are you holding on to it?" The man with the sword swung it at Yun Mian. Yun Mian stepped back and drew her machete. "If that's how it is, I won't hold back." With that, Yun Mian slashed at the man's wrist. He was quick to react, but not as fast as her blade. He managed to dodge, but her blade still nicked his skin. Blood flowed, soaking into his clothes. The blood was warm, but as it wet his clothes in this freezing weather, it quickly became icy cold. He felt the chill before he felt the pain. His movement slowed, and he looked at Yun Mian in shock. Yun Mian didn't give him a chance to recover. Though another person with an axe was swinging at her, she ducked and kicked backward, drawing the dagger from her boot and throwing it behind her. Swiftly, her machete made a sweeping arc in the air, and before they knew it, both the swordsman and the man with the axe dropped their weapons. The dagger was lodged in the thigh of the person behind her. They had also all been slashed across their chests by Yun Mian's machete. Their clothes were torn, exposing their flesh to the cold air. It hurt and felt cold. As both men fell, Yun Mian turned her blade toward the woman who hadn't even had the chance to act. Yun Mian stared at her as she slowly approached. The woman, panicking, screamed, "No, don't come near me. I'm not trying to take it anymore." Yun Mian hadn't even done anything yet, but the woman, in her rush to back away, tripped and fell. Yun Mian walked up to her and slashed at her thigh. She knew precisely how to strike, just enough to prevent her from moving, which meant she'd be eliminated. As long as she stopped the bleeding in time, she wouldn't die. The woman vanished from sight. The number of people required for their mission changed from 6 to 5. Yun Mian turned to look at the 2 men. They hadn't been eliminated yet. Were their injuries not severe enough? Yun Mian thought about giving another slash, but as soon as she raised her blade, one of them was so terrified that he disappeared, screaming as he rolled away. Good, scared away one. But why did he take her dagger with him? Yun Mian hadn't had time to pull it out. That wasn't fair. The other remaining one was the man who initially held the sword. He seemed to have a better physical condition, or perhaps his injury wasn't as severe. He still wanted to pick up the sword and fight, but with his wrist wounded, he couldn't wield the sword with any strength. Just like with the woman, Yun Mian stabbed his thigh. Soon he disappeared as well. Yun Mian had now completed the elimination of 3 players. 150 points were in hand. Yun Mian looked at the axes and the bronze sword lying on the ground. After thinking for a moment, she picked up the bronze sword. Though it was heavy, it was still a good weapon, unlike the axes. Even though trading a bronze sword for a dagger seemed worthwhile, Yunmian still preferred the dagger. She didn't carry the supply box with her to keep creating trouble, as she needed to go grab more supply drops. Guarding this one box to gain more eliminations wasn't necessary. What if no one else showed up? It was better to find another supply drop. She glanced at the group chat. Luo Zi was chasing after a supply drop when Yushi was guarding their home, and things seemed safe for the moment. Yunmian messaged Du Changsong and told him to come find her. Du Changsong was hiding under a tree, which turned out to be a good hiding spot. The tree grew on a slope, and beneath the roots, there was an empty space where he could hide. If someone didn't approach from the opposite side, they wouldn't even notice him. He almost dozed off in there. When he received Yunmian's message, she had already spotted the second supply drop. However, this time, the drop had already been found by two groups. These two groups were now fighting over it. Yunmian saw them from a distance, but didn't hurry to get closer. One group had 2 people, and the other had 4. Clearly, the 4-person group had the advantage. However, the 2-person group showed no signs of backing down. They consisted of a man and a woman, both quite striking in appearance, and both were wearing white down jackets. Yunmian was too far away to hear what they were saying and, feeling curious, wanted to get a bit closer to listen. As soon as she approached, the 2-person group called her by name. Yunmian was startled. Well, they knew her. They must be players from Area 3. Yunmian! The 4-person group was from Area 10. When they heard the name Yunmian, they paused, and one of them quickly recalled the leaderboard. She was the champion of the last game. Is it really her? Are you sure that's the Yunmian? The name Yunmian was easy to remember. Though they couldn't recall who she was at first, with the reminder, her name rang a bell. Yes, it's Yunmian from Area 3. It should be, right? Now that she had been recognized, Yunmian felt a little awkward. She had come to grab the supply drop only to run into players from her own area. She wasn't particularly eager to take items from her fellow Area 3 players, but wasn't inclined to help them either. So she said, "I'm just passing through." The man who had called her name quickly said, "Yunmian, help us, and we'll split the supply drop with you, half for you." This man knew how to negotiate. The other 4-person group, each holding an axe, wasn't about to give up easily. The 2-person team, armed with a sword and an axe, would have a chance if Yunmian joined, making it 3 against 4. Moreover, Area 3 players all knew Yunmian was quite powerful. Her earlier collaboration with Area 1 players to kill a bear had made her famous, and they could see she still carried a weapon. Yunmian made a show of considering the offer. Then the leader of the 4-person group spoke up too. "Yunmian, help us, and we'll also give you half of the supply drop." Yunmian hesitated. "We are from Area 3, the same area as you. You can't possibly help outsiders against us, right? What's the difference between same area or different areas? We're all competing against each other, and Area 3 affects your local ranking. We Area 3 players always help each other. Yunmian would never help you guys. Keep dreaming." Despite what they said, Yunmian indeed wouldn't help players from outside Area 3 to fight those from her own area. It would be pretty embarrassing if word got out. Although, to her, helping either group would bring the same benefit. Yunmian said, "Why don't you guys first see what's inside the supply drop? If there's something I need, I'll decide whether to help one of you or not. Maybe I won't need anything at all." Her suggestion left the 6 people at a loss. But Yunmian wasn't joking. Instead of getting caught up in this dispute, she would rather hurry off to find another supply drop. She might just get an entire one herself instead of splitting one. "Is that okay?" Yunmian asked. The 2-person group was willing, but the 4-person group was not. If Yunmian left, it would be a 4 against 2 situation, a sure win. They were eager for Yunmian to leave as quickly as possible. "We don't agree. Until the ownership is settled, the supply drop cannot be opened." "Yeah. Why should we open it for you to see? We both found this supply drop. It has nothing to do with you. If you want to leave, then leave. The two people from Area 3 hurriedly said, "We'll give you 2/3. Mian reluctantly said, "All right then." 2/3 was a lot, and the 4-person group was unwilling to let that happen. It wasn't necessary. They had worked hard to chase this supply drop. If they let Mian take 2/3, it would be a huge loss. Besides, the 4 of them might not necessarily lose against the 3. After some consideration, they decided not to increase their offer and were only willing to offer half of the supply drop's contents. Thus, the deal was struck, and Mian assisted the 2 from Area 3. She moved swiftly, drawing her blade and pointing it at the leader of the 4-person group, who appeared to be the team leader. Typically, the leader had the highest overall strength, and taking down the leader often caused the rest to fall apart. After Mian made her move, the 2 from Area 3 also began to act. The battle among the 7 of them commenced. What was initially expected to be an easy resolution turned out to be a bit tricky. The Area 10 team leader had some skill. Not only did he dodge Mian's blade, but while Mian was helping the 2 from Area 3, he used a hidden wrist arrow. Mian hadn't anticipated a hidden weapon, and she was almost hit. Fortunately, she blocked it with the back of her blade, otherwise the arrow would have hit her right in the chest. There was no time for fear. Mian's expression became serious. This wrist arrow was something Mian had never seen before. Clearly, this person was a formidable opponent who had brought such a device to the competition. If it weren't for Mian's incredible luck today, she would probably have been hit. She had purely relied on instinct to avoid it. If it hadn't been for the sudden, strange feeling that something was flying towards her from behind, she wouldn't have deflected it in time. Remembering the danger just now, Mian was even more vigilant. Her heart raced, her nerves tensed, and with that tension, her strikes became faster and more forceful. Under her powerful attacks, her opponent soon couldn't keep up. Although he was strong, he only had one hidden weapon and no other suitable tools, making him no match for Mian. Moreover, hidden weapons needed to strike first. They could only be effective if they hit the target before the opponent could react. He was using a single-shot wrist arrow that required reloading for each shot. When Mian dodged the first arrow, she became even more cautious and didn't give him another chance to reload. The man was forced to retreat, pushing his teammates forward while he tried to find an opportunity to reload the arrow. Mian was caught between attacks from the front and back. The other 2 teammates from Area 10 were freed up to focus on her, leaving only one person to deal with the 2 from Area 3. By this time, the man had already reloaded another arrow and triggered the mechanism to shoot. The arrow was coated with toxic plant extract, and if Mian didn't dodge it, she would be poisoned. The man had already planned that if Mian got poisoned, he would snatch her katana. He had already witnessed the power of her blade. If he could get his hands on it, his combat abilities would certainly improve dramatically. Thinking about this, a look of desire appeared in his eyes. The supply drop didn't seem to matter anymore. He wanted that blade. Combat strength was the most crucial thing in a place like this. Before the supply drop, he hadn't realized it. Now he knew that everything had to be earned through force. If you didn't have it, take it. He had thought for sure that this time he could hit Mian. But just at the last moment, Mian suddenly dropped to the ground, and as a result, the arrow ended up heading straight for the person standing behind her, who was from the 4-person group. Not only did the arrow miss Mian, but it also hit one of his own teammates. After getting hit by the wrist arrow, the teammate screamed, covering the wound, and looked at his leader in shock. But he soon lost his ability to move due to the poison and was eliminated. Eliminating a member of one's own group didn't gain points, instead, it caused a deduction. Upon hearing the notification sound about point deduction, the man's face darkened significantly. How could this happen? His plan had failed completely, and this latest failure meant he had no more chances. Mian stabbed her blade into the ground, gripping the hilt firmly, and stood up. When she raised her eyes, The look in them made him realize that Yun Mian intended to kill him. The man knew that a wise person knew when to back down. If you couldn't win, you should run. Losing the supply drop was a minor issue. Keeping his life was the priority. But just as he was about to flee, Yun Mian noticed. She rushed up to him, lifting her blade and pressing it against his shoulder. Now you want to leave? Too late. The cold blade touched his neck, and with death so close, he finally realized he had overestimated himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have fought for the supply drop, or he would have given up 2/3. Now he couldn't get the supply drop and his life was in the hands of someone else. The man rolled his eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, I admit that I'm not as skilled. You can take the supply drop. Yun Mian. Of course, I'm taking the supply drop, but... But what? But you can't leave either. The man took a deep breath, thinking Yun Mian was going to kill him. To save his life, he reluctantly removed his wrist arrow and offered it to her. Take this. Spare my life. Life or a weapon? Which was more important? The answer was obvious. Though the wrist arrow was his favorite weapon and worked wonders whenever he used it, he had encountered Yun Mian. Yun Mian took the wrist arrow, but didn't intend to let him go that easily. He had not held back against her, striking mercilessly each time. Yun Mian raised her blade and stabbed through his left hand. The other two tried to beg for mercy, but were taken down by the Area 3 duo. Yun Mian had wanted to do it herself, to earn the elimination points. But the man from the Area 3 duo acted first. Yun Mian glanced at him. He was holding a blood-stained sword and smiling at her. Thank you. Without your help, we wouldn't have gotten the supply drop. Yun Mian said flatly. It was just a deal. She looked at the supply drop. Open it. The man nodded and opened the supply drop on the ground. It contained quite a few items. Frying pan X1, set of dishes and plates, saw X1, map of the island, Gore1. The rest didn't matter. What really mattered was that map. This map was the most important item. Yun Mian reached out to take it, but the man from the two-person group also extended his hand to grab the map. They both paused and looked at each other. Before Yun Mian could say anything, the man spoke. You can have everything else. I just want the map. He was good with words. He only said that Yun Mian could have 2/3 of the supplies, but he hadn't mentioned if she could choose first. Yun Mian hadn't thought much about it earlier, not expecting there to be something as valuable as a map. Yun Mian said, I only want the map. Her tone was firm. Since she helped, she wanted to take what she desired. How about this? We don't want to give up the map either, but there's a good solution. We can form an alliance between our two groups. What do you think? Yun Mian shook her head. No, I already have a partner, and I'm not planning on changing alliances right now. Also from Area 3? He asked. No, Yun Mian replied, not wanting to waste time arguing with them. She checked the group chat and saw that Luoze had found a supply drop and encountered another group. How about this? You can take a picture of the map and make a copy. Give us the original and you can choose one more item. We'll split the dishes in half. How does that sound? The woman, who had been quiet all this time, offered a solution. It turned out to be exactly 2/3, as they initially agreed. It was a reasonable suggestion. It seemed they were unwilling to part with the map entirely, and Yun Mian didn't force it, so she agreed. Seeing her agree, the man from the two-person group breathed a sigh of relief. He clearly wanted to avoid conflict with Yun Mian over splitting the supplies. The man nodded. All right then. Which item do you want? Yun Mian said, I'll take the frying pan. She then took out the map, took a photo, and sent it to the group chat. The dishes, on the other hand, were troublesome. Taking them back to the shelter would be too time-consuming. Yun Mian would need to find a place to stash the dishes. It was getting late, so she had to leave. However, before she left, Yun Mian asked, You know my name, but I still don't know yours. There was no doubt the man was the leader, but the woman's skills were decent too. Though she only had an axe, she was brave and not at all timid. Since they were all from Area 3, it wouldn't hurt to know each other. The man hesitated, seemingly reluctant to reveal his name. Yun Mian turned to the woman. Mu Bai Yin. Yun Mian felt like she had heard that name somewhere before. She glanced at the man. And you? Lin Quanling. This name was quite well known in Area 3. Yun Mian thought to herself, so he was Lin Quanling. All right, I have something to do, so I'll head out first. She picked up her things and was about to leave but was stopped by Lin Quanling. Although we can't form an alliance, we don't have anything else to do right now. How about we travel together? Carrying so many things makes us a target. Traveling together is safer. Plus, it's inconvenient for you to carry the dishes, so why not put them back in the supply drop box, and we'll help escort you back to your shelter. Lin Quanling's proposal was full of ulterior motives. On the surface, he offered to travel together and escort Yun Mian, providing her with convenience. But in reality, having Yun Mian with them also added an extra layer of security for them. Moreover, they could find her shelter and easily contact her later. Lin Quanling had been wanting to find Yun Mian, and today, having run into her, he was determined to stick with her. Although she could tell Lin Quanling likely had ulterior motives, Yun Mian had to admit that what he said did benefit her. Still, she refused to expose her shelter's location. As a team leader, she had to be cautious. She and Shen Qianjue were currently allies, and revealing her shelter would mean exposing his as well. Besides, Yun Mian had long known that Lin Quanling wasn't a good person. No need. I'll go on my own. Yun Mian stuffed the dishes into her coat and tied the other items together with a cloth strip, carrying them all. Although her load increased significantly, it was still within her capacity. She had to hurry and find Luo Ze. And Du Changsong, she had no idea where he had gone after all this time without a sign. As she rushed back, she messaged them, explaining her situation and asking for an update on theirs. Luo Ze, I got a supply drop and ran into another group, but I can handle it. Don't worry, I'll be back a bit later. Wen Yushi, Mian, I went to help Luo Ze. I've hidden all the food so it should be safe. Yun Mian, got it. Be careful, both of you. Du Changsong, I can't find you, Mian. I've been wandering around nearby for ages. Yun Mian, never mind. I'm heading back to the shelter. Wait for me where you buried the items. Since Luo Ze's situation was under control, Yun Mian decided to pick up the items and return together. But first, she needed to stop at the shelter. The items were too conspicuous to carry without a proper bag. She needed to grab a waterproof cloth or sleeping bag to wrap everything before heading back. Although it was a bit of a detour, safety was the priority, so she decided to take the extra trip. It was already dark when Yun Mian finally returned to the shelter with everything she'd gained. Not only was Du Changsong exhausted, so was she. On the way back, Yun Mian had Du Changsong and herself take turns carrying the supply drop box. Though traveling at night had its challenges, there was one advantage. Other players were less willing to roam after dark, so Yun Mian was able to walk without encountering anyone. But Du Changsong did trip once, and it wasn't clear what he bumped into, but he ended up getting himself all dirty. Wen Yushi was starting a fire. Mian, you guys are finally back. Du Changsong, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Don't even mention it, I fell. Du Changsong was bruised and battered, covered in dirt, and he didn't even have a change of clothes. Yun Mian asked him to take out the sleeping bag. The sleeping bag was filled with the supplies she had brought back. What was in your supply drop? There was a lot of stuff, a hunting knife, a down comforter, cooking oil, and heat patches. Nice. That means we can make a good meal tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Qianjue's voice came from behind. What? A good meal tonight? Shen Qianjue had just returned from his shelter and was now leading his team over for dinner. He looked a little disheveled after being away for half a day, probably having had some fights too. How many supply drops did you get? 1. And you guys? Yun Mian's group had gotten 2.5 supply drops. She smiled. 2. Shen Chanjue seemed a bit dissatisfied. What? How did you get more than me? Yun Mian said, Good luck. Didn't you say you could get 2 as well? Shen Chanjue said, That's what I thought, but I was unlucky and only found 1. Yun Mian said, 1 is good enough. There were only so many. Shen Chanjue shrugged and leaned in. Let me see what goodies you got. Yun Mian replied, You didn't show me yours. It's a secret. Shen Chanjue didn't seem too bothered. All right, I'm more concerned about what's for dinner. Even though he only got 1 supply drop, it contained great supplies, and he had no intention of sharing with Yun Mian. Since she didn't want to share, he let it go. With cooking oil and seasoning, Yun Mian could make a delicious meal today. But by doing so, she wouldn't be able to hide the fact that her cooking had special effects from Shen Chanjue. However, with both groups eating together, there was no way she could keep her own team from enjoying this benefit just to hide it from Shen Chanjue. After thinking it over, Yun Mian decided to let Shen Chanjue take advantage of it. Grilled lamb and boiled fish. For the lamb, she chose a cut with half meat and half tendon, with 70% lean and 30% fat. The hunting knife made it easier to cut the meat into evenly sized pieces, the red lamb meat and white fat distributed evenly. She sprinkled on salt and chili powder, skewered them with fine branches and placed them over the fire. Before long, they began sizzling, the aroma filling the air, making everyone's mouth water. They often ate grilled lamb before, but today's aroma was completely different. It was absolutely irresistible. Shen Chanjue asked, Yun Mian, what kind of grilled lamb are you making? Why does it smell so good? Yun Mian replied, Just ordinary grilled lamb. Shen Chanjue said, No way. Did you add seasoning? Yun Mian said, Yes, there was some in the supply drop. Shen Chanjue remarked, No wonder. Wait a second. Adding seasoning alone wouldn't make it smell this good. He suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, during the last game, were you the one who teamed up with Zhao Yikan? I heard that he collaborated with a female player from Area 3 to kill a bear, and he ate the food she made like he hadn't eaten for a week. Yun Mian replied, Was it really that exaggerated? She remembered Zhao Yichen's reaction being okay, not that dramatic. Shen Chanjue said, Later, I asked Zhao Yichen how good it was, and he wouldn't tell me. They were from the same area and had regular contact. The players in Area 1 were tightly connected, unlike Area 3 where everyone went their own way. The lamb skewers are done. Yun Mian grilled 8 skewers first, giving 1 to each person. Shen Chanjue's group, usually not very talkative, suddenly started chatting. I can't wait, the aroma is driving me crazy. This smells just like the barbecue stand downstairs from my house. 1 bite and it's gone. Wow, this is too good. Shen Chanjue was a rich second-generation kid in the real world, always visiting gourmet restaurants and trying cuisines from around the world. Originally, he was just a little curious about Yun Mian's cooking, thinking that with seasoning, tonight's dinner might be decent. But as soon as he took a bite, his expression went blank. He was too stunned to speak. The lamb was cooked to perfection, tender and juicy, with just a hint of gaminess blending perfectly with the chili. It required almost no chewing, and it was finished quickly. Not enough. It was absolutely not enough. After just 1 skewer, he felt his tired body rejuvenated. After all, he had been exhausted all day, and both his mental and physical strength had taken a toll. Yun Mian brushed a layer of cooking oil onto the lamb skewers, just a little bit. When the oil dripped into the fire, the flames shot up, charring the meat's surface to a golden brown, making the texture even richer. She had to keep turning the skewers, closely monitoring the heat, leaving her no time to work on the fish. All the lamb skewers were done, and everyone grew even hungrier, still far from full. Yun Mian herself hadn't eaten anything this delicious for days, and her cravings were completely stirred. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Yun Mian said, Hold on, I'll make the fish now. The fish was already prepared, coated with a layer of salt, chili, and oil. She planned to use the newly acquired frying pan to cook it. Pouring enough oil into the pan, she waited until it was hot before placing the fish in. The extra oil was meant to crisp up the surface without sticking. Once both sides were golden and fragrant, she added snow water, some mint leaves, and wild vegetables to stew it. The soup turned a milky white color, with a layer of fish oil floating on top. After simmering for a dozen minutes, they could hear the bubbling sound of the broth boiling. The aroma of the boiled fish was different from that of the lamb skewers. It had a fresh scent mixed with mint, and just smelling it was already comforting. 8 people lined up, waiting for Yunmian to serve the soup. They stood straight like children in a kindergarten waiting for their meal. Yunmian poured half a bowl for each of them. One pot of soup split among 8 people only yielded this much. The pot was only so big, and the fish took up most of the space, so there wasn't much soup. But it didn't matter. If they wanted more, they could add more snow water and keep boiling it. Though the flavor wouldn't be as strong, it would still taste good. However, the first pot was always the best. So comforting. This soup is so fresh. It's so delicious. I feel warm all over after drinking it. I can't imagine being able to drink a bowl of fish soup like this every day. Shen Chanjue, after finishing the soup, felt a sense of emptiness. Yunmian, what level is your cooking skill? It even has a buff effect. I feel full of energy after eating it. It's an essential survival skill. Her cooking indeed tasted better than before. Her cooking skill had already reached intermediate level. Yunmian glanced at him. She wasn't going to answer such a personal question. Shen Chanjue said, "When will the system add a feature to switch zones?" Yunmian asked, "Why? You want to switch to Zone 3? Shen Chanjue replied, "You should come to Zone 1. It's much better." Yunmian said, "I don't think so. If there's a switch, it should be you coming here." Shen Chanjue laughed. "All right, I can switch. Do you want me to join your zone?" He was deliberately teasing her with ambiguous words. Yunmian couldn't be bothered with him. Even fish couldn't keep your mouth shut. Shen Chanjue said, "After eating what you made, I can't stomach anything else. Aren't you responsible for this?" Yunmian replied, "If I were responsible for everyone like you, I'd be too busy. You can get in line." Shen Chanjue laughed. "Doesn't a handsome guy get to cut the line?" Yunmian gave him a look, letting him interpret it himself. After finishing the meal and seeing Shen Chanjue's group leave, Yunmian discussed the map with her group members. Yunmian said, "Everyone has seen the map, right?" Wen Yushi said, "Yes, there are a lot of places marked on it. I think we can go explore them." Yunmian said, "Let's find the volcano first and complete the hot spring task." Luoze added, "Finding that hot spring is the only task we have left. Tomorrow I'll try to find more task cards." Yunmian nodded. "After today, there are only 2 days left in the competition. Our team's score is already at 1,000. Ideally, we should be leading, but until we see the rankings, we can't relax." Luoze asked, "Did you notice there are several small dots on the map?" Du Changsong said, "Yeah, I saw them too. Could they be coordinates for different teams?" Yunmian replied, "I don't think so. We don't know how many maps were included in the supply drops this time, but there are definitely more than just one." They couldn't ask in the regional chat because revealing that they had a map would not be a good thing. Moreover, Lin Quanling also had a map. Who knows if they'd run into him again? Thinking of Lin Quanling, Yunmian shared how she had helped him earlier today. Aside from Luoze, who was a new player, the others were familiar with Lin Quanling. They had all heard gossip about him on the forums. Wen Yushi said, "That kind of manipulative scammer definitely doesn't have good intentions." Yunmian said, "I know, but for now he doesn't pose any threat." Wen Yushi said, "He even offered to walk you back. He probably just wants to get on your good side." Du Changsong said, "Definitely." Luoze didn't know about Lin Quanling's history, so Du Changsong explained how he had manipulated women and scammed resources. Luozi frowned and said casually, "Next time we see him, we should just eliminate him." Day 6 of the Deserted Island Survival Team competition. Another night of heavy snowfall had covered the roof of the cabin with a thick layer of snow. Mian's entire team got up early. With only 2 days left, there was still plenty of food, so last night, Mian divided it into portions and hid them in different places. That way, there was no need to keep anyone at the shelter. Even if someone took part of it, they would still have enough food left. Today, they all needed to head out. Mian rolled the dice, and the luck for today was average. She cleared the snow off the cabin, boiled 2 pots of snow water, and after everyone drank it to warm up, they were ready to set off. Luo Zi and Duchang Song were to go to the marked points on the map to see if there were any clues. There were a dozen or so points, and it wasn't clear what they represented, but Mian felt they must be important. Otherwise, why would they be marked on the map? Mian took Wen Yushi to find the hot spring. She had forgotten to ask Shen Changjue about his plans for today, and he hadn't mentioned them either, so Mian decided to check with him. The cooperation between the two teams was coming to an end. Unless something unexpected happened, once the rankings were released, their partnership would immediately dissolve, and they'd become rivals again. In fact, they might end up as each other's biggest competitors. When Mian reached Shen Qianjue's shelter, she found that 2 teams had already surrounded it. 8 people from the 2 teams had completely surrounded Shen Qianjue's shelter, clearly acting in cooperation with the intention of targeting him. Mian was 10 meters away, with many trees in between. If she turned and left, Shen Qianjue wouldn't even know. Moreover, there hadn't been any signal from him in the regional chat. She wasn't sure why he hadn't sent out an alert, but Mian still chose to go over. Mian exchanged a look with Wen Yushi and said in a low voice, "I'll make the first move. You stay hidden for now, and if things look bad, immediately message Luoze and the others and have them come over." Wen Yushi. Got it. Mian didn't let Wen Yushi go up with her. With so many opponents, there's a risk of accidental injuries, and Wen Yushi is not skilled enough. If she got hurt, she would be eliminated instantly. Also, Mian wanted to see Shen Qianjue's skills. She had already seen the skill level of Zone 1's top player. Now she wanted to see if Zone 1's number 2 was also better than her. Mian walked out leisurely, smiling as she greeted the surrounded Shen Qianjue. "Would you say my timing is good or bad?" Shen Qianjue laughed. "Definitely good. Couldn't be better." The members of the 2 surrounding teams looked puzzled at Mian. "Isn't this the woman whose picture was shared in the regional chat a few days ago? I remember she looks just like this." "Yeah, that's her. Didn't you say she was beautiful back then?" "She is beautiful. In fact, she's even prettier in person." None of them seemed to take Mian as a threat. Instead, they commented on her appearance. "Enough chit-chat, idiots. Look at the sword in her hand," said the team leader, a man in his 30s with a goatee. He interrupted his teammates, his expression stern. The leader of the other team, a man with a crew cut, also grew serious and warned his team, "Anyone who can wield a Tang Dynasty horizontal sword is definitely not an amateur. Be careful." Mian smiled and casually dragged her sword across the ground. "Why haven't you guys made a move yet?" Shen Qianjue, standing among the crowd, shouted, "They don't dare!" The crew cut guy sneered, "Not dare? There are 8 of us and only 4 of you. You think we don't dare? We were just giving you a chance to surrender." Shen Qianjue blinked and said nonchalantly, "Surrender? Not happening. Besides, you've got it wrong. We're not 4 people. We're 5. Isn't this our savior?" "It doesn't matter if you have 5 people," said the man with the goatee, moving to attack. He wielded a Bowie hunting knife, clearly not a beginner given the quality of the weapon. Mian noticed his knife and her expression grew more serious. This was going to be a tough opponent. Before making a move, Mian sent a message in the group chat. "Come to me quickly." The last 2 days required extra caution. Shen Qianjue, who had never used his real weapon until now, finally pulled out a long sword made of patterned steel. The patterned steel sword could cut through iron and stone, a truly sharp blade. The patterned steel was actually a reward he received for being the first to contract a pet. Although it was a basic pet, as the first person to achieve this, he received a special reward. Shen Chanjue himself had intermediate-level forging skills, and he used many resources to craft this patterned sword. He brought it to this competition, but unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't take it out. He usually used weapons taken from other players. It was Yun Mianmian's first time seeing the sword. Although it wasn't from the system's shop, it was obvious at a glance that it was a very powerful sword. Shen Chanjue's expression turned dark, completely different from his usual playful demeanor. He moved quickly, clashing with the goateed man. Although the man wielded the bowie knife fiercely, its short range couldn't compare to the patterned sword, and he was soon pushed back. But he had teammates. His teammates, each armed with long swords or long knives, rushed towards Shen Chanjue. Shen Chanjue's teammates wanted to help, but he shouted to stop them. "Don't come over." His voice was cold, and his teammates immediately obeyed. The man with the goatee, feeling underestimated by Shen Chanjue, looked furious. "Do you think you can take us all on alone?" Shen Chanjue smiled mischievously. "Why not?" His taunt only angered the group further, and their attacks became faster and more ruthless. But Shen Chanjue remained calm. Yun Mianmian stepped back and thought that maybe she didn't need to call for reinforcements after all. She messaged Luo Zhe and the others. "No need to come. Keep doing what you're doing. It's fine now." Luo Zhe, who was on his way, responded with a question mark. "Yun Mianmian? It's fine. I thought I needed help, but now it looks like I don't. But although Shen Chanjue was strong, with 8 people attacking him, Yun Mianmian decided to help a little. The crew-cut guy was also quite skilled, and it seemed he had learned some sword techniques similar to those Yun Mianmian had learned. However, his basics were not solid, and while he had the sword form, there was no true sword aura, more like flashy moves without substance. He lacked strength, and after 2 strikes from Yun Mianmian, he struggled to hold on. Moreover, his sword was made of bronze, which couldn't compare to the quality of Yun Mianmian's horizontal sword. As for Shen Chanjue, he had already broken 3 of their ordinary swords. Although Yun Mianmian's horizontal sword was strong, she couldn't break other people's swords with it. But Shen Chanjue's patterned steel sword could. Yun Mianmian made a mental note. Once she got back, she would find Rong Yu to make her a similar sword. Though the materials might be hard to find. Of the 8 opponents, Shen Chanjue managed to take down 6 on his own, while Yun Mianmian took down 1, which she considered her fee for helping out. 50 points. Not much, but better than nothing. The only one left was the man with the goatee. Just as Shen Chanjue was about to finish him off, the man suddenly stabbed himself, refusing to give Shen Chanjue the points. Shen Chanjue sneered but didn't stop him. The goateed man left them with these words. "I admit it. I'm not as skilled as you, and I accept my loss." Then he disappeared from their sight. Yun Mianmian remarked, 300 points in one go. You must have 1,000 points by now, right?" Shen Chanjue just smiled without replying. Yun Mianmian looked at him and thought to herself that it wasn't good. He definitely had 1,000 points now. She didn't know how many points separated their 2 teams. She had to hurry and find more points. The best way was to eliminate players. The points from tasks really weren't much in comparison. However, Yun Mianmian had a gut feeling that the tasks had to be completed. The points might not be many, but they were still system-issued tasks. On the ground, the broken swords were scattered everywhere, nothing but trash. Shen Chanjue didn't bother picking them up and let his teammates clean them. Yun Mianmian said, "I'm going to complete a task. What about you guys? Any plans?" Shen Chanjue replied, "Why bother with those task points? You might as well focus on getting more points." Yun Mianmian shrugged. "There aren't many people around. What can I do? Unlike you, who had 8 people come knocking." Shen Chanjue said, "If there aren't any people around, go find them. If they don't come to you, you go to them." Yun Mianmian shrugged again. "Forget it. I'm leaving. I probably won't be back at the shelter for the rest of the day. You guys are on your own for food." Though Shen Chanjue would have liked the food on Yun Mian's side, he knew that now wasn't the time to indulge. Got it. Yun Mian called Wen Yushi, who was hiding nearby. Let's go. She had just left when Shen Chanjue's team members asked him, Leader, is our alliance with them almost over? Almost. Shen Chanjue took the cloth handed by his teammate and carefully wiped the blood off his patterned sword. He wiped it meticulously, a little at a time. There's less than 2 days left. No matter how enjoyable the cooperation was, we're soon going to be opponents. I hope I won't have to fight her. Leader, if you did fight Yun Mian, would you be able to beat her? Shen Chanjue replied, If it's just her, I'm confident. But you guys, your skill isn't enough. Their team is stronger than ours. Really? I thought only Yun Mian in their team was strong. Shen Chanjue responded, That Luo Ze guy, he's stronger than Yun Mian. Him? That young kid? He doesn't seem that impressive. He doesn't even have a decent weapon. Shen Chanjue didn't want to explain. In any case, unless absolutely necessary, let's avoid opposing Yun Mian's team. Even as opponents, it's best for us to go our separate ways. All right, I wasn't planning to fight their team anyway, especially after eating the food they made. Mentioning the food brought back the memory of last night's delicious dishes, making everyone's mouth water. The map had 10 or so volcanoes marked, but it was unclear which of them had hot springs nearby. So they used the simplest method, elimination, checking one after another. With good luck, they might find one quickly. First, they went to the 2 closest volcanoes. Both turned out to be extinct volcanoes, and they searched in vain. Hot springs form when underground water is heated by magma from volcanic eruptions. The eruption also produces various mineral elements that flow into the hot spring water, which is why such springs are beneficial to the body. Wen Yushi was tired. Mian, we've already checked 2 volcanoes, but still no hot springs. Yun Mian replied, These 2 were extinct volcanoes, we may need to find an active one. But we can't tell which one is active. At this rate, who knows when we'll find it? Wen Yushi complained. There wasn't much they could do. Yun Mian's luck was average today. If it were her wish fulfillment luck, she might have found the hot spring at the first volcano. However, she still had her basic luck, and Yun Mian believed they should be able to find one today. They had brought some cooked lamb, though it was cold. Still, it filled their stomachs. Wen Yushi, gnawing on her meat, commented, If only we could use our backpacks. Our food wouldn't have gotten cold. Yeah, tell me about it. If they could use their backpacks, Yun Mian would have taken out all sorts of good food. Wen Yushi sighed. At least this will be over soon. Life on the ship is so much better. After being away for several days, Yun Mian also longed for the ship. But for now, they had to get their rewards. They continued toward the next marked location. Not long after, Lin Quanling's team also arrived. They had their own map, following the same route as Yun Mian. They were slower, though. By the time they arrived, Yun Mian had already left, and they took some time to search for a hot spring. After they left, Yun Mian finally discovered a steaming lake. Ironically, the hot spring wasn't near a volcano, but rather beneath a waterfall, not far from one of the extinct volcanoes. They had been walking for ages, exhausted and thirsty. The water in their wooden container had run out, so they decided to find some water. They heard the sound of a waterfall and headed over. Wen Yushi knelt down to fill the container, and Yun Mian stood by, checking their surroundings. She spotted a blue lake in the distance. The lake was stunning, nestled between the mountains. The blue water was deeper than the sky, dreamy in a way. Yun Mian couldn't help but stare. Logically, they should continue looking for the hot spring rather than admiring the scenery, but Yun Mian noticed what seemed like steam hovering above the lake. Most would think it was just mist. The weather had been cold recently, and a lake that size could easily produce mist. However, Yun Mian suspected something else. Wen Yushi, having filled the container, stood up and took a sip. She offered it to Yun Mian. Mian, try it. This water is really sweet, though it's too cold. Yun Mian didn't move, staring at the lake. What's wrong, Mian? Wen Yushi asked. Yun Mian hesitated and said, I want to go over there and take a look. Where? Wen Yushi asked. Yun Mian pointed to the distant blue lake. Over there? Is there something over there? Wen Yushi asked. Yun Mian replied, Do you think that mist might be steam? Wen Yushi was surprised. Huh? But that doesn't look like a hot spring at all. Are there blue hot springs? Yun Mian said, What if it is? It's about a half-hour walk from here. I think it's worth checking out. Wen Yushi looked at the map. But if we go that way, we'll be going off track. The next marked volcano point is in the opposite direction. Wen Yushi wanted to listen to Yun Mian, but it was already getting late. Yun Mian trusted her instinct. How about this? I'll go over there by myself and you head to the next volcano point? Her intuition had helped her many times before. Seeing Yun Mian insist on going and even suggesting they split up, Wen Yushi hesitated. She didn't want to be on her own. Let's just go together. Yun Mian nodded. All right, let's go. Yun Mian couldn't wait to verify her hunch. If that large lake really was a hot spring, it would be quite a sight. She picked up her pace, and Wen Yushi struggled to keep up. It was always Yun Mian walking ahead, realizing Wen Yushi had fallen behind, then slowing her steps. Crossing the valley was not easy. The entire path was covered in snow, and it was slippery. It was hard to imagine such a large hot spring existing in this frozen landscape. Wen Yushi became increasingly skeptical. If they got there only to find an ordinary lake, they would have wasted an hour. Mian, when do you think the rankings will be released? Wen Yushi asked. Shen Qianjui's team was out getting points, and Wen Yushi worried that during this time, Shen Qianjui's team might have eliminated many players and accumulated a lot of points, making it harder to catch up with only 1 day left. Yun Mian replied, I don't know. Last time it was released on the final day, so maybe... She hadn't finished speaking when the system's voice suddenly rang out. Rankings are now open. Players may check them. The competition has entered the countdown phase. Top 10 rewards on this island. 5,000 starfish coins, beginner pet contract X1, standard backstab silver knife X1, energy stone X20. Top 10 rewards across all zones. 10,000 starfish coins, diamond treasure chest X1, energy stone X50, ice essence X50, flint X50, hidden rewards for the top 3, and rewards from both leaderboards can stack. Players should hurry? The rewards were dazzling. If they could make the top 10 in the entire zone, they would automatically be in the top 10 on the island. And if rewards stacked? Yun Mian quickly opened the rankings. Island rankings, first place, Shen Qianjui's team, Zone 1, 1246 points. Second place, Yun Mian's team, Zone 3, 1058 points. Third place, Xu Sanyui's team, Zone 10, 845 points. Fourth place, Xia Tianxia's team, Zone 6, 802 points. Yun Mian didn't need to look any further. Seeing this, she frowned. Shen Qianjui had clearly been racking up points. In this short time, he had eliminated many players. If she wanted to take first place, she needed at least 500 more points. Because Shen Qianjui would certainly continue gaining points too. And the further it went, the fewer players were left. As soon as the rankings were released, the area chat erupted. Previously, most people didn't know who the top players in their region were, but now all the experts were listed. Most people had been proud of scoring over 100 points since completing a task only earned them 20 or 30 points, and hunting prey only gave a few points. They thought having over 100 points was already impressive. But when they saw people on the leaderboard with over 1,000 points, they were stunned. Eliminating one of the top 3 group leaders adds 1,000 points? That's way too much. How did that Shen Qianjui get so many points? Nearly 1,300 is insane. 1,300 isn't much. That Wei Yue at the top of the overall leaderboard has almost 2,000 points. Do you guys not know that eliminating players gives points? Eliminating a player is 50 points each. Just do the math on how many he must have eliminated. Whoa, really? Then that Yun Mian in second place is strong too. Of course, she was the champion in the last competition. If you could eliminate the top 3, you'd get 1,000 points straight away and jump right up the overall leaderboard. They thought their points were high, but in the overall leaderboard, Yun Mian was only 4th. Overall leaderboard. First place, Wei Yue's team, Zone 1, 1923 points. Second place, Lin Qi's team, Zone 5, 1688 points. Third place, Shen Chanjue's team, Zone 1, 1246 points. Fourth place, Yun Mian's team, Zone 3, 1058 points. The fifth place was more than 100 points behind Yun Mian. That Wei Yue in first place had such a high score, Yun Mian found it hard to believe. It was possible if he had relied solely on eliminating players. But Yun Mian felt that he must have used some special method. She set aside what she couldn't figure out for now. Her current goal was to take first place in her region. The system had just sent out another message. Eliminating the group leader of any of the top 3 regional teams earns 1,000 points. That rule caught Yun Mian's attention. 1,000 points. With that, she could become the top-ranked player. But others were thinking the same. She herself was in the top 3, with the other 2 being Shen Chanjue and Xu Sanyue. She knew she probably couldn't beat Shen Chanjue, but she wasn't familiar with Xu Sanyue. She didn't even know if he was male or female. Still, he had placed in the last competition, so his strength must be considerable. Maybe she could team up with Luoze and try to eliminate the other 2 group leaders. Together, she and Luoze were definitely stronger than them. Yun Mian walked forward while thinking. The lake was already quite close. She was lost in thought and didn't even notice that the air around her had become significantly warmer. It was Wen Yushi who exclaimed in surprise, Mian, this seems like a hot spring." Yun Mian snapped back to reality. The blue lake was not far ahead, and now they could see steam rising. Hot steam was coming off the lake, but the surrounding area was still covered in snow. The stark contrast of the scene made them marvel at the wonders of nature. The 2 quickened their pace, soon arriving at the lake. They found the water crystal clear, surprisingly pure, as if without any impurities. They could clearly see the lake bed, with its varied hues of soil, white, gray. Around them were bizarrely shaped lava rocks, and the lake reflected different shades of blue from the sky. Hot spring found task completed, plus 30 points. Reward for completing 3 tasks, plus 100 points. Special task. Released, find the mysterious flint. Task reward, plus 200 points. Everyone in Yun Mian's group received the notification. The points on the leaderboard were updated. A change of over 100 points. People wouldn't know what Yun Mian had done. Most would assume she had eliminated 2 players. As for the 30 extra points, even if someone thought it was related to a task, they wouldn't give it much thought. Wen Yushi said, "Find the mysterious flint? What kind of task is that to give 200 points?" Yun Mian responded, "I don't know either. Since there are so many points, it must be hard to find." She looked around, searching for anything unusual, but everywhere seemed strange. This kind of landscape was new to her. Wen Yushi remarked, "Good thing we listened to you and came here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten those extra points. Mian, you're a real lucky charm. It looks like we still have a good chance of getting first place." Yun Mian smiled. "Of course, we have a chance until the very last moment." Her goal was to take first place in the overall competition, but with such a large gap, Yun Mian knew it wouldn't be easy. Moreover, her points were increasing, but so were everyone else's. In the group chat, Luoze sent a message. "We found a few points, and each point had a cave." Yun Mian replied, "Did you find anything?" Luoze, "Sort of." He sent a picture. Luoze, "Each of these caves has strange carvings." The caves were very dark, and even with the flashlight, the pictures were a bit blurry, but they still gave a rough idea of what the carvings looked like. Luoze sent several pictures. They were all carvings he found in the different caves. Yun Mian studied each picture carefully, and suddenly something clicked. She scrolled back up to find the map they had previously shared in the chat. Using her finger, she drew lines connecting all the black dots on the map. The lines had a central meeting point. Comparing it to the map, Yun Mian Mian was astonished to find that the center point where all the lines intersected was right where she was. This hot spring. A light bulb went off in Yun Mian Mian's head, as if she had grasped something. Since it was the hot spring, could the carvings in the caves be related to the task? Completing this task might take a long time. For others, eliminating a few players could get them 200 points, but Yun Mian Mian thought it wouldn't be that simple. She decided to complete this task. The mysterious flint was probably not an ordinary one. Flint was part of the ship upgrade materials, and if they could find it, that would be great, although they couldn't carry much without a backpack. And for a double layer of security, Yun Mian Mian planned to have Luo Zhe compete with Shen Qianjue for points. They couldn't let Shen Qianjue keep racking up points without any competition. They needed to stop him from widening the gap. Yun Mian Mian crouched down and sketched out all the carvings that Luo Zhe had sent. Several seemingly unrelated carvings, when examined closely, showed some connections. Put together, they appeared to form an arrow. Wen Yushi watched Yun Mian Mian studying the carvings in silence as the sky began to darken. "Mian Mian, what's next? What are we going to do now?" she asked. Yun Mian Mian replied, "I'm still looking. I need some more time." She planned to piece together the few carvings she had. Since she didn't have all the pictures, it wasn't easy. But with night approaching and the marked points on the map being far apart, it would take Luo Zhe a lot of time and energy to explore each one. Yun Mian Mian could only hope that she could find some clues from these few carvings, while Luo Zhe focused on something more important, disrupting Shen Qianjue and taking points from him. Wen Yushi then asked, "When are we going back to the shelter?" Yun Mian Mian answered calmly, "We're not. We're staying here tonight." Wen Yushi was a bit surprised. "Stay here?" Yun Mian Mian nodded. "Yes, it's not cold here. Once it gets dark, we'll make a fire, and we can even soak in the hot spring." Wen Yushi looked around. It was indeed very quiet, and no one seemed to have discovered this place. Such a large lake. That sounds good. We can enjoy the hot spring. She had wanted to soak in the hot spring for a while, but had been too shy to bring it up. Without looking up, Yun Mian Mian said, "I still need to do some research. You go and see if there are any branches nearby for the fire." Wen Yushi, "Got it. I'll go right now." Yun Mian Mian added, "Oh, let Luo Zhe know that we aren't returning." Wen Yushi, "Okay, I'll also check if there's anything edible nearby. We're low on food." They didn't like the cold lamb, so there was still some left. Although it wasn't enough to fill their stomachs, it didn't matter much. After all, none of their group had gone hungry lately, and they still had quite a bit of stored fat. Skipping a meal wouldn't be too bad. When Wen Yushi returned, she found that Yun Mian Mian was gone. She was about to send Yun Mian Mian a message when she noticed what looked like Yun Mian Mian's clothes by the lake. It was too dark to see clearly, so she walked over and saw some movement in the water. In the moonlight, she squinted and realized someone was in the lake. It was Yun Mian Mian snorkeling underwater, her head submerged, apparently searching for something. Wen Yushi, worried that she wasn't moving, called out softly, "Mian Mian?" The surroundings were too quiet. Her voice echoed in the valley, startling the birds in the trees. She quickly stopped, afraid that someone else might hear her. Yun Mian Mian finally came up for air, turned her head to look at Wen Yushi, and wanted to shout out her discovery. But after thinking about it, she decided to swim up to her. Yun Mian Mian emerged from the water, dripping wet. But she wasn't cold since the water was warm. She whispered, "I found it. There's a hole at the bottom of the lake." "Really? How did you find it?" Wen Yushi asked. "Those diagrams formed arrows, and I thought about it carefully. It seemed like they were pointing down in a spiral. So I decided to check underwater, and sure enough, I found it." "But can you manage by yourself?" Wen Yushi asked, worried. Wen Yushi wasn't good at swimming, let alone diving and holding her breath. Otherwise, she would have gone with Yun Mian Mian. Yun Mian shook her head. It's fine. I'll dive down first to take a look. You stay here and keep watch. If anything happens, send me a message. I'll keep my panel open. Wen Yushi nodded eagerly. Okay. Yun Mian gave her instructions and went back into the water. Wen Yushi obediently stayed above and tried to start a fire using flint. It was a bit troublesome in this environment, and she struggled for a while before finally producing a spark. Just as it seemed like she was about to succeed, she heard voices. Don't you guys think it's much warmer around here? Could there really be a hot spring here? Mubayin, how did you know about this? Someone was coming. Wen Yushi was startled. She looked around, and her first instinct was to hide Yun Mian's clothes. Time was tight, and Wen Yushi quickly hid Yun Mian's clothes behind a rock. The rock wasn't very big, enough to hide a couple of clothes, but not enough to hide a person. Wen Yushi was just about to find a place to hide herself, but it was too late. Those people were already approaching and had seen her. Wait, there's someone here! Lin Quanling was at the front, and his expression changed when he saw Wen Yushi. He was just about to say something when they all heard the system notification. Hot Spring found task completed, plus 30 points. Special task released. Find the mysterious flint. Task reward? Plus 200 points. Everyone in Lin Quanling's group was overjoyed to learn that they had unlocked a special task. They hadn't expected that finding the hot spring would lead to a new mission. Even though they didn't know what the mysterious flint was, the reward for completing the task was 200 points. With those 200 points, they'd make it into the top 10 for their region. Previously, they thought they had no chance at reaching the top 10, but now the opportunity had presented itself. Luckily, Lin Quanling trusted Mubayin's judgment and decided to come here. Otherwise, not only would they have failed to complete the hot spring task, but they also would have missed this opportunity. However, what was up with this girl in front of them? Why was she here alone? According to the rules, if only one person was left in a group, the group would be disbanded. So, this girl must still have teammates. Was she acting separately from her teammates, or were they nearby? Seeing Wen Yushi already holding her weapon with a guarded expression, Lin Quanling put on a friendly smile and said, Hello, we're just passing by. You don't need to be afraid. Passing by? Wen Yushi didn't believe him. You're here for the hot spring, aren't you? She had overheard them talking earlier. Lin Quanling didn't deny it. Yes, we're here to find the hot spring. Wen Yushi frowned. She wasn't stupid. She and Yun Mian had unlocked a new task after finding the hot spring, so maybe these people did too. She couldn't let them discover the secret of the lake bottom. Oh, our shelter is nearby. My teammate and I are taking turns coming over to soak in the hot spring. Wen Yushi made up an excuse. If you want to soak too, you can go over there or wait until we're done. Lin Quanling stared into her eyes as if trying to determine whether she was telling the truth. After a moment, he smiled. Is that so? Wen Yushi had a bad feeling about his smile. Lin Quanling said, All right then, we'll wait. Wen Yushi frowned. I'm about to get into the water. It's not convenient for you men to be here, is it? Lin Quanling replied, Oh, you're right. We have a female teammate. It should be fine for her to stay. The rest of us guys can step away. He looked at Mubayin. The two of us will step back for a while. You can stay here and take a break, and maybe even soak in the hot spring. Mubayin, who had been grouped with Lin Quanling for several days, knew from his words that he wanted her to keep an eye on the girl. With 200 points at stake for completing the task, she definitely wanted those points. This girl arrived before them, so she likely knew something they didn't. Mubayin nodded. Lin Quanling said, If anything happens, send us a message. It was also a hint. Mubayin understood that it meant she should keep an eye on messages. After that, Lin Quanling walked away, and Mubayin quietly opened the panel. Lin Quanling messaged her. She said her shelter is nearby. It must be a lie. Try to get information from her. Another group member asked, Leader, how do you know she's lying? Lin Quanling. If her shelter was really nearby, why would she be trying to start a fire here? There are unlit branches on the ground. Mu Baiyin didn't reply to the message. She and Wen Yushi stood there, eyeing each other warily. While Lin Quanling was talking, Wen Yushi had already messaged Yun Mian, asking Luo Zi and Du Chung Song to hurry over. She couldn't handle 4 people on her own, and Yun Mian was underwater, unable to come up quickly. Even if Yun Mian emerged, she might be carrying valuable items, and these people might want to take them. Who knew how strong they were? It was the crucial last day, and everyone wanted to eliminate Yun Mian to earn those 1,000 points. Nothing could go wrong today. That man had looked at her in a way that made her very uncomfortable. Before Mu Baiyin could speak, Wen Yushi asked first, "Was that man just now your group leader?" Mu Baiyin nodded. "Oh." Wen Yushi decided not to enter the water yet, instead stalling by sitting by the lake. If she went in and Mu Baiyin spotted the hole at the bottom, it would be bad. But then she worried that if she didn't go into the water at all, Mu Baiyin might become suspicious that there was something in the lake. In a normal situation, who would dunk their head in while soaking in a hot spring, especially in such hot water? Wen Yushi grew increasingly troubled and quietly messaged Yun Mian, asking what she should do. However, Yun Mian hadn't replied. Maybe she was busy and unable to respond. After thinking it over, Wen Yushi decided to make a show of it and began pretending to undress. Mu Baiyin sensed Wen Yushi was acting oddly. She said she was going to soak in the hot spring but hadn't gotten in the water. "Aren't you going to soak?" Mu Baiyin asked. Wen Yushi made up an excuse. "I'm not comfortable undressing in front of someone I don't know. Plus, what if I undress, and your group members suddenly show up?" It was a reasonable explanation. Who knew where those guys were? If she got undressed and went into the water, only to be ambushed, she wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. It wasn't like she could soak with a sword in hand. Mu Baiyin seemed to understand, and didn't seem inclined to enter the water either. Lin Quanling wanted her to test the other person, and after thinking for a moment she decided to be direct. "You must be here for a mission, right? Are you also here to find the hot spring?" Wen Yushi initially wanted to deny it, but seeing Mu Baiyin's calm demeanor, she guessed the other person was confident in her claims. But what if she was just bluffing? Wen Yushi said, "We completed the hot spring mission a long time ago. Our shelter is nearby, and we've known about this hot spring for a while." Mu Baiyin pointed at the unlit branches on the ground. "Then why are you trying to start a fire here?" Wen Yushi. She was at a loss for words, and Mu Baiyin smiled. Though it wasn't a mocking smile, her demeanor remained calm. "Actually, we're here to find the hot spring too, and we received a special task as well. You must have too, right?" Wen Yushi tried her best to show no reaction. "Special task? What special task?" She was doing everything she could to buy time. How much longer would it take for Luo Zi and Du Changsong to arrive? She knew that they were far away and it was already dark. Rushing over would take time, and being anxious wouldn't help. But being alone like this, she couldn't help feeling nervous. Finally, Yun Mian replied, "Don't worry. If they make a move, just say you know where the special task leads. I'll be up shortly." That would buy a little more time. Yun Mian had found the flint by then, but hadn't located the mysterious flint yet. Or rather, she didn't know which of the many flints was the mysterious one. They all looked the same. Without any tools, she couldn't excavate. She had to pick up nearby stones and smash them bit by bit, which was very time-consuming. Wen Yushi was waiting outside, and Yun Mian couldn't afford to waste time. The lake bottom was a whole different world. After entering the cave and passing through a tunnel, there was no more water. As she walked in the dark, she noticed a faint light ahead. Following the light, she found a pile of flint. Each piece of flint glowed with an orange-red hue, like molten lava, appearing stunning and beautiful. At first, Yun Mian was worried the flint might be too hot to touch, but it was actually quite comfortable. Warm, even. She picked up a few pieces and put them in her pocket for now. To gather more, she'd need to bring her group members here later. But which of these was the mysterious flint? Yun Mian felt puzzled. After thinking for a moment, she opened the pictures Luoze had sent. Perhaps because some of the diagrams were missing, she couldn't find a direct answer from the incomplete arrows. Yun Mian sighed, examining the walls against the pictures, but found nothing. She wondered whether it was time to head back. Wen Yushi messaged to say that the other men from that group had arrived, and they wanted to negotiate with her. Worried for Wen Yushi's safety, Yun Mian asked her to send pictures so she could see what weapons they had and whether they looked dangerous. While waiting for Wen Yushi to respond, Yun Mian glanced down by chance. It was an unintentional glance, but she noticed something on the ground. She squatted down and used the flint to light up the ground. There was a pattern. Yun Mian looked at it from different angles. Could it be a puzzle? But maybe not. She examined it inch by inch until realization dawned on her. It was that simple? The arrows on the ground formed a spiral downward, seemingly pointing underground. Could there be another layer below? But without a drill, she couldn't make a hole. Perhaps finding the key spot would open it. Yun Mian carefully examined each corner, making sure to look over all the patterns on the ground. One corner indeed had an arrow pointing in the opposite direction. All the other arrows pointed to the right, only this one pointed upward. Found it. It really took time, having to search bit by bit. Didn't need much brain power, just strained her eyes. In such a dark place, using flint to see nearly made her go blind. Fortunately, persistence paid off. Yun Mian tapped the ground with her scabbard. It was solid, not hollow. The arrow pointed up, meaning it must be above. Yun Mian looked up. It was pitch black above, just rocks. There wasn't even any flint. The mysterious flint couldn't possibly be a pitch black rock, right? She hesitated for a moment, then raised her blade and struck the stone above her. No response. Yun Mian felt a bit frustrated, but she refused to give up. She tapped the ground and jabbed upwards again. Soon she heard something cracking. Yun Mian reacted quickly, immediately dodging to the side. 2 seconds later, a stone from above crashed down. With a loud boom, the noise echoed. After the stone fell, a hole appeared, and there was something glowing inside. Yun Mian was overjoyed, but it seemed like she would need to climb up to reach it. She strapped her sword to her back, then jumped up, gripping a protruding rock with one hand and bracing her feet against both sides of the walls. Fortunately, her feet had support, or she wouldn't have been able to get up without tools. After climbing out, Yun Mian saw a giant egg-like object. Was this the so-called mysterious flint? Though she had no idea what the mysterious flint should look like, she hadn't expected it to be like this. She walked over and placed her hand on it. It was a bit hot to the touch. What use could such a big flint have? Was it really a stone or an egg? Yun Mian had so many questions. Task: find the mysterious flint completed. Reward: 200 points. With the task completed here, the task for others was automatically cancelled. At the same time, Lin Quanling, who was confronting Wen Yushi, also received the notification. Find the mysterious flint task has been completed. Task cancelled. Their expressions changed. What happened? How could this be? If someone else completes it, we can't do it anymore? Lin Quanling. This means there was only one mysterious flint and someone else has found it. So, there's no need for us to keep looking. Wen Yushi smiled. She knew Mian could do it. When she smiled, the others weren't happy. What about her? She said she knew the clue, but now the task is gone. Why keep her? One of Lin Quanling's teammates lowered his voice and asked, "Should we eliminate her? At least we'd get 50 points. Wen Yushi was still rejoicing that Yun Mian had completed the task, but when she turned around, she saw Lin Quanling and his group whispering among themselves. She felt a bad premonition and reacted quickly. She jumped into the water just as they were about to make a move. She couldn't worry about getting her clothes wet. She couldn't beat 4 people alone, and since they didn't have any ranged weapons, she did as Yun Mian suggested and jumped into the hot spring. It could at least buy some time. Seeing her jump in, Lin Quanling guessed she was trying to stall, so he ordered 2 of his teammates to take off their coats and jump in to catch her. He himself started searching for clues nearby. How had the mysterious flint task suddenly been completed? Where could it be? If Wen Yushi's teammate had found it, capturing her might lead them to her teammate. They could use her as leverage to bring her teammates out. However, each player's panel was only visible to themselves, and she could easily disobey him, pretending to follow his orders while doing otherwise. Soon, Lin Quanling found clothes hidden behind a rock. If there were clothes, that meant someone was in the water? Lin Quanling's face changed. Could her teammate be in the water? These clothes were extreme cold weather gear, the kind only a master or a lucky player would have, and they looked familiar. Lin Quanling felt he had seen them on someone before. There weren't many people with such clothes. It quickly dawned on him. Yun Mian. Could this person be Yun Mian's teammate? If that was the case, things could get troublesome. Lin Quanling hurried over to stop his 2 teammates. At that moment, Yun Mian emerged from the water, wearing only a thin layer of clothing. She was drenched, gasping for breath, her face flushed, and holding her sword. Wen Yushi was overjoyed to see Yun Mian immediately moving towards her. Yun Mian asked, "Are you okay?" Wen Yushi, "I'm fine. You came just in time. They were about to make a move on me." Yun Mian, "You don't need to be afraid now that I'm here." Wen Yushi felt very reassured. Luo Zi and the others are also on their way. Seeing the 2 men in the hot spring, Yun Mian, whom they did not recognize, raised her blade and struck. Lin Quanling called from the shore, "It's a misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. Stop fighting." Yun Mian vaguely heard him but didn't stop. Why turn away points being handed to her? Anyone who dared lay a hand on her teammates was just here to give away points. Even in the water, Yun Mian moved like a killing god. Under the moonlight, her face radiated a warm glow like jade, while the blade glistened as it slashed at the 2 men. Soon, the blade was upon them. If it weren't for her own difficulty gaining leverage in the water, she would have eliminated them even faster. Lin Quanling rushed to stop her, but it was too late. The hot spring water turned red with blood. Yun Mian had eliminated one of his teammates. Lin Quanling heard the system notification. His group lost 50 points. "Yun Mian, no, this is a misunderstanding," he shouted anxiously. He stood by the shore without entering the water. Yun Mian looked at him coldly. "What? They're with you?" Lin Quanling heard the hostility in her tone. "We just wanted to ask her about the task clue." "Really? Chased her all the way into the lake and even drew your weapons, and this is just asking?" Yun Mian sneered and gave the other person a slash. Another one down. Wen Yushi quickly checked the leaderboard. Now, they were first in the region. They surpassed Shen Qianjue by dozens of points. It seemed he hadn't gained many points today. When the leaderboard came out, someone had already posted Shen Qianjue's photo in the regional chat. The remaining players just wanted to survive and get a participation reward, so those without much strength either hid away or ran when they saw Shen Qianjue. After Yun Mian completed the task, she quickly caught up to him. Now, having eliminated 2 people, her points surpassed his. Shen Qianjue must have also seen this. After Yun Mian and Wen Yushi got ashore, Yun Mian told Wen Yushi to wring out the water from her clothes. She herself held her sword, her gaze fixed on Lin Quanling and Mu Baiyin, just in case they suddenly attacked. Her gaze made Lin Quanling feel a jolt of fear. At this moment, Luo Zi and Du Changsong arrived. It hadn't been easy for them to rush over in the dark. They looked quite disheveled, their clothes soaked. Clearly, they had fallen. Seeing that Yun Mian and Wen Yushi were fine, they let out a sigh of relief. Luo Zi looked at the 2 other people present and frowned. "Are they the ones?" Wen Yushi. "There were 4 of them before, but Mian already took care of 2. Lin Quanling hurriedly said, "The ones who attacked were them. The 2 of us didn't take action." Wen Yushi snorted, "You're the leader. They acted under your orders." Lin Quanling frowned. I didn't order them to attack. They wanted to get points. I already tried to stop them. And you all must have heard that, didn't you? Lin Quanling did try to stop them, but only after he realized Wen Yuxi was Yun Mianmian's teammate. Yun Mianmian. So what? Lin Quanling gritted his teeth. We're all from the same region. There's no need to push us to the brink. We've already been down 2 members. Wen Yuxi finally realized they were from the same region, and it clicked when she remembered Lin Quanling calling Yun Mianmian by name. Do you know each other? Yun Mianmian nodded. He's Lin Quanling. Wen Yuxi immediately looked disgusted. So it's him! Lin Quanling reacted quickly. Seeing Wen Yuxi's expression, he realized these people definitely didn't like him. He took 2 steps back. From his observations, the easiest target among the people present was Du Changsong. Wen Yuxi was protected by Yun Mianmian, and she was right beside her. Lin Quanling hadn't seen Luo Ze's strength, but Luo Ze looked capable. The only one left was the panting Du Changsong. He looked weak, overweight, and out of breath. In an instant, Lin Quanling suddenly raised his sword and lunged at Du Changsong. His skills were decent. He had learned a martial arts skill book from the system. His stamina and combat power were above average. Although his weapon wasn't great, and he couldn't beat Yun Mianmian, he could easily deal with ordinary players. Luo Ze, who was nearby, tried to stop him, but Lin Quanling had another dagger. His sword was blocked, and with a swift move, he leaped behind Du Changsong, holding the dagger to his neck, cutting the skin and causing blood to seep out. Although the wound wasn't deep, Du Changsong screamed in fear. He was terrified but didn't dare to move, afraid that any wrong movement would cut his jugular. He looked at Yun Mianmian and Luo Ze in fear. Save me, please, save me. Though Du Changsong was unreliable, Yun Mianmian never intended to let him be eliminated. She had thought of swapping him out for another member from the same region if she found the right person. Yun Mianmian. Lin Quanling, if you eliminate him, you won't get away either. Lin Quanling's expression was grim. You wouldn't want to lose points, would you? He stabbed Du Changsong in the stomach. Though he didn't slit his throat, a stab to the stomach could still cause serious damage, potentially injuring vital organs. One had to admit, Lin Quanling was ruthless. Though he didn't kill directly, he didn't hold back either. With one stab, he eliminated Du Changsong. Du Changsong had barely time to say anything before disappearing from sight. Lin Quanling didn't seem bothered at all about eliminating Du Changsong. Now, you're not a full team anymore. Just let me join your group and I can help recover the 50 points. He looked at Yun Mianmian. That guy was useless. Keeping him in your group was pointless. Let me join, and tomorrow I can help you eliminate other players. Wouldn't it be nice to secure first place? Wen Yuxi retorted. Who would want someone like you in our group? Who knows what sneaky tricks you'd play? Lin Quanling. If I join your group, we're all in the same boat. Why would I mess around? Besides, isn't Yun Mianmian the leader? If I do anything to harm the group, she can kick me out. Even so, Wen Yuxi still felt uncomfortable about it, having someone like him in the group. Although Du Changsong wasn't great, he was still better than Lin Quanling. At least Du Changsong wasn't malicious. He had no ill intentions. Yun Mianmian exchanged a glance with Luo Ze. Luo Ze indicated that the decision was hers. Mianmian, it's up to you. Yun Mianmian wasn't bothered about Du Changsong being eliminated. They could afford to lose 50 points. By eliminating Lin Quanling, they could immediately regain those 50 points. Yun Mianmian sneered. Why should I have to let you join our group? I could just put out a message in the regional chat to recruit someone from Region 3. I'm sure plenty of people would be eager to join. Wen Yuxi. Right, I bet everyone would want to leave their current group and join ours. Lin Quanling's face changed, and that was indeed the case. Who wouldn't want to join the first-ranked group? But I have the skills to help you. It's the last day. Don't you want to fight for the top spot on the total leaderboard? Yun Mianmian. Oh, with such a big gap, do you really have a way to make me first? Lin Quanling. Of course I do. But only if you add me to the group. Yun Mian smiled. Why don't I believe you? If you had a way, how come you don't even have a ranking? Lin Quanling gritted his teeth and said, My method will only be effective on the last day. I can definitely help you. Trust me. Adding me to the group will only benefit you. Yun Mian. Is that so? Yun Mian acted as if she was considering his words, but in truth, she never intended to let Lin Quanling join her group. For someone like him, Yun Mian didn't want him to ride on her success to get first place. Of course, she could pretend to let him join, have him help accumulate points, and at the last minute use her power as team leader to kick him out. If he played dirty, she could be dirtier. But Yun Mian didn't want to stoop to his level, nor did she need such tactics to win points. Even without Lin Quanling, was it certain she couldn't get first place? Not necessarily. Lin Quanling, as long as you add me to the group, we will definitely be first tomorrow. Yun Mian. If you join my group, what about your teammate? What will she do? She's all alone now and she might get eliminated, right? Lin Quanling frowned and glanced at Mu Baiyin. Once I'm in your group, she has nothing to do with me. Mu Baiyin had been silent on the side all this time. If a team had only one member left and they didn't find a new group within 5 hours, that member would be automatically eliminated. She didn't seem very worried, and Lin Quanling thought she was just waiting for an outcome. But if he joined Yun Mian's group, Mu Baiyin would be the first one to be eliminated. Either way, she couldn't avoid getting eliminated. Might as well help them gain some points. However, Mu Baiyin's attention was on Luo Ze. From the moment he appeared, Mu Baiyin couldn't take her eyes off him. She didn't know why, but Luo Ze with his bow on his back, walking quickly with a stern expression and a cold look in his eyes, made her heart flutter at first sight. But this feeling was something only she knew, and couldn't reveal. Otherwise, when she heard Lin Quanling say he would join Yun Mian's group and abandon her, she should have immediately left to find a new group sooner. Yun Mian looked at Mu Baiyin. Actually, she had a good impression of this quiet girl. She wasn't talkative, but Yun Mian had already seen her strength. Last time, she also spoke up in the regional chat, explaining the impact of the red tide and warning everyone not to eat the toxic mussels. She was clearly different from Lin Quanling. If she had to pick someone to join, why not her? Yun Mian. What do you think? Since your team leader doesn't want you, are you interested in joining our group? As soon as Yun Mian said this, Lin Quanling's eyes widened. He had tried to plan everything, but overlooked that Mu Baiyin was also from Region 3, a ready-made group member right there. He should have eliminated both Du Changsong and Mu Baiyin earlier, but he wanted to leave himself an option. In case Yun Mian refused to let him join, he could take Mu Baiyin and absorb 2 more members, which might give them another chance. That was why he hadn't taken action against Mu Baiyin. But now, Yun Mian had her sights on Mu Baiyin. Did that mean the things he'd said just now would make Mu Baiyin lose faith in him and resolutely leave his group? Sure enough, after hearing Yun Mian's words, Mu Baiyin agreed immediately. Sure. Lin Quanling's face turned ugly. He now had 2 choices: eliminate Mu Baiyin or run. Earlier, he had managed to control Du Changsong by catching him off guard. Repeating that now would be difficult, especially since Mu Baiyin was skilled and Yun Mian was on guard. His other choice was to run. If he left and joined another group within 5 hours, he still had hope. Lin Quanling was already looking for an escape route, but as soon as he moved, Luo Ze stepped forward to block him, sword in hand. He pointed the blade at him and said, "Want to leave? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Lin Quanling? "You guys!" Yun Mian walked over. "Since you know a way to gain points, how could I let you leave? It wouldn't be good if you went to help another group, would it?" Luo Ze and Yun Mian blocked his escape routes, both with their weapons drawn. Their presence was far stronger than his. Lin Quanling immediately understood. He couldn't escape now. Lin Quanling. "Let me go, and I'll tell you how to get more points." Yun Mian. "Oh? Then go ahead." Lin Quanling. "How do I know that once I tell you, you won't take action against me?" Yun Mian smiled and lifted her blade, placing it against his neck. The problem is, do you have the right to bargain? Lin Quanling felt the cold edge of the blade touch his skin. Just a bit more pressure, and his throat would be slit. He still struggled. But you must promise me that once I tell you, you'll let me go. Yun Mian wasn't having any of it. She said bluntly, if you don't speak, your life ends here. If you do, I'll simply eliminate you. Lin Quanling realized he had shot himself in the foot. He should have known better. He should have taken Mu Baiyin and left immediately after Yun Mian eliminated his teammates. That would have given him a chance. Now, not only had he made himself a tool for others, but his life was also in someone else's hands. Lin Quanling had no choice but to say, without me, even if you know the plan, it's useless. Lin Quanling refused to give up hope. As long as he could still speak, he had a chance to convince Yun Mian. Yun Mian looked at him like he was a clown. Oh? How do you know it's useless? Tell me. Lin Quanling, eliminating one of the top 3 gives you 1,000 points, right? I can use myself as bait, pretend to betray you, and make those ambitious groups work with me, preferably targeting the 3rd-ranked team. Before he could finish, Yun Mian already understood what he meant. Is that all? This plan was only feasible because it was him. He could play both sides and betray without any hesitation. It was disgusting, but it was true to his character. However, it was easier said than done. In practice, it would be very troublesome. First of all, others might not trust him. Only a team from Region 3 could take him in, and seeking cooperation with other regions wouldn't benefit him. If it wasn't a win-win situation, others would definitely be suspicious. Besides, if he tried to deceive other groups and they turned the tables, uniting against her, Yun Mian might not be able to handle it. Yun Mian interrupted him before he could finish. Forget it. No need to continue. This plan can only be carried out by you, not me. Her eyes darkened. She was ready to get rid of Lin Quanling. She wanted to kill him outright. A person like him was a menace to Region 3. Keeping him around wouldn't do any good. Before, she would only injure others without eliminating them outright, making sure they couldn't continue in the competition. But now, she had the urge to kill. Yun Mian hesitated for a moment, but she still decided to do it. With a swift motion, she brought her blade down. She pierced Lin Quanling's stomach, just like he had done to Du Changsong. But he used a dagger, not lethal enough to kill Du Changsong immediately. Yun Mian's sword, however, had much greater killing power. With one strike, Lin Quanling coughed up blood, staring at Yun Mian in disbelief. He never imagined Yun Mian would kill him. He had always thought Yun Mian was a good person, only injuring people before, never killing them. Why? Lin Quanling coughed out blood, staining Yun Mian's clothes. Why did she choose to kill him? After Lin Quanling disappeared, Yun Mian's face was a bit pale. Wen Yushi was startled but quickly said, "He deserved to die, Mian." Yun Mian nodded. "Yeah." Luo Zi said, "I should have done it instead." Yun Mian knew he meant well, not wanting her to bear the psychological burden. She smiled and waved her hand. "It's fine." When her blade pierced through Lin Quanling's body, she indeed felt an odd sensation, the pressure of killing for the first time. Before, she could comfort herself by saying she hadn't killed anyone, just eliminated them. In this post-apocalyptic game, everyone had to change, and so had she. She wasn't the same person as when she first entered this world. Now that it had come to this, she decided to be braver and work harder to fight for the top spot on the total leaderboard. Yun Mian brought Mu Baiyin into her group. The 50 points they had lost with Du Changsong were regained. After joining the group, Yun Mian asked Mu Baiyin to introduce her skills and strengths. Perhaps due to her good impression of Luo Zi and her desire to show her value in the new group, Mu Baiyin didn't hold back like she did when she first joined Lin Quanling's group. Instead, she shared all her skills. "My combat and strength stats are average, but I have high mental power, and my luck is pretty good. I have skills in gathering, hunting, and alchemy." Upon hearing this, Yun Mian confirmed that Mubayin was indeed as capable as she had suspected. She gave a brief introduction of herself, Luozi, and Wen Yushi, assuring Mubayin that as long as they worked together, they should be able to maintain their position as the top group in the region and try for first place in the total leaderboard on the last day. If Mubayin was smart, she would know that staying in Yun Mian's group was the best choice. In the top 5 of the total leaderboard, Yun Mian's group was the only one from Region 3. Joining them was a stroke of luck for her. Of course, since you're the last to join, you might not get an equal share of the rewards. You might receive 1 item less. Do you have any objections? It would be unfair to divide things equally. Luozi and Wen Yushi had been with her from the start, putting in the effort while Mubayin was just a replacement. Mubayin had no objections. All right then. After receiving Mubayin's confirmation, Yun Mian continued. I found the mysterious flintstone below. It's actually an egg, and it's too large to bring out. There are also many other flintstones down there. Let's go together, take as much as we can, and bring them back to the ship. Wen Yushi said, but I'm not very good at swimming. I can't stay underwater for too long. Yun Mian replied, give it a try. 5 minutes will do. If you can't make it, come back up. Once inside the cave, you'll be able to breathe. Wen Yushi really wanted to join. Flintstone was valuable, and if she didn't go, she'd feel bad asking others to share. Luozi had no issues with swimming. Yun Mian looked at Mubayin. How about you? Are you okay with it? Mubayin humbly replied, I'll give it a try as well. The group hid their clothes and then one by one entered the water, following Yun Mian towards the cave at the bottom of the lake. The temperature of the hot spring water was quite high, making it uncomfortable for them to stay in, but they endured it. Yun Mian led them to the spot and tried to open the stone slab at the entrance. Luozi quickly stepped in to help. Without letting Yun Mian put in the effort, he opened the stone slab and allowed the girls to enter first. Yun Mian let Wen Yushi go first, with herself being the second to enter. When Mubayin went in, she glanced at Luozi, who nodded to her, and she then entered the cave. Wow, it's so spacious in here. Wen Yushi could finally catch her breath. She had held it in for so long that she was at her limit. Yun Mian said, Follow me, there's a lot of flintstones ahead. She wrung the water out of her clothes. There was no point in getting completely dry since they would get wet again when they went back out, but being completely soaked now made her feel heavy and uncomfortable. When they arrived at the large area of flintstones, Yun Mian took out the sword left behind by Lin Quanling, using it for mining the flintstones without any hesitation. Before, she was reluctant to use her own horizontal blade, fearing it might be damaged. Now, with another tool, she could mine freely. The sword wasn't as efficient as a pickaxe, but it was certainly better than using stones. Soon there was a pile of flintstones on the ground. Yun Mian wrapped some up in her clothes, while the rest, which she couldn't carry, were left for the others to pick up. She called Luozi to come with her to check on the egg. The fiery red egg was still in its original position. Yun Mian hadn't moved it. Yun Mian said, Look at this thing. I don't dare take it. If I end up dropping it, who knows what's inside? Luozi replied, It looks like an egg. Yun Mian said, I know that much. I just don't know what kind of egg it is. The mysterious flintstone was underneath it. At first I thought it was the flintstone itself, but it turned out to be just its cushion. Luozi asked, Could it be that it needs to stay on the flintstone to hatch? Yun Mian responded, Even if that's true, I can't carry all of these. It's way too heavy. Luozi agreed. That's true. Yun Mian walked over and touched the egg again. It was very warm. What should we do? I feel like I'd be missing out if we don't take it. It could even serve as a small heater. Just then, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, player, for unlocking a new task. Hatch the mysterious giant egg to unlock your backpack. Completion reward, Flintstones X100, Energy Stones, HUD 100. Yun Mian was overjoyed. There was actually such a good thing. She immediately stored the giant egg and then took the mysterious flintstone as well. With that, she could take even more flintstones. The backpack was unlocked again. How exciting! Although she had wished for it to be unlocked earlier, it wasn't too late now. Seeing the egg and flintstone disappear, Luoze was initially stunned and then asked, "Did your backpack open?" Yun Mian nodded. "Yes, it just unlocked with a new task." The group tasks didn't update. This mission was only on Yun Mian's interface. It seemed to be a unique opportunity for her alone. Luoze wasn't jealous at all and smiled. "Since your backpack is unlocked, you can hold all the items and give them back to me later." Carrying all that stuff was tiring for him. Luoze handed everything to Yun Mian except for his sword and bow. Yun Mian said, "Remember them." "I might forget." Luoze replied, "Don't worry, I'll remember." Yun Mian nodded. "All right. Let's gather more flintstones. You can also share them with your sister later." Luoze asked, "Did you get a description for the egg? Did it mention what's inside?" Yun Mian had already checked. Mysterious giant egg, a mysterious creature born of volcanic rock. Handle with care. It dislikes cold and prefers warm places. "No, it just says we'll have to wait for it to hatch to know what it is." Luoze said, "Maybe it'll be a good pet." Yun Mian thought the same, but she didn't have a high-level pet contract, so she might not be able to form a contract with the egg. She would have to find a way to get one later. When the two of them returned, Wen Yushi and Mu Baiyin were still mining flintstones. Yun Mian told them, "My backpack has been unlocked. If you trust me, you can put your items in my bag and just keep count so I can return them later. If you want to hold on to them yourselves, that's fine too." Having Yun Mian carry their flintstones meant they wouldn't have to carry them physically, which saved a lot of trouble and allowed them to bring more back. Only a fool would refuse. "Really? That's great. I was just worrying about not being able to carry enough." There were plenty of flintstones here, and each person could get at least 80 to 100 pieces. If they had to carry them physically, they could only carry about 20 in their pockets. The extra flintstones were definitely a bonus. Mu Baiyin was also willing. Without Yun Mian, she probably wouldn't have found this place at all. There was nothing to worry about by letting Yun Mian keep them. She wouldn't embezzle the flintstones after bringing her here. Since everyone agreed, they all began gathering flintstones. After 2 hours, the flintstones in the cave were all mined. Including the ones she had gathered earlier, Yun Mian obtained a total of 138 flintstones. Luoze had given her 96 flintstones. Other than the flintstones, Wen Yushi and Mu Baiyin didn't have much left. The light items that didn't take up space, they didn't give to Yun Mian. Yun Mian recorded the number of flintstones they each gave her and posted the details in the group chat to prevent any confusion or mistakes later. Yun Mian suggested, "It's late. Let's rest here and head out early tomorrow." Luoze agreed, "That works. It's safe here. We should rest well tonight. Tomorrow we have a tough fight ahead." When Yushi asked, Mian, do you think we can take the top spot on the total leaderboard?" Yun Mian replied, "I'm not sure, but we have to dream big. What if it really happens?" Mu Baiyin said, "If we want to secure first place directly, challenging the top 3 players is the fastest way." Yun Mian replied, "That's true, but right now we occupy one of the top 3 spots. That leaves Shen Qianjue from Zone 1 and Xu Sanyue from Zone 10. I'm well aware of Shen Qianjue's strength. It's difficult to eliminate him, and I don't know much about Xu Sanyue." Luoze added, "We're still more than 700 points away from first place, and their points keep increasing. They only stopped just now." Yun Mian said, "This means they're continuously farming points." When Yushi thought their current position, being first in their zone and in the top 10 overall, was already impressive. 700 points? Is there any chance for us? If they really went after the other 2 top 3 teams, some of their own team members could be eliminated. Yun Mian understood Wen Yushi's thoughts. "There is a chance, of course, but it's difficult. Don't worry. I will ensure everyone's safety." She knew she might be too greedy, but it was her ambition and desire to get ahead that had brought her to where she was today. Perhaps, just this once, her ambition would pay off. Luozi said, "If we join forces, there's still a chance we could defeat Shen Qianjue." Yun Mian wasn't overly optimistic. "You haven't seen his weapon." Luozi suggested, "How about your hidden weapon? It should be useful." Yun Mian considered this. The wrist crossbow was indeed a great surprise weapon, but to use it well, she needed a proper plan. Yun Mian took out some food and water from her backpack to share with everyone. "Eat and drink something. Everyone's tired today, so let's eat and go to bed early. We need to get up early tomorrow." The food in Yun Mian's backpack was left over from what she had prepared for landing on the island, and it was still warm when she took it out. Seeing the food, everyone immediately put aside all other concerns. Was there anything more blissful than having a meal cooked by Yun Mian herself? The next day. When Yun Mian woke up, everything around her looked the same as it had when she fell asleep. In the cave, it was hard to tell whether it was day or night, but her internal clock seemed reliable. Of the others, only Luozi was awake. He was sitting nearby, and when he saw Yun Mian get up, he immediately stood. Yun Mian woke up Mu Baiyin and Wen Yushi. "Wake up, we should head out." It was still early, so she planned to take everyone back to their previous shelter. They had hidden their things, and she wanted to see if they had been discovered. Now that she had her backpack, she figured they could retrieve everything. Leaving the hot spring, Yun Mian rolled the lucky dice while everyone was washing up. Today's luck? Adversity before prosperity. This result gave Yun Mian mixed feelings. Adversity before prosperity wasn't great luck, but it typically meant that after some misfortune, things would end well. She couldn't be sure whether the outcome would be what she wanted, but at least during the day, there might be some bad luck. So, before they set off, Yun Mian reminded everyone to be careful. On their way through the woods, Yun Mian had a strange feeling. Before she could say anything, Luozi warned, "There are people nearby. Stay alert." Yun Mian's hand tightened around her sword, ready for a fight. Wen Yushi whispered, "I don't see anyone." Mu Baiyin looked around as well. Although she, like Wen Yushi, didn't see anyone, she said, "I feel something is off too." The four of them stayed close together, cautiously moving forward. When they were close to the woods, a group suddenly rushed out. There were about a dozen people, all glaring at them. It was clear they had been lying in ambush, ready to attack. But when someone saw Yun Mian, they immediately recognized her. "Look, isn't that Yun Mian? Someone posted her picture in the regional chat." "You're right. What are we waiting for? Run!" And with that, the group disappeared in a flash, faster than rabbits. Yun Mian and the others had their weapons ready, hoping to score some points by taking down the group. But they ran off instead. Nothing they could do, so they just continued on their way. When they arrived at their previous shelter, they found it had been raided. Everything had been taken, and even the stove had been destroyed. Earlier, Yun Mian had asked Luozi to hide a closed boiler behind a boulder under a waterfall, wrapped in waterproof cloth. The waterproof cloth was now gone, probably washed away by the current, and the boiler was slightly damaged. It seemed the water flow had been too strong, damaging the boiler. There was nothing else they could do. It was a big item, and hiding it under the waterfall had seemed the safest option. Yun Mian stored the boiler in her backpack, and also found the meat they had hidden earlier. There was still a lot left, separated into different places. Some of it had been stolen, but half of it had been buried in a sleeping bag in the ground and was still intact. Yun Mian put the good meat into her backpack. When Yushi complained, "Even the meat in the trees was stolen, that's just ridiculous." Yun Mian said, "The meat buried underground was almost discovered too. There are signs of digging nearby. If I hadn't covered it with snow and leaves, it probably would have been taken as well." "That's crazy. These people must have noses like bloodhounds." Yun Mian didn't mind too much about the stolen items. What concerned her was that time was ticking away, and they hadn't found any opportunity to earn more points. People ran away at the sight of them. Nobody wanted to provoke her. It seemed that the plan to score points by hunting down other players wasn't going to work. By noon, the gap between Yun Mianmian and Wei Yue had widened to 900 points. Even Shen Chanjue was close to catching up. With little time left, the others thought Yun Mianmian had given up because she wasn't saying anything. Yun Mianmian suddenly stood up and announced her decision to everyone. Luo Ze disapproved, saying, "It's too dangerous." Yun Mianmian replied, "This is the only way I can think of." Mu Baiyin added, "How about we reconsider? This is very risky." Wen Yushi said, "Yeah, Mianmian, it's not necessary. Our current ranking is already very high. At worst, we get fewer rewards." But Yun Mianmian had already made up her mind. "Stop trying to talk me out of it. I've made my decision. If I lose, I'll compensate all of you." Yun Mianmian posted a message in the regional chat. "Since the system said that eliminating the leader of a top 3 group will give 1,000 points, I believe this rule is not set for other players but for us." Yun Mianmian's sudden message caused the previously lively regional chat to fall silent. She continued, "Either succeed or perish. I challenge you. Who's willing to accept? A one-on-one duel where the loser drops from the leaderboard and the winner takes first place. How about it? Do you dare to bet on it?" She was addressing Shen Qianjue and Xu Sanyu. The other players all admired Yun Mianmian's courage and ambition. Despite already being first in her region and in the top 10 overall, she still aimed for the top spot. Many men couldn't match her bravery. The players from Zone 3 all cheered for Yun Mianmian. Players from other zones had mixed reactions. "Yun Mianmian is so cool." "She really is someone from our zone. Yun Mianmian, I support you." "Holy cow, Yun Mianmian is calling them out like this. Will Shen Chanjue and Zhu Sanyue accept her challenge?" Winning means gaining 1,000 points. Losing means elimination. That's intense. "I doubt they'll accept. They'd rather secure their rewards than take risks. Even if they're willing, their teammates probably won't agree." Yun Mianmian watched the regional chat, waiting for Shen Qianjue and Xu Sanyue's response. Luo Ze suggested from the side, "Why not propose a 2-person duel? I can go with you and they can send 2 people." Yun Mianmian replied, "If it's 2 of us, I'm not sure if Xu Sanyue will agree, but I'm certain Shen Qianjue won't." Wen Yushi said, "Then wait for Xu Sanyue. Shen Qianjue is so strong. I think we have a better chance against Xu Sanyue, even though I don't know if it's a man or a woman or what their abilities are." Yun Mianmian had her reasons. This was her decision entirely. She couldn't drag Luo Zi down with her. If she lost, she wouldn't deduct 1,000 points, and Luo Zi would become the group leader. As long as the other 3 members weren't eliminated, they could still stay in the regional top 10. Yun Mianmian could compensate them for missing out on the overall leaderboard rewards. There was no need to bring Luo Zi along. What if they lost? Yun Mianmian had never fought Shen Qianjue before, but after seeing him fight others, she knew her odds were low. Still, she wanted to try. She wanted to bet on today's adversity before prosperity. Seeing she had made up her mind, Luo Zi said no more. "In that case, let's practice some sword techniques." Yun Mianmian laughed. "Teaching me last-minute tricks?" Luo Zi nodded. "Better than just sitting here and waiting." Yun Mianmian said, "That's true. There are a few steps and moves I haven't learned." Luo Zi said, "Don't follow what's written. Let me teach you a couple of moves." Yun Mianmian's eyes lit up. "Really? You're going to teach me your secret techniques?" "Follow me." Luo Zi told her to bring her sword. He put down his own sword and selected a long sword from their previous spoils. Since Luo Zi was going elsewhere, it was clear he didn't want Wen Yushi and Mu Baiyin to see, so the 2 wisely stayed put. Wen Yushi, having failed to learn from Luo Zi before, wasn't curious and instead found a place to rest. Seeing the 2 leave, Mu Baiyin asked in a low voice, "Is Luo Zi really that skilled? He's teaching Yun Mianmian swordsmanship." Wen Yushi said, "I guess so, but I still think Mianmian is more impressive." Wen Yushi had become Yun Mianmian's staunchest fan. Before coming here, she thought Yun Mianmian was just lucky, but now she believed her strength matched her luck. Her hard work deserved her success. Mu Baiyin said, "I feel Luo Ze knows a lot. Sword fighting, archery?" Wen Yushi added, "That's true, but Mian is cooler." Mu Baiyin nodded. "Yeah, I've never seen a girl as amazing as her before." Wen Yushi said, "Right? Not only is she impressive, but she's smart, and she cooks well too. The game is almost over, but I wonder if we'll get to eat her food again when we leave." That was true. Mu Baiyin was still reminiscing about the food Yun Mianmian took out last night. Wen Yushi sighed. Someone as outstanding as Mianmian probably won't find a guy good enough for her. Mu Baiyin hesitated. "She seems quite close with Luo Ze?" Wen Yushi laughed. "Her and Luo Ze? Luo Ze is only 18. Mianmian probably wouldn't be interested." Mu Baiyin was stunned. "What? He's that young?" Wen Yushi nodded. "Yeah, nobody mentioned ages when you joined. Couldn't you tell? Though I guess he does look more mature for his age." Mu Baiyin felt a bit down. Was he really that much younger? She was in her 20s. She didn't expect that her first experience of love at first sight would be for an 18-year-old boy. Yun Mianmian and Luo Ze arrived at a flat piece of land behind a hillside. They hadn't used this spot for training before because it was easily visible to passers-by. But now, it didn't matter. Players would run away at the sight of Yun Mianmian. In fact, they hoped someone would show up for an easy elimination. Luo Ze and Luo Luo were at an orphanage from a young age. When Luo Luo was 10, she was noticed by a martial arts master who wanted to take her in for training. But Luo Luo didn't want to be separated from Luo Ze and insisted on going with him. Seeing their deep bond as siblings, the martial arts master decided to take them both in, and he soon realized that Luo Ze's talent was no less than Luo Luo's. The two trained at the martial arts academy for over a decade and eventually inherited it. Over the years, Luo Ze learned many things and mastered most weapons, but if he had to choose, archery and swordsmanship were his strongest skills. However, he had also learned a few blade techniques from an elderly monk in a temple, and today he planned to teach these to Yun Mianmian. These techniques seemed simple on the surface, but required a lot of innate talent. If one could comprehend them, they could learn quickly and even integrate them with other blade techniques. Luo Ze demonstrated them in front of her. Yun Mianmian found it strange. Was it really that simple? To her, it seemed very basic. Seeing her expression, Luo Ze asked, "You think there's nothing special about it?" Yun Mianmian nodded. "Yeah, it seems even simpler than what I've learned from you before. It looks simple, but executing it well is extremely difficult." There were only 3 moves, but the footwork was crucial. If Yun Mianmian thought it was simple, then she was already halfway there. He knew from the start that she had great potential. Luo Ze stepped back. "Give it a try." Yun Mianmian held her sword and mimicked the movements, but something felt off. She carefully recalled Luo Ze's actions. She clearly remembered them, but executing them felt different. It wasn't as easy as she had imagined. "You need to merge your strength with the blade. Don't focus your attention on the sword. Instead, imagine that you are the sword." Luo Ze tried to explain the key points to her. Yun Mianmian was a bit confused. If she wasn't focusing on the sword, then where should she focus? Luo Ze motioned her over. "Come here." Yun Mianmian walked up to him. Luo Ze took her wrist, stood behind her, and guided her movements while speaking softly. "The blade moves like a dragon. Your steps should be light and your actions swift to bring out the full power of the sword." Yun Mianmian seemed to understand a bit. It appeared simple, with no flashy changes, but it was actually unpredictable. The simpler the move, the faster it was. The ultimate blade technique is all about speed. If you master these few moves, your attacks will be quicker, more aggressive, and your unpredictable strikes will leave others unable to counter. Yun Mianmian said, "All right, let me try on my own." Luo Ze replied, Sure. Yun Mian practiced for 2 hours but only managed to grasp a bit of the technique. It would take more time to fully understand. She still felt like she wasn't using her full strength, even though she was giving it her all. One slash could visibly impact a thick tree. Yet Luoze said it still wasn't enough. The speed of your blade isn't fast enough. This was Luoze's assessment of her. Yun Mian sighed. Her wrist was trembling and her arm had gone numb. She was exhausted after practicing for so long and had been pushing through sheer will. She was about to grab something to eat and restore her energy when Wen Yushi sent her a message asking her to check the chat channel. Both Shen Qianjue and Shu Sanyue had replied. Shen Qianjue? Let's not duel. I have no intention of taking first place. The first place rightfully belongs to our Zone 1. Shu Sanyue. I accept your challenge, but the loser must pay an additional price. Yun Mian replied. What price? Shu Sanyue. I want your weapon. Shu Sanyue already knew that Yun Mian used a modified Tang Dynasty saber. As a well-known figure in the zone, players in the regional chat often discussed her, and her weapon was well known. Yun Mian wasn't surprised. Shu Sanyue seemed to recognize its value, asking for her saber right off the bat. And if you lose? She asked. Shu Sanyue. Name your terms. Yun Mian. But I don't know what you have. Shu Sanyue. If you agree, let's discuss in person. It's inconvenient here. Yun Mian sent a set of coordinates. Shu Sanyue. I'll be there in half an hour. Damn, 2 big shots going head to head? I wish I could watch. Wouldn't watching just make you a target? We used to try and avoid them, and now you're walking into it. Could this be a setup? What if they're already together and want to bait us to rack up points? That's actually possible. They might be working together. Shen Qianjue chimed in to stir the pot. Don't go. Anyone who goes will end up dead. The crowd fell silent. Shen Qianjue added, Yun Mian, wait for me. I'll come to watch too. Other players said, Shen Qianjue, are you planning to be the one to pick up the pieces after they both get injured? Shen Qianjue. Wow, you're so smart. You figured out my little plan. Shen Qianjue joked in the chat, and Yun Mian saw it too. As for whether Shen Qianjue would do as he said, Yun Mian wasn't sure. But the coordinates she sent were just a temporary meeting point. It would be better to change the duel location after they met to avoid any disturbances. Moreover, Yun Mian only wanted the points and had no intention of taking anyone's life. She would make sure this was agreed upon in advance, with both groups present to observe. In case someone tried to kill, they could intervene. Yun Mian was careful with her life. Being eliminated was one thing, but losing her life was unacceptable. Still, with Luozi there, she felt reassured. Otherwise, she wouldn't have issued the challenge. Half an hour quickly passed. Shu Sanyue arrived. She was a short-haired girl, tall, around 1.75 meters. She looked very valiant, with a small face, cold eyes, dressed in black, and holding a large sword. The sword looked formidable, and it wasn't from the store. Yun Mian had never seen it before. The name Shu Sanyue was ambiguous in terms of gender, and Yun Mian had wondered if it might be a woman. It turned out she was right. Shu Sanyue seemed to be very low-key, as no one had posted her photo in the regional chat. This was Yun Mian's first time seeing her in person. The two looked at each other from a distance, and unexpectedly, there was a sense of meeting a kindred spirit too late. But neither of them forgot why they were here. To duel. You're Yun Mian? Shu Sanyue asked. Yes, and you're Shu Sanyue? Yun Mian replied. Yes, let me post a message in the regional chat. Check it out. This was the simplest way to prove her identity. Shen Qianjue had done the same before. Yun Mian quickly saw Shu Sanyue's message. However, it could have been her teammate sending the message at her request, so Yun Mian cautiously asked her to send another one. After seeing the message within a few seconds, Yun Mian finally felt reassured. Okay, now let's discuss the rules of the duel, Yun Mian said. Since their thoughts were similar, Yun Mian and Shu Sanyue quickly reached an agreement on the PK rules. Their duel would end as soon as there was a winner, but no killing was allowed. Elimination could be achieved by injuring an arm or leg. Both of their teams were allowed to watch from the sidelines but could not interfere until a clear victor was determined, unless someone was getting too aggressive, in which case intervention was allowed. The loser would leave their weapon behind before being eliminated. Shu Sanyue's weapon was an ordinary-looking machete, but what made it unique was that it was made from Damascus steel. The sword was quite large and wasn't suitable for Yun Mian, but the material could be given to Rong Yu to melt down and forge into a different blade. Since Yun Mian had no other specific request, they decided to keep it simple and use their weapons as the additional wager. The two then moved to a different location to avoid being surrounded by onlookers, which might interfere with their duel. The place was chosen by Shu Sanyue, and Yun Mian had been there before. It was on the mountain behind the hot spring, a forest next to a waterfall. Few people ever came here, and fighting in the forest would be a better test of their skills. There wasn't much time left for them. It was already getting dark. For both of them, the difficulty of fighting increased once darkness fell. However, they had their teammates. The remaining 6 people each held a torch, so the surroundings were not too dim. This was their first clash, and neither made the first move easily. When Yun Mian saw Shu Sanyu holding that large sword, she knew that Shu Sanyu's strength must be very high. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle such a massive sword. Therefore, Yun Mian knew that she couldn't face her head-on. Yun Mian's strength was decent compared to the average player, but against someone with high strength, her power simply wasn't enough. Finally, Shu Sanyue made her move. She dragged her large sword along the ground, carving a long, deep line. Her footsteps were quick as she approached Yun Mian, who was standing opposite. Her body was slightly tilted, suggesting that this strike carried immense power. Yun Mian gripped her sword tightly, her knuckles showing veins. She was nervous. It was inevitable. She could feel the pressure that Shu Sanyue brought. She was a formidable opponent. Yun Mian mentally prepared herself to block the incoming attack with her sword. Her hands had to be steady, otherwise her sword would be shaken out of her hands by the sheer force. Shu Sanyue clearly didn't want to waste any time, unleashing a powerful strike right from the start, knowing she had an advantage in strength. Yun Mian didn't dare to underestimate her opponent and stood ready. Because she was prepared, she managed to withstand Shu Sanyue's heavy blow, but her hand was left feeling numb from the shock. The clash of their blades echoed with a mournful sound. Yun Mian's hands ached terribly. Still, she showed no sign of it. She held her sword in front of her but was forced to retreat by Shu Sanyue's pressure. She kept stepping back, while Shu Sanyue kept pressing forward. Shu Sanyue's eyes were cold and sharp, filled with determination to win. Yun Mian backed up until she hit a tree. If this continued, she would lose simply because she couldn't keep up her strength. This was precisely what Shu Sanyue wanted. Yun Mian quickly changed tactics. She used the tree behind her as support, pushing herself off it with all her might to evade Shu Sanyue's blade. Shu Sanyue's sword struck the tree behind Yun Mian, leaving a deep gash in the trunk, embedding itself in the wood. Just as Yun Mian was about to take advantage of the opportunity, Shu Sanyue effortlessly pulled her sword out. Yun Mian thought she would at least have a second's opening, but Shu Sanyue left no such gap. Yun Mian felt a bit frustrated. This was her first time facing an opponent with such overwhelming strength, and she struggled to find an effective way to counter it. Yun Mian had planned to use her hidden weapons as a last resort. Ideally, she wanted to secure victory once she used them. However, she found it challenging to find the right moment to use her hidden weapons now. Shu Sanyue's large sword seemed to easily block the hidden weapons. The blade was so wide and large that it could be both offensive and defensive, used to attack while also shielding her from damage. After several exchanges, Yun Mian felt as if she was always being pressed by Shu Sanyue. Yun Mian realized she couldn't stay passive any longer. She had to seize the initiative, so she switched from defense to offense and began attacking actively. This seemed to work to some extent, The large sword wasn't as agile as her own sword and was a bit cumbersome. Yun Mian thought she had found an opportunity, but under her continuous attacks, Shu Sanyue seemed to handle them with ease. She didn't even try to take back the initiative. Instead, she just watched Yun Mian attack. Yun Mian quickly realized that Shu Sanyue was waiting for her to tire herself out. Under the constant attacks, Yun Mian's stamina would eventually be exhausted. She had been fighting at high intensity, and her strength was gradually declining. Shu Sanyue, on the other hand, had used some energy during her previous attacks, but was now in a defensive mode, which allowed her to rest. Her strength was slowly recovering, while Yun Mian's was being depleted little by little. When Yun Mian had no strength left, that would be Shu Sanyue's chance to strike again, and at that point, Yun Mian might not even be able to withstand the first blow. Understanding Shu Sanyue's plan, Yun Mian grew anxious and angry. She found herself in a dilemma. If she stopped her frequent attacks, Shu Sanyue would find an opening, but if she continued, she would eventually tire out. What should she do? Yun Mian's mind raced, running through various possible strategies. None of them seemed feasible. Was she really going to lose? Yun Mian had considered the possibility of losing, but she hadn't expected it to be because of her low strength. Her swordsmanship was obviously better than Shu Sanyue's, and her Tang-style saber was superior to Shu Sanyue's big knife. She couldn't give up just like that. Yun Mian kept attacking faster and faster. She remembered Luo Zi's words. In the world of swords, speed is the key to breaking any defense. Shu Sanyue might be powerful, but Yun Mian could beat her with speed. Previously, Shu Sanyue had blocked her attacks easily because Yun Mian wasn't fast enough. Since Shu Sanyue had put so much pressure on her from the start, Yun Mian played it safe and only used her familiar techniques without applying the new sword technique she learned from Luo Zi that day. If the familiar techniques weren't working and her strength couldn't compare to her opponent's, why not use the simplest, fastest moves? Suddenly inspired, Yun Mian changed her approach. Wen Yushi watched anxiously from the side. What should we do? It looks like Mian can't beat Shu Sanyue. Mu Baiyan added, Shu Sanyue's knife is so imposing, it's hard to counter. Wen Yushi sighed. Luo Zi, do you think Mian will lose? Luo Zi kept his eyes on Yun Mian, his expression calm. I don't know. I think she has a chance to win. Wen Yushi quickly asked, What chance? Luo Zi didn't answer but said, Just keep watching. On the other side, Shu Sanyue's teammates already had smiles on their faces, ready to celebrate early. It seemed like the overall first place was within reach. They were all feeling fortunate to have such a strong leader, and Shu Sanyue's strength made her worthy of their loyalty. But then, someone suddenly exclaimed, What's going on? Why did Yun Mian's sword technique change? Previously, Yun Mian's sword technique was intricate, flashy, powerful, and fast-paced, but Shu Sanyue managed to barely hold her ground. Now Yun Mian suddenly changed tactics, and it looked like she was slashing wildly with no technique. Just horizontal slashes and vertical chops with hardly any variation. Shu Sanyue had to lift her blade more quickly. She usually relied on strength, and her weapon was heavy, making it difficult to move very quickly. Generally, it only took her a few moves to deal with an opponent. Facing a strong adversary like Yun Mian, she thought of exchanging more blows. Shu Sanyue was highly skilled in learning. She could pick up most sword techniques she saw. She had already memorized several of Yun Mian's moves and thought she could practice them later to benefit herself. However, the situation suddenly changed. Shu Sanyue was now forced to focus all her attention on Yun Mian's blade, leaving no time to think. She could only respond defensively. Although she had been defending earlier, she now felt like she was struggling to fend off the aggressive onslaught. Too fast. How did Yun Mian do it? It was so sudden. This type of swordsmanship was difficult for Shu Sanyue to replicate, because her sword was too large and heavy. Previously, her large and heavy sword had given her an advantage, but now, the situation had reversed. It was Shu Sanyue's turn to figure out how to counter. Seeing Shu Sanyue frown, Yun Mian knew she was on the right track. No time to rejoice. Yun Mian was completely immersed in the duel. The key wasn't the sword techniques, but rather the footwork. As long as her stance was stable and her movements were lightning fast, she could force Shu Sanyue to retreat. She needed to capitalize on her advantage. How could she move even faster? The question consumed Yun Mian. Luo Zi's words echoed in her mind. She shouldn't focus on the sword. It wasn't the sword that should be fast. It was herself. Suddenly enlightened, Yun Mian smiled and brought her sword down fiercely towards Shu Sanyue. Shu Sanyue almost failed to block it. Impossible. Shu Sanyue was shocked. It was as if Yun Mian had become a different person. Her body and the sword were now one. Her swordsmanship was as swift as the wind. Every movement came dangerously close to Shu Sanyue's body, even slicing through her clothes and hair. Her hair was short, and if she dodged just a moment too late, the sword would graze her skin. Shu Sanyue had not expected Yun Mian to unleash such a fierce sword technique. With each strike, Yun Mian was faster than the last. Shu Sanyue's breathing quickened. She was exhilarated, thrilled, yet tinged with fear. She finally realized that Yun Mian was stronger than her. At the start, she thought she was sure to win. But now, she was about to lose. The dazzling blade, as fast as lightning, struck toward Shu Sanyue. Shu Sanyue's face grew increasingly pale. Shu Sanyue could no longer block Yun Mian's attacks. Yun Mian was incredibly fast, while Shu Sanyue's movements were growing slower. The outcome of the match was already clear. Just as Shu Sanyue's movement slowed and Yun Mian's sword was about to strike her, Yun Mian stepped back and used a hidden weapon aimed at Shu Sanyue's arm. The hidden weapon was not very powerful, but it was coated with the juice of a poisonous herb, which would paralyze Shu Sanyue's arm for the next 2 days. This way, Shu Sanyue could be eliminated without suffering a major injury. A trace of dejection flashed in Shu Sanyue's eyes, but she quickly gathered herself. She clasped her fists together and admitted, "I lost." Yun Mian also breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven knew she was on the verge of collapse as well. If the fight had continued for a few more minutes, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her sword speed either. She was human, and she had her limits, and she had almost reached them. Fortunately, she managed to defeat Shu Sanyue before she went past her limits. Yun Mian said, "The hidden weapon was poisoned, but it's not lethal. Take an antidote pill, and you should be fine after resting for a couple of days." Shu Sanyue nodded, knowing Yun Mian intended to spare her from a serious injury. She acknowledged this kindness. "Thank you." Receiving a knife wound at sea, even if it wasn't fatal, would be quite troublesome. In this cold weather, healing injuries was also painful and would delay many things. Now she only had a small wound from the hidden weapon. Although antidote pills were hard to come by, they were not impossible to find. She handed her large blade to Yun Mian. "A bet is a bet." As Shu Sanyue spoke, the poison took effect. She held her wound, her expression changing. But soon she was deemed unable to continue the match and vanished in front of everyone. With Shu Sanyue eliminated, the remaining members of her group hurried away to avoid Yun Mian using them to rack up more points. However, there was no need for that anymore. After eliminating Shu Sanyue, Yun Mian's group was awarded an additional 1,000 points. The rankings had changed. Shen Qianjue, who had been earning points all day, had over 1,500 points. If Yun Mian hadn't won this challenge, she wouldn't have even secured first place on the island. But now, she not only surpassed Shen Qianjue, but also jumped to second place in the entire region. When Yushi exclaimed in excitement, Mian, you're amazing! It was like you went into overdrive toward the end." Mu Baiyin also sighed. "So impressive." Luo Ze smiled as he approached her. "I knew you could do it." Only in front of her own people did Yun Mian finally let down her guard and collapse to the ground. Yun Mian said, exhausted, "You guys don't know how close I was to collapsing. I don't even have the strength to hold my sword anymore. It was too tough." Wen Yushi, "It's a pity we're still a little bit behind the overall first place." Luo Ze, "Winning is enough." Yun Mian nodded. Yeah, winning is good enough. Wen Yushi. Mian Mian, you're amazing. I declare that for the final leaderboard rewards, you should get the most. The rest of us basically got carried. You're the one who did the hard work. Do you all agree? Mubayin nodded. I have no objections. Luoze. Agreed. Wen Yushi was very excited. It's almost dawn, and I wonder how many people have realized we are the island's first place. Let me check the regional chat. As soon as she opened it, she said, Whoa, doesn't anyone sleep? The scores just changed, and so many people are already discussing it. The exhausted Yun Mian Mian sat on the ground and opened the panel to check it. But what she looked at was the leaderboard, island leaderboard. First, Yun Mian Mian Group, Zone 3, 2,128 points. Second, Shenchanjue Group, Zone 1, 1,046 points. Third, Jiatiansha Group, Zone 6, 1,202 points. Regional leaderboard. First, Wei Yue Group, Zone 1, 2,193 points. Second, Yun Mian Mian Group, Zone 3, 2,328 points. Third, Lin Chi Group, Zone 5, 1,988 points. Fourth, Shen Qianjue Group, Zone 1, 1,146 points. So close, there was still time. Yun Mian Mian gritted her teeth, took food out of her backpack, ate, and fully restored her nearly depleted strength and spirit. Let's go find some prey. Luoze wasn't surprised at all when he heard her say that. I know where to go. Yun Mian Mian thought of the same place as he did. It was the black spots on the map. Some of those caves were animal dens. Hunting could also earn them points. Although eliminating players yielded more points, there weren't many players left at this stage, and it wasn't easy to find them. Those they did find would run away, so it was better to go hunt animals. Countdown begins. All surviving players will return to the ship in 10 minutes. Scores will be locked, and leaderboards will be finalized. Everyone immediately checked the leaderboard. Only Yun Mian Mian's group collapsed to the ground after hearing the announcement. They had been hunting non-stop since midnight. They didn't even stop to check the scores. Survival team competition on deserted island completed. Teleportation begins. Back on the ship, Yun Mian Mian let out a long sigh. The octopus girl seemed to sense Yun Mian Mian's return, and she slid out of the greenhouse where she had been working. Before Yun Mian Mian could say anything, the octopus girl wrapped her tightly in her 8 tentacles. It tickled a bit, and Yun Mian Mian couldn't help but laugh. Did you miss me that much? Congratulations, player, for achieving first place on the island in the Deserted Island Team Competition. Rewards: 5,000 starfish coins, 1 basic pet contract, 1 standard backstab silver dagger, 20 energy stones. As the first place group leader, you receive an additional reward: 1 pet pouch, 1 master blacksmith. Congratulations, player, for achieving first place in the region in the Deserted Island Team Competition. Rewards: 10,000 starfish coins, 1 diamond treasure chest, 100 energy stones, 50 ice marrows, 50 flintstones. As the first place group leader, you receive a hidden reward: 1 island landing card, 1 teleport card, 1 robot butler blueprint. In the final moments, Yun Mian Mian's group managed to surpass Wei Yue's group by just 10 points through hunting, gaining 5 points at a time. When the scores were locked, they saw themselves in first place and couldn't believe it. Wei Yue's group had also been gaining points continuously, but Yun Mian Mian refused to give up. Her advantage lay in unlocking her backpack, having stored food to keep restoring her stamina and mental energy. Wei Yue's group, however, eventually got tired. Though they gained points by eliminating players, with each elimination earning 50 points, Yun Mian Mian's group still caught up. In the end, Yun Mian Mian was ahead by only 10 points. Wei Yue's group had also found a player and needed just 2 more seconds to eliminate them, earning 50 points and securing first place. But it was precisely those 2 seconds that made the difference. The system locked the leaderboard just in time. Wei Yue's group missed out on first place, and Yun Mian Mian's group secured first place with both luck and perseverance. Yun Mian Mian soon received messages from Wen Yushi and a friend request from Mubayin. They sent her many items, saying they could only get so many because of Yun Mian Mian and wanted to share some of the rewards with her. Yun Mian Mian replied, No need, I got enough rewards. Besides, I'm the group leader, so my rewards are probably better than yours. You keep them for yourselves. With that, she returned all the flint they had given her unchanged. This time she truly struck it rich. Since it wasn't convenient for the others, all the animals they hunted were also given to Yun Mian to store in her backpack. To earn points, the four of them went all out raiding animal dens, and in just half the night, they gathered dozens of animals, many birds, lots of wild rabbits, 2 sheep, an Arctic fox, and a horse. The fur, meat, and other materials from these animals made for quite a fortune. Yun Mian organized the resources they brought back. There were over 200 pieces of flint alone. She was rewarded with 100 pieces of flint for completing the Find the Mysterious Flint mission, and then mined over 100 more. She was also rewarded with 100 energy stones from the mission, which was exactly what she needed. As for the miscellaneous weapons they collected from eliminated players, like swords and knives, she had no use for them, so she planned to put them up for sale at the trading center. The items from the airdrop boxes were also valuable, and Yun Mian took them all back, and these weren't even the competition rewards yet. The competition rewards were the real deal, especially the island landing card and teleport card. All of these were rare treasures. With another island landing, if she could find hemlock wood, she could upgrade again. The materials needed for this upgrade were so rare. After waiting for so long, she had a feeling it would lead to a big transformation. With such a haul, Yun Mian's face was filled with smiles as she sorted through everything. Even Octopus Girl could tell she was happy. Yun Mian said with a big grin, "Go play for a while, and I'll make you some delicious food once I finish sorting these." She planned to open the diamond treasure chest first. Seeing Yun Mian take out a diamond treasure chest, Octopus Girl suddenly stretched out her 7 tentacles, each one somehow bringing out a treasure chest. "I got these for you while you were away. I fished them all up," Octopus Girl said eagerly. Yun Mian gasped in delight. She'd been away for 7 days, and Octopus Girl had brought her a chest every day. How great was that? And Octopus Girl was good enough not to open them. She had really learned to behave. It must have wanted her to come back and give it a proper reward. Yun Mian was very satisfied and patted Octopus Girl's tentacle. "You're such a good girl." "I also did a lot of work," Octopus Girl began boasting. "Unlike that guy over there, who only knows how to eat and play and eat." It pointed at the penguin, still staring blankly at the ice. After all these days, the penguin was still as adorable and silly as when she left. "I know, you're the best. I'll make you lots of good food once I open the chests." Yun Mian looked at all the treasure chests scattered on the ground, her heart filled with excitement. Oh, right. She hadn't used today's luck dice yet. Yun Mian quickly took out the dice. If she had good luck today, she would be able to enjoy opening the chests even more. What if it was a double good luck? That was a bit greedy. Any good luck would be fine. Yun Mian threw the dice into the air with great force, hoping to see the number she had in mind. Soon, the number appeared. 6. Absolutely super invincible. Good luck. Fantastic! Yun Mian eagerly opened the diamond treasure chest. Super luck activated. Multiple blessings await. Obtained sterilization washing machine blueprint, X1, dryer blueprint, X1, positioning radar blueprint, X1, latex mattress, X1, rare land, X1. It had been so long, but she finally got rare land again. And a washing machine and dryer. Yun Mian was beaming. Now she wouldn't have to wash her clothes by hand, and with a dryer, they wouldn't stay wet. She hardly washed her clothes before because of this, and now they were filthy. She had been worried about what to do, but now it was all sorted. The other 7 treasure chests included 2 golden chests, 3 silver chests, and 2 bronze chests, of varying quality. Yun Mian decided to open them all at once. When luck is on your side, there's no stopping it. Yun Mian got many useful things. Each chest had its own special collection. Yun Mian was delighted with each opening. For example, 2 of the silver chests were filled with snacks. Candy jar X1, cookie X1, tiger skin cake X2, cranberry cookie X1, Spicy tofu x1, sour bamboo shoots x1. 1 silver chest contained daily female care items. Sanitary pads x2, perfume x1, lip balm x1, body lotion x1. The 2 bronze chests contained all kinds of materials: silk thread x8, cotton x5, latex x2, cotton cloth x10, plastic x10, wool yarn x5. The golden chests revealed household items and blueprints: garbage bags x2, toilet paper rolls x6, clothes hangers x10, scissors x1, toothpaste x1, body wash x1, piano blueprint x1, speaker blueprint x1, sideboard blueprint x1, crystal chandelier blueprint x1. With these, Yun Mian's life would become much more convenient, as many of these items couldn't be made at the workbench. For the next few days, Yun Mian would be quite busy. The surprise arrival of the survival experiment on the deserted island meant she had many unfinished tasks, and now, with so many new materials and blueprints, she had more opportunities to create useful things. For instance, she now had a few hundred energy stones, which meant she could set up heating throughout the ship. She wouldn't have to worry about the cold anymore. Yun Mian immediately made 20 radiators, 10 for the deck on the first floor of the ship, and 10 for the rooms on the second floor. As for the other areas, they could wait. It took time to make radiators, so she decided to make some first to meet their needs. If it wasn't warm enough later, she could consider making more. Besides, the glacier season was already halfway through, and she was worried that making too many radiators would be wasteful if they weren't needed afterward. Even if they could be disassembled, some materials would still be lost. But if it was still too cold, she wouldn't force herself to endure it. If she needed to spend the resources, she would. After all, why else had she worked so hard to earn all those energy stones? After setting up the heating, Yun Mian began to examine her rewards. Name: Master Blacksmith. Want to become a Master Blacksmith? Then read this book? Reading it will add 8 points to your blacksmithing skills and unlock advanced armor forging techniques. Create some quality armor now. This was indeed a great item. Yun Mian seemed to always receive rewards related to blacksmithing, yet she had never learned it. Of course, she could learn, but she was already overwhelmed with everything she was doing. Learning too many skills would only spread her too thin, otherwise she would have already tried to obtain a blacksmithing skill book. After hesitating, Yun Mian decided to trade this item with Rong Yu for a good price. Improving his blacksmithing skills would benefit her too. Name: Robot Butler. An AI butler, here to ensure a smooth sailing experience. Materials required: optical brain x1, computer monitor x1, energy stone x30, iron ore x10, platinum ore x10, chromium ore x10, copper ore x10, glass x5. 1 energy stone allows for 12 hours of usage. Yun Mian was stunned by the requirements. This robot butler needed so many materials. It required 30 energy stones alone. There were also many other materials, plus an optical brain she hadn't seen before. It even required energy stones to keep it running. It must be powerful. Yun Mian thought of those AI assistants in sci-fi movies. Could it be like that? That would be amazing. But she didn't have the optical brain. She opened the store and searched for it. It did exist, but it was costly. The blueprint alone cost 2,000 sea star coins, and buying the optical brain outright was even more expensive, 4,000 sea star coins. Yun Mian hesitated. Her previous sword had cost 4,000 sea star coins. Now, an optical brain cost as much. The system was really good at doing business. She had earned a total of 15,000 sea star coins this time. She was reluctant to spend so much. But Yun Mian really wanted to know what the robot butler would be like. She was just missing an optical brain. The computer she already had. Luoze had brought her laptop earlier, but since she couldn't unlock it, she had left it in the storage room. Now it seemed like it could be useful. Maybe she should buy the blueprint. She didn't know what materials the optical brain required. But if it meant saving 2,000 sea star coins, Yun Mian thought, maybe, just maybe, she already had those materials. With a deep breath, she bought the optical brain blueprint. After paying, the blueprint appeared in her backpack. Yun Mian eagerly opened it. Name: Optical brain, an intelligent brain with extraordinary computational power. Materials required: mobile battery, X1, energy stone X30, aluminum ore, X10, copper alloy, X10, gold ore, K5. Yun Mian had most of the materials. Although she didn't have a mobile battery, she figured she could take apart her laptop or tablet to get one. She rushed to the storage room and took out the laptop and tablet. First, she placed the laptop on the workbench for disassembly. She obtained the screen, keyboard, mobile battery, and main unit. She also got a screen and a mobile battery from the tablet. Perfect. It was time to make the optical brain. Yun Mian placed the blueprint and materials on either side of the workbench. The manufacturing process would take half an hour. Yun Mian intended to continue reviewing the remaining blueprints, but message notifications kept popping up, so she decided to check them first. Since returning to the ship, her inbox had been buzzing non-stop. Might as well see what's going on. Many people had messaged her. In addition to her teammates from the competition, she also received messages from Luo, Ni Yangguang, Rong Yu, and others. Yun Mian first checked the messages from Luo. Luo. Congratulations, Mian. You got first place again. I came in 4th on the island this time, and I think I met your brother. His group placed 5th. And by the way, Ni Yangguang got a special mission and unlocked his backpack. He gathered a lot of hemlock wood and gave me some. If you need any, you can trade with him. Yun Mian. I just saw this. Are you sure? My brother's name is Yun Xiao. Did you mention me to him? As for the hemlock wood, I do want it. But do you guys have enough for yourselves? It takes 1,000 pieces to upgrade. I don't think you could spare much for me, could you? Luo. Yes, his name is Yun Xiao. I met him in person and he looks a lot like you, plus he has the surname Yun, so I guessed he's your younger brother. Ni Yangguang's task was related to tree species, and he obtained a magical hemlock sapling. By planting it, he can harvest hemlock wood every day. You should ask him for the details. Yun Mian. Okay, thank you, Luo. I'll ask him. I have a lot of flint here. Let me give you 50 pieces. Luo. My brother gave me some too. Yun Mian. That's fine. He only has about 100, so it might not be enough. I'll give you another 50. That should be enough for you to upgrade. Luo. All right, I'll trade you 200 pieces of hemlock wood for them. Yun Mian. How many hemlock pieces did Ni Yangguang give you? Luo. 500 pieces. I'm still a long way from upgrading, so I'm not in a hurry. Seeing that Luo herself didn't have enough hemlock, Yun Mian decided not to take too much. Just give me 100 pieces. Luo sent over 100 pieces of hemlock as well as some iron ore. After accepting them, Yun Mian opened Ni Yangguang's messages. Before she could reach out to him, Ni Yangguang had already messaged her. Ni Yangguang. Mian, I received a tree species task and I have no idea how to handle it. Can you help me take a look? Mysterious tree species. Task. A magical tree species can grow into any tree you need, but it has extremely demanding growth conditions. The sapling is very delicate and must be kept at a constant temperature, requiring large amounts of nutrient solution. Ni Yangguang. It even needs constant temperature care? How am I supposed to take care of something that delicate? Yun Mian studied the details carefully. First, you need to build a greenhouse and collect a large amount of nutrient solution. The seedling stage is the most difficult part, but once it matures, it should be easier. Also, this tree species is valuable, so it's best to plant it on rare land for better results. Ni Yangguang was surprised. I do have some rare land, but how do I even set up a greenhouse? And now, he needed this too. Yun Mian. I just happened to build one. Ni Yangguang. Seriously? Show me. Yun Mian took some photos of her greenhouse and sent them over. After a few days of being away, the vegetables and fruits in the greenhouse were thriving, looking vibrant and full of life. Wow, your greenhouse looks amazing. Teach me how to build one. Yun Mian didn't keep it to herself. She explained the entire process of how she built the greenhouse in detail. Ni Yangguang became overwhelmed halfway through the instructions. This is way too complicated, and it needs so many materials. By the time I finish it, the glacier season will be over. Yun Mian. There's no other way. I built it the same way, and I even got a lot of people to help. You could hire some laborers too. I can recommend some to you. They've done this before. Ni Yangguang. How about you help me build it, and I'll trade you some resources? I got a lot of hemlock this time. I have enough for my own upgrade, and I still have a few hundred left. I could give you some for the help. This was exactly what Yun Mian was hoping for. With enough hemlock, she could finally upgrade. Sure, I'll prepare a list for you so you can see what you'll need. You can handle whatever you can, and I'll take care of the rest. Then I'll decide how much hemlock I need from you. Ni Yangguang was delighted. Sounds good, Mian. You're the best. By the way, you came first again this time, and you got a lot of energy stones as a reward. Could you trade some with me? I have several blueprints that need energy stones. Yun Mian. How many do you need? Ni Yangguang. How about 20? Yun Mian. That's a lot. What are you trying to make? Ni Yangguang. Hehe, a car. Yun Mian. You want to drive on the ice? Ni Yangguang. Yeah, my little goose said it was too bored and wanted to go find some friends to play with, so I want to drive it to find them. Yun Mian. I can trade with you, but do you have golden silkworm silk, ox tendon, or ox glue? These were materials she needed to make the divine arm bow. Yun Mian didn't have any. Ni Yangguang. I'm not sure. Let me check. Ni Yangguang's resources were all over the place, stored in no particular order. His backpack was full of all kinds of items, and just by looking at the icons, he couldn't even tell what some of them were. Some items he'd even forgotten about, and he had to open their details to know what they were. He searched his backpack but only found ox glue, then went to his storage room. He actually found ox tendon and golden silkworm silk there. Is this enough? Ni Yangguang sent a screenshot. On the ground there were 5 pieces of ox glue, 5 ox tendons, and 10 pieces of golden silkworm silk. Yun Mian. That's enough. 5 of each plus 200 pieces of hemlock in exchange for 20 energy stones. Back in the day, Yun Mian treasured even a single energy stone, and now she felt like a tycoon, easily offering 20 of them for trade. But this way, she could finally make the divine arm bow. After this competition, Yun Mian realized even more the importance of combat strength. She needed to get stronger, not just upgrade her ship, but also improve her own abilities. Weapons might just be tools, but having a good one could make her much stronger. If she hadn't had her horizontal blade during the competition, she wouldn't have taken first place. Moreover, last time on the Ice Crystal Island, she couldn't even fight Wei Yue. She still had an island token in her possession, and once she was done with her current tasks, she was definitely planning to return. Before that, though, she needed to improve her abilities. The divine arm bow was something she had to make. After completing the trade with Ni Yangguang, Yun Mian obtained the materials for the divine arm bow. However, the workbench was still in use, so she couldn't make it just yet. Yun Mian promised Ni Yangguang that she would prepare a list for the greenhouse by tonight. Ni Yangguang also had a lot to do, so he said it wasn't urgent, and their conversation ended. Rong Yu sent a message. I got a cooking station blueprint. Do you want it? Yun Mian. Let me see. Name: Basic Cooking Station, Upgradable. Double gas stove cooking station, comes with an iron pot and frying pan, a cooking enthusiast's favorite. Required materials: energy stone X10, iron ore X20, tar X20. Upgrading requires a more advanced cooking station blueprint. 2 units of tar can be used for 1 hour. This was something Yun Mian liked. It was absolutely perfect for her, and it could even be upgraded. She wondered what it would turn into after an upgrade. Sure, I want it. What do you want in exchange? Rong Yu. Energy stones. Yun Mian. Why was everyone after her energy stones? The competition had officially given her 120 energy stones in total and 100 more from a special mission. She needed a lot for the heater and robot butler she was making, and she'd just given Ni Yangguang 20 stones, so she really wasn't willing to part with more. but she truly wanted this cooking station. With no other choice, Yunmian reluctantly asked, "How many do you want?" 10 energy stones for the blueprint. Yunmian, that's way too much. Making the cooking station itself requires 10 energy stones. Before, Yunmian used to trade a lot of items for a single energy stone. Now, even though she had more, it still wasn't worth that little. No way was she giving 10 energy stones for one blueprint. Rongyu smiled when he saw her message. He knew Yunmian wouldn't agree, and he had intentionally asked for 10. He'd learned this from her. "I'll add a cooking book in exchange for 10 energy stones." Yunmian. He was definitely prepared for this. Yunmian, why do you need the energy stones? Rongyu. To make a forging machine, it requires energy stones. That explained it. Show me the cooking book? When Yunmian asked, it was basically agreeing to the trade, as long as the cooking book's skill points were satisfactory. Name: learning Western cuisine together today. Effect: upon use, increases cooking proficiency by 7 points, master various Western cooking techniques. Not bad. Although she hated to part with the energy stones, Yunmian still made the trade. After completing it, Yunmian took out the master forging book she had received. "Take a look at this, Rongyu." Yunmian, what do you think? Do you want it? Rongyu didn't waste words. What do you want for it? Yunmian, ha, what do you have to trade? Yunmian could have traded master forging for the cooking station and book, but she thought better of it. If Rongyu made a forging machine, it would be useful for upgrading her weapons too. As for master forging, Yunmian had always intended to give it to him, while also getting some resources in exchange. It would serve as a favor too. Rongyu. I suppose whatever I have, you probably have as well. Yunmian. True. Do you have hemlock wood? Right now Yunmian needed hemlock wood. Rongyu. No, but I do have an island token. I'm planning to go to an island soon, and I might find some. Yunmian also had an island token, but when she last went to Ice Crystal Island, she found nothing. She had come to realize that the Antarctic islands were pretty much barren, with hardly anything growing there. The recent competition had taken them to the Arctic, where the temperatures were higher and trees could grow. There were more varieties of spruce in the Arctic. Relying on finding hemlock on an island was a long shot. In the competition, Yunmian had obtained plenty of flint, while Ni Yangguang had found hemlock wood. Yunmian wanted to see if anyone else in District 3 had similar luck. Maybe she could gather enough hemlock wood. Rongyu didn't have any. So Yunmian decided to ask around in the chat channel. Do you have an advanced pet contract? Yunmian thought of the egg she had brought back. She only had a basic pet contract now, which might not be sufficient. Rongyu. An advanced pet contract isn't worth that book. So he did have one. Yunmian. I'll add 20 pieces of flint and 20 pieces of ice marrow. Rongyu. Deal. Rongyu had 2 pet contracts, one advanced and one basic. He wasn't very interested in pets, so keeping a basic contract for the mission was enough. For him, master forging was much more useful. The trade was successful. Yunmian received an advanced pet contract. At that moment, the light brain on the workbench was ready. Yunmian hurried over to pick it up and inspect it. It turned out to look like a cube containing infinite energy, glowing from within, a very high-tech look. Now she could make the robot butler. But since the light brain alone took half an hour to make, Yunmian worried that the robot would take too long. She decided to make some other items first, then make the robot before going to bed. There were still a lot of things left to make, like the washing machine, dryer, and the divine arm bow. Yunmian started with the divine arm bow. It also required half an hour. After placing the materials on the workbench, she opened the chat channel. The rewards from this competition are so generous. District 3 is famous again. Yunmian is amazing. First place twice in a row. She really is the queen of luck. I looked at the rewards for first place and I'm drooling with envy. So awesome, so many good things. They said there are hidden rewards too, only the regular rewards have been announced. The regular rewards are already so good, the hidden rewards must be overpowered. The chat channel was abuzz discussing Yun Mian. No surprise, she was a big name now. Everyone had seen her take first place at the last minute, surpassing the number 1 District Wei Yue group by just 10 points. It was incredible. Yun Mian ignored the comments and instead posted a message in the chat channel. Yun Mian. Buying hemlock wood. Name your price. As soon as she spoke, the response was explosive. Is this Yun Mian herself? It really is her. Yun Mian wants hemlock wood, must be for an upgrade. Even Yun Mian is looking for hemlock wood. This stuff must be rare. Don't forget we're in Antarctica. Where would we find wood? It's obviously rare. If we were in the Arctic, it would be easier. I saw a lot of hemlock wood during the competition, but with a locked backpack, I couldn't bring it back. Jealous of those 5 districts in the Arctic. It seemed that Arctic resources were more abundant than those in Antarctica. There was hemlock wood, flint, and more animals. But Antarctica definitely had things that the Arctic didn't. For instance, ice marrow. In this competition, Yun Mian hadn't seen a single ice crystal. This time, the Antarctic players had the opportunity to visit the Arctic islands and potentially get hemlock wood and flint. But Arctic players never had a chance to come to Antarctica and get ice marrow. That was the difference. If Yun Mian's theory was correct, she would prefer to be in Antarctica. Though the climate was colder and survival more challenging, the chances for upgrades were greater. Yun Mian's message had the desired effect. Many people reached out to her, but very few of them had enough hemlock wood for a proper trade. A lot of people only had a few dozen pieces and were making ridiculous demands, which Yun Mian simply ignored. Only 2 people had enough hemlock wood for a deal. One was Zhao Fuyun, and the other was Fu Yan. Zhao Fuyun had previously worked with Yun Mian to make glass. Yun Mian remembered Fu Yan's name. He had also been in the top few ranks before. Zhao Fuyun had over 200 pieces of hemlock wood and wanted something for warmth or star coins in exchange. Fu Yan could provide 300 pieces of hemlock wood and wanted star coins and energy stones. Yun Mian didn't intend to part with any more energy stones. Such items should only be traded with trusted people. Plus, she didn't have many left, and many advanced item blueprints required energy stones as materials. Star coins, however, she could trade a few. It was like buying hemlock wood with star coins. For the sake of upgrading, she could accept that. Yun Mian offered 2 star coins for 2 pieces of hemlock wood. Zhao Fuyun refused, her attitude firm. She thought the price was too low. But Fu Yan was open to negotiation. He wanted 650 star coins and 10 servings of roasted meat. In the past, 10 servings of Yun Mian's roasted meat would have been highly valuable. But now that they were in Antarctica and hemlock wood was scarce, and Yun Mian was eager to gather enough materials for an upgrade, the value had changed. After some bargaining, Yun Mian agreed to 600 star coins and 10 servings of roasted meat. Yun Mian. I'll need to make the roasted meat fresh. The trade will happen later. I'll contact you in an hour. Fu Yan. Okay, waiting for your message. As for Zhao Fuyun, Yun Mian deliberately delayed her response. She asked Zhao if there was anything else she needed or offered 500 star coins for the 200 pieces of hemlock wood. In reality, star coins were rarely traded in the market. Because only top players had them, all of whom had earned a ranking in the 2 competitions. Seeing Yun Mian willing to raise her offer, Zhao Fuyun's attitude softened. If she didn't really need star coins, she wouldn't have traded her hemlock wood. Star coins could be used to buy things she urgently needed. For Zhao Fuyun, whose upgrade was still a long way off, keeping these 200 pieces of hemlock wood wasn't very useful during the Ice Age. To her, survival was more important than upgrading. Spending 100 star coins to get 500 pieces of hemlock wood seemed acceptable to Yun Mian. She now had 800 pieces of hemlock wood. Just 200 more to go. Yun Mian put some of the good but unused items from her storage room and backpack up for trade at the exchange center, all for hemlock wood. She hoped to get what she could, little by little. Then she messaged Hu Yuan privately. She asked him to help her collect hemlock wood, 200 pieces in total. Once he had 100, he could come to her for the trade, and she would pay his asking price. Hu Yuan. Alright, I got it. Yun Mian opened the information panel for the Xiangyun. Name, Xiangyun. Level 5. Wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 89 expansion requirements. Ice marrow, X100. Flint X100. Hemlock wood X1000. Iron ore Co 1000. Ship score, 150 or higher. She had enough of all the other materials. She was only missing the hemlock wood and the ship score. The ship needed to have a score above 150 to upgrade, but the Xiangyun score was still far from that. She had been so focused on gathering materials that she had overlooked the score. Now she had to hurry and work on improving it. Improving the ship's score was something she could consult Ni Yangguang and Rong Yu about. Their ships always had high scores, so she decided to ask how high they were now. Yun Mian sent the same message to both Ni Yangguang and Rong Yu. What's your ship's score right now? Any tips for increasing it? Ni Yangguang replied immediately. I'm at 108. I built an amusement park on the 3rd deck and got 20 points. You could try that. An amusement park. Yun Mian was confused. What was the point of building that? Ni Yangguang continued explaining on his own. It's a winter amusement park, all made of ice. There's a slide and a seesaw made for the goose. It really likes it. Yun Mian. Okay, anything else? Instruments. Instruments also add points. Yun Mian remembered she had a blueprint for a piano. She could use it for this purpose. Rong Yu also replied. 100 points. I made a gym, which added 25 points. Yun Mian. Well done. Surviving on the sea and you're still thinking about fitness. To be fair, these were things Yun Mian hadn't even considered. No wonder her score was low. She had only focused on making practical things. Before building the greenhouse, her score had been only in the 60s, and the greenhouse added 20 points. It seemed the secret to gaining points was facilities. Whether entertainment facilities or functional structures, leisure areas all contributed to the score. So, what could she build? Yun Mian was a bit troubled. She didn't want an amusement park or a gym. Was there anything she needed that could also add points? After thinking about it for a while, Yun Mian thought of one. A training room. She could make a training room, something like a gym, but better suited for her. Didn't she have the training band and burlap sack from before? The burlap sack could be made into sandbags, used as punching bags. She could also make a few wooden stakes and an archery target. The latex she got could be made into yoga mats. Latex yoga mats would be more comfortable and non-slip compared to other materials. She could put mirrors on 2 of the walls, making it look more professional. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The training room might add 20 points, but she was still far from enough. What else could she make? Maybe she could specifically remodel a kitchen and a workshop. Previously, she had put her workbench on the 1st deck rather casually. Even though there was enough space in the 2nd cabin, she had only roughly divided the areas without adding much in the way of interior decor. The dining area had just a table and chairs, and only the bedroom had more items. When it came to interior design, Yun Mian had no experience. Maybe she should hire an interior designer to create a plan for her, just like in the real world. Yun Mian went to the chat channel and posted a message seeking an interior designer. In such a large 3rd district, she figured she could find one. If she couldn't, she'd do what Ni Yangguang and Rong Yu had done, build an amusement park and gym just to increase the score. Yun Mian sent out the message. Other players couldn't figure out what Yun Mian was doing. One moment she was looking for hemlock wood, and the next she was asking for an interior designer. But some clever people understood that interior design must be related to ship renovations, and thus to increasing ship scores. Knowing that Yun Mian was trying to find ways to upgrade, many observant players began paying attention to this. Not long after Yun Mian sent out her message, she received a ton of replies. But there were too many private messages from strangers, so Yun Mian couldn't keep up. She prioritized messages from her friends. Mu Baiyin messaged her. I'm an architecture major, so I know a bit about interior design too. Mu Baiyin was interested in building a good relationship with Yun Mian, so she reached out proactively. Yun Mian preferred to do business with players she had already collaborated with. Mu Baiyin's character was someone she could trust. I want to design my ship, give it a full renovation. I need a design plan and a list of specific materials. The reward will be 50 units of iron ore, 5 fish, and 2 pounds of vegetables. If you need anything else, I can add some more. Iron ore and food were the most sought-after items in the exchange. During the ice season, food was scarce and iron ore was needed everywhere. The reward Yun Mian offered was reasonable. Mu Baiyin quickly agreed. Creating a design plan was easy for her. It would take just a day, and the material list wouldn't require much time either. All right, just tell me exactly what you need, and I'll design according to your requirements. Yun Mian hesitated a bit, and then recorded a video of her ship to send to Mu Baiyin. Since she was hiring her as the designer, she didn't want to hold anything back. Describing everything in words might not allow her to create exactly what Yun Mian envisioned. Moreover, if you trust someone, then trust them fully. Anyway, her ship was about to be upgraded, and when it reached level 6, there would be significant changes. While recording the video, she explained her requirements. The lower deck is for storage, and I plan to divide it into 2 parts. One for general storage and one for a frozen food area. The first deck is for growing vegetables, and the deck is where I work. I want to add a breeding area and build a workshop on the deck. As Yun Mian spoke, she moved to the second cabin. This was where she lived, but aside from the bedroom, she rarely stayed there. She almost never used the second cabin except for sleeping. There are several empty rooms here. I want to make a training room and add some decor to make it more aesthetically pleasing. You can help me think about where to add decorations. As for the third level, it already has an autopilot room, a pool, and a garden, but I've never used them. The pool is frozen, so I want to turn it into a hot spring. There are several empty rooms here. I want to make a training room and add some decor to make it more aesthetically pleasing. You can help me think about where to add decorations. As for the third level, it already has an autopilot room, a pool, and a garden, but I've never used them. The pool is frozen, so I want to turn it into a hot spring. The garden area is now occupied by the greenhouse, which has some chickens and rabbits. The greenhouse stays as is, but I plan to add a breeding area next to it specifically for keeping small animals. Mu Baiyin. Creating a hot spring will require a lot of hot water, which could be resource-intensive. Yun Mian. I have an idea. I could install a heating device under the pool, something like an enclosed boiler, like boiling water. Mu Baiyin. That could work, but it might be challenging to control the temperature. I suggest building 2 platforms first, leaving enough space between them, and then building a large pool on the platforms. The space between the platforms could be used as a fire pit, and when the water reaches a suitable temperature, you can put out the fire and use the residual heat from the charcoal to keep it warm. Fill the bottom of the hot spring pool with flint. Flint from the hot spring is rich in minerals and helps retain heat. Yun Mian nodded and said, "That sounds feasible. Let's go with what you said." A professional is indeed different. She figured out how to build a hot spring so quickly. Mu Baiyin continued. Above the fire pit connection, you need to build a chimney, and next to the platform of the pool, add some beautiful stone steps, both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Listening to her description, Yun Mian could already imagine what it would look like once finished. Since the greenhouse is next to the hot spring, if you could connect a pipe and use geothermal energy, that would be great. Yun Mian. That might be difficult. Let's leave it for now. Anyway, there are radiators in the rooms, so there's no problem without geothermal heating. There were only half a month left in the ice season, and if she set up geothermal, it might not be needed afterward. Mu Baiyin. Okay, I'll go make the design now. The divine arm bow was completed. It felt extraordinary, heavy in her hands, with the body featuring smooth, elegant lines. A good bow deserved good arrows, but Yun Mian only had regular feathered arrows. She tried shooting one. She hadn't expected the power to be so impressive. The arrow pierced straight through her homemade target. The feathers on the arrow got stuck on the target. The shaft hung down, swayed a bit, then fell to the ground. Yun Mian was stunned. This bow was so powerful. If she had better arrows, shooting through 100 paces without missing would be no problem. She touched the bow admiringly. "What a wonderful thing. I'll take you on the next island expedition." After working for so long, Yun Mian felt hungry. She decided to put the washing machine materials on the workbench and then cook some food. Earlier, she had promised Fu Yan to make roasted meat, so she thought she'd make a barbecue meal for lunch today. First, she started a pot of rice. Then she cut some wild boar belly, both fatty and lean, to make a honey-flavored dish with a sweet and salty taste. The fat rendered from the pork belly was used to stir-fry some greens, making a bowl of well-balanced barbecue rice. She also made herself a cup of juice. It was a mix of strawberries and cherries, with fruit pulp blending into the juice, giving a sweet and tangy taste with small bits of fruit in every sip. Life was just too comfortable. There was nothing better than being on her own ship. Yun Mian continued to barbecue while eating. She needed to make 10 portions of roast meat for Fu Yan. Instead of making all roast pork, she chose pork, lamb, and wolf meat, grilling different portions of each. She made them in different flavors, too: spicy, cumin, and garlic. It was easy to prepare, so she made 20 servings of each, a total of 60 portions of barbecue, 10 for Fu Yan, 2 for Octopus Girl. She sent 2 portions each to Luo Luo, Ni Yangguang, and Hu Yuan. Luo Ze and Rong Yu each received 1 portion. The remaining portions were all put into her storage bag. While she was barbecuing, the washing machine was already done. Yun Mian decided to place the washing machine on the 2nd floor of the ship. The washing machine used 10 units of plastic, 1 energy stone, and 2 units of aluminum ore. It had a capacity of 10 kilograms, meaning it could wash 10 items of clothing at once, but for thicker polar outfits, it could only wash 2 at a time. Yun Mian put her clothes and pants in, nearly filling the machine, and added a pair of socks and a thermal top. She only had 1 set of polar survival gear, so once she took it off, she could only wear regular cotton clothing. Luckily, there were radiators in the room. Otherwise, it would have been hard to endure. It seemed that now the washing machine was ready, she needed to quickly make a dryer. After washing, the clothes could be dried and worn right away. After making the dryer, Yun Mian made a massager, which needed half an hour. The sky was already darkening. It got dark early here. Yun Mian had previously obtained a light, which she now hung over the workbench. It was much better than the tar oil lamps, much brighter. Once it was on, everything around was bright, unlike the tar oil lamps which had a dim yellow light. Yun Mian only had 1 light, which she had chosen during the resource allocation earlier. If she had more, and could hang them around the ship, it would be much more convenient. She searched the trading center and found that someone was indeed offering a light. The other person wanted sanitary pads in exchange. Yun Mian happened to have some, and as a necessity for women, in the challenging conditions of survival at sea, there wasn't much available. If they didn't have it, they'd have to make do with something else. Although Yun Mian didn't have much herself, she thought about how it was a necessity for women, and she also needed the light, so she took out a pack for exchange. Yun Mian made the trade anonymously. Soon, the person she traded with sent her a thank you message, clearly in desperate need. Yun Mian replied, "You're welcome." She wondered where to place this light. After thinking for a while, she decided to put it in the greenhouse. She'd been back for quite a while now, but hadn't taken a break or visited the greenhouse. The vegetables hadn't been harvested. With so many days having passed, a lot of vegetables and fruits must be ready for picking. When Yun Mian reached the 3rd floor, she could already see the flourishing greenhouse from afar. Through the glass, she could see vibrant colors: red chili peppers, tomatoes, strawberries, green bell peppers, lettuce, celery, cucumbers, purple eggplants. The mango tree had grown, and watermelons on the ground were as big as soccer balls. The medicinal plants were also growing well. The peach tree on the rare soil plot was again full of peaches, and the golden rice plants were drooping, with their grains almost touching the ground. Seeing all this, Yun Mian was overjoyed. It seemed that the greenhouse was really worth building, such a great harvest. Being able to grow so many vegetables and fruits in this kind of weather was probably something few could do in the entire game. Yunmian was very pleased and quickly stepped into the greenhouse. As soon as she entered, she heard some noise. It turned out to be the chickens flapping their wings in the cage. The chicks from before had all grown up. They were wild chickens. The roosters were beautiful, while the hens, though grayish, looked gentle and cute. Moreover, the rabbits had given birth to babies. Since they were all kept inside the greenhouse, it had become quite smelly. The octopus girl fed them every day, but did not clean up their waste. Additionally, the high temperature in the greenhouse made the smell even worse. Yunmian wrinkled her brow from the stench and almost ran outside. So smelly. Yunmian sighed helplessly. There was no helping it. After all, she hadn't been back for a week. However, at least these little animals were all healthy. Yunmian remembered that she still had an egg in her backpack. She had no idea what would hatch from it. She planned to place the stone bed made of flint and the giant egg here. The greenhouse was quite warm, which was suitable since the egg was sensitive to cold. However, the place was currently too smelly, dirty, and cramped. Cleaning up was the first priority. Yunmian took some cotton out and blocked her nostrils, which made the smell much more bearable. First, she harvested the vegetables. Obtained bell pepper X22, chili pepper X28, cucumber XN18, lettuce X17, tomato X10, celery X15, eggplant X26, watermelon X8, strawberry X38, cordyceps X5, salvia T9, gotu-kola X12, saxifrage X18, peach X33, rice C8. It was truly a great harvest. Yunmian tidied up the greenhouse. Now she had enough vegetables, but her backpack was running out of space again. With this weather, the vegetables left outside would freeze, but luckily the greenhouse could keep them fresh for a few days. Yunmian placed the easy-to-store vegetables and fruits on shelves, kept a week's supply for herself, distributed some to her friends, and put the rest on the trading center, asking for hemlock wood in return. It seemed that the rules of the trading center had changed. To prevent players from using the trading center as a storage space for perishable goods, a new rule had been implemented. No matter what items were listed on the trading center, sold or not, a commission would be deducted. The system would evaluate the value of the items. There wasn't any clear standard, but before listing items, the system would prompt you about how much iron would be deducted within 7 days. If the listing exceeded 7 days, there would be a recalculated fee. Because of this, the number of items on the trading center had greatly reduced. It wasn't like before, where there was all sorts of junk. Even things like old quilts and weeds used to be on there. Now, the items listed in the trading center were all genuinely useful and marketable. This rule took effect after Yunmian returned to her ship. Players like her who traded frequently had no idea how much commission they would end up paying the system. But there was no choice. With these vegetables and medicinal plants listed, the system took 50 iron units as commission right away. Fortunately, Yunmian didn't really need iron units at the moment, so she wasn't too concerned. After harvesting the vegetables, it was time for the next wave of planting. This time, Yunmian considered that she probably wouldn't run out of food for a while. If she were to plant something, she might as well plant crops that everyone needed, good for trading and filling people's stomachs. She would put them up for sale at a low price on the trading center. Previously, the system provided players with gift packs and rewards, so surviving the first half of the ice season wasn't too difficult. However, the next half might be tougher to get through. Yunmian didn't have to worry about her own food, so she decided to sell it to others and accumulate contribution points. She had been too busy during the ice season, hardly selling anything, so she probably hadn't accumulated many contribution points. As for the tar, she still had a lot of tar in her backpack but hadn't had time to mass-produce tar oil lamps. It seemed like she needed to post a job list. Every day there was something new waiting for her to do. Yunmian really couldn't handle it all on her own. Hu Yuan had previously suggested forming a team to specifically take on large orders. Yunmian had asked a few questions, but she wasn't sure how that plan was coming along now. She thought about it and sent Hu Yuan a message. Hu Yuan, you mentioned before about finding more people to give them tasks and collect commissions. Any progress on that? Hu Yuan replied, yes, I've found a few people. Now many players with workbenches are idle, and if given enough incentives, they're willing to do tasks. I've already contacted some skilled players and have taken a few orders, but the work is small, so the earnings aren't much. Yun Mian Mian, I have a big order here. If you have enough people, you can give it a try. Hearing about a big order, Hu Yuan perked up. What's the order? What do you need done? Yun Mian Mian, tar oil lamps. Hu Yuan, how many? Yun Mian Mian had 10,000 units of tar. But she wasn't planning on turning all of them into tar oil lamps. She would make 2,000 to put on the trading center. They were valuable and sold well. She intended to exchange all of them for iron ore, with a few special items as a bonus. Iron ore was something that was never in excess. Everything needed it. Yun Mian Mian currently had more than 1,000 units of iron ore, but once she upgraded, there wouldn't be much left. 2,000. Although Yun Mian Mian only mentioned 2,000, Hu Yuan was still shocked. That many? Hu Yuan had initially estimated that 300 or 500 would be a lot. Otherwise, Yun Mian Mian wouldn't have called it a big order, but Yun Mian Mian asked for 2,000 right off the bat. Yun Mian Mian, yes, but I only have tar, not enough shells for 2,000. The hundreds of mussel shells Yun Mian Mian had collected also counted as shells. She still had some mussels and hadn't thrown away the remaining shells. They could be put to use. But as long as she had the tar, it was fine. Shells weren't worth much, and they weren't hard to gather since, at the moment, shells could only be used to make tar oil lamps. Because of that, many people kept them around. They could be exchanged easily and cheaply. Hu Yuan. As long as you have the tar, that's fine. We can get 10 people to work on making 2,000 tar oil lamps. Each person makes 200, which should take about 3 days. Do you want to sell the lamps yourself once they're made, or? Considering the issue of contribution points, Yun Mian Mian decided to sell them herself. Although selling tar oil lamps might not necessarily earn her contribution points, but Yun Mian Mian didn't want to be too overwhelmed. You handle production and find the people, but for sales, we will still handle it together, the three of us. Yun Mian Mian planned to include Nie Yangguang as well. The three of them were business partners after all. There was no reason to leave Nie Yangguang out of this. Nie Yangguang was also experienced in doing business. Hu Yuan had no objection. Sure, I'll get a contract drafted and let you take a look. If everything's fine, we can start tomorrow. I'll go ahead and contact people now. Okay, thanks for your efforts. How much will it cost to hire the workers? Yun Mian Mian asked. The people involved were from Hu Yuan's team, and he himself would take a commission. Currently, the rate I offered them is per item. The price depends on the item. But for tar oil lamps, since they're valuable, I think 2 units of iron or 1 basic material per item should suffice. For 2,000 items, it would require 4,000 units of iron. Yun Mian Mian didn't have that much iron, but Hu Yuan, being the material king and specializing in this area, surely wouldn't lack it. Yun Mian Mian said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then. Tomorrow, after we sign the contract, I'll send you the tar." Hu Yuan responded, "Should we keep the profit split the same as before?" Yun Mian Mian replied, "I'll take 40% and you take 40%. Nie Yangguang will get 20%. This was what Yun Mian Mian had already decided. The main material for the tar oil lamps was tar, and although she could provide a few hundred shells, the rest of the shells had to be gathered by Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was also responsible for recruiting workers and managing the iron payment. She and Hu Yuan getting equal shares seemed fair. Nie Yangguang was just earning his share from the sales work. 20% was quite a bit. Had Yun Mian Mian not insisted, Hu Yuan probably wouldn't have included Nie Yangguang. Now that Hu Yuan had his team, selling items was an easy task. But since Yun Mian Mian insisted, and the three of them were like an iron triangle, Hu Yuan did not object. After coming to an agreement with Hu Yuan, Yun Mian Mian started cleaning up. It smelled too bad. and today there was no way to clean thoroughly, so she could only do a simple cleanup. A thorough cleaning would have to wait until tomorrow. Yunmian cleared a space and set up the flint bed and the huge reddish egg, placing an extra radiator beside them to keep the egg warm. The rabbits had given birth to a litter. They were still very small, about the size of a palm. The rabbit cage was barely enough for them now, but as they grew bigger, they would need a larger enclosure. The chicken coop was also getting cramped. Yunmian picked a few eggs from the coop. They hadn't broken after all this time, but Yunmian wasn't sure if they could still hatch chicks. Still, she decided to put them in the incubator to try. It seemed that creating a breeding area had to be prioritized. At this rate of reproduction, it wouldn't be long before she could start a whole farm. After finishing the cleaning, Yunmian started planting vegetables. This time, she planted mainly potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, pumpkins, and wheat. These were foods that were filling, could serve as staple foods, and had versatile cooking methods. For example, potatoes could be made into baked potatoes, potato pancakes, mashed potatoes. Sweet potatoes could be boiled, steamed, roasted, or even dried into sweet potato sticks as snacks. Once this round of crops was harvested, Yunmian would select based on storage capacity and popularity to decide what to plant next. After all her busy work, Yunmian was exhausted. She went to pick up the massager from the workbench. It was a shoulder and neck massager, perfect for her since she had been doing a lot of physical work lately, and it could help her relax. Before going to bed, Yunmian placed the materials and blueprint for the robot butler on the workbench. Just as she expected, it would take 10 hours to complete. Good thing she didn't start with this. Now that it was set, she could get a night's rest, have breakfast, and it should be ready by then. Yunmian sighed, went to the second-floor cabin, soaked in a hot bath, then lay in bed and used the massager for 15 minutes. While massaging, she also made a list of materials needed for the greenhouse. The list was written in great detail, and as Yunmian hadn't compiled it before, she realized that building the greenhouse had consumed quite a lot of materials. The glass alone had used up her entire inventory. After sending the list to Ni Yangguang, Yunmian quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Yunmian got up a little late. While on the island, she would wake up around 6 or 7 in the morning, but today she slept until 9, getting a solid 8 hours of rest. It seemed like it had been a long time since she had slept so well. There was nothing as comfortable as a soft bed, and she slept with a fluffy down duvet, with a radiator nearby keeping her nice and warm. After sleeping well, Yunmian felt much more refreshed. As soon as she woke up and before she even got out of bed, she saw a lot of messages. Hu Yuan had already found people, drafted a contract, and sent it to the group. Ni Yangguang had been up for a while and, after seeing the messages in the group, had no idea what was going on. Hu Yuan explained Yunmian's plan to him. The two of them exchanged a few messages in the group chat. Yunmian took a look at the contract, and seeing no issues, she signed it. After clicking to confirm, she and Hu Yuan proceeded with the transaction. The contract stated that Yunmian would provide 2,000 units of tar and several hundred shells to Hu Yuan. The deadline for delivering 2,000 tar oil lamps to Yunmian was 3 days. If not met, it would be considered a breach of contract and the system would forcibly collect Hu Yuan's materials. Of course, Yunmian could manually extend the deadline if needed. As for the contracts that Hu Yuan signed with others, that was his business. Yunmian only needed to manage her part. Suddenly, Luoze sent Yunmian 200 pieces of hemlock wood. Luoze? You probably need this urgently. My sister gave them to me. You can use them first. I won't be able to upgrade for now, so when you get more later, you can pay me back. Luoze was being so generous that Yunmian was a bit surprised. Although he said she could pay him back later, Yunmian couldn't let him take the loss. So she sent him 20 units of ice essence. Luoze. No need. I already have some. Luoze didn't take it because he had previously found some ice essence during an island expedition. He had given some to Luo and still had about 100 left, which was enough for his use. Since he didn't need this, Yunmian wondered what he might need. Yun Mian thought for a moment, unsure what to give him. In the recent competition, since they were on the same team and won first place, Luo Ze also received similar rewards to her. Anything valuable she had, he didn't lack either. After some thought, Yun Mian decided to give him some other minerals, some tar oil lamps, and 10 servings of the roasted meat she made last night. Copper ore X20, platinum ore X20, chromium ore X20, tar oil lamp X20, roasted lamb X4, roasted pork X4, roasted wolf meat Q3. You can't just give me the hemlock for free. Let's talk about the future later, but for now, take these. With these items, Luo Ze wouldn't be at a loss for giving her 200 pieces of hemlock wood. Luo Ze. All right. Yun Mian. Did your sister ask you to give them to me? Luo Ze. More or less. Luo had initially planned to give Yun Mian 2 pieces of hemlock wood, but Yun Mian felt embarrassed to accept that much. Instead, Luo gave 100 pieces to Luo Ze. This morning, when Luo Ze saw people in the chat talking about Yun Mian, many of whom were looking for hemlock wood, he assumed it was because Yun Mian needed it. So he asked Luo if he could give the 100 pieces of hemlock wood to Yun Mian, since he wasn't upgrading anytime soon anyway, and could help her upgrade instead. Luo simply gave him another 100 pieces to give to Yun Mian. Yun Mian realized that Luo Ze's gesture was due to Luo's suggestion, and she felt touched, immediately sending Luo a message. Luo, did you like the roasted meat I gave you yesterday? I'll give you some more. Luo. It was delicious. You should keep some for yourself. I made a lot. Yesterday I also harvested a lot of vegetables and fruits. I'll send some to you. Take your time and enjoy them. Yun Mian sent Luo 10 servings of roasted meat, along with some mangoes, peaches, and a watermelon. Seeing all the food, Luo hesitated to accept, saying, Do you have enough to eat yourself? Why are you giving me so much? I have plenty, more than I can eat. Please take it. After Luo accepted, Yun Mian got up and dressed. The robot wasn't ready yet. She checked the time and saw it would still take over an hour. Yun Mian wasn't in a rush. First, she decided to roll the daily dice. To be honest, Yun Mian thought every day, what if today is a double good fortune day? Especially today, with the robot butler almost ready, what if she got a double good fortune? That would mean 2 butlers instead of 1. However, it was just a wishful thought. Double good fortune was too rare. She'd only encountered it once during the island competition, and it probably wouldn't happen again anytime soon. As expected, today was just an ordinary day. No special luck. Yun Mian decided to make some porridge and 2 batches of buns, 1 meat, 1 vegetable. She wanted to keep it light to warm her stomach. She figured she'd be busy in the coming days, so making extra today would mean she wouldn't have to prepare breakfast every day. She could just grab it from her inventory. A big pot of lean meat and vegetable porridge was enough for 2 bowls today, and she put the rest into her backpack, pot and all. 2 batches of buns totaled 18 meat buns and 20 vegetable buns. Yun Mian ate 4 buns herself, gave 5 to Octopus Girl, and stored the rest. Octopus Girl was now fully accustomed to eating whatever Yun Mian ate, and had grown even larger. It was already a colossal creature, and now it looked even more intimidating. Fortunately, it could adjust its size. When Yun Mian asked it to get smaller, it would shrink a little. However, it seemed to prefer being larger. Just as Yun Mian finished breakfast, Mu Baiyin sent her a message. She had completed the design drawings and asked if there was anything Yun Mian wanted to modify. The design was 4 pages long. It detailed the ship's entire structure, top to bottom, inside and out, including floor plans for each level, with every room marked with its measurements. It was evident that these were hand-drawn and done with great care and effort. Seeing such sincerity and efficiency, Yun Mian immediately sent the promised reward along with 2 buns. Mu Baiyin was surprised to receive the reward and the extra buns. You've reviewed it already? It had been less than 2 minutes since she sent it. Yun Mian. Sending it to you first. The buns are freshly made and I thought you probably haven't had breakfast yet. Judging by how quickly she completed the work, Mu Baiyin likely hadn't slept much at all. Mu Baiyin. I haven't actually. I'll use these buns for breakfast then. Thanks. Mu Baiyin worked tirelessly out of passion. She studied architectural design, but in this game her skills hadn't been put to use. Every day was just about survival. Now that someone needed her expertise, she naturally wanted to complete it as soon as possible, and even earn some supplies in the process. Why not? What's more, designing Yun Mian's ship presented an interesting challenge, and since Yun Mian had plenty of materials, Mu Baiyin didn't have to worry about limitations. She could design freely. Mu Baiyin herself was very satisfied with these design drafts. She was eager to know if Yun Mian liked them. Yun Mian began to carefully study the design. The lower deck was divided into 2 sections as per her request. One storage area for miscellaneous items and one for fresh produce. The storage area for miscellaneous items wasn't very different from Yun Mian's current one. Shelves lined all 4 walls reaching from floor to ceiling. The only difference was that the shelves were now modified to have varying heights, shorter on top, taller at the bottom, and had some drawers added to store smaller, easily misplaced items. Each shelf also had labels for easier categorization. The fresh storage area was divided into sections for meat, vegetables, fruit, and seafood. Each type of food had its own specific storage method. Wet and dry items were separated, and under each shelf was a layer designated for placing ice. This meant that whether during the current ice season or if the temperature warmed in the future, this area would function as a natural icebox. The design was indeed quite reasonable. After the ice season ends, no one knows what the next season will be like. What if it's a drought? There was also a special pool designed for keeping live fish, so the fish caught could be kept alive. The first deck of the ship was designed for Yun Mian's workshop and kitchen. The kitchen was adjacent to the staircase that led directly to the fresh storage room in the lower deck. The kitchen that Mu Baiyin designed was entirely different from Yun Mian's previous simple setup. It was simply her dream kitchen. Mu Baiyin had seen the video Yun Mian sent, knew what she had, and therefore included all of Yun Mian's existing items in the design, arranging them properly. She also added many items that Yun Mian might need, making it easy to follow. It was very efficient and space-saving. It was just like a kitchen renovation in the real world. For example, hooks for storage on the wall, pull-out cabinets for dishes, shelves for storing spices, and even cabinets for organizing tableware and cooking utensils were all depicted in the design. It also included a list of materials and instructions on how to create each item. It was practically a foolproof renovation plan. The other parts of the design were also drawn in vivid detail. From the training room to her bedroom, bathroom, and even the closet, each area had a complete design plan. On the 3rd deck of the ship, in addition to the hot spring, Mu Baiyin also added a leisure and entertainment area next to it. Yun Mian was very pleased with the design, which exceeded her expectations. She even wanted to start the renovation immediately. This design is amazing. It deserves more than what I've paid you. I should give you more rewards. Yun Mian also sent her some fruits and vegetables. Yun Mian's praise made Mu Baiyin very happy. She also appreciated the fruits and vegetables. Fresh fruit was scarce at sea, and the rare fruits she got had to be eaten sparingly. Mu Baiyin. I'm glad you like it. Yun Mian. I'll probably bother you again in the future. Let me know if you need anything. Mu Baiyin. Okay, and if you encounter any issues during the construction, just ask me. With this design, Yun Mian was confident that her ship's score would easily exceed 150. She rushed to the workbench, eagerly waiting for the robot butler to be completed so she could begin. Countdown, 10 minutes. Yun Mian waited anxiously. Not only was she eager to start the renovation, but she was also curious about what the robot butler would be like. Each minute felt like an eternity. To make time go by faster, Yun Mian decided to check the chat channel. After returning yesterday, many people discovered islands, and some even went to the ice crystal island that Yun Mian had visited before. However, most players found nothing and were complaining in the chat channel. That stupid ice crystal island, there's nothing there. I wandered around for 2 days and only saw 2 penguins, but I couldn't even catch them. It pissed me off. What a waste of my island card. Well, it is Antarctica. It's normal for there to be nothing.